It was in 2021st year. At that time, the first tower in Prague appeared. All the people of the city were both frightened and surprised by this phenomenon. Some even thought that the world was coming to an end. And a year ago, there were only remnants of cities that had been destroyed, except for the other 5 towers on these sites. The tower gave people a chance of salvation because of the light that came from it. A short time later, the same tower appeared in Seoul, and it was just as inspiring to its residents. People had only one thing left to believe in the best, so the towers became the place where they began to build a new world. None of the survivors understood how the world in which they existed had come to this present, but despite all the questions, they had a goal to reach the top of the tower. Everyone, without exception, tested their strength and tried to conquer the very top. Those who could do it had fame and fortune. Their popularity could outdo all the feats of humanity. That's how they got their constellation name. They were also the only ones who were so close to the secrets of the tower. They were the ones who gave faith in the continuation of the family and a happy future. And so 36 years passed. During this time, there were many events where you had to survive. One of them involved a guy. He was beginning to think that there were no other survivors left, but suddenly he heard a voice that distracted him from what was happening. He couldn't believe his ears. However, there were many lifeless people around. It seemed that the end was truly coming now. Our hero began to remember the best in the history of Seoul Tower. Kneeling down, he convinced himself that everyone had done their best. And at the same time, in his words, was an appeal to the so-called Platinum Monarch who sacrificed himself for him. Under the oppression of such a mood, it seemed a foolish act and a senseless rescue. At the same second, the boy was pulled out of the deep musings in his head by a sharp rumble. Right in front of his face appeared an indescribable-sized serpent that with its piercing gaze did not inspire good intention. But our hero looked at the huge serpent, and it was as if he saw someone else in its place. He was dumbfounded how it remained fine after so many wounds. And the boy, placing his hand on the lifeless ground like the others, asked only for the blessing of the constellation. Suddenly, from this position, his hand came together sharply into a fist. He realized there was nothing he could do about it. And of course, his death wouldn't be the best solution either, since those who have fallen in battle will not return at the snap of a finger anyway. At that moment, the fearsome serpent swooped toward the young boy, snapping him out of his musing. Its sharp fangs and venomous tongue wanted something terrible. It was in that second that the fighter thought he would not give up and would continue to fight for his life for the life of humanity. A glow appeared from the serpent's mouth in the form of a bright ball. He was ready to strike. But our hero was not frightened by such an impulse and threw himself with a fighting spirit. The guy did a left-to-right kick and so on several times. The adrenaline rush made him stop after a while and breathe heavily. Suddenly, the situation around him changed. Everything quieted down, and there was no longer any danger. He didn't realize what was happening. A voice nearby made it clear that the guy hadn't come to his senses for a long time, and everything that was happening now was not true. He couldn't realize where he was and where the serpent he had just been in an altercation with had gone. Because he didn't understand what was going on, he couldn't think of anything better to do than to run. He thought that these guys might just be from another tower. But then Silhouette told his partner that he was a very athletic freshman trying to get away like that. The guy was really freaked out by all of this. He couldn't believe his ears. There were 100 questions in his head. And he got hit with an unexpected blow, supposedly bringing the guy back to the present. A couple of other voices whispered nearby. Since our hero turned out to be older than the presenters of the dialogue, he should have been respected rather than given blows, some of those present said. But there were also those who were against it. The survivor clutched his head and tried to answer in his own, to the questions of where the snake had gone, what was going on around him, and who these people were. But he was called back by a loud commanding voice, who questioned what the guy was mumbling in his non-existent fight, and repeated what he'd said before he met the snake. There was confusion on the warrior's face. How do these people know what he said before he went into battle? With a menacing tone, his words were quoted to him. There was a part of indignation in them, too, as to why the man had decided that death was the solution to the situation. The guy was even more frightened by these words, because he thought for a moment that he was alone in the world and there was no one around. After that, a flurry of condemnations accompanied by blows to his body. Despite the blows, the fighter heard the High Magician and his interlocutor arguing about what was happening. The first understood our hero, and the second, on the contrary, condemned such indifference to his life. From the dialogue, it became clear that the serpent was not a dream after all, and could be defeated in another way. And so, he turned his attention to himself. The bright blue eyes turned sharply on him with full aggression, which confirmed that there was no surrender. The boy's eyes widened to an unbelievable size. He could have saved all his comrades if he had known about it earlier. With desperation in his voice, he shouted into the crowd. He wanted to understand who the people around him were and why they knew so much. The fighter knelt down and clutched at the leg of one of the men standing nearby. He begged to be told how he could win the fight with the serpent, where he was, and most importantly, with whom. Fear appeared on his face, mixed with all the other emotions, when he heard what looked like an answer to his question. People said he still hadn't seen. The familiar figures appeared in front of him and handed him a bottle of liquid. They wanted to make him understand what was happening. After all, according to them, our hero had a long recovery time after his death. A few drops got on the guy. He didn't realize what was happening to him, but his eyes began to clear. Two silhouettes that had been completely black for a couple of seconds began to take on colors and outline. His pupils narrowed lightning fast at what he saw. He could finally see the people standing in front of him. He was surprised. Two men in different outfits stood in front of his face. One greeted him with a grin, and the other more friendly, and they claimed to be them only in different guises. Such a statement would frighten anyone, and our hero was no exception. He again did not understand how such a thing could be possible. They practically said with one voice that they were the one who died earlier. This news finally put the guy in a stupor. After a while, in a quieter environment, the guy was brought up to speed. Turns out they have the ability to regress. It was very hard to believe, because the boy did not remember anyone from the audience. The reason was that every time he died, he just lost all the memories he had. This outcome didn't do much to help me understand what was going on around me. Each time, it was as if there were more tasks to be solved. But all this was unimportant, for our hero was to return to his 20th year when his hands were extremely down, and everything that had happened again was about to disappear into oblivion. But then what was the point of the regression, if the same thing happened every time? But as two individuals told of their accomplishment, one of them joined the mage community and was granted first from the tower status. The second went the other way and joined the alchemist community. There he obtained the status of dynamite from the tower. But this was the first time the young lad had heard of the existence of just such statuses. As the conversation continued, it turned out that there are no more than 10 people like that here, and those who are interested in the current world are only 2. People like that are called crazy, because all the memories are constantly fading away. But to keep anything from regression, you have to get to the top of the constellation. It's the only way to see the next life. At this moment, it became clear to the guy why his death caused such a storm of negative emotion. In a way, it was their curse. They could only trust that they would do better next time. Our hero was upset by the realization that this was the end for him, and he would be left with others to watch over future souls. Their conversation was interrupted by a sudden noise coming from all directions. It only frightened the newcomer. The others were already used to such events. They already understood what this was all about. But the guy kept asking what these two were even talking about and what was about to start. The answer was quite obvious and predictable. They were talking about the regression that was going to happen again. And after those words, the guy felt like he'd been electrocuted. His eyes shrank sharply and glowed. The process was set in motion. After a moment, our hero suddenly opens his eyes. But it's like everything around him is different. It was already quite dark outside, so someone was calling him diligently and asking him to stop lying on the ground. Baek Ho-min was once again already in his familiar state. He still didn't understand anything. There was a guy standing next to him who was clearly annoyed at his buddy's appearance. He was saying that they were in danger and should leave the place. The boy decided to share his thoughts and said that he was as if in another place and was in a dialogue with other people, among whom was the supreme magician. Of course, such words surprised his companion. Baek Ho-min frantically started to look at his hand and didn't notice the seal he had on it. And this was another strange prank on his part in his friend's eyes. There was disappointment in the guy's eyes as he found nothing on his arm. His buddy realized that our hero had to be brought out of this state. He asked him to pull himself together and finally wake up instead of continuing to talk all this nonsense. But then another man with a baton in his hands joined their company. He had a menacing attitude and told them not to try to run away. Otherwise, there would be dire consequences. Our guys decided not to get into a verbal argument and did as they were asked. Baek Ho-min began to reason and assess the situation. This was the 4th floor of Seoul Tower. Here he was a hunter and a 20-year-old moneylender, which was strange. After all, there were no such people before. And this was his new reality that he had to get used to again and learn to survive. Now the new soul was being watched by the 3 of them. They were all wondering what would happen this time and what the outcome would be. Already being in a new reality, the boy thought about his dream and quite strained, but that was short-lived because all the details began to be forgotten in his mind. At this time, several strangers were after the so-called grave robber and were calling our guys for help. But Baek Ho-min didn't want to do that. Unlike the others, they didn't even have weapons. Turns out these engravers thereafter are also guild wizards. So all the dirty work is put on the shoulders of others. In addition, the engravers can spoil their precious seals at will. At the same time, a guy with a seal on his arm was fighting some small creature nearby. He called it a parasite, but it was clear that such insect-like parasites are not the worst threat and should not be feared. As soon as I voiced that thought, a man's heartbreaking scream echoed nearby. Something was wrapped around his arm. It was the engraver. Baek Ho-min didn't know how to react to what was happening. Everything was happening very fast. One guy among them ran up to the victim with an axe, and everyone guessed what might happen now. A gleaming axe rose above his hand. Whoever swung it was sure it was the best solution for whoever was attacked. It was a scary sight, and that guy's loud screams made it even scarier. The man who experienced such an event was then carried to their den on the orders of his partner. The formidable man warned the boys not to relax, as the engravers were always ready to attack, and he reminded them that they had seals and abilities unlike the others. He also added that to miss the engraver was to invite the same fate that had befallen that guy a few minutes ago. Baek Ho-min is probably just now starting to realize that this isn't a joke, and it's all happening for real. The man in a commanding voice asked even more with a shout, asked the guys why they were standing there and not moving forward, and the lads immediately moved forward at a rapid pace at the order of the chief among them. They were very curious about what the engraver they were looking for had done. There was a suggestion that he might have done something to the elder that he didn't like. Elder is usually referred to as a famous moneylender by locality, and a lord has the special title of Spider. And the spider legs are the leaders in his organization, so the elder is one of his legs. He took Baek Ho-min in when he was about 10 because he's also the head of the orphanage, and now the boy is living like that because of that. The guys began to speculate about what the engraver had done. It was hardly a question of money, since with their own seals they already had a lot of it. But they probably shouldn't have made mistakes because others would have immediately disliked the guys. It was known that engravers have the ability to make poor quality seals, and that makes for some very bad skills. Thanks to such a gift, no constellation would ever pay attention to a human being. Such words puzzled our hero. The new seals, when applied to the hand, give people one ability, and the wearer has the ability to start life as a hunter. So through the seals, the constellations themselves choose and can train their successor. But if they don't care about you, it's better to be without seals at all. Baek Ho-min thought it was best not to even meet the engraver to avoid everything. Those who tried to catch him were always wounded, and there was no way out for the boys. The boy realized that he didn't even have a seal yet and had to try harder. But if he got to an engraver before then, he could forget about becoming a hunter. And at that moment, his buddy suddenly screamed as if he was scared of something or someone. It seemed like they were just talking about it. It was the engraver, should have run or fought. The graver was clearly annoyed at being caught, but then he took his hunters by surprise. But Baek Ho-min was not alarmed by his possible demise. He threw himself at the engraver in retaliation. The boy made a sharp dash forward with his sword, but the engraver managed to dodge. Then his opponent suddenly intercepted his sword, and our hero could not believe his eyes. There was almost nothing left of his weapon that had been fully functional a few seconds ago. He just melted it. And then when Baek Ho-min lost his guard from what had happened, he launched the rest of his sword at the guy. A strong and very unpleasant blow came to the boy, but at least he managed to cover his face from such an onslaught. In the fight, the guy's hand got hurt defending himself. Ho-min's partner got scared by that, and on the adrenaline, he flew at his buddy's offender with a kick. The engraver didn't see that coming. And our hero's arm was being corroded in those seconds by the sudden wounding of the enemy. But he was accosted by another guy who had just caught the graver and was trying to restrain him. But Baek Ho-min didn't respond to the request and was furious because he had mutilated his arm, or worse. The two men began to clamp down on the enemy with force. They did not hear his pleas for mercy because of their anger. But then the guy who was with Ho-min changed his expression to one of surprise. He noticed a pile of gold coins falling from the engraver's cloak. It sparkled and shimmered brightly, even in the night light. Of course, he wondered how much one such coin would cost, so he asked a friend about it. The price was high. It was 114 million won. That was the amount of money to get a seal. Our hero realized that even if he worked for a few years, he wouldn't be able to earn that much. The other guy started to go through the coins unceremoniously, but Baek Ho-min said in a judgmental manner that it was not allowed because it was the elder's money. But the guy wasn't exactly pressed by a clear conscience. All he saw in such temptation was money. Ho-min asked him contemptuously what he was going to do with such a large sum. The boy didn't want any repercussions after such an action. He guessed whose money it was, or else why it was here. But his partner didn't care. He argued his behavior because he was already rich. They needed the money more. But our guy wasn't tempted. Even though he could have gotten a stamp for that amount, he knew that to take that money was to attract his own doom. The other guy wasn't really listening to what Ho-min was saying. He was looking at the gold coin, and he noticed something strange. These gold coins usually had a tower on them. This one had the seal of a constellation carved on it. Baek Ho-min was surprised by such a statement. After all, it was very unusual. Such a constant influx of events was starting to give him a splitting headache. At that moment, our hero's eyes crossed with the cunning gaze of the engraver, and he made a sharp jerk and freed himself. As our boys relaxed, he grabbed Ho-min's hand again, and it burst into flames. A hellish pain pierced the boy. And his partner was so distracted by the coins that he didn't even notice he was under attack again. With a snide look and the same voice, the engraver held the guy's hand, and it was clear from his words that he was putting a seal on it. It was a most unpleasant procedure, if I may say so. The kid was screaming in pain, and the engraver, with the same sly face, continued to gloat, and he was eagerly wondering what kind of miserable ability the seal bearer would get. Baek Ho-min, through the pain, asked his abuser to let go of his hand and stop it. And then his friend finally decided to act and ran at the engraver with a swing. He thought of nothing better than to take the biggest rock near him and hit his opponent with it. From such a blow, the engraver fell to the ground with a clatter. The boys breathed a sigh of relief. The latter was very worried about his friend and pounced on Baek Ho-min with questions about his well-being. With a very contorted grimace, our hero said that the engraver used those gold coins to put the seal. On the guy's hand appeared the exact same image of what was on the coin, but his interlocutor seemed more concerned that those coins were not real, but merely fake. After his friend was upset that he wouldn't become rich, Baek Ho-min began to realize the pain of what had happened. The seal could only be obtained once in a lifetime, and this fact frightened our hero. It was unlikely that the engraver could give him something good. He could only hope and trust that his skill would be useful. The seal was obtained, and the guy got the 4th level memory skill. Such a seal helps to solve problems in the present by referring to the past. The wording made Ho-min stump. At this moment, he had a sudden headache after learning about his skill. And at the same time, the 3 people who were watching the world began to have a sudden jolt. They were all confused. It's never happened before that the subconscious world has been subjected to an earthquake, if I may say so. One of them noticed that something was also happening to the Great Wizard. It was the change that was happening to his body. It seemed to vaporize before the eyes of those present. And in the real world, in these same minutes, Baek Ho-min seems to have activated his new skill without realizing it himself. The seal has begun its work. A great wizard in the form of a ghost appeared over our boy's body. He seemed to realize what was about to happen. Apparently, their life experiences were almost 100% similar. The transmigration was done, and the boy had a strange feeling about it. He had knowledge in his head that he had never had before. It was as if he had been given a powerful force. He felt he could use the skill now. And then his partner began to ask him excitedly not to do anything and not to touch the seal in an attempt to do something with it. Our hero did not think to stop what he had started and only reassured his friend that everything was fine. The guy definitely wanted to test his newfound skill, and with his other hand he continued to do something with the seal. His buddy realized that there was no way to change his mind and ran for help. At this time, the Master Great Wizard was trying to change the seal on the boy, realizing that the one he had was useless. His actions were affecting the boy at the same second. The wizard's hands were so blessed that he could do it. He was determined to make gold out of what the engraver had bestowed upon him. A voice inside Baek Ho-min was speaking in the form of a master, to make him believe in him, and most importantly, believe in himself that everything would work out. As if by magic, the seal on my hand began to change. It glowed from the middle of its image. Ho-min looked at his hand with delight and amazement. At the same time, the wizard himself was watching what was happening. From the guy's hand, a bright light burst out from where the seal had just been, blinding everything around him. The same strikingly radiant glow began to appear in the tower, to the top of which only the constellations reached. All the people who were just minding their own business were staring at the bright light. There was a look of amazement on their faces. The survivors looked at the tower now, as if it were the day they had just started, and the light from the tower suddenly stopped. Baek Ho-min looked at his hand, and noticed that the seal was different. It was fixed. The boy watched and could not realize how it happened, and what influenced it. This connection to the constellation called the One was heightened. At this point, the guy didn't realize what the One meant, and his mind began to cloud over. Homan collapsed to the ground like a limp body. This kind of treatment made him faint. The same thing happened to the wizard correcting a bad seal from an engraver. He appeared to be already in the subconscious world from whence he came. It became clear that he was the one by the way he was addressed. With anxious voices, they began to question the wizard about what had happened. After all, before their eyes, he had simply disappeared. With some kind of helplessness, the master told me that the guy had obtained a 4th level seal. The rest of the world tried to cheer him up and claimed that the guy would still have skills and better. But the wizard went on to say with disappointment that no one lived with such a mark for more than a month. Bad things always happened to them on their own, or they were taken away. The newcomer to their world couldn't believe his ears. He didn't understand how no one with such a seal had ever lived again. And abruptly, the wizard started screaming with all his might. By this action, he frightened the others, and they again tried to calm down their buddy. They tried to turn everything into a positive mood. And then something happened that surprised everyone even more. The wizard started laughing and said that Baekhoman would live and he was their hope. The other two looked at each other and thought there was something wrong with their partner. He couldn't change his mood so quickly, especially when he was talking nonsense. The master was wildly excited to convey his joy to the boys. He said with inexpressible joy that the boy had acquired one of the strongest skills. The newcomer wondered how it was possible that a level 4 skill turned out to be another high-level skill after all. Interrupting him, the one asked if he knew what skill he needed to have to reach the top of the tower. Of course, the newcomer had no answer. It was a really tough question, because even with the strongest skills, no one gave a guarantee that you would get to the top. But with this skill, everything was about to change. Mr. Wizard has waited so long for such a seal to appear. There's no telling who would be able to use such a seal. But Homan did. He used it to summon a wizard, and the wizard fixed the seal in time. Because the memory skill was enhanced, he was collecting all the experiences of past regression. In that case, with an improved skill, one could use the memories of others. It was like a true rebirth. But it was too early to rejoice because no one with such a skill could last long yet. Although this was not so upsetting to the inhabitants of the subconscious world, they realized that they were now in the best position they had been in a long time. If our hero can properly utilize his new gift, then they have a chance to conquer the tower. Meanwhile, Baek Ho Min was suffering from an unpleasant pain in his arm due to the wizard's interference. His sleep was interrupted by this feeling. But at first, the guy even forgot about what had happened until he saw his bandaged palm. And of course, the boy wasn't aware of the power the wizard had given him. He wanted to be at least a level 3 hunter. Now, he's a 4th, and some kind of memory that didn't seem to help much. The boy didn't think it was a promising skill to just remember things well. After beating himself up, he decided to pull himself together. After all, with the acquisition of the seal, he was definitely stronger than he had been before its appearance, which means with each time his strength will grow, and with proper effort, he will definitely become a hunter. Baek Ho Min mentally lived for several years and thought about how he would get out of the slum he was living in. It was as if he was shouting to his bright future that they would meet soon. And of course he hadn't forgotten another of his goals is to get to the top of the tower. His sweet reverie was interrupted by the guests. They were 2 people he didn't know yet, but when he looked closely, he recognized one of the men as the elder himself. He was shocked that he had come to see him. Homan began to apologize very inarticulately and make excuses for not messing with his gold, but that was not why the man was here. In a serious tone, the elder ordered his companion to check on our hero. The one immediately obeyed the order and asked the boy to show his bandaged hand, and the boy was wary of such an edict. But the elder made it clear that there was no need to be afraid. He was not going to be reprimanded, but rather, he came here to congratulate him. It was about his recent capture of the engraver. The guy didn't think it was the reason for the visit at all. Homan shared his heroic act with his friend Hyun-soo, as the latter was also involved in capturing the enemy. The elder gave gruesome details of what happened to the engraver and what condition he was found. He died on the spot, and the man praised the boy for bringing back the gold he had found. The boy lowered his eyes to the floor and listened to the stately man and agreed with what he said. He told the story of the coins. They were originally the currency that the Platinum Monarch wanted to introduce in the future. They were going to be released next month, but an engraver managed to forge them. Baek Ho Min was listening to the story and thinking at the same time, and decided to ask the man why he was sharing such information with him. The man was at the lowest level and was nothing. The elder reacted calmly to such a question and explained to our hero that he would not have been told these stories before. Only now he had an exact copy of the coin in the form of a seal on his hand. The boy looked at his hand in horror, as if he'd forgotten it existed, and said the engraver had given it to him. But the elder wanted the appearance of the seal to be kept secret. In addition, if the boy told him the truth, He promised him a good job and a good paycheck. Homan had a look of complete surprise on his face at this moment. His eyes became rounder than usual. He couldn't believe that the elder was serious. Despite the look on the guy's face, he continued his monologue. And then came the question about the skill. If there was a seal, then there was a skill. However, the boy was sure that to give away his skill was to reveal his weakness. The man was surprised and even repeated the guy's words with a question. The man was surprised and even repeated the guy's words, but with a question. Just like that, the elder changed his imperious look to one of condescension and thought that the boy had dared to lie to him. But our hero, with confidence in his voice and body, answered that all his words are pure truth. But the man did not believe him and said that Homin would become his direct subordinate and he was obliged to tell him only the truth. Then he repeated his question again. Already with some anger in his voice, the guy repeated again that his skill is memory and he doesn't lie. Though our hero was sincere and pure before the elder, he did not believe him. The head ordered his subordinate to get the truth serum to crack the kid. At that time, the boy struggled to repeat over and over again to be heard that his skill was memory. But it was pointless because the serum that the elder's companion had gotten had already penetrated his neck very quickly. Baek Ho-min, after injecting the drug, suddenly weakened and his gaze faded slightly. With a look of both cunning and malice, the subject added that the serum would soon take effect, but in the meantime, he would go and get some interrogation tools. The guy began to slowly weaken, and only the question of what was happening now resounded in his mind. It had been a while, but it was hard to know how long. Ho-min woke up and didn't know where he was. But he was still in the same tent. He began to remember that the bald man had injected him with truth serum, and then nothing. But something had changed while he was unconscious. Next to him was a cart with various tools. Of course, Ho-min immediately thought he was going to be tortured. From behind the tent door, voices could be heard saying that the boy was not lying. And according to the engraver's information, it was indeed a memory skill. But then it was not clear why the white knight had appeared. Overhearing this conversation, the kid realized that he wasn't going to be believed after all. Behind the door were an elder and his subject. They were the ones who were dialoguing, and they were very eager to know what they wanted to do with the counterfeit coin, even if they had to take drastic measures. The guy was trapped and didn't know what would happen to him if he stayed here, but it was clear that nothing good would happen. The elder could have sent him to the next world. Baek Ho-min brainstormed and began to come up with a plan to save himself, and it was as if it had hit him. He looked at his bandaged arm again and decided that his skill could be of good use to him now. He used the seal to select Dynamite's life experience from the subconscious world. Their experiences were very different. As soon as the seal began its work in the boy's mind, knowledge that had not been there before reappeared. All the jars that were in the cart next to him, he recognized. He knew every ingredient in the jar. Our hero saw it all for the first time in his life, but he knew what he needed. All the bottles with unfamiliar but understandable ingredients were mixed in the same container. It was like our guy was obsessed with mixing everything. He was almost sure he was doing the right thing. Suddenly, an uncharacteristic sound came from his tent. The elder and the bald man standing nearby reacted to such an unexpected and sudden noise. They hurried rather to the tent, and when they came in, they saw the smog and smelled a strange odor. And Baek Ho-min, unfortunately or fortunately, was no longer in the tent. His bed was empty. The subordinate of the head realized that perhaps the smoke was not smoke at all, but poisonous gas, and tried to push his commander away from the tent. The bald man was furious at the prank. Realizing that the boy couldn't run far away, he chased after him. At this time, the elder wasted no time either and called his reinforcements to catch the boy. The man was furious that he had to go down to the 4th floor in the hunt for the engraver, and now he had to chase after the young guy. The elder knew that ordinary people can only go up to the 4th floor, and if they missed Ho-min and he escaped to the 5th floor, it would be a failure for them. With all the anger, the head also managed to respect the guy. He especially appreciated his sharp mind. However, the question followed as to what reasons motivated him to such action. The man began to recall the events of the previous night. He tried to find a connection between the tower's glow and the fact that the boy had received his first seal from the engraver. On top of that, there were constellations that hadn't been there before. After the reasoning, the elder clearly set a goal to investigate the guy's seal at any cost. As the man thought through his plan to capture the kid, a cold weapon was presented to his throat. It was Baek Ho-min who had managed to catch the eye of such a stately and wise man. The guy decided to solve everything initially peacefully, namely by a normal conversation. The elder was confused at what he could pick out of a room full of unknown smoke. The boy revealed the secret. He simply created an antidote to the toxic gas in advance and took it. He also dug a hole in the ground beforehand to put his head in. In this position, he was able to stay in the air pocket he had created for half an hour. Because of the boy's frankness, The man assumed that the truth serum was still working on him, but the boy did not want to waste time on idle chatter and was determined to end it all. Baek Ho-min tied the old man to a tree and began his monologue. Since he had received the seal recently, he wanted to teach insubordination to that one. But due to the current situation, he wanted to get his paycheck that he was promised. It puzzled the elder that the boy had done all this just to get some money. His life was worth more than that. Realizing that it was indeed a bit, Ho-min said that he would take it all together. The boy began to list all the things he had been doing for a long time, but had yet to be rewarded. He had to rob street vendors to take obscure lab-made drugs, and other unpleasant errands that added up to a decent sum. It was about 175 million won. The elder was astonished at the boy's insolence. He recalled that he had been provided with shelter, food, and upbringing. That amount could already be minuscule. But if you go into detail, the shelter consisted of moldy beds in the basement, and the food was in the form of rotten oatmeal. And on that note, the guy made it clear to the man that he needed to worry more about the value of his life. Despite the boy's determined tone, the elder realized that it would be difficult for someone who had lived on the streets for 20 years to simply take another person's life. Then Ho-min looked into the old man's inner pocket and found a silver coin there. It could be exchanged for money. It was worth about 10 million won. But that wouldn't even cover 10% of the full amount the boy demanded, so he told the man he'd come back for the rest later. He learned that from the man. The formidable man noticed that the boy had matured before his eyes, and also warned him that he himself would repay the debt. Afterward, Ho-min swung at the old man and hit him on the head to knock him out. The young lad exhaled a sigh of relief when he saw that the elder had lost consciousness from his blow. And he realized that if he left this man just tied to a tree, he would surely come back for him. Already after what the boy has done, the so-called spider will never leave him alone again. But there was another way out. If Baek Ho-min had sent the man to the other side, he would have had a good chance of survival. As soon as the guy decided to make a dash with his knife towards the elder from the other side, someone's spear flew at him. There was a shout from the bushes that the boy had been found. It must have been the men the man had sent to find Ho-min. The boy ran away from the place as fast as he could. Otherwise, he would have been caught, and there was no telling what would happen next. A little bit away from those who chased him, the guy stopped and couldn't catch his breath. But still, the spear hit the guy's leg. Our hero could barely feel his leg. Perhaps the tip was smeared with some poisonous substance, and that's why there was such an unpleasant reaction. The guy pulled a bottle of something out of his pocket and began to pour it into himself, waiting for it to make him feel better. Ho-min caught up with the guy from the ambush, and seeing what happened, told him that he better pour the antidote on his leg, because his leg would be paralyzed faster than it would take effect. Our hero had a very puzzled and tired look on his face. The poison was already spreading all over his leg. And no sooner had he responded to his enemy's threats than the latter flung himself at him with crazed eyes, throwing terrible words about what he could do to him. The boy must have expected anything from a crazy man at that moment, but certainly not this kind of statement followed by an attack. He didn't wait for his opponent to strike first, so he swung at him with a swinging kick to the body. He didn't believe that the antidote could work so quickly. Baek Ho-min was even slightly hurt by such words that it was about the antidote. In truth, however, it was a stimulant, and after such a revelation, the boy delivered the final blow to his abuser. 3 regressions were still watching everything that was going on. 2 of them admired and rejoiced for the guy, while the third slightly underestimated because it's not that hard to defeat a hunter. The dynamite from the subconscious world was certainly proud of how he had created the stimulant, but if it wasn't for the power of Baek Ho-min himself, it wouldn't have worked 100%. The master wizard himself became a little more lenient and added that the boy's ability to adapt was even better than his. It all boded well for a good start. Allegorically speaking, the people from the subconscious world said it's all about good soil. All we had to do was not let our seedling, Ho-min, die. To do that, we had to put all our strength into it. At that time, a conversation was heard in the tent from which the boy had escaped. Apparently, it was an elder and a subordinate. He was disappointed that everyone had lost sight of the boy. He also asked what happened to the last hunter who was on the guy's trail, but we know he put him on that trail with a brutal reprisal. The old man was surprised because he knew that this hunter himself liked to abuse his prey. The subordinate replied that he probably wanted to do terrible things to Ho-min and ended up getting into trouble himself. The head himself, with the bandaged face from the beatings of the boy, sat and realized that the boy was the kind of person who repays debts, always and most importantly to the last penny. More to reassure himself, he said that the boy was alone anyway, without a weapon, and he wouldn't last long, so he again gave orders to his men to find him alive or lifeless. The bald man accepted the order, but then added that the hunter they found was unclothed. Our hero completely stripped the poor man. At this rate, he he would have managed to walk for 5 days. But there is a level 5 tower that takes the same amount of time to reach. The subordinate realized that he would try to get to the tower level to escape his pursuers. A full realization came to the elder now. If Homan managed to escape to the 5th floor, he would be hard to catch. With fear and some hysteria in his voice, he sent his men out to search for him, and he added that once he got to him, he'd rip off his seal and shove it in his mouth. Meanwhile, the guy was moving forward. It was probably only now that he was beginning to come to his senses. He pondered his plan of action, but it was clear that wherever he hid and wherever he went, the spiders would not rest until they sent him to the grave. He was clearly aware of his capabilities and that he could not escape outside the tower right now. But there was another solution to the problem. It was to climb to the 5th floor of the tower, where he would be unlikely to be found. He walked some distance and came upon a large cave. It was already quite late and his strength was running out, so he decided to spend the night there. He settled into the cave a bit and decided to familiarize himself with what he had taken from the hunter. He had a simple oil lamp and a painless dagger in his arsenal. Unlike things created by humans, objects have special abilities. They fall into several categories, but even the most ordinary ones can cost about a couple million won. Items in the superlative category cannot even be obtained by constellation. The oil lamp was not so useless. It gave the cave some illumination, but it was fragile, which was the downside, and the guy's dagger didn't impress. However, it may have had paralyzing poison on it, which dripped from the arrows launched at our hero. The painless dagger is exclusively for doctors and alchemists because it is used as a tranquilizer. Looking further into his supplies, Homan found an ordinary Toblin awning. There was an immediate use for such a device. It could be hung on the entrance for a good night's sleep. Having set up his dwelling for the night, the boy thought it would not be unreasonable to practice his skill. Finally, after last night's gloomy night, the sun came out. It seemed like a very long night. It must have been a good morning. Baek Ho-min had slept well and was surprised that he had managed to do so in such an environment. The wound on his leg was almost healed thanks to his skill. He remembered that he had chosen Dynamite's life, and the latter was clearly not like a normal alchemist. Our hero began to wonder why such a cool skill is on the 4th level, but the guy heard somewhere that the quality of the skill depends on its owner. He said excitedly to Nowhere that maybe he was a genius in that case. The regressions watching him at that moment grinned. The one began to deny the boy's words with anger. With renewed vigor, the boy moved on his way. There was no sign of the hunters where he was, but he realized that they were navigating the tower as if it were their home, and he had to be more determined to survive. He turned to his memory skill again and chose Dynamite's life again. And with the skill of Dynamite, he began to understand what plant is poisonous, what to use for medicinal purposes, and what to mix to get a healing potion. He even knew what kind of plant he could fire up to repel parasites well. Using this skill, Ho-min could find any ingredients he needed. He could also find the ingredients for ointments if he had to heal his wound. The boy said excitedly that the forest he was walking through was a veritable treasure trove of potions and ointment, and if things continued in the same vein, he would be able to survive alone. There was an unintelligible sound near him. It was as if a block of stone nearby had begun to move. Turns out it wasn't a rock at all, but a real big beetle. It looked terrifying, and by all scenarios, it moved towards our hero. But it's like the guy was ready for it. He used the Toblin canopy that hid him from view to give him form on offense. And as soon as the huge beetle let his guard down, the boy pulled off his canopy and swung at it. With his useless dagger, he struck the bewildered creature hard. Despite the blow, the beetle curled up into a ball and covered all its soft parts with its hard shell that resulted from the curling. And in that instant, the guy thought of nothing better than to kick the resulting ball. And from such an unexpected jolt, the beetle unraveled its armor and fell with a clatter to the ground. With all the strength that was in the guy's body, and with the help of one of his regressions that came in the subconscious world last, he took a wide swing and pounced on the bug. With Baek Ho-ming's might, he defeated his opponent and plunged a dagger into his body. It was indeed the skill of another from the subconscious world, and it was clearly not Dynamite. Ho-min himself had sensed it, and it became clear that the chosen life could also change depending on the chosen body part. His hand with the seal began to burn intensely. It's likely to get very hot when you use it, and a significant disadvantage was that the guy couldn't use it for more than a minute. It is said that every skill has a price, and apparently the price of Baek Ho-min's seal was a side effect in the form of overheating. It was already evening, and Ho-min was getting hungry. He built a fire and took a bite of his enemy. It looked unpleasant, but it tasted like shrimp. Our hero was delighted with a hearty meal. And despite what was going on around him, The guy braked himself with such joy, because the situation left much to be desired. Our hero also noticed that as soon as his skill changed, his emotions changed with it. He even felt humiliated at such moments in the opposite sense. But there was no one to rely on but himself, and the changes were justified by the loneliness. And with bestial appetite, the boy proceeded to gorge himself on the beetle meat cooked on the fire. After a hearty dinner, Baek Ho-min made himself an armor out of what was left of the beetle. The skill he had now delighted him and reassured him that even at this level, the skill could be useful. In full gear, the guy went in search of tougher enemies, and by doing so, he was practicing his skills. After analyzing all the situations where the seal worked, he noticed a pattern. As soon as he experienced a certain emotion for a specific purpose, the skill changed to a more appropriate one. If he has a strong obsession with something, the effectiveness of the skill changes. An emotional state affects the synchronization rate. A look at the percentage of synchronization showed that with the one, the similarity was over 50%, and with the others, it was a little over 10. Baek Ho-min was a little surprised by the data, because he used Dynamite and Nameless more often in his life, and the numbers were lower. The life he'd chosen just once, and it was the first time, was the life of the one, and the synchronization showed almost 5 times more than the other. When the seal was first formed, the similarity of the experience with the one was 98%. Ho-min assumed that the one had probably also had experience changing the seal. And then came the logical question of what would happen if the interest rate went up to 100. Looking at the moon, the guy also remembered that when the seal is formed, the constellations contact the bearer. But our hero was not chosen by any of the constellations. He pondered how the constellations might be watching him from above, and Dynamite One and Nameless, whom he'd never seen in his life, were helping him survive. And putting aside his serious look, the boy cheerfully said that whoever chose him would not be any better. And stretching his hands to the sky, he thanked those who helped him. The only one at this time was watching from above and was glad he recognized him and was proud of the guy for being in one piece. But then the wizard started waving his hands and complaining that he wasn't chosen. He could have caught the locusts too. And the other regressions calmed him by saying that the guy would need him soon too. Shouting to the entire subconscious world, he talked about how he was bored and wanted to participate in Ho-min's life too. He could even wake up other lives by shouting like. But the master was hysterical. He was almost crying, claiming that he was also an excellent bug catcher and even knew alchemy. Nameless, seeing such a picture, looked with surprise and a kind of contempt because at that moment he saw a child in front of him. And to stop the drama, Dynamite reminded the wizard that he and Baek Ho-min have the highest synchronization. That said, they have a higher synchronization than the others. It is because of this similarity that the young guy does well and overcomes difficulties perfectly. These words managed to reach the one, and he really found meaning in Dynamite's word. And the wizard jumped up and down to clean up the mess he had just made. And the newcomer decided to ask the other if the wizard was often in such a mood. With a sigh, Dynamite replied that this was still flowers and was actually calm compared to how he had behaved with Nameless in the beginning. But this behavior was only due to anxiety. After all, there was finally an opportunity to show his skills, and he had only been called up once. If only it was possible to talk to Baek Ho-min, the one wouldn't be so upset right now. And upon hearing this, the great wizard enthusiastically spoke of communication. This prompted his plan to contact our hero. Nameless did not immediately realize what the agitated master was talking about, what he was talking about, and spreading his arms out to the sides, the only one who gave an example. Child endangerment is caused by a lack of communication. However, this comparison of regression was not understood, because it was difficult to perceive it from a single man. The wizard replied that all Ho-mins were single and went to the other world. At this point, listening to the conversation between the two souls, Nameless rolled his eyes, realizing he may have caught a huge spoiler. Despite the fact that the master was interrupted, he continued with an important tone to say that he may not have been married, but now there were many Ho-mins growing up before his eyes. And finally, after so much arguing, Dynamite realized that there might be a way to contact the guy. Pondering further, the one went on to say that because of the skill they had, the ability to influence the guy. To continue, it was necessary to take control of the tower system. This was a chance to expand the regression capability. Of course, there will be risks in the aftermath, and it all brings a lot of danger. Nameless questioned Dynamite about what he had said, because it was hard to believe, but he himself did not always understand the wizard's train of thought. But despite not understanding the whole situation, Dynamite was ready to spring into action. However, the plan needed a lot of time to execute and a new opportunity to change the seal. Most likely, such tampering with the seal will not just cause overheating, but will even start to melt the guy's hand. But the regressions also remembered that he couldn't use the seal for more than a minute because of the memory skill. Yes, and right now, risking Baekhomin's arm wasn't one of their best decisions. Nevertheless, the one was sure they could make it right. All it took was more determination to create a contrivance. And with an acerbic grin, the great wizard himself answering himself back, said that the tower often works with improvisation, so this would not be a novelty. Despite the positive attitude, it was not known when this opportunity would come, so we had to start preparing now. And reaching his hands up to the constellations in the subconscious world, the wizard began to do something. His actions began to affect the world in some way. Nameless was frightened by this happening, and wasn't sure if it was possible to affect the imaginary world in such a way. But Dynamite replied that only the one could do that, so he suggested not to distract him and to watch. And in reality, at the same time, Baekhomin couldn't help but wonder how little time had passed since he had escaped from the old man. But even so, there had already been a lot of changes to his body. He realized that hunters with this level were just ordinary, defenseless children, and he remembered how he took out one of his enemies, how he struggled, but was still sent to the grave. But in the chase, those men did not relent. They were fast enough, and since the boy had already had 3 battles and had to hunt to survive, his strength was definitely not at its peak. However, the tower that opened the way to the 5th floor was already very close, and since Homin had plenty of things he collected from hunters, it boded well for the sweet pleasure of the hunt. And at the same time, in that very tent, an elder was also angry that a 3rd man had died trying to catch the boy. The old man didn't understand how he could take out 3 of his hunters without the right equipment, and the bald man added that it could no longer be said that he was just lucky. The old man was furious because of such a harsh statement, thinking that he was mocking him. He also added that he had already said 100 times that there was something wrong with the boy. But his subordinate asked his master to calm down a bit, because they are not alone here. To which the old man replied with very unflattering words with all the hatred that sat in him. And then the bald man muttered that if such disrespect was shown to the senior hunter, then the hierarchy in the tower would be destroyed. And after this phrase, the hunter ordered the others to take the elder to the lower floors. The old man was furious, but they had already taken him under their arm. Then the gentleman angrily asked if such actions meant that he should get the hell out of here. But no. It was just that the man's presence made the hunter's work more difficult. The search was to continue, but without the elder on this floor. With indescribable aggression, he agreed to these conditions and added that he would still follow the hunt. In a calm tone, the bald man thanked the man for his trust and said he would be sure to bring the guy's hand. And at that moment, our hero was already on the spot. The tall tower was right on the horizon. Now he could practice before going up to the 5th floor. After all, the creatures that might be there would greatly increase his skill level. Standing in front of the tower entrance, he remembered that he had heard that once you reach the 10th floor, you can't go back. And as he pondered these words in front of the entrance, his attention was caught by something behind him. Figuratively speaking, the voices of the hunters were at his heels. They were following his footstep, which led him to the tower where he now stood. The senior hunter's companions were sure that the guy was already on the 5th floor. But the bald man was determined. He, too, was going up to the 5th floor to get the boy, and he was sure it would take about 2 days to catch him. But the others were a little apprehensive about this decision. It would be their first time climbing to that floor, and once you get to the 10th floor, you can't go back. In a menacing yet motivating tone, the man said that he had climbed up to the 10th floor many times. The guys should just listen to his instructions and everything would be fine. After such a rousing speech, he ordered the boys to go forward and not be afraid. And they all entered through the portal to the floor above as a friendly hunting party. But only after crossing the threshold of another floor did the senior hunter think that our hero had left his footprints on purpose to deceive them. Developing his thoughts, he also couldn't find a reason for such actions in a guy. And voicing all these thoughts in his head, the hunter came to the right answer. And our hero actually came up with a plan. There are parasite tracks on the ground that he's been following to stay undetected. Baekhomin realized that with his level, he shouldn't date a bald man yet. Moreover, stepping onto the 5th floor now was also going straight to the next world. And through such cunning actions, the boy managed to avoid a fight, and the hunters were busy looking for him on the 5th floor. Despite the truly perfect plan, the approaching shout of the older hunter sounded behind him. Homin realized that perhaps he had made a mistake in not letting that man fall for his trick. And turns out the hunter guessed this plan almost immediately, because it's a common rookie escape move. Yes, and if you carefully examine the tracks of the parasite, you can notice his step. Then the boy stood in a victorious stance with his dagger in his hand, and asked the man why he had not found him faster if he was so clever. The boy showed that he was confident in his ability. Such audacity amazed the hunter, and with axe in hand, he said that if Homan had told the truth at once, the whole thing could have been avoided. And the boy was not stupid and immediately noticed that the man had not been so sociable before. Perhaps now he wanted to regain his strength after the chase. And as the dialogue continued, the man would offer the guy a surrender. In that case, he would only lose his arm. Despite any suggestions, Baek Ho-min no longer wanted to continue this conversation. He decided to use his skill. The older hunter seemed to realize that he hadn't been able to negotiate with the boy and drew his eyebrows together. Our hero chose the life of a nameless man who was noted for his warlike skill. In that case, he would have dealt with the man faster than he could have rested. And the battle between the two powerful sides began. Ho-min punched with all the strength he had. The opponent appreciated our hero's skill in fighting and immediately realized that he was hiding his ability. The boy realized his mistake. He should not have attacked immediately after activating the skill. Especially with such a level, he would hardly be able to defeat him at once. With a satisfied face, the strong man suggested that the lad simply give his hand, and he would tell the elder that the boy was dead. Baek Ho-min caught the hunter's irony and humorous message in his sentence, and without hesitation, he pulled a bottle of the substance out of his inner pocket and began to greedily pour it into himself. The older hunter was stunned that the guy had a stimulant from somewhere, and the guy took the drug from the hunters he fought and defeated. At that moment, his physical abilities were briefly enhanced, and he went on the attack. Overnight, our hero dragged himself into a good position in the fight and started landing punches one after the other. But because of the stimulant, he was also beginning to feel like he might go crazy from the power. In his head, he was setting himself up to hold out a little longer and take down his assailant. Gritting his teeth, the bald man slowly lost his strength. Ho-min's skill was helping him well. But suddenly the older hunter swung his axe and sheathed the lad's blade. The boy's eyes were immediately frightened by what was happening. At that moment, it seemed to be the end. Not confused and wasting no time, the hunter made his follow-up strike to the guy. Baek Ho-min breathed heavily and fell to the ground from such a strong push from his opponent. He felt that his skill was already at its limit. The hand with the seal was starting to sting. The man noted with superiority that the boy had made him sweat in battle. He even had to use his skill. The boy realized that if things continued like this, he could go to the other side of the world. And in the subconscious world, at that moment, the cries of the one could be heard. He was reprimanding the warrior king who had been called in to help, because it was his task to get rid of the enemy. Nameless innocently said that he was going to do it, but Ho-min used a stimulant, and because of that, control over his body was lost. Then the master wizard turned his anger on Dynamite. After all, he was the one who had created the stimulant and should have warned of the consequence. However, Ho-min himself knew about it. Nameless assumed the guy thought the skill wouldn't help and used the stimulant. Despite these words, the only one blamed himself for trusting the other two. The warrior king said with pain in his voice that their guy could really leave the other world now. It really looked like a 30-day curse. After that, the only one checked with the others when the seal for the new summoning would be ready, but it took a little more time for it to cool down completely. Bringing his eyebrows together, the master wizard made a very thoughtful face in response to the regression, and throwing one hand up the main regression, said that it was most likely time for the seal to be reinforced. Others in the subconscious world freaked out. They weren't sure if this was the moment. However, the one has made it clear that they simply have no other choice. He also warned the warrior king that he might be summoned again, so his job was to keep the memory from ending, even if the enhancement process makes the guy's arm crusty. In response, Nameless asked, with a tear in his voice, whether it was even possible to start and end the process at their will. But he could not answer the question accurately, as he had only been summoned once. And despite this, the one managed to stay in the boy's body longer than the others. Such a statement from their partner puzzled and surprised Nameless and Dynamite. But the wizard said another surprising opinion about what it means that there is no limit to use. It all depends on the situation and how much pain they are willing to endure. These words were more of an admonition to the warrior king. Meanwhile, back in reality, Baek Ho-min was being defeated. With a satisfied look, the hunter grinned at how he was more determined and confident a few minutes ago. And as the fight continued, the bald man even verbally humiliated the guy, saying that hunters should be ready for anything. A broken sword shouldn't provoke defeat. And at that very second, Ho-min managed to somehow break free, but not to attack. He ran a little to the side and just threw up. He suddenly felt sick. It was a reaction to the expiration of the drug. It was a process the man was familiar with. It was clear that the hero's body was exhausted. His condition was complicated by severe lethargy. It was certainly not the right time for such a thing. Out of his last strength, Homing convinced himself to hold on and hit the ground with all his might. A sudden pain spread through his arm. The blow had been so hard that it had caused it to break. The older hunter assumed that the boy was trying to get rid of his lethargy, but there was also the question of how he would fight with a broken arm. Homan took off his backpack from his back and shifted it onto his stomach, most likely for defense. That gesture made his enemy laugh, and he thought about the fact that the guy's seal had no hidden power. Then the boy took a leisurely few slow, deep exhales and inhaled. Then the bald man with the same satisfied smile swung his axe again and was excited to see when he would give up. And at that moment, Homan opened his backpack, which contained an oil lamp. The bright light from the touch with the axe blinded the strong bald man. Such a glow made the elder hunter close his eyes to soothe the pain of the bright flash a bit. The now exhausted fellow smiled back and quoted the words that a hunter must be ready for anything. This taunt made his opponent very angry. It was smart to intentionally light the oil lamp in an attempt to deflect the blow, but he attacked Homan with renewed vigor. At this time, the boy's seal had already cooled down, so was ready for a normal battle. At that time, Homing summoned again with his martial king skill. Nameless noticed that the boy was beginning to take a different approach to the battle. It was all because of the feeling of fighting a strong opponent. And our hero ran with renewed vigor and an induced regression to a bald man. He flew with powerful blade strikes at the older hunter. His blows were sharp and crisp. Thoth didn't understand how in such a short period of time the boy had learned such movement. And in Homan's mind at that second, there was only one obsessive thought to finish off the man before the seal stopped. In the subconscious world, the One was carrying out his plan, but Dynamite was very worried that because of this, the wizard might disappear and never return. But the master was obsessed with his idea and nothing seemed to stop him. Homan had to push a little harder. In the real world, the bald man's pain was gone, and he could see again. He was sure the guy had lost his chance to win this fight. Nameless realized that Homan's body was exhausted and could no longer keep up with his movement. The more time he had left, the less time he had left. Our hero's hand began to burn badly again where his seal was carved. The martial king had already mentally apologized to the One for not following the instruction, because the boy already wanted to cancel his skill. At this time, the One was in a wild rage, and I can't believe this is the end. Then Homing decided to take another unexpected step. He stabbed his blade into the place of the seal. The warrior king didn't expect such a sudden action from the young lad. With this action, our hero wanted to dull the pain that resounded in his arm. And that was the move that brought a smile to the One's face. He saw it as a way out of the situation. It was decided that we should not stop there. Excitedly, the master wizard cheered for our guy and continued what he had started. The older hunter was utterly bewildered at what his opponent had just done. The boy, however, was no longer dialoguing, but acting. He threw himself at the man with the blade again. The hunter's patience was already at its limit, and he decided to rush towards the guy waving a sharp axe. They met in battle, both on their last legs, but with a very strong desire to win. And in that second, a strange emotion of what was happening appeared on both the hunter's face and Homan's face. It was clear that Homan was able to win. He struck the hunter with his dagger, and the hunter fell in battle. The strong man lay on the cold ground and was unaccustomedly defenseless. His eyes rolled upwards, and Homan, not believing what he had done, only said his name, Kang Kyung-hoo. Realizing what had happened, the boy collapsed to the ground and tried to accept that he had now taken a man's life. There were a bunch of thoughts going through his head that it was self-defense. He didn't want to send him to the afterlife. After all those people were after him. Almost with tears in his eyes, Homan convinced himself that he just wanted to survive. He begged for someone to tell him that he was innocent and everything was as it should be. And then, something interesting and sudden in this situation caught his eye. It was a notification that the constellation The One liked him. Meanwhile, the people from the subconscious world were happy to be able to connect with the guy. It was their first connection. Dynamite marveled at the fact that the wizard had managed to improve not only the seal, but also the tower system itself. It was a real miracle. And Dynamite began showering the One with compliments about how powerful and awesome he was. And all three of them gave a thumbs up as a sign that everything had worked out through their combined effort. And in the real world, Homan received notifications with likes from the constellations and couldn't believe it. They were praising him. But Nameless said without much enthusiasm that because of this power, Homan had almost lost his arm, and the wizard had almost disappeared, and Dynamite cheerfully replied in the affirmative. The Warrior King was upset because he expected a more efficient way to communicate with Ho-Min, so he stood aside and was not particularly happy about this way of dealing with the boy. But if they were so happy, it was indeed a great And in the real world, Baek Ho-Min was flooded with notices that the constellations liked him, and he was even starting to get angry about it. At the same time, he was flattered that even without seeing these constellations, he was getting countless likes. Baek Ho-Min wondered if all the lives in his memory were constellations, and assumed that since they were getting so many likes, they were watching him, especially after what he did to Kang Kyung-hoo. He's now a real hunter. After a little rest and reflection on the ground, he stood up, bracing himself that he could handle it. And turning to the constellations, Baek Ho-Min asked if their likes meant that he was doing well, and then asked the constellations to tell him something else. But he got another like from the one, and even that was better than nothing. Once again, Ho-Min's wrist began to burn from using the seal. It was all the more painful because he had to stab the dagger into his hand. Turning to the alchemist, Baek Ho-Min activated the seal and asked him to suggest a medicine that could help him recover, and after creating it, he felt much better. Lying on the bedspread, Ho-Min marveled that he had managed to make a mid-grade medicine and thanked Constellation Dynamite, and in front of him, he kept seeing the notification of like, and the guy noticed that the one was literally liking his every action. He originally thought it was impossible to connect with Constellation. Now he's connected to these cool constellations that keep giving him likes. And covering his eyes, he thought about how cool it would be to meet them in the future. After literally covering his eyes for a minute, he opened them and it was already morning. After the sudden sleep, it was as if Ho-Min had not had time to fully recover his strength, but there was hardly any intense pain in his wrist anymore. This feeling of well-being was thanks to Dynamite's medicine. Baek Ho-Min felt great. Before he could fully awaken, the notifications of likes appeared in front of his eyes again. Ho-Min thought that the constellations never slept since they had been showering him with praise since morning. Baek Ho-Min saw a plant near him and decided to take it with him. Maybe it could be useful for the dynamite skill. Meanwhile, the constellations continued to bark. A young guy in an excited mood decided it was a good time to go hunting. But because the constellations kept sending him their thumbs up, the guy got mad and asked them not to put likes on anything. And he came up with the idea that they would send him a like when a guy asked a question and the answer was positive. And if the answer was negative, no likes. It was a very good decision. The constellations agreed to this proposal. The first thing Baek Ho-Min immediately decided was to clarify whether they were real constellations. He decided to ask the next question about whether they were in the other tower, since he had never heard their names before. But no barks appeared in front of his face. That meant that they were from this tower. Afterwards, Ho-Min began to reason further. Since he had never heard of them, they might not be that famous. Even if half of the constellations disappeared or died as a result of the battle, it didn't change the fact that they were absolute creatures. Was it possible to remain faceless constellation? Baek Ho-Min didn't understand anything. In the other world, there were questions about whether this was all they were capable of. The three souls argued about a more efficient way to pass more information to the guy, but it was impossible because if they did, they would be spotted by the tower. But now they had a very vague format of communication. However, it was better than nothing. And Dynamite said that it would be better if there were at least other buttons for communication like dislike. Because of all the dissatisfaction, the one became furious because he was risking his life for at least that much communication with Baek Ho-Min. Meanwhile, Ho-Min himself realized that with this method of communication, his stock of questions was very limited. He decided to check his synchronization numbers and noticed that the numbers with Nameless had increased significantly. The numbers were so low yesterday, but now they were 91. Most likely the battle with Kang Kyung-Hoo was really significant, and because of that, the interest increased. The implication was that in a critical situation, the stats went up a lot faster than in a normal one, or because it was the first time a guy took a life. Baek Ho-Min was distracted from his musings by an incomprehensible and sharp sound behind him. It was the Elder's hunter. When he turned around, he couldn't believe his eyes. He saw a huge spider trapping a man in its web. However, it was almost impossible, because there shouldn't have been any spiders on this floor. Maybe it was some kind of mutant. A huge spider was eating a defenseless guy. It was not for the faint of heart, and it was very dangerous to stand next to it. The guys from the subconscious world saw the mutant spider and realized what was going on. All three of them were talking about the same man who had once been Dynamite's teammate. Nameless added that he had the opportunity to touch the core of the mutated spider. He even remembered that the master in the Alchemy Guild wanted to sell it for 1,100,000,000 won. To which the one confirmed the above words of Dynamite and War King. The spider Beck Homan saw was actually the boss of this floor. He was called the Black Forest Ranger. However, Nameless pointed out that this spider is unlikely to be the boss because it looks too young judging by its size. And even so, it's hard to imagine that in a month's time, he could reach massive size and take over the 8th floor, and then become floor boss and cut off the supply from the upper floors. And the Grandmaster was glad they caught him now, since they could have already dealt with him. And they started sending Beck Ho-min likes. But he didn't understand what the constellations were trying to say. Does he really have to fight this thing? In the fight with Kang Kyung-hun, Ho-minu used an oil lamp and a painless blade. But it was unlikely that the same tricks could easily work with a huge mutant spider. However, the constellations still didn't rearrange sending notifications to the guy in the same way. Then with a heavy sigh, Ho-ming realized that those offers even insisted on fighting the monster. And no sooner had he watched the spider before the battle than it launched its tentacles right at him. Beck Ho-min barely managed to dodge the paws of the huge creature that suddenly attacked. Running a little farther away, Ho-ming tried to catch his breath while looking at the spider with frightened eyes. And at that moment, the boy decided it was time to use his skill. He called upon the Warrior King for help. The indicator said that the similarity of their experience with Nameless was 34%, and the increase in scores depended entirely on the similarity of the experience. And then Beck Ho-min noticed that now with the seal, he could see where his opponent would hit. And the guy thought about the fact that most likely the Warrior King had already had experience fighting Spider. The huge mutant wanted to take our hero by surprise with each of his blows, but the spider dodged any attack of his opponent with its flexible and sharp movement. Beck Ho-min picked the right moment to dive under the spider and plunged his dagger into its belly. The spider let out a wild cry from the pain that spread through its body and fell to the ground. And Beck Ho-min ran away from the mutant's fall so that it wouldn't cover him with itself. He marveled at his own victory. It was as if he knew instinctively about his opponent's weaknesses. Beck Ho-min knew how to defeat a mutant he had seen for the first time in his life. He grinned and muttered that constellations were no joke. But then the sun blazing down on him was replaced by a shadow. It was a huge spider that rose above his head. It turned out there was more than one parasite. The second one behind Ho-min was much larger. And then the mutant released a sticky web from its mouth directly aimed at Beck Ho-min. Having just celebrated his victory, the guy was clearly confused at this next action of his opponent and let out a loud shout. The spider brought Beck Ho-min to its lair. The web-wrapped boy apologized to the constellations and said that the only way to save himself was to pretend to be dead and let himself be caught. However, Ho-min was lucky that the spider immediately went on hunting. It was a good moment to get out. So the boy decided to activate his seal. Burning through the cobwebs, he began to climb out. When the web was completely burned away, Beck Ho-min broke free and descended to the ground. At this moment, he found another useful effect of his skill. Overheating the seal could also be used at the right moment. Looking around, Ho-min noticed that there weren't many mutants in the lair. That's because all the eggs were empty. And Nameless knew the answer to that question. Since the spider led a solitary life, all spiders devoured each other until there was only one left. And that's who became the boss of the floor. Those who were to become the boss switched to their relatives, thus increasing their strength. But apparently the one who was defeated by Ho-min overcame his instincts and escaped. Now the guy had to fight the main spider. At that moment, the one mentally told Beck Ho-min to check the synchronization indicators. And in a battle, the guy thought it wouldn't be unreasonable to use claws and spiderlet, but it wouldn't be good if the boss came back now. And as if hearing the great wizard, Ho-ming decided to check the stats. He wanted to see if it had risen to 100% after the battle with the smaller spider. It was true that the synchronization rates were now over 100% with the Martial King, but it was interesting and still unclear what changed with leveling up. Then a menu with a large selection of level-up rewards appeared in front of the guy. From the listed rewards from Nameless One, could choose equipment, characteristic memory, or skill. However, based on this abundance, there was a question about what would be better to choose from this list. The regressions in their world were also thinking about the best thing for the guy to do now. Nameless suggested choosing characteristics, because the guy would not last long on improvisation. Despite this suggestion, Dynamite was of a different opinion and suggested choosing a skill, because Ho-min was being hunted by the people of the Elders, and it was not so dangerous on the lower floors. And the only one said that he had to improve his memory. The others made only a questioning look on their faces, and the wizard argued that the characteristics and skills the guy can improve himself. All he has to do is train and earn money, but he can't get memory. That's why Ho-min had to choose memory. There was no other choice. And then Dynamite also realized that their memories contain information from the future. With their help, namely memories, it is possible to strengthen the skill. However, Nameless hesitated and thought about Ho-Min's choice of gear. The only one was puzzled and said that their boyfriend couldn't be so stupid. The master was convinced that weapons were only for show. In fact, it is important to have a strong spirit and to practice a lot. The Martial King agreed with the words of the one, but still something in him wanted to contradict. However, without letting Nameless finish speaking, the Great Wizard was convinced that Ho-Ming was similar to him and would definitely choose memory. At the same time, Ho-Min was looking at the list and he seemed to already understand the choice he had to make. Extending his finger forward, he selected the one he wanted. It was the equipment. Beck Ho-Min said that only a fool would choose another option. At this point, you should have seen the face of the regressions watching their guy pick the option they didn't even mention, except as an unnecessary element. The only one was furious at Ho-Min's stupidity, even though he was sure of the opposite. The gear turns out to be the favorite choice of hunters. Those who become constellations receive a challenge from the tower, and only those who manage to pass it get unique weapons. Tower always gives out items that are of only superior quality, and of course, they have unimaginable properties. And since such a weapon could only be obtained by inheritance, or after a constellation went to the other world, such an item was priceless. And on a full positive note, Ho-Min knew that the gear was the right choice, and he waited in anticipation for his weapon of superior quality. Clenching his fists and almost jumping for joy, Beck Ho-Min was in anticipation, like before the most important event in his life. And in front of him, at this second, a notification appeared that the level with the Martial King had moved to the second level, and the percentages started counting from 0. The boy also remembered that the constellations hadn't been in touch for a long time, and after his choice, they were quiet. Then he thought about the rightness of his choice. And upstairs, the one was tearing up with anger and saying that the guy wasn't like him at all. Nameless said he just needed more equipment than the rest, calming him down. In the real world, Beck Ho-Min turned his head slightly to the right and spotted a weapon in a pile of rock. As he ran closer, the boy picked up his gear and thanked the gods that he now had something to defend himself with. Then, in the other direction, there were unintelligible sounds that frightened the boy. It was the same floor boss who turned out to be sleeping sweetly in his dark lair. The monster did not go hunting, but stayed to molt, in order to return to our hero and eat him. Then Beck Ho-Min thought it was the only chance to get ahead of his rival, and while he's molting, send him to the grave before they do it to him. Without thinking, Ho-Min swooped down on the huge spider with his superior weapon and struck the first blow. But what was the boy's surprise when he saw that the knife did not pierce the monster? It was too late. The floor boss's lynch was over and his flesh was as hard as steel, and the spider abruptly opened its bright eyes and let out a shriek with a sharp jump. Ho-Min bounced back. Keeping himself off balance, Beck Ho-Min decided and set his sights on hitting the monster's weak point. And with a couple of jerks, he reached that point and thrust his sword in with all his might. But the blade again failed to pierce the spider's body. Ho-Min was confused as he was sure that this was the weakest point of the mutant. Now it was time for the floor boss to attack. He raised his huge paw and aimed at the boy. Beck Ho-Min crossed his weapon and his other hand in front of his face, thus putting a block against the blow. But the impact from a monster of such an impressive size was very strong, and Ho-Ming was pushed aside a few meters. Also, from the floor boss blow, our hero's blade was broken, which made the boy's eyes pop out of his head. Now the guy only had to run forward as fast as he could to save his life. However, the seal on his hand began to burn. Beck Ho-Min had little time left, namely about 30 seconds to defeat his opponent. And without noticing anything around and thinking over his plan, our hero came to a dead end. And behind him was a mutant spider that looked frightening. It must have been the end. And with excitement in his voice as well as anger, Beck Ho-Min didn't understand what kind of weapon he was holding since it didn't appear. Then what are its unique properties? And it was as if he was heard. The weapons in his hands burst into flame. The Warrior King's equipment was activated. It was perfect timing, because it was at that very second that the spider decided to attack the guy. And with an all-or-nothing motto, he swung his superior weapon towards the monster. The equipment did have unique properties. The huge floor boss was split in half. It seemed impossible that such a thing could have happened. Beck Ho-Min couldn't believe his eyes, but most of all, he was surprised that he had done it himself. The weapon in his hands began to fade. And in a moment, there was almost nothing left of the sword. It melted almost to the hilt in an instant. A notice appeared in front of the guy. Now the master of the 10,000 swords was called Broken Dagger again. And finally, the constellations have made contact. The only one who sent the likes to Ho-Min The master wizard at that time said in a serious tone that it was hardly the only opportunity to raise the level. Others replied that the guy had barely survived. And Nameless added that this is one of his weapons, which is useful only when your skill is already honed on other weapons, whether the warrior's weapon is a blunt knife or a rusty saw blade. This superb piece of equipment unlocks their full potential either way. The Martial King regretfully said that such weapons were not suitable for the current Baek Ho Min. Until he gets the hang of it, his weapon will constantly break. Although if the boy didn't have a master of 10,000 swords right now, he would have long since gone to the other world from the monster's clutches. The only one realized that Baek Ho Min was lucky in a way. It showed that he had once again overcome the danger that threatened his life. And with a thoughtful expression on his face, the Master Grand Wizard continued to say that one should only think in a positive way right now. Baek Ho Min kept trying to figure out his weapon that wouldn't appear. He was sure that it was activated by a broken weapon, but for some reason that method didn't work. However, in any case, he was thankful for his superior weapon. It was the only reason he was able to survive now. With an imperceptible and slightly visible smile, Baek Ho Min looked at the lifeless spider and marveled that he was able to handle it. And at that moment, it dawned on him that he could collect his prey from such a carcass. Then Baek Ho Min ran over to the monster's body and started rummaging through it until he found what he was looking for. It was gold, which had been called by many different names since the tower appeared. However, despite the different variations of its name, it had only one purpose: to change the seal. But once the world was destroyed, gold mining stopped. Accordingly, there was not so much of it, and now it could be found only in one place. For some unknown reason, it was now appearing in the parasites like kidney stone. The guy was expecting a bigger piece of gold, but it didn't matter as he managed to survive and get gold. After that, it was time to use the seal. At that time, Homing summoned the life of Dynamite and began to deal with the monster's carcass. He started throwing away things that wouldn't do him any good, but he put the poison iron in his bag. He might need it. While searching for the right thing, suddenly Dynamite and Baek Ho Min saw something in different world. They discovered a shadowy kidney stone that had rare properties. It was also called a nucleus. Dynamite expected the core to be much bigger than it actually looked, and the value of such an item should be around 400 million won. That amount of money almost made Baek Ho Min faint. That's why the numbers were so impressive. In joyous shouts, Ho Min began to thank Mr. Dynamite for such a find. In his emotion, he promised to pray to his constellation every night, exclaiming that Mr. Dynamite was the best. When he came out of the cave, he was still thinking about the fact that he had only made 100 million working for the Elder. He'd gotten 4 times that for one mutant. And then the boy thought about how much money the Elder might be getting for the lower floors. Apparently, he was stealing a lot more than one could imagine. Baek Ho Min decided that he should first sell the core on the lower floors and make money. And after the guy is prepared, he can go up. With the changes that had happened in a short period of time, with the guy, could basically be avoided with ease by the Elder Hound. Or maybe it would be better to break the chain and not worry. Ho Min finally reached the tower in Seoul after many trials and a long journey. He was on the first floor. Normally it takes 3 days, but it took him half a month. Under normal circumstances, you can use the elevator in the tower to get down, and it would take about 3 days to get from the 4th floor to the 3rd floor. However, this option of switching between floors did not work now. At one point, such a convenient elevator failed, and the most interesting thing is that it was not just one elevator, but all the existing ones. But despite all this, Baek Ho Min was in a place where he couldn't hide from the Elder's eyes. However, he thought that after half a month, he might have forgotten about our hero. Walking around the 1st floor, Ho Min noticed that there were an unusual number of hunters. You don't usually see so many here. On the way, the young man noticed a boy begging for alms. And then Baek Ho Min remembered that he used to do the same thing when he was that age. Realizing how hard it is to be in such a position, our hero decided to give the beggar a copper coin. Suddenly, the sad boy showed his grin. He thought that Ho Min had come to occupy his territory and started to drive him away. Despite this unpleasant behavior of the little boy, our hero saw himself in him. And when he stammered about the kid leaving Baek Ho Min's territory, he assumed that the kid was from the Elder. Then, Ho Min turned to the kid holding out a copper coin and asking a question about the Elder's affairs. And he made a condition that if he told him everything in detail, the coin would be his. At that moment, the boy's eyes lit up. After a while, our hero went for a walk further into the city and noticed a familiar face in the crowd. It was his old friend Hyun-soo. Ho Min caught his friend by surprise when he threw his arms around him. His friend looked at the young man with rounded eyes, unable to believe his eyes. Hyunsu started asking him how he'd been living all this time. Homin shared how he almost went to the afterlife but came back. And Baek Homin was wondering why his only friend was put in such a place. And with some tension, Hyunsu clearly realized that he couldn't talk about such things in a public place. And the guys didn't discuss the reasons for this now, and pretended that they were friends as before so as not to attract the attention of the others. At this time, that little boy was looking at them begging for alms with a very important look. It seems he said something very interesting to Baek Homin. That's why Hyunsu was furious. Then our hero said that if they left here, the boy would tell the elder that they had united, so he advised his friend not to make any unnecessary movements, to listen attentively. To which the latter, with timidity and uncertainty in his mind, agreed to the terms. And Homin began a kind of interrogation. First, he asked about the many hunters on the floor, why he's here, to which he replied that the Platinum Monarch had blocked all the elevators for security purposes. Then the next question followed. It was necessary to understand who the Platinum Monarch was. Platinum Monarch was actually a tower lord in Seoul. Her power was like that of a king. There was nothing that could prevent her from controlling the entrances and exits. Baek Homin asked Hyunsu why she had such power, and it was because there were many dangerous parasites appearing all over the tower now. Rumor has it that there is a beast on the 14th floor that is very dangerous and brings bad luck, and no one does anything about the danger. But Baek Homin didn't see anyone besides the mutant spider. Then he asked himself another question about what other purpose could move the Lord. And after the guy found out what he wanted, he told his friend what a scoundrel he was. It was a real betrayal to side with those who are after Homin. However, Hyunsu couldn't do anything about it. After our hero ran away, they started interrogating him. And then the guy heard that his friend mutilated the old man's face and ran away. After a while, 3 hunters were injured, a few went missing, and most notably, Kang Kyung-hoo was sent to the grave. This was added by Homin himself. However, his friend didn't know that much about Kang Kyung-hoo. He knew that Kang Kyung-hoo had disappeared, but nothing more. Hyunsu asked Homin what kind of skill he had gotten that such events were happening because of him. And he replied that after what he had been through, he thought the only way out of all this was to break the chain that bound him to the elder. And his interlocutor, through fear, asked him whether, based on his words, he wanted to take the old man's life. However, Baek Homin thought that this way would solve all his accumulated problems. After saying that, Hyunsu started to stop Homin's thoughts of such a thing with a shout, because after what he had done, the spider would not sit still, since the elder was one of the spider's legs. If you take the life of one, you have to do it to the rest. And if you send so many people to the other world, then the godless paladins will act afterward. And Hyunsu continued his chain, saying that after fighting with the paladins, that one would then throw himself at the Platinum Monarch. Despite the really cruel chain of incidents, Baek Homin kept saying that he had no choice. There's no way out of this pit. However, that's what Homin thought, but it seems Hyunsu had a better plan than sending the elder to the other world. From that moment on, Baek Homin listened to his friend more carefully, because he said he knew where the elder's safe was. It was in his office in a secret room behind a closet. In it, the old man kept his ledger with his credits and a gold bar. Then, Baek Homin incredulously asked the guy if he had only heard about it, suspecting that he wasn't telling the truth. But Hyunsu clearly said that he only heard about it, but that doesn't change the fact that the safe is definitely there. The guy even went into that room and saw the safe with his own eyes, but he didn't open it. Again, Homin asked suspiciously why he wanted to do something so dangerous. His friend argued that the elder pays him pennies, which is obvious. At this rate, he'd never get a seal, so he was already thinking of stealing the safe himself and running away. However, Homin was angry that Hyunsu hadn't told him about it before, but he realized that if he had told it, he would have gone to the grave at once. Now seeing that the old man is Homin's main enemy, he decided to share what he knows, and he suggested throwing the elder out on the street. Without everything, his enemies will do everything and not have to get dirty. But Baek Homin said, without much optimism, that no one would believe such a coincidence. And Hyunsu didn't think that what our hero was proposing would be easier to execute. Baek Homin reflected that even if he were to then run from the spider being a hunter, he would still have to go down to the city to replenish resources. However, running around all the time is not an option. Baek Homin was determined to break the chain with the foreman, even if it cost him his life. After thinking it over, Homin told his friend that he would listen to his plan in its entirety. He opened his mouth and was surprised that he agreed. There were a lot of people where they were. Most of them were unhappy that the elevators were not working. The Platinum Monarch blocked the elevators 10 days ago, and there have been numerous complaints from the hunter. The sensible thing to do would be to send them out to deal with the vermin, but that wasn't happening. After that, Hyunsu said that there's probably another reason to explain the elevators being closed. Then Homan asked his friend not to broach the subject and tell the gist, and Hyunsu said that there's no monster. The Platinum Monarch just keeps anyone from escaping. With surprise on his face and in his voice, Baek Homan didn't understand who he might be talking about. It was about the engraver the guys were chasing in the beginning, Hyunsu continued. It was because the Platinum Monarch wanted to introduce a new currency. And what he stole was a coin with just the new design that they wanted to use. The Elder wanted to redeem those coins. Therefore, the Platinum Monarch had no other choice but to close the entrances of the entire tower to prevent the engraver from escaping. Then Baek Homan didn't share his thoughts with his friend, but he reiterated that it turns out it's all about the design of the coin. And afterward, he looked at his bandaged hand on which was a seal with the same pattern. Afterwards, Hyunsu suggested framing the Elder in this way. That way, it would anger the Platinum Monarch, and she would look for the culprit. That'll play into the guy's hands. But it wasn't clear to Homan how the Platinum Monarch could be forced to act as they had devised. And at that moment, Hyunsu reached into the inside pocket of his jacket with a look like he was ready for this question. It was the same gold coin with the design for the new currency they were just talking about. When Baek Homan saw it, he was unhappy because he said not to take the coins from the engraver. But in the end, because his friend disobeyed, they had a chance. Hyunsu thought he couldn't do it alone, but as luck would have it, he was in the right place at the right time, probably hoping for a negative answer. Homan questioned him again about whether he was serious about carrying out that plan. However, Hyunsu's mood was very good, so he immediately asked Homan if he was in. But Baek Homan's real concern was that things might get out of hand. Pondering, he began to realize that if the Platinum Monarch were to act, then already the Spider and the Elder wouldn't care about the guy. Then, with his hands in a fist, Homan agreed to the adventure his friend had devised. At the conclusion of their dialogue, they were very eager to take advantage of the Platinum Monarch's capabilities. First, they had to lure out the Platinum Monarch. Hyunsu suggested spreading a rumor that the city had a new currency with a new design. However, the young man offered Homan to bring him up to speed later and set the meeting for 7 o'clock. Our hero agreed and told him to be careful not to get his tail caught behind him, and that at one time decided to ask a question of interest about a guy's skill level. After hesitating a bit, Baek Homan replied that it was a useless level 4 skill. But Hyunsu didn't believe his friend, because taking Kang Kyung-hoo's life with that level of skill was simply impossible. And having finished the conversation on such a note, the guys parted in different directions, saying goodbye until the next meeting. After the unexpected rendezvous, Baek Homan wanted to ask the constellations what they thought about it, and there was a message from the one. So the guy was on the right track. Baek Homan finally decided to leave the first floor of Seoul Tower. It seemed like he'd been there for months. So much had happened that it knocked him out of time. As he entered the city, the sun was already setting. He decided to go somewhere less conspicuous. So the guy chose a drug den that is inferior to the public guilds in the guest house. There, he found a small building where he could buy and sell some items. But the seller was surprised that he had decided to sell at the drug den instead of going to the guild. Of course, the man thought that he was going to sell something illegal. However, Baek Homan suggested looking at the goods first and making sure everything was clean and legal. After examining all of the guy's items, the salesman calmed down and asked who the young man worked for. But Homan didn't want to talk to the man, so he cut off the conversation, indicating that he wasn't going to answer. Baek Homan actually wanted the item, so he offered the man to exchange his items for the seller's items and asked the man to state the value he wanted for it. And since the boy's things were in good condition, he offered him 8,000 won. It was a lot more than Homan expected, all because the prices went up because the Platinum Monarch blocked the elevators in the tower. And since the guy still wanted the items and not the money, he asked the men to sell the items for cheap. And when asked what he wanted to buy, he immediately replied that he needed a knife. With a satisfied smile, Homan asked to see all the knives the man had. Of course, it was difficult to choose the right equipment by himself, so he asked the warrior king for advice, and it became easier. The seller, of course, not understanding what was going on, asked Homan in a stern voice what he was mumbling to himself. But our hero was engrossed in choosing a knife and simply put it aside. And the man looked closely at what the boy was doing and was amazed because the young man had a diamond eye. He picked out the best knives for himself. Although the vendor had given Baek Homan quite a selection, so it must have been difficult to decide. And our hero at the time was examining all the weapons and stopped on one knife. It was a blatant knife of rare quality. Its peculiarity was that with every swing it emitted a sharp cry. The seller pointed to the weapon in the boy's hands and said that no one takes this knife despite the fact that it is rare, and he was ready to sell it for 8,000, noting that the boy had good taste. At this second, Baek Homan thought about it, but he was in no hurry to make a choice. He asked how much the knives he had put aside on his left side would cost. Then the man's eyes almost popped out of his forehead at what he heard, and he questioned what the guy had just said. However, Homan didn't change his phrase and exactly repeated for him to voice the cost of the knives on the left side. After these words, the seller tried to hide his smile because he wanted to buy all the junk that wasn't worth anything at all. But he said he could sell it all for a little less than 3,000. And with a satisfied face, Beck Homan said he was taking everything and wanted to take the rest in money, namely 5,001, since nothing would be superfluous. The man did not expect this turn of events. In a situation with closed elevators, he knew he had to save money. And grudgingly, he turned the kid down for such a deal and offered another option for Ho Min to take the blatant knife, and that the total would be 8,001. At this moment, the salesman couldn't even suspect that he had just been fooled, but Baek Ho Min was happy, and immediately before anyone changed his mind, our hero bought the weapon. And in addition, he decided to take a jacket in addition to their contract. While Baek Ho Min was haggling with the man outside, it was already dark, and the time was towards 7 in the evening. Having changed his clothes and acquired new equipment, the guy went to the meeting and appealed to the constellations to be on the alert. Without attracting too much attention, Baek Ho Min carefully made his way to the meeting place with his friend. But then the unexpected happened. As soon as he opened the door to one of the rooms, the other hunters were already waiting for him. In the room, he saw Hyun-soo tied up, who was clearly waiting for Ho Ming to come here not alone, and the elder was standing next to him. In fact, Baek Ho Min had guessed that this was what would happen. Hyun-soo was the only friend he had, and until the last moment, he had kept the intrusive thoughts away from him. However, Hyun-soo didn't understand what our hero was talking about right now, and looked at him with round eyes. And with extinguished gaze, Baek Ho Min saw now a purpose to send his friend to the other world. Hyun-soo couldn't believe his ears, and even questioned if he was imagining things. Then, Baek Ho Min explained that if he had been able to steal the safe earlier and escape before he was framed, it could have been avoided. But apparently the old man and Hyun-soo were in cahoots from the beginning. Hyun-soo's face showed either anger or surprise, but it was clear that he didn't expect to hear such words. And the elder began to speak. Indeed, he wanted to use him at least as a hostage, but Baek Ho Min no longer trusted his friend, so the plan failed. It was expected, and the guy didn't even raise an eyebrow at the fact that Hyun-soo even offered to beat himself up to make it more believable, but he just wanted to survive that way. The elder's men were already standing at the ready with their knives and axes. The only thing left to do at this point was to become the devil and survive. The old man saw in Ho Min's eyes that he had assessed the situation and said he would give him a chance to stay in one piece. With a sly face, he said he was offering the boy to work 20 years for him. In return, our hero will receive clothes, money, weapon. The old man even promises to teach him how to be a hunter. But Baek Ho Min reached into the inside pocket of his jacket and made it clear that he had other intentions that the old man didn't fully understand. He pulled out a new knife he'd gotten in a drug house and said that stealing everything in the safe was just an alternative. He wouldn't want to take his friend's life, but if he had to, he wouldn't back down. And he continued that after Hyun-soo, the elder will go after him, and if a spider gets in the way, he'll go after the other. Godless paladins will also lose their lives if they get in the way, and Ho Min didn't forget to mention the Platinum Monarch in that list. However, this made the elder's subordinates laugh. They said that the boy should know the limits of his abilities and not dream, and with a look that was already eager to fight, they didn't understand how such a type could send Kang Kyung-hoo himself to the other world. Despite this reaction, the old man knew that all his men were worried. He was amazed that the boy could change so much in half a month. With a slightly distraught look, Ho Min even threatened the people standing in front of him a bit and showed them not to come at him with weapons. Otherwise, those who dared to attack him would be even worse off. And the elder reassured himself that it was a boy standing before him. He had changed a lot, but he was still a boy of 20. Then the old man in an angry tone ordered his hunters to stop the lad's senseless chatter and take his life, and to bring Ho Min's hand after he had done so. And the whole angry crowd that had been standing at the ready with their weapons rushed towards the guy. Seeing the hunters running towards him, the young man also took a fighting stance and decided to activate the skill. The small knife in his hands began to glow scarlet before his eyes and transformed into something. It was the master of the 10,000 sword. It was as if the weapon had been reassembled into shards. A few swings in different directions and all the enemies grabbed their ears. A bright attack struck all the hunters. The room became dark because of this blow. All the lamps shattered. And after the executed triumph, the sword immediately crumbled before his eyes, and only a fading flame at the tip was left of it. Then Baek Ho Min threw away the broken knife, but also even this short use of it was useful. Our hero unbuttoned his jacket, and his entire belt was in various swords. And just now, the real battle began. All the hunters stood stunned and unable to see anything because of the darkness. The elder was terrified and ordered to find a lantern or do something to prevent him from escaping again. However, Baek Ho-min had absolutely no intention of running away. He summoned the Martial King to him, and at that moment the enemies began to fall one by one. Some lost their arms. Others went to the grave with a knife in their chests. They didn't stand a chance against Ho-min. The hunter elders didn't understand how the guy could see in such darkness, but he saw everything and took out anyone who stood in his way. Baek Ho-min now realized that the body he had trained now reacted to all of the Martial King's senses. With his new senses, he can now sense the fear of his enemies even if he can't see them. It seemed that all the old man's subordinates were already so afraid of the guy that they wouldn't rush in first. But one daredevil did. It was useless though. Baek Ho-min reflected the hunter's strike, and he too fell in the fight. Everyone was terrified of what was happening, and one man in the crowd finally found the lamp. But as soon as he lit it, Ho-min immediately appeared in front of him and struck a powerful blow that killed all the nearby living. Then, another hunter with a tremor in his voice told those still alive to use their skills against the guy. And no matter how hard they tried to resist our hero, they failed. Among the many lifeless bodies, Baek Ho-min heard someone say to him that the devil had descended from the tower, but they were the ones who started stealing and taking lives after gaining skill. After the battle, Baek Ho-min looked around and realized that someone had managed to escape from the battlefield. Slowly walking through the rooms, the guy called out to Hyunsu and the elder. There was nowhere for them to run to anyway. And in the subconscious world, the one stuttered that it was a record. In response, Nameless specified that taking so many lives in a short period of time was a record. The answer was no. The record was that there were a huge number of moments where Baek Ho-min could have gone to the grave. This was because he often got into risky situations. Dynamite agreed with the wizard, because going to a place where a trap was expected was reckless, even if he was going to remove everyone present from the face of the earth. Sighing heavily, the one realized that Ho-min would have bigger problems after this. A femme fatale was bound to appear. Dynamite added that it happened to all of them. After they took the lives of the elders, she appeared. And then Master the Great Wizard said that from now on, everything would depend on luck. In reality, Baek Ho-min was walking through the rooms of the building and suddenly saw an elder crawling in front of him, trying to escape. And judging from the footprints that came from him, he was wounded. At the same second, the guy called out to the old man and said that he looked pretty bad. When he heard a familiar voice behind him, the elder was clearly not educated. The man turned his head and almost shouted unflattering words about how they were doing to him, even though he had raised and fed them. Baek Ho-min realized that the old man was stabbed by Hyunsu to blame it on him. When our hero came closer, he asked the man how he got to this point. But the man wouldn't give up. The man threatened the boy with consequences if he sent him to the afterlife. With irony, Baek Ho-min said that the spider won't sit around when he finds out that their money bag has become lifeless, and then suggested that the old man should try to bribe him to survive. And with hope in his voice, the man said that he had 2 gold bars worth 10 gold pieces for one, but he couldn't give more, because he needed the rest to run the city. Then Baek Ho-min asked the old man if he really thought the city would turn into ruins after he disappeared, and asked him to give up everything he had. Focusing, the elder caught the boy's attention and said that the spider was planning something big, and the whole town would be involved. The shirt on the old man's chest was turning scarlet, and he added that the whole tower would be involved. He said he'd put in a good word with the spider for the boy, and with his skills, they needed him badly. He even said that Ho-min would become one of the spider's legs, and in such desperation, the old man was probably telling the truth. And the man himself confirmed that he wasn't lying, because there was no point in doing so in such a state. After Baek Ho-min used the skill again and chose Dynamite. Dynamite began to examine the elder's condition. He had lost too much blood, and the light in his eyes had already faded. Unfortunately, even after the constellation arrived, it was already too late. The elder had left the real world. But it was probably the most fitting end for a man like Elder. Walking away from Baek Ho-min's body, he realized that from this moment on, the chain was finally broken. Just as suddenly, a commanding voice sounded behind the guy, ordering the guy not to move and to stop where he was. When he turned around and saw who was in front of him, our hero was as if numbed and could not utter a word. Suddenly, everything in front of Baek Ho-min's eyes began to blur, and he collapsed to the ground. With a faint smile on their faces, they held the guy up. It was a very quick job for them. Lying on the ground, Baek Ho-min accurately recognized the uniforms these people were currently wearing. The two wearing dazzling and snow-white clothes were standing opposite him. They were the godless paladin. A beautiful girl came up to Ho-min and said in a very sweet tone that he was such a nice guy, but he was able to take the lives of so many people. At this time, our hero didn't answer anything, but a thought flashed through his mind, wondering if they had already been able to go around and look inside the office. Examining Baek Ho-min, the godless paladin said that if his seal was unenhanced, then either he had become a parasite or he was possessed by a shadow beast. Both options didn't sound good. And at this moment, they used the suppression skill. The young man couldn't move. His head seemed to be separated from his own body. Then the girl introduced herself as the ruler of this tower. She was a platinum monarch named Yoon Seo-hyun. In front of Baek Ho-min stood the platinum monarch. It was hard to believe it, although he was looking directly at her with his own eyes right now. And she began to tell me that she was investigating counterfeit coins that were beginning to proliferate. This was a serious problem before the new design currency was released. She shared that she almost went crazy, but Baek Ho-min solved all her problems with his appearance. Those words shocked the boy. The lordess would have taken the elder's life herself if it weren't for him. Gently taking the boy's hand, she continued talking. In this situation, one should not think rashly, because the old man could run away, and in that case, the spider wouldn't move. Sweetly, she was at the same time removing the bandage from Ho-min's seal. Taking his already bare arm, she said that they had been able to confiscate all the money earned by criminal activity. She smiled and said he was worthy of praise, but only paladins could commit vigilante justice, not ordinary people. It said that the guy could not escape punishment and save his life. After she saw Ho-min's frightened eyes, he added that he had two choices. One implied his execution by the hands of his mistress. The second option shocked the guy. He had to pretend to be the girl's personal hunter, and pretend that all these measures were taken after going through all the administrative procedure. In his head, he immediately decided on a choice. It was definitely the second option. However, if he does choose the second option, he will still put his life at the complete disposal of the Platinum Monarch for the rest of his days. In such a situation, Baek Ho-min once again decided to turn to the constellations for advice. The lordess didn't understand his request and thought he was asking her for advice. And then there was a notification that the warrior king had liked it, thus approving Ho-min's choice. But that didn't make him feel any better, because it meant that the one and Dynamite were against. Taking a deep breath, Baek Ho-min apologized and refused the Platinum Monarch's offer. But before he could finish his sentence, the Platinum Monarch smilingly interrupted him and continued. Platinum Monarch hunters receive 50 silver coins each month, and for every day spent in the tower, they receive another 10 coins on top of that. Baek Ho-min didn't anticipate such a thing, and was discouraged by the offer. The lord said that he would be given a place to live in the castle and a discount for improving the seal. And almost without thinking, Ho-min shouted out that he had agreed to such terms. With a sly and satisfied smile, the lordess once again questioned the boy about his decision, although she knew for sure that after such conditions he wouldn't be able to change his mind. Realizing that this opportunity should not be missed, Baek Ho-min decided to trust the martial king. Meanwhile, the only one was angry that the guy agreed to the monarch's proposal and added that since she had gone so far, she wouldn't hurt the guy. Dynamite also approved of such a move, but the Grand Wizard did not understand how he could speak like that, knowing what the Platinum Monarch was. But Dynamite had said they'd all been through it anyway, and that was why he'd hesitated at her suggestion. And since she saved Baek Ho-min's life, and even gave him the opportunity to become a hunter, so it was an obvious choice. And the only one was sure that there was some explanation for such action, and obviously the Platinum Monarch would not do something to his own detriment, to which Dynamite replied that they know what's coming next anyway, unlike Baek Ho-min. Then Nameless joined the conversation, and he asked what they chose when they had a similar choice, because the Warrior King regretted his choice immediately. And remembering the past, the one also said that he was unhappy with Nameless' decision, because if the Platinum Monarch had appeared a second later, he would have gone to the other world. Dynamite shared that he had a skill specializing in chemistry and was a member of the guild, so he was able to avoid such a fate. He continued that trying to clear his seal from the piece of iron his body had undergone a change. However, it was not a mistake. Then the one said that he had gotten a good skill and his revenge was quick. Just because of that, he didn't have to hope for the Platinum Monarch. And Nameless said they were just lucky, but he had to rely on the Platinum Monarch. However, the one did not agree with the Warrior King. He said that he was also a lucky man, because other Baek Ho-mins who failed to show their worth were either in the aftermath lifeless or ignored. And don't forget, it was about a platinum monarch who used people as toys, and when they got bored, she just threw them away. Nameless, of course, realized that the one was right, and that he himself had imagined that the Lordess could be his comrade. Upset, he recalled that he had quarreled with the platinum monarch precisely because of her cynical attitude. However, the warrior king believed that there was something else to characterize the Lordess besides cynicism, since she sacrificed herself to save Nameless' life. For some reason, she thought his life was more valuable than her own. The warrior king still couldn't forget that image of the lonely back. Because sad memories came over him, he instinctively sent a like. Based on everything, it was certain that Baek Ho-min would become a platinum monarch hunter, and he had overcome the curse of the month, which said that one could not live long with such a skill. Then they laughed and began to rejoice that Ho-min had done well. Now all they had to do was think positive thoughts. Meanwhile, Baek Ho-min himself was lying on the bed that was in the tower in a deep sleep. Opening his eyes, he saw before him a spacious and richly furnished room. Remembering the events of the previous evening, he realized he had been dragged here, and after drinking some strange tea, he fell asleep. It was probably the most unexpected development that could not have been predicted. Then Baek Ho-min noticed more changes in his body. While he was sleeping, he was being treated. Looking at his bandaged hand with the seal, the boy began to think that maybe the Platinum Monarch wasn't as cruel as they say she is. Then he heard a voice from the side. It was one of the paladins, and he said that Ho-min shouldn't move because he needed to lie down more to recover. In the talking paladin, he recognized the woman who had accompanied the Platinum Monarch yesterday. Then she decided to introduce herself and said that she is called Executioner Doll, and she commands all divine paladins. To which Baek Ho-min reacted very emotionally and even got a little scared, since that name was derived from her being like a soulless puppet taking people's heads off. As an executioner, she became head of the order when the Platinum Monarch began to rule, and she earned a reputation for her ruthless treatment of criminals. Like an obsessed fan, Baek Ho-min started excitedly yelling about how he was surprised that Executioner Doll was standing at such a small distance from him. But this reaction confused the girl a little, and she looked at the guy with a little indignation. Then, on an emotional note, our hero shared that he once saw her sleeping people at a crime scene. That day she broke into a building and saved 3 children. Barely remembering that incident from her life, she said that anyone in her place would have done that, and it was nothing special. But Baek Ho-min couldn't stop admiring the girl. After all, she was the hunter closest to the current constellation. She was a true hero. However, the current constellations never leave the tower, but the only person who is close to them, and to the people is the Executioner Doll. Speaking happily, Ho-min recalled another incident from her life. When a beast threatening everyone appeared on the 28th floor, she fought it alone for 3 days and received a star for it. To which the executioner replied that he was exaggerating, and the fight had lasted only 1 day, not more. After Baek Ho-min asked her if it was true that she had sent Baek Jo-wook and his organization, who was one of the spider legs, to the other world. Supplementing his question, he said he had heard how the girl had also stopped one of the cult members from poisoning the water supply, but the executioner replied that this was also an exaggerated achievement. And not responding to the guy's enthusiasm and the way he praised her, she continued to reply that she was just doing her job. Baek Ho-min asked if the executioner knows that everyone thinks she's a hero. People have been saying that she is the only executioner who really cares about the people. But she stood her ground and said she didn't deserve such a title. She was just doing what she had to do, and asked the boy a counter-question about how he had dealt with the old man and the hunters. Baek Ho-min's embarrassed expression said that it couldn't compare to Executioner Doll's accomplishment. What he had encountered were mediocre bandits that were no match for her fights. Then the girl paid attention to the fact that our hero, judging by his stories, had no accomplice. And Baek Ho-min came to be puzzled that all this time the Executioner Doll had been carrying on a conversation with him only to reveal it. She explained that she had already seen such a trick from the young man himself as he distracts his enemy with a beautiful speech. This really upset Baek Ho-min, since the girl's shyness and excitement was just a cover to lower the guy's guard. And with annoyance in his voice, Ho-min replied positively that he had no accomplices, adding afterward that he really is a fan of hers and wasn't trying to placate the girl that way. Taking her eyes back to the corner, and with disbelief in her voice, Doll Executioner asked if the young man was telling the truth. Then, with a smile on his face, Baek Ho-min reminded him that he had been told that the ruler's hunters were exempt from the law, but for some reason, he was still under surveillance. However, such a procedure was a necessity that did not depend on the ruler. In order for her to exempt the guy from the law, the legal procedure is mandatory. It was strange that something could happen independent of the monarch's will. Although the godless paladins claimed to be a vigilante unit that does not depend on the tower's rule. Homan's thoughts were distracted by the executioner's question. She wanted to know if he had visited the security zone at the edge of Seoul Tower. She also wanted to know if he had visited the basement of the tower. But Baek Homan's answer was brief. He didn't do what the girl asked. Then she asked a second question. It was about his sealing skill, because according to the testimony, the guy was subjected to a level 4 seal. With this level, it was impossible to send so many people to the other world, but they didn't find any improvement in the seal. In response to this question, Baek Homan said with a slight stutter that he was helped by the constellations. Hearing this, Executioner Doll immediately asked what constellations and what rank those constellations were. Here, our hero was not in a hurry to answer. He thought that if she listened to him so attentively, it meant that she already had some guesses about it. And the guy wasn't sure if Executioner Doll was allowed to talk about the ranks of his constellation. At that moment, there was a message from the constellation, namely, Dynamite. He gave Homan a like to let Homan know what to say. Then slowly and a little hesitantly, the young man called out the name of the constellation Dynamite. A strange expression appeared on the girl's face. She seemed to recognize the name. Naively, Baek Ho-min said that maybe everything happened by the blessing of the constellation, but there's no denying the guy's hidden potential as many constellations reach their heights by chance. And the girl didn't deny that option, but only if the guy was actually a prophet. The prophets were the youngest constellations in existence. They rose to unimaginable heights with incredible speed. However, there was a high chance that Ho-min was either possessed by a shadow or had become a parasite. If either was confirmed, he would be deprived of his life whether he was the ruler's hunter or not. Summarizing the executioner's doll's words, he realized that in other words, he needed to prove his humanity to escape punishment. Usually, the seal is lost in those who become parasites. However, this only applies to seals made of gold. There were no cases of iron seal. Baek Ho-min dares to suggest that parasites just don't care about iron. After all, gold is much more valuable. And then the executioner asked the boy to follow her, since there was only one way to verify his word. With some tension, Baek Ho-min realized that the next question would already be in the presence of the ruler. As he approached the large gate, pleas for mercy from others could be heard, and a little closer, the boy saw that people were kneeling before the Platinum Monarch and begging for salvation. One who dared, with his eyes bound, threaten the monarch to take his life, for which the ruler seized him by the neck with his frail hand. And then the Platinum Monarch said, An Woo-hyun. That was that guy's name. He had attempted on the life of another and was caught in 3 incidents of rape. And then the ruler, in accordance with the law, said that she would atone for all the sins of man. At this moment, An Woo-hyun's eyes colored the blindfold red. His entire face began to look disfigured. The hair on his head abruptly disappeared. He collapsed to the ground without breathing. Having finished the sentence, the monarch said that she hoped that the boy would now reflect on his sins and spend the next life with honor. And then the Platinum Monarch opened her fist and poured out a few gold coins from her hand into the saucer. The others waiting for their turn to be executed were outraged. They did not understand what gave the monarch the right to take their lives so easily. Then the ruler went to the next man and performed the same ritual. The guy's name was Kim Lee-bin. His sin was to approach and also to take a man's life. The Platinum Monarch said his sins could not be undone, and she fulfilled the law. At this rate, the saucer was already almost full of gold coins, and the ruler was already approaching the last culprit. The latter's name was Lee Do-gang. He was involved in a theft and also the taking of a life. Accordingly, he was sent to the others. When she saw our hero behind her back, she was shy or pretended to be, saying that she did not want to show such a sight to the young man. The young man replied with undisguised anger, recalling that his name was Baek Ho-min. He guessed that she was deliberately executing men in his presence. Then the executioner asked the lady if she could use the courtyard. The ruler immediately noticed that it was necessary for the interrogation. Puzzled, the monarch asked her executioner about the fact that she had probably decided to check the guy's seal herself. The executioner doll replied that if Ho-ming really defeated 10 people with his hands, then he would not be able to hide his strength in a fight with her. Such a plan was not approved by Madam, and she suggested that Baek Ho-min demonstrate her skills here and now, and ordered the rest of the subjects to bring someone. The godless paladins brought a familiar face to them. It was Hyun-soo, who had suddenly disappeared from the elder's office and definitely didn't expect to see his friend here. The monarch decided to introduce the hostage and said that he was the old man's subordinate and asked Homin if he was in the building with the others. Without giving away his emotions, the guy confirmed this fact. There were tears in Hyunsu's eyes. He didn't understand why Baek Homin was now standing opposite him with the Platinum Monarch. At the same time, our hero looked at his once friend with indifference and realized that he too had been caught that day. Suddenly, there were barks from all the constellations from the subconscious world again, but Homin didn't react in any way. Afterward, the ruler took Baek Homin's hand in her own and asked her to calm down. Then the notifications from the constellations began to appear even more. Our hero realized it was an alarm. With lightning speed, Baek Homin pulled the hand with the seal from the paladin. She was surprised by such an action. However, with a very calm tone and the same face, she asked him to calm the constellations if they didn't want to become lifeless. The boy was astonished at such a request or order from his mistress. He did not understand what her words meant. She came too close to him. Baek Homin stood like a pillar and thought about whether this was an appeal to the constellation, or maybe the monarch was just guessing at it. She whispered to him that it was for his own good, unless, of course, he was thinking of going to the afterlife. Again, gently taking Baek Homin's hand, she asked him to calm down, just like that. Our hero didn't understand what was happening now. However, he could feel the struggle between the constellations and the Platinum Monarch. There was probably a reason for these feelings. Something was actually happening at that moment. Then, as if finishing what she wanted, the monarch stepped away from the guy, saying with a smile that everything was ready. She asked Baek Homin to not worry about the consequences again and share with her about what's on his arm. So he decided to look at his seal. It was impossible. His iron seal had turned to platinum, and the pain that had always accompanied it was gone. Switching to Han Hyun-soo, the lordess began to list his sins, which included theft, violence, obstruction of justice, and of course, taking his life. Taking a suggestively sized sword, she said that attacking the ruler's hunters when they were on a secret mission was a serious offense. The young boy couldn't believe his ears. His only friend Ho-min was the ruler's hunter. However, Baek Homin himself realized that calling him a ruler hunter on a secret mission was a lie to save his life. Usually the ruler carries out the execution, but she wanted to see Baek Homin's skills, so she asked him to carry out the sentence. Not fully understanding what exactly the monarch was trying to accomplish, Homin asked a clarifying question about what he would have to deal with. Then, without answering anything to the guy, she silently threw a huge sword in the middle between the guys. With a satisfied look on her face, she said that there was only one sword, so we should get started. The boys' once best friends looked at each other with startled eyes at the monarch's words. However, Hyun-soo showed his essence again, and after asking Baek H-min for forgiveness, he threw himself towards the sword. Homin was not at all unpleasantly surprised by this action, and Hyun-soo was already making the first swing of his weapon. Baek Homin only had a time to dodge multiple punches from his former friend. Because Hyun-soo had never stabbed the guy, he was angry and said that if he sacrificed his life for him, he would come to his grave every day. However, Baek Homin shouted and reminded him that no one promised to let him go in case he was able to defeat our hero. But even so, Hyun-soo immediately rushed into battle. And just like that, Baek Homin was trying to figure out what the Platinum Monarch was trying to make sure of right now. Did she really want to see the abilities he used to send the Elder and his thugs to the grave? If that was the case, then she should have put the Executioner puppet against Homin. At the same time, the guy noticed the Platinum Monarch concentrating on something on his body. He realized after a second that she was looking at his hand with the seal, specifically behind the seal changes. She was clearly waiting for the moment when Baek Homin would start using her memory skill. But judging the situation soberly, Homin realized that now was not the right time to use the skill. After dodging another attack from Hyun-soo, the guy finally struck him first, and intercepting his former friend's hand with his other hand, Baek Homin grabbed his neck. With that, the guy stopped a series of attacks from Hyun-soo, and asked him if he had seen the Platinum Monarch release her criminals, because the Lord was definitely not going to do that. Then he went on and said he'd pretend he'd gotten away, and pointed him to the exit behind his back. Surprised, Hyun-soo realized that while dodging Baek Homin's attacks, he was purposely moving towards the exit. The guy didn't say anything, and went on to say that when he gave Hyun-soo the signal, he should kick him and then run away while he fell from the blow. Stammering and agreeing to such a plan, the boy thanked his friend for saving him, and then Baek Homin signaled for him to act. Hyun-soo kicked the guy in the stomach, and he started to fall from the impact. After our hero gave another sign for him to run to the exit and save himself. But for some reason, at this moment, Hyun-soo looked at his friend with fear and with some other feeling. Just as suddenly, the old man's subordinate suddenly swung a knife at Baek Homin again. The blade of the knife went practically into the guy's head. At this moment, an undisguised anger appeared on Ho Min's face. With a fury in his head, the guy repelled his opponent's blow and said that he gave him one last chance, but Hyunsoo decided to do otherwise. Then Baek Ho Min realized it was time to fight, and he ran around Hyunsoo and grabbed him by the neck and whispered in his ear, thanking his former friend for being so rotten to the end, so it would be easier to send him to the afterlife without feelings of regret. Scared Hyunsoo still tried to stop Ho Min, but there were already enough chances, and our hero snapped the traitor's neck with a swift movement. Hyunsoo's lifeless body fell stone on the ground, and the guy who had won the battle stood beside him. The ruler stood behind and said that the young man had done marvelously without calling his name. So Baek Ho Min reminded him again that he had a name and should be addressed as such. She continued and said that she had seen Ho Min try to the last to save him, and he had betrayed him more than once. The boy's answer was obvious. Hyunsoo was his only best friend. Therefore, Baek Ho Min didn't want to take his life. However, she did notice that our hero still sent him to that one without a shred of doubt or hesitation. And to this, the guy had the obvious answer, as such friends who constantly want to stick a knife in your back literally should not be spared. The Platinum Monarch approached Hyunsoo's lifeless body and said approvingly that it was so easy and she liked it all, and Ho Min added that he made this decision after thinking about it. The girl touched the lifeless man, and his face dried up like the others. She didn't judge Ho Min's decision, as many people leave the world when they can't make a decision. Then she turned to the boy and said that an important quality for a hunter is unwavering determination, so he would be a good hunter. However, the executioner was outraged by what had happened. She reminded us that a monarch is obeyed for acting according to the law, and now the Platinum Monarch had purposefully avoided legal procedure. But Madame replied that she was using onerous measures to preserve Ho Min's life and asked for understanding from the executioner's doll. When the Platinum Monarch approached Baek Ho Min, she congratulated him on his victory and said that he was now the ruler's hunter. At the same time, she held out a coin to him. It was like a memory of today. And looking at this coin, the guy thought about the fact that he used to get 1 gold coin after pain and humiliation. And now he got a platinum coin from the monarch for sending his best friend Hyunsoo to the grave. Unexpectedly, the lordess touched her hand to Ho Min's head, saying that she still did not understand his motive for hiding his skill. And quickly changing her mood, she said that it didn't matter so much anymore since the guy was her hunter, and that was enough for her. As suddenly there was an incomprehensible blush on the boy's face, and he wondered that he had never felt such a gentle hand. And in the subconscious world, the constellations finally began to discuss what was going on, and Nameless did not understand what was wrong with the monarch. The only one also said that he had never seen her like this before. One Dynamite unemotionally said that apparently the monarch fell in love with Baek Ho Min from the real world. Then the one was furious at these words because they all went through terrible torment. In fact, all of them went to the other world in most cases. Nameless was in solidarity with the wizard since he himself had lost his life while on her team. And pointing a finger at Dynamite, the only one said angrily that he had no right to say that because she made him work without rest and was never gentle with him. Of course, all the words said by the wizard were true, and Dynamite agreed with it. However, there were times when the monarch gently encouraged. Then the warrior king intervened in the conversation and asked the elders to discuss more important matters, such as covering the seal. And the one said it was expected when Ho Min became the ruler's hunter. Once upon a time, tons of Ho Mins were killed due to metal intoxication and burns from unfinished plating. To which, with excitement on his face and in his voice, Nameless said that means it's all pretty important, and he asked the wizard about the moment when Madame took Ho Min's hand and he broke free, why he tried to stop her. In a calm tone, the only one replied that if her plans were only to cover the seal, he would not have interfered. But it seemed to him that the monarch was trying to interact with the seal. And Nameless thought that the Platinum Monarch might be up to something amiss in such a case. The only one did not answer, but simply lowered his head down in silence. That was because he couldn't exactly answer that right now, but he was almost certain that the Lord had not yet learned of their existence. And at that moment, the wizard said that the monarch still tried to look at their world, but he minimized all the risk. It almost made the rest of us jaw drop. With excitement, Nameless noted that the risk was minimized, but that did not mean complete confidentiality. Therefore, their existence could be revealed to some extent. However, the one dumped all responsibility on Dynamite because the executioner puppet already knew about him. That's why he was shown to Mistress. Then Dynamite howled at that because the wizard himself said he was the weakest of the constellation, and accepting that, Dynamite let Homan give his name to the executioner. And when asked why he showed him to the monarch, the one said that Dynamite is the underdog among the big Homins, and who but he would present the constellations to the Platinum Monarch. In the real world, the Lordess was just telling Homan that she had heard that the constellation Dynamite was looking out for him. She said the name of the constellation again with a smile, but more slowly and thoughtfully as if savoring it. After Beck Homan confirmed her words, she said she wanted to know more about Dynamite. She confused Homan and Dynamite. Next, she decided to ask him about whether he knew about the whole situation with his hand. Most likely with such a question, she wanted to ask specifically about Beck Homan's seal. And the Lordess went on to say that a seal that is not made of gold can threaten his life, and until his hand is separated from his body, the poisonous metal and the burns will destroy him. The guy looked at his hand and the Platinum Monarch kept saying that even though Homan was doing well with it, but it was impossible to keep burning his hand like this in every fight. Bowing his head, he agreed with the girl and replied that he fully understood the state of his seal. Earlier, the Monarch had applied a coating to the guy's arm, and because of that, the spread of poison through Homan's body was stopped, and the use of the seal increased in time. Then Beck Homan suggested that now after such machinations of the Monarch, his seal would heat up more slowly. But she said she couldn't stop the heating because it was his fee for using the skill, and the time to use the seal increased from 1 minute to 2. Admiring Beck Homan thought that not only had the lady saved his life and made him her hunter, she had also strengthened his seal. In a way, she was a savior to the boy. Then he shyly thanked her. But for such generosity on her part, it was worth fearing the Lord more. Because there had to be some explanation for her action. It wasn't just out of the goodness of her heart. Then she said she wanted to see his skill for herself, but as she put it, she didn't forcefully take the bone from her dog. And the Platinum Monarch said that if the guy wanted to, she could strengthen his seal. Beck Homan was very surprised at such a suggestion, and even asked again. And the mistress responded positively. The only thing was to ask permission from the constellations, and smoothly, she began to ask about Dynamite. Slowly, Homan told her everything he knew about Dynamite, but Madame wanted to know more. After his story, the boy realized that the mistress was not pleased. The boy realized that the Lord was displeased because there were many inconsistencies in his story, because he could not mention the others. And she once again questioned the guy about the constellation, specifically about whether Dynamite was helping the guy pro bono. Very few words, and clearly the guy responded positively to the question posed from the girl. After thinking a bit about everything she had just learned, the Platinum Monarch did not ask the young man more about the constellation. Then the Monarch asked Beck Homan if he knew that all the elevators in the tower were closed. Of course, he said that he knew what was going on, and that the first floor was very crowded. She said it was a safety precaution because there was some kind of huge anomaly in the tower recently, and that caused Beck Homan to once again ask what kind of anomaly he was talking about. The Lordess went on to say that several unknown constellations had recently been sighted. After that, Beck Homan was even more surprised and couldn't believe what the girl said. You can't become a constellation until you have 5 stars, and with that comes fame and respect. So far, all the constellations that have appeared this way. It makes it hard to believe that constellations unknown to anyone appeared on their own. At this narration, Beck Homan asked a question about the name of these constellations, but no matter how much they tried to find out, the paladins could not find out. However, the Platinum Monarch had suspicions that one of the unknown men was named Dynamite, and after saying this, she asked Homan what he thought about it. The boy's face showed that he was confused by this statement, but he told the lady that he was not sure if her guess was true. Such a response didn't make the Platinum Monarch too happy. She clearly expected Beck Homan to react differently. The boy's mind at that moment had doubts about whether he should have told her about Dynamite at all. But in any case, after the appearance of the unknown constellations, the tower underwent structural changes, and the Monarch's men have already investigated it. Then Beck Homan decided to ask again about what he had heard, namely, what structural changes the Lord was talking about. She said that those parasites that started to appear should exist on the upper floors, and after the change, they started appearing on the lower floors. That meant things were out of control. Because of these changes, it was dangerous to use the elevators, so the Monarch decided to close them down. Beck Homan thought it was because of the design of the new currents, but after Madame's story, it became clear that it was something else, and it didn't seem like she was lying. She didn't understand the reason for the unknown constellations, but she hoped that such changes were for the better. Then Platinum got up from her chair and said that one of her hunters had returned from the investigation and complimented that he would teach her everything Beck Homan needed to know. A question popped into the boy's head because he thought he was the ruler's only hunter, and now it turned out He wasn't. There were several other prominent people, and she introduced one of them to the guy. His name was Kang Ha-jin. He was the same age as Baek Ho-min, but he was already older in rank. After introducing the guys to each other, she asked Kang Ha-jin to teach Baek Ho-min the basics for a ruler hunter. He said he had to do it again. The senior hunter had been working for the Platinum Monarch for about 2 years now. Therefore, Baek Ho-min had a lot to learn from him, which meant he'd been a hunter since he was a teenager, and the guy thought he'd be the youngest one here. The Lord hoped that the boys would become friends with each other, and in principle, Ho-min had no reason not to be friendly with him. And with a smile on his face, our hero held out his hand to Kang Ha-jin, saying that he would now be under his care. However, the older hunter was not so positive and simply ignored Baek Ho-min's gesture, then caused the guy inside to become aggressive. The boy did not keep silent and voiced his thoughts about what his new teacher didn't seem to like. The Lord replied that he was just shy. However, Ho-min was sure that he was not just shy, but openly showed that he did not intend to communicate with him, especially not on a friendly note. One way or another, Kang Ha-jin had to give all the details to be a good hunter, but since Baek Ho-min was still weak, he needed training. This confidence in Ho-min's strength measurement did not please him. However, the Lord insisted that the boy needed to build up his strength. Then she told our hero to show his worth by becoming stronger, and also to show his strength and prove that he could do her bidding. After the Platinum Monarch's instruction, Kang Ha-jin took our hero somewhere. Baek Ho-min couldn't take it anymore and said that he didn't even bother to say hello to the guy, and the older hunter suddenly turned around after Baek Ho-min's claims. Those words seemed to hurt the young man. But without answering, Kang Ha-jin stopped and pointed to the door next to them with the words that Baek Ho-min would live here. The older hunter realized from the boy's reaction that he liked his new home. The older hunter realized from the guy's reaction that he liked his new home. Baek Ho-min rushed to his bed and marveled at how soft and fluffy the blanket was, and the room itself was clean and cozy. Of course, anyone would like it. Afterward, Kang Ha-jin started talking and said that he heard Baek Ho-min received a platinum plating from the monarch. And Ho-min, still smiling and stroking his blanket, answered positively to the question asked of him. And the hunter himself had been wearing a patch over one eye all this time. And now he lifted it up and told Ho-min not to think he had received a gift. There was a platinum seal on the hunter's eye, and added that Baek Ho-min should not delude himself like all those who were here before him. Before this, our hero had heard that a seal could be carved on any part of the body, but Kang Ha-jin had one in his eye, which was very surprising. The hunter suddenly started saying that 1 platinum coin was equal to 10 gold coins. It didn't fit at all with the conversation that was going on now between the guys, and Ho-min didn't understand anything. And he went on to say that the value of the coin did not mean that it would be that valuable in reality. If the coin is used in the same way as gold, they are about the same weight. However, Baek Ho-min still didn't understand why all this talk from Kang Ha-jin. Then the chief hunter said you can get gold from the tower, but not platinum. Only a platinum monarch can create it. Therefore, platinum is not distributed, but is used for some purposes. For example, as a catalyst in rare alchemy. Therefore, its value is higher than gold. Baek Ho-min understood why platinum cost 10 times as much. There were always those who wanted something extravagant. Looking at his hand with the seal, Baek Ho-min thought that if platinum was the symbol of a monarch, there would be those who wanted the platinum to match their authority. At that time, the senior hunter also said that he heard that it took 3 platinum coins to seal Baek Ho-min. That surprised the guy. Complimenting what Kang Ha-jin said, another such coin was used to buy medicine for his treatment. In Baek Ho-min's mind, the thought passed through his mind that he had received 1 gold piece in 10 years of work, and now he was 400 years in debt in a matter of days. Finally answering this hunter's questions, our hero timidly said that he had not asked for all this, so it seemed unnecessary to pay for it. But as long as Baek Ho-min is the ruler's hunter, there's no need to pay. Such wording didn't reassure the guy, because it wasn't clear what would happen if he stopped being the monarch's hunter. Then Kang Ha-jin started suddenly listing all of Baek Ho-min's organs and body parts. It was for a reason, because if he stopped being her hunter, she'd trade all his debts for every gram of the guy's body. And in that minute, he remembered what had happened to those executed men and realized that one accident could turn him into those lifeless men. The senior hunter then said that at this rate, there was no point in hiding his ability. Therefore, Baek Ho-min needed to give his best and show his worth to the Platinum Monarch. By order of the ruler, the chief hunter must be with our hero all hours of the day, and he asked to treat him with respect as his report of the guy practically decided Ho-min's fate. After these words, it became clear why there were 2 beds in the room instead of 1. He wasn't happy about what was happening to Baek Ho-min, especially the fact that he would have to live with that hunter. Then Dynamite said that they had met Kang Ha-jin themselves, so now it was a familiar face to them. And Nameless said that even if he was paranoid, he still proved to be a good comrade. Afterward, he asked the others what kind of person Kang Ha-jin was. And on this, the One and Dynamite did not agree with Nameless, because their version of the older hunter was a stalker loan shark and various other not-so-nice personalities. However, the Master Wizard was not interested in Kang Ha-jin, but in the structural changes he had never seen before. Agreed Dynamite, as it was indeed an unusual phenomenon. But the One guessed what the explanation for such phenomena might be, and it was them? Then the Wizard began to show the others what the stars usually looked like. And then he showed how they've changed with their appearance. Before, the stars were all scattered, but now they're all clustered together. They said that these were their star signs, and because of the rebirth, they disappeared from the world, but their star did not. And Dynamite says it was no surprise that people were shocked by this, because they saw constellations that don't exist. In the sky, Nameless saw a constellation of 8 stars. It was the constellation of Dynamite. The Warrior King was amazed that Dynamite was a creature of the 8-star class. Dynamite noticed a constellation of 7 stars nearby. It was the constellation of the Warrior King. But Dynamite knew this because he had observed Nameless' life, and this he himself realized. And there was one last constellation in the sky that looked like a huge cluster of stars. It was the constellation of the One. Nameless thought about how amazing it was, but he couldn't even count how many stars there were. Then, Dynamite said that if the constellations were the cause of the changes, then it was impossible to predict further changes. The One was of the same opinion, because the monarch assigned Kang Ha-jin to watch Ho-min. That meant the guy would get a job soon. And Dynamite added that when the Lord sees a man with potential, she tests him for strength by all means, so it was clear that our hero would have a hard time. Besides now, this hunter was now fully determined to get rid of Baek Ho-min, just as the doll executioner would be looking for an opportunity to execute. And the only one has implied that the Platinum Monarch will also test the guy until he shows his skill. With tension, the Martial King and everyone else realized that the young man was very unlucky, and no one knew what now awaited them. It was already the next day. The security problem was not resolved until the 4th floor. The senior hunter and Baek Ho-min were standing in a special costume, or rather, a ruler hunter uniform. But Ho-min was very uncomfortable in it. It was a pity that he had no choice. Kang Ha-jin said he researched how the structural changes affected the lower floors, found an area that had undergone minor changes, and returned to the castle. Back then, Baek Ho-min didn't understand much of what his peer teacher had said, and latched onto the fact that he had returned to the castle. And the hunter went on to say that his mentor had returned first, and that he planned to continue exploring to the 20th floor. Kang Ha-jin concluded his entire narrative by saying that based on everything, they can open the 4th floor. Now they will explore the 5th floor. Baek Ho-min thought that if they went up to the 5th, they wouldn't be able to go back down until they reached the 10th. And the fact that he would have to be with that boy the whole time made him depressed. Speaking almost under his breath, our hero calmed himself. Yes, his companion was no sugar, but if they managed to be friends, it would be better. And the hunter, hearing a yelp from behind, told him to be on the lookout. A cave could be seen ahead. When they entered it, they saw a carriage. But Kang Ha-jin said that it was an elevator and was not available for public use. And the hunter said that this way they could reach the 7th floor, which surprised Baek Ho-min, because from the looks of it, the tunnel and the carriage were too small. While Ho-min was surprised by such an elevator, Kang Ha-jin was doing something with a knife with a carriage, and suddenly its wheels began to spin, which also surprised our hero. Baek Ho-min asked the hunter if the path was safe and if it was the right one. However, the hunter replied that he had no idea. That's not the answer the guy expected from his partner. But Kang Ha-jin said that the reason the elevator was not available for general use was because its direction was unknown. He also said they've used it countless times, and if anything goes wrong now, it's because of structural changes. As soon as the sentence was uttered, the movement stopped abruptly. The rails broke, and Baek Ho-min asked if this could be considered a change. Of all the places, the structural changes happened right where the guy was, so their research began. Baek Ho-min was fine with it, but he heard some unknown noise nearby. Kang Ha-jin's face was calm, but he said that there was a small problem. A horde of nasty bugs ran at them. Luckily, they were on the lower floors, and the hunter told Ho-min to fight. Then one by one, they began to defeat the vermin. During the fight, Kang Ha-jin watched Baek Ho-min out of the corner of his eye. After the battle, the hunter asked our hero why he did not use his skill, but Ho-min calmly replied that they had done fine without it. With a bit of surprise, Kang Ha-jin said that if he received the constellation favor, he should use it. He asked if he would hide the skill until his death. However, Homing replied that when using the skill, his seal gets hot. Therefore, he risks his hand every time. Then with a sudden jerk toward Homin, the hunter pulled him to the ground, and the boy didn't realize what his partner was doing now. In spite of his misunderstanding, Kang Ha-jin said he watched the young man fight the parasite, and Homin fought as recklessly as if he had more than one life. The ruler might have appreciated such courage, but the hunter did not. Baek Ho-min didn't say anything in response. He only asked through gritted teeth for him to take his hand off his head. But the man went on and said that many of the ruler's hunters had not worked for a year. All had been sent to the other world, or had been banished. In 2 years, he had buried more than 5 of those who came after him. One of his apprentices was killed by a parasite, and another was eaten in front of the hunter, all because he was unable to defeat the fellow who had become a parasite. And Kang Ha-jin said he'd already seen those who hid their skills. All experienced hunters died from parasite, not from anything else. Lying on the ground, Baek Ho-min realized that he was telling the truth. Everyone in their own field suffers from something. But after spending his life on the streets, Ho-min knew another valuable thing. Most people die because of the greed of others. Therefore, trusting others, Baek Ho-min couldn't be trusted right now, no matter who the monarch or hunter standing opposite him was. Looking at his hand with the seal, he realized that it was impossible to carelessly use his skill or talk about constellation. And of course, this hunter wasn't trustworthy, but Nameless thought Baek Ho-min was hiding too much. However, the One and Dynamite supported Ho-min's tactic. It would be much better if he didn't blab about the constellation, especially when it comes to Kang Ha-jin. Dynamite said that the memory skill is an amazing ability for them, and for others, it's crazy. And if Baek Ho-min talks about memories he didn't have, the others will suspect something. Then Nameless asked a question, not understanding what Dynamite meant by the word suspected, and Dynamite blurted out that they would suspect the fact that Baek Ho-min can be reborn. But the Warrior King didn't see that as a problem, since if others found out about this guy, he could become famous and gain strong allies. There really was a problem. Dynamite said that the Platinum Monarch could recognize it, and if the situation didn't match her expectation, she would just start over. Nameless's eyes rounded sharply, and he asked the man if he thought the Monarch could send Ho-min to the other world. The One intervened and said that he didn't want to believe it, but the Lord was a genius. She has learned many times that Baek Ho-min can be reborn. That's why the wizard thought he couldn't mess with her. If she found out about the guy's skill, she would try to steal his skill or use the carrier for her own benefit. And the current Ho-min was most likely hiding his skill instinctively to stay alive no matter what. Meanwhile, Kang Ha-jin was trying to convince Baek Ho-min to start using his skill already, if he wanted to live more than 1 year compared to the other. And he said not to underestimate other hunters, to which our hero replied that he wouldn't even think of such a thing. With anger in his voice, Baek Ho-min said that he would survive and climb to the top of the tower. After that, he would use his skill wherever and whenever he wanted. Then, Kang Ha-jin said that he was weak, and he hoped Ho-min would leave of his own accord, and added that he wouldn't be the ruler's hunter. Such a brazen, sudden, and bold statement from a guy discouraged our hero. And Kang Ha-jin told him to leave the tower and the castle. He will in turn inform the governor. He added that if Ho-min cared about the debt, he would pay it back. At this second, Baek Ho-min broke free from the hunter's hand and struck out with anger, because he was talking nonsense while our hero was fighting for his life. The guys had a mutual dislike, so an attack followed from Kang Ha-jin as well. But Baek Ho-min intercepted his opponent with words about who he was to order him to get out of here. Kang Ha-jin's eyes filled with anger as he dared to rebel against his mentor. This was now a good reason to kick Ho-min out. After saying that, Baek Ho-min wanted to attack the guy again, but he saw a cliff behind him that was probably caused by structural changes. He started to warn Kang Ha-jin about it, but he didn't believe the guy's words, and the two of them rushed downstairs. With a wild scream, they fell into the abyss and seemed to have forgotten that they had just wanted to send each other to the other world. They fell to the ground with a thud. Kang Ha-jin grumbled that all unpleasant things happen when he's dealing with another student. Because they didn't realize where they were, they panicked and started accusing each other of staying here for the rest of their lives. Then Kang Ha-jin asked the guy that he must have heard of the basement, or also called the Foundation. But Baek Ho-min didn't understand what the question was about, since they had recently been on the 4th floor. But judging by the fact that the light didn't reach here, they were actually in the basement of the tower, since the basement is also called a dungeon, because of the total darkness in these areas. And Baek Ho-min remembered that recently, Executioner Doll had asked him about the guy on the basement floor, and whether he was becoming a parasite. After arriving at the base of the tower, Homin felt as if moss was appearing on his body. Kang Ha-jin agreed with this statement. The hunter sadly added that if they stayed here, they would turn into vermin. I didn't expect to hear Baek Ho-min at this moment, but it was unfortunately true. This was the place of testing, as the one said. It was here that mankind exterminated the guardian of the 10th floor, 36 years ago to be exact. And even that the structure had changed, he had not expected it to be possible to such an extent. Nameless asked him if he himself had been to this place, and the answer was yes. The foundation was like the rings that are in trees to determine age. It had traces of past parasite ordeals and disaster, and the more severe the incident, the brighter the mark. And if the guys don't get out of there as soon as possible, they're in for the first test that mankind has ever gone through. And it's just the two of them and no one else, just Baek Ho-min and Kang Ha-jin. Because of the high humidity on the basement floor, it was difficult to gather forces, but it had to be done because otherwise they could turn into parasites. The guys had been walking on the foundation for a long time, but they still couldn't find a way out. Baek Ho-min suggested they just climb back up, but the hunter replied that they were in the elevator zone, but that area was like a wormhole in a tower. You never know where you're going to come out. However, Ho-min didn't understand what the word wormhole meant and questioned the meaning. Such a simple question made Kang Ha-jin's entire face twist. Therefore, Ho-min didn't understand his mentor's reaction. He replied that in plain language, it meant that they could get lost if they took shortcuts, and they would have to speed up, for the transformation was just around the corner. As they walked along the basement floor, Baek Ho-min decided to ask what it meant when Kang Ha-jin said he would repay his debt if he left the tower. He asked why he was so eager for him to leave, that he was even ready to repay a huge debt for the boy, but the hunter was silent. Then Baek Ho-min suggested that it was because of love that he didn't respond. He made the hunter furious with this assumption. However, it was a clever ploy to get Kang Ha-jin to come forward and answer the question. Not particularly cooperative, the older hunter replied that he had no interest in money, which prompted the next question from Ho-min as to why this was so. Kang Ha-jin replied that as long as his strength meets the ruler's needs, he's fine with it, but if she wanted him to become stronger, she would take care of it. Then our hero again put forward the stunning theory that the hunter likes the Platinum Monarch since he does everything for her. Kang Ha-jin's reaction was even more vivid. And pestering Ho-min with questions, Ho-min now wanted to know the answer to his guess, and he said that even if he had, he could have reacted more calmly. It was because the ruler had saved Kang Ha-jin's life. He just wanted to repay her in full. Ho-min's face expressed a sly smile and disbelief. He thought to himself that no matter how he made excuses, he could see that he liked the Platinum Monarch. This was most likely the reason why Kang Ha-jin was wary of the guy who had received the blessing of the constellation. While Ho-min was standing there with a face so satisfied that he had figured out the hunter, he noticed that he was looking at him strangely. Then Baek Ho-min offered to tell his mentor how to seduce the Platinum Monarch. Kang Ha-jin didn't expect such a suggestion, but perhaps such words interested him as he silently looked at the guy and waited for him to continue speaking. Ho-min was sure that the monarch was interested in him and said he could use it to praise his mentor in front of her. In return, he would talk about him as a skillful novice. Thus, our hero would prove his worth to the girl and the hunter would succeed in love affairs. Then, Kang Ha-jin turned the guy's waiting face with his hand and told him to stop talking nonsense and look the other way. And to their left was a light coming from the wall. Ho-min thought it was a way out, but the hunter said it was more like starlight. They didn't know exactly what it was, but it seemed to have something to do with the constellations. The hunter said it might even be the effects of structural changes. As they passed through the hole in the wall, they saw a sword in front of them that was stuck in the mirror. They noticed that the sensation of moss growing on their bodies was gone. Maybe it was the light. And they also thought that the place had something to do with the keeper of the 10th floor. Yi Ho-min asked Kang Ha-jin about being the ones who don't let you go up every 10th floor. The guy answered positively, since the keepers aren't allowed to climb quickly to the top. But when they crossed the barrier, a barrier appeared that prevented the vermin from descending. Ho-min said that by taking over the Guardian's territory, it would be passed on to the human. However, the task was difficult because it was impossible to break them or send them to the other world. But in order to turn the keeper's territory into a place of people, it was necessary to pass a test. And the sword that was sticking out of the broken mirror was similar to the hunter's item that had defeated the 10th floor keeper. At that time, Ho-min thought that it was better not to touch this sword, although his gut felt that he was very attracted to it. At that moment, Constellation 1 sent a bark to Baek Ho-min, and he thought it probably meant that he could touch the sword. And at these thoughts to the boy again, the wizard sent a yelp. Smiling, Homin realized the reasons for his attraction to the sword. Kang Ha-jin noticed that the guy was talking to himself, but he didn't understand why he was doing it. But Baek Ho-min suddenly ran up to the sword and grabbed it with a joyful face. However, Kang Ha-jin's face expressed the opposite emotion, because no sooner had he said, "You can't touch that sword," than our hero grabbed it. As soon as the sword was in Baek Ho-min's hands, it began to shatter into thousands of pieces, and with them, the guys themselves flew off to the side. Ho-min landed not very softly, but the hunter managed to keep his balance and angrily asked our hero why he had touched the sword at all. The light around the sword disappeared, and Baek Ho-min didn't understand why the one had then told him he could take the sword. And then the unbelievable happened. A lot of other Kang Ha-jins and Baek Ho-mins appeared around the guy. No sooner had he recovered from what he had seen than one of his spears swung at him with a knife and a placated face. Ho-min started to defend himself, and after his replica was scattered with red shards in front of him, he realized that it was a reflection. Then Kang Ha-jin said that apparently the guardian of the 10th floor was the mirror butterfly. Such a parasite could only be found in books and stories nowadays. Fighting the reflections, the hunter went on to tell that the constellations had a hard time because of such a strange ability. And when the guys were next to each other, Baek Ho-min asked in horror if he could just smash copies like that, in case he accidentally stumbled upon the real Ho-min. But his mentor thought it was a rather silly question, since while they were fighting with their reflections, they couldn't hurt each other. Then Kang Ha-jin took off the blindfold from his eye, and realized that it was time to use his skill to find the main body. At that moment, thin lines appeared along which the hunter was led to the main body. It had already been over 30 years since the mirror butterfly had been defeated, and since then, the skill of the average hunter had improved, as this test was passed in much worse times than now. After reaching the main body, Kang Ha-jin was confident that he could now mop up the parasite. The hunter's skill showed the very heart of the mirror butterfly that hovered in front of him. Then he made a dash and prepared to strike her heart. However, the parasite managed to dodge his attack. It was clear that in this darkness, the accuracy of Kang Ha-jin's punches was very poor. Suddenly, the mirror butterfly strongly approached the guy with its powerful wing, and it was as if he couldn't move at that moment. He didn't even realize what was happening. This action of the mirror butterfly made Kang Ha-jin lose his balance. As he realized later, it was because of its mirrors, but it was surprising that the parasite did not kill him, but went towards Ho-min. Clenching his sword tighter, the hunter thought that Baek Ho-min posed a stronger threat to the parasite than him. Otherwise, why did he turn around? And with a desire to prove the monster wrong, he got up and ran after him, shouting that he would regret his decision. Kang Ha-jin chopped down the reflections one by one, making his way towards Baek Ho-min. Our hero saw such eagerness and asked a little apprehensively if the mentor was all right. The guy told Baek Ho-min that he should be more worried about his life than his own. In the long battle, Ho-min noticed that there was no end to the reflection, but there probably should have been a strategy against them. Then, Kang Ha-jin explained the strategy. The reflections were caused by the parasite dust, and until it disappeared, they would continue to appear, and the hunter said that he could ask before touching the sword. And as if with a note of sarcasm, Baek Ho-min apologized to his mentor for such a prank. Our hero thought to himself that he had done it because the constellations had given him a light. Was it a misunderstanding between the two parties? Suddenly, Kang Ha-jin complimented Ho-min on being good in battle. Then Baek Ho-min decided to ask his mentor about what he had seen earlier as he rushed towards the mirror butterfly, but our hero couldn't even see it. The thing was that it could distort its own balance. Kang Ha-jin said that as soon as you look at the mirror butterfly, your vision becomes distorted and you lose your balance. And Baek Ho-min questioned how past generations could even defeat this thing. However, back then, there was a constellation of crushing dawn with the name Faint. At that time, it was not yet a constellation, but had already found a way to pass the test of losing two comrades. A little angry, Ho-min asked why he hadn't told her earlier. After all, they had to repeat what she had done. And Kang Ha-jin said that that girl filled the entire space with blinding light and then shattered the reflection all at once. But it wasn't clear how to do it again. The skill of the constellation Fuzzy can only be used by hunters who have received her blessing. Or, now even an item blessed by her could help them. Saying that, Kang Ha-jin remembered that in this place right now, there was her sword that could help them defeat the parasite. And he started shouting to Ho-min through the crowd to look for the sword. But it was not easy to do so in such a situation, but they had no choice. Then sneaking through the reflections, defeating one after another, Ho-min rushed to find him while Kang Ha-jin covered him. Watching what was going on, the one said with a calm expression on his face that they were finally working together. The nameless one standing behind him told the wizard that he didn't think that he would make Ho-min take the sword, as this test had already been passed and there would be no reward after the victory. But who cared if the two guys needed to gain experience working as a team against strong opponents? The one said there would be many more monsters waiting for them on their way to the top. And Nameless couldn't even argue with that, though it was scary to risk their lives for that too. The wizard went on to say that the constellation Rib is very generous to her predecessors, and if the guys are lucky, they might get her blessing. After wading through the mass of reflections, Baek Ho-min still managed to find the sword. However, he had a question about how the broken sword could be of use to them. Kang Ha-jin replied that the mirror butterfly was circling around him, so he told him to wait for the guy's signal. While waiting for the signal, Ho-ming thought that even if he now used the 10,000 Swordmaster, it wouldn't be easy to fill this place with light. And while Baek Ho-min was busy thinking, a mirror butterfly flew up to him from behind. Kang Ha-jin noticed this, and that's when he shouted at Ho-min to turn around and hit 10 o'clock. Not believing that she was already so close to him, Baek Ho-min turned around and faced the mirror wing of the parasite. At that moment, the guy also lost his balance. Kang Ha-jin shouted from behind that he warned him not to look at her or his vision would be distorted. Slowly getting up from his knees, Ho-min said that this was the first time he had felt such a thing on himself. But when he got to his feet, there was no longer a mirror butterfly in front of him. She was gone from his sight. Then the young man thought about the fact that Kang Ha-jin couldn't use Ryabi's sword, and he himself couldn't see where the parasite was, and he had an idea on how he could solve this problem. Walking almost right up to Kang Ha-jin, Ho-min asked Kang Ha-jin to look at him while taking his head with both of his hands. It sounded strange from Baek Ho-min's mouth, but he wanted to use his mentor's gaze to find the monster. Kang Ha-jin was discouraged by such a request. However, finding the mirror butterfly with only the hunter's gaze was difficult, but Ho-ming realized that if he couldn't do it, the Martial King would handle it. Then Baek Ho-min decided to use his memory skill, and behind his back appeared the very wrong person he wanted to summon. Enraged, Ho-ming began to scream in his head at what had happened. After all, he needed the attacking abilities of the Nameless One and the Master of the 10,000 Swords, and the one appeared. But the Master Wizard was happy about this development. He had waited a long time for this moment when his time would come. And with a slightly sinister smile, the only one showed Ho-min with a pointing gesture for Ho-min to act. And with the same gesture, the boy's body immediately stirred. In Ho-min's mind, a voice said that this trial was hard to call such a trial, and that the elders were trying their best to pass it, and the boy thought it was the voice of the One. The voice kept saying that taking the first step is difficult, but following already trodden footsteps is easier. A second later, Baek Ho-min began to recognize the voice of the Platinum Monarch in the speaker. At the same time, Kang Ha-jin was standing in front of the guy, who didn't understand what was going on. He couldn't move, and asked Ho-min what he was doing to him. And the hunter at that moment had a thought that he could somehow control his seal. After looking around, Kang Ha-jin realized that the mirror butterfly and its reflections couldn't move either. Then there was a question about Ho-min's skill. Then the one revealed the secret of this trick. A mirror butterfly was caught in the hunter's eye. When it distorted his vision, it could not move while being looked at. The only way the parasite can move is in the dark when it can't be seen. And reminded that the constellation Rib, to win, filled all space with light. With still the same sinister and sly face, the Master Wizard said that but he is not like Rib. Recalling the monarch's words in his head a few minutes ago, Ho-ming thought of a different method for catching the insect, and it was a very simple allegory about swatting him with a fly swatter. Then Ho-ming just squeezed his two fingers as if he was about to snap, and the mirror butterfly like magic actually swatted. Unable to move, Kang Ha-jin saw what was happening to the parasite and was shocked. After that, Baek Ho-min had noticed that life was changing, and the warrior king replaced the one. Grabbing the blessed sword in his hands, our hero asked Kang Ha-jin not to take his eyes off the butterfly right now. And the older hunter was still as bewildered by what was happening around him now. With a determined voice, Baek Ho-min replied to the mentor that they must defeat the parasite before it escaped. Thanks to the 10,000 Swordmaster, the weapon in Ho-ming's hands lit up with a dazzling light for the entire space, and Ho-ming made a victory swing that shattered the mirror butterfly into thousands of small shards. The room cleared again from such a bright light. Ho-min lay unconscious on the ground, and beside him was a sword that shone less brightly. Slowly the boy opened his eyes and lifted himself up, realizing that it was all real. Only he didn't understand where everyone had gone. Next to him was the sword he was now fighting with, but it was sticking out of the mirror again, just as it had when they first came to this place. Everything was back to the way it was. And without believing his eyes, Ho-min saw something unreal. In front of the sword stood Ryab herself, only in the form of a ghost. Only it seems that Baek Ho-min didn't recognize her as the hero who invented a way to defeat the mirror butterfly. Meanwhile, the girl smiled sweetly and gave the guy a thumbs up. It was her blessing. Baek Ho-min immediately looked at his hand with a seal with a questioning expression. The blessing of the constellation was called Light. It gave the ability to utilize starlight by absorbing its strength. Of course, Baek Ho-min was pleased with such a reward, but he felt that compared to other abilities, this one was too simple compared to the blessings of other hunters. But still, the guy thought he wouldn't need a lamp. Only Baek Ho-min thanked Constellation Rib for such a blessing as he suddenly noticed that she had already disappeared. In front of his eyes was still Maya, but without the girl hovering next to him. After that, there was suddenly a notification already from his constellation. It was the one who sent the likes to Ho-min. Then the guy thought that if the one sent him a like, then the blessing wasn't so bad. But our hero kept thinking that he heard someone's voice during the battle, and it seemed to him that the one was already on the basement floor with the Platinum Monarch. And if that was true, then perhaps the monarch knew something about the one, though Ho-min thought it was strange that such a powerful constellation as the wizard was unknown, as he instantly took control of Kang Ha-jin's seal and easily caught the mirror butterfly. After everything that had happened to Baek Ho-min, he now had a clear understanding of what the foundation was, and he said that the surface was where all history is written, and the foundation where the past is repeated. And it was even more understandable why the basement floor could easily turn into a parasite. Then Baek Ho-min remembered about the synchronization values and decided to look at them. After the battle with the mirror butterfly, the values with the one had simply skyrocketed. The joyful Baek Ho-min had expected this after the fight, and next time, the level with the one was bound to rise. At that moment, our hero finally remembered that he was not alone. He wondered where Kang Ha-jin had gone, and a little regret that he still saw his skill. He remembered that he had touched his seal, and it wouldn't have been surprising at all if he had tried to attack him and send him to the other world. However, the hunter simply ran away. And by the way, as soon as Baek Ho-min left that place, the feeling of moss growing on his body immediately returned. Then he decided to use Ryabi's blessing, and for that, he took his cheapest knife, since the new skill reduced the strength of the weapon he was using. The blessing of the constellation was light, therefore, after using it, the weapon in Ho-min's hands glowed. The feeling of moss on the guy's body was gone immediately, because the light was unusual and starry. In simple words, thanks to this blessing, Ho-min had eliminated the possibility of becoming a parasite. He could now walk on the foundation with ease. And now, Ho-min understood why the one was pleased with acquiring such a skill. He was very useful in this situation. Suddenly, Kang Ha-jin called out to Ho-min from behind. With that sudden call, the guy was startled. Apparently, Kang Ha-jin had also received the blessing of the constellation Rib. However, the hunter said that he had gotten the night vision skill, and because Baek Ho-min defeated the mirror butterfly, his skill was better. Baek Ho-min now realized that Kang Ha-jin hadn't actually escaped, but was just looking around on the basement floor. And the hunter himself said that the constellation Rib was very generous to her predecessor, and if she were alive now, she would be a role model. But Ho-min was surprised by this wording, because he had recently seen her standing next to the sword. However, Kang Ha-jin said that the constellation Rib had ascended 16 years ago, and ascended constellations can't appear in their appearance to humans. Then Baek Ho-min realized that they couldn't see the lifeless constellation, but he could still see the girl even though it was in a dim light. But Kang Ha-jin did not believe our hero, and said that he was probably dreaming because he had been looking at his reflection for a long time. And he said he had to go because while he was looking around, he found the rails, and the two of them went on their way. And Baek Ho-min was worried at this moment that Kang Ha-jin was too calm. Even though he saw our hero's skill, he wasn't going to ruin. And just when he should have thought of that, Kang Ha-jin gushed about what had happened. This start of the conversation frightened Baek Ho-min, and he thought that something bad was about to happen. The hunter continued and said that the victory was thanks to Ho-min, and he thanked the boy without turning to face him. At that moment, it was unclear what surprised Ho-min more, that it was the first time he had thanked him, or that he hadn't mentioned what he had seen. Baek Ho-min smiled and asked Baek Ho-min to repeat the same words while looking at his face as if he hadn't heard. This way, he was asking for compliments. However, Kang Ha-jin was clearly not going to say it again, saying that they needed to hurry and let there be a long way to go. But Baek Ho-min was persistent. They reached the tower at this pace. The whole journey took them about a week, and Kang Ha-jin was ready to give his report about Ho-min to the monarch standing before them and carrying out another execution. And in his head, Baek Ho-min imagined that now the hunter would say that it wasn't easy, but working with Ho-min wasn't bad. However, the reality was different. The hunter said that the guy was useless and his actions were disorderly and impulsive, and also that Homin could put his squad in danger because of that. And the mentor added that immediate execution and platinum extraction would be the best solution. Baek Homin was furious at what he heard. After listening to Kang Ha-jin, the Platinum Monarch turned to our hero and wanted to listen to him, since this was his first entrance as a hunter. With hatred and for revenge, Homin said that Kang Ha-jin's help was less than the stone. But even so, he was still a senior hunter. From what the two boys said, the ruler concluded that the boys got along. However, they shouted out loud that they didn't, so she told Homin to go inside the castle and rest. With a possessed smile, Baek Homin dreamed of a deep sleep and a warm shower. In the background, Kang Ha-jin realized that apparently his report wasn't that important to the monarch, to which she replied to him that her order to observe him was not to evaluate the guy's performance. But Kang Ha-jin insisted that our hero didn't belong here and that he could defame the name of the Platinum Monarch. At the time, the monarch couldn't just throw the guy out and leave him as a stray dog, even if everything the hunter said was true. And the hunter replied that keeping Homin tied up was not the answer. He would escape anyway, and if he doesn't, the executioner puppet will leave him headless. With a mysterious face, the Platinum Monarch said to Kang Ha-jin not to worry about the executioner. The expression on her face, or rather her smile, was familiar to the hunter. He realized that her thoughts were flowing through her mind, and the girl began to ask the boy about the changes that were taking place. He said his mentor made it to the 20th floor, and according to his clues, the cause of the deterioration was the constellation. Now they're investigating the case further. After hearing this, the Platinum Monarch realized that it was necessary to warn the Guildmaster about them. The hunter replied that hunters under the care of the descended constellations were likely to show themselves. He also said that the constellation Fuzzy was also likely to descend. The monarch said her name thoughtfully and said she hadn't heard from her in a long time, and there was a time when many mourned her when she went to the other world. But the ruler said that in any case, the rash actions of the constellations do not benefit their predecessors because they must stay on top of things to avoid deterioration. After she finished, she went back to the report about Baek Homin. She wanted to hear the truth because it was the first time she had seen such an emotional report from him, most likely caused by resentment. But Kang Ha-jin denied it and said that he was really surprised by the guy's skill. He said that if he had a decent skill, he would immediately become stronger. Then the monarch replied that the guy was supported by the constellations and not to worry about him. And Kang Ha-jin agreed with the girl's statement, adding that he noticed the traces of 2 constellations, but they were insignificant, so he couldn't figure out which constellations they were. This mysterious appearance of Baek Homin and the unknown constellations, along with the sudden deterioration of the tower, said that all of these were not coincidences, and the monarch understood that. And she instructed the hunter to also observe the boy. Only one thing Kang Ha-jin couldn't tell the Platinum Monarch. He didn't understand how Baek Homin managed to control his seal. This way of control was very different from that of a ruler. With so many questions arising, the hunter had another one about who Baek Homin was. At the same time, Homin came out of the shower very happy and noticed that his wounds were almost healed. And looking at himself in the mirror, the guy thought he didn't look so thin. Even his body had gotten stronger. Maybe it was the supplements he was taking. Suddenly, Homin heard someone coming. It was more like Kang Ha-jin, which our hero was not happy about. It was like the door was about to be broken down, so someone wanted to get into the room quickly. Behind the door, however, stood a Platinum Monarch with a sly but rather pleasant face. Embarrassed and trying to cover his naked body, Homin didn't expect such a guest, and asked what she was doing here. With some coquetry, the monarch said she was just worried about the guy that he might have drowned since he'd been in the shower for about 2 hours. And Homin replied that the thing is that he doesn't get this opportunity to bathe very often. Then the Platinum Monarch, in case Homin got free, called him to get the reward for the completed task. But Baek Homin was still confused and didn't understand what award the Platinum Monarch was talking about. While at the monarch's table, she told the boy that he was rude about his hands, although Homin didn't know how important that was. Placing her hands on his, she said that most hunters do not monitor the condition of their seal, but to increase the effectiveness of their skills, it must be maintained. And with a little disbelief at that, Homin still agreed with the above statement of the monarch. Afterward, she said the tower system wasn't perfect. Gold seals can be restored, but his seal was made of steel, so it had to be manipulated manually. With surprise, Baek Homin realized that in that case, the monarch would visit him every week. And placing a platinum coin on Baek Homin's hand, she said it was his reward and it would improve his seal. With a strain, the guy said that these platinum coins are very expensive and Tia give them again. But like Platinum Monarch said, there's nothing wrong with that, and it's just bodily enhancement. It's because the young man is being mean to his body. Then she added that she would make his village a little stronger. For that, Homin was very grateful to her. Immediately afterward, our hero felt that his skin became tighter and firmer, and it seemed that he had more stamina. Slightly lowering her eyes down, the ruler said that if Homing gave a dig into his seal, she could make it even stronger since he would have access to stronger enhancement. But that was impossible because Baek Homin had constellations, although she said that it would be nice if his constellations were sympathetic to her goodwill. The phrase about stronger improvements made Homin think a bit. The boy saw no downside to such an offer. He could become even stronger as a hunter, but it was still not clear to him whether he could tell her about the other constellation. And then the notifications from the constellations came again. But apparently Homin was so fed up with them that he couldn't help himself and said aloud for them to calm down. The Platinum Monarch clearly didn't understand such a prank, and her look said that she suspected something. And in an attempt to justify himself, Baek Homin stammered and said that it wasn't about her. Of course, the monarch realized that since he was not addressing her, he was saying it to his constellation, and they must have heard and understood Baek Homin perfectly well. In that same second, the guy regretted a lot and thought about what he had just done. Then more likes came from the constellation, but Homin didn't realize what they were for. One thing was clear to him now that he had to think of something. He sighed and told the monarch that her offer was very tempting. However, the prospect of his seal being taken to pieces didn't appeal to him much. And the Platinum Monarch's tone changed to a sterner one, and she said she was his superior and he, her hunter. Taking his hand, she said that they had a common goal, which was to get to the top. That's why Baek Homin had to risk his life now. Afterward, she asked the guy what the reason was for not wanting to say anything. Her touch made the boy unable to articulate what he wanted to say. She kept saying that he was talented and she wanted to help him develop, and he should receive services appropriate to his ability. But in order to do that, she needs to know about his skills. Everything she said was true, and Homin thought that suffering because he didn't tell her about his abilities was absurd. It occurred to him that he could lure the Platinum Monarch to his side, then he'd be in the custody of the most powerful man in the city. And the ruler said she needed a trustworthy man with loyalty and strength. Of course she would welcome an ally like Homin on her team. But Baek Homin hadn't had to work with someone he could trust yet, and it was hard for him to trust the man. To which the Platinum Monarch replied that because he doesn't have that experience, that's why he wants to be sure of the person to trust. She accurately described Homin's problem, and he agreed with her statement with a smile. So she offered him a way out of it. To build trust, the monarch suggested starting with something big by asking the guy if he had any experience with women. Baek Homin blushed at such a question, but even so, he answered the ruler no. And the Platinum Monarch said they were similar in that, since she had not had that experience either. Blushing slightly, the girl suggested that our hero try treating each other as romantic partners, that is, until they build up their trust. With tumultuous emotions, Baek Homin reacted to the Platinum Monarch's proposal. The constellations reacted in much the same way. One Dynamite expressed his support for Homin. He said that the Platinum Monarch's reaction was definitely different from past lives, and she had never shown such kindness to the guy. However, the only one said that the heart of the ruler was blacker than black, and that any kindness was out of the question. Addressing the Warrior King and Master Wizard Dynamite said that they had failed their lives, and now they had a new hope. In his head, the alchemist had already married Homin and the monarch, and was talking about how great it was that the guy was making his way through such a relationship. But the only one was sure that it didn't matter what kind of relationship those would be in if it was still bullshit, since it was connected to the Platinum Monarch. And Baek Homin stood silently with a dreamy face and surprised at the same time, and ran the phrase in his head that he would be dating a Platinum Monarch. However, he didn't even court girls. Of course, Homin had girlfriends, but his mind was always on survival, not romance. Then our hero decided to ask for help and came to Hangman Doll for advice on love affairs. But the executioner didn't understand why he asked her, and he told her in good faith that she was the best person for the role, and she was the only one who could be asked to do it. Because asking Kang Hajin to do so would definitely be wrong, since he was unrequitedly in love with the monarch. The hunter would quickly send him to the other side of the world. To herself, the executioner doll thought she knew how to refrain from feeling too much, and she certainly had more experience making women lifeless than wooing. But when it came to love stories, no one could beat her. She could definitely give advice on love affairs, and she enjoyed watching other people's relationships. Almost without hesitation, she agreed to help Homin. Almost jumping with happiness, Baek Homin clenched his fists and thanked the executioner for his help. But first, she told the guy that he should change his clothes, and Homin didn't even resist and was ready to do whatever she said. Trying on different costumes, our hero admired how handsome he was. However, the executioner was not satisfied with his outfit. Baek Ho-min seemed to be wearing something that couldn't be combined, so the executioner even threatened him to stop dressing up like a clown. And finally, the guy put together an image that the executioner liked, but not Ho-min himself. And the thing was, the girl couldn't stand Ho-min's endless boyfriend anymore. When he came to the cash register, it was time to pay for the items, and the clerk said 270,000 won. It was obvious that Ho-min was confused by the price. Starting to get angry, Executioner Doll asked him if he was going on a date and didn't bring a penny. Justifying himself, Ho-min said that the girl had asked him not to take his money because she was very rich. Gritting his teeth, the executioner said he would pay for him, but let him try not to pay her back. And knowing the consequences of not paying his debt, Baek Ho-min said he would pay back everything. And the executioner added that if someone like him appeared in a romance novel, she would kill him without a second thought. After leaving the store, the girl decided to ask where our hero was going to take his companion. Ho-min wanted to walk through the nooks and crannies because he was oriented there and knew good places. The executioner emphasized her words and said that bringing a girl to a place like this was not a good idea, but Baek Ho-min really thought he had come up with a cool idea. At that moment, the executioner thought that sending this guy to the other world would be the best salvation for all women. Just as she grabbed her sword, a woman's voice called out from behind Baek Ho-min. The boy did not hide his joy at the sight of the ruler, but she came an hour earlier than they had agreed. But the executioner was clearly surprised to see the monarch. A little embarrassed at the sight of the executioner's doll, the mistress inquired as to what the two were doing together. Trying to answer the question, the girl couldn't say anything good. Then the Platinum Monarch told the executioner that she and Baek Ho-min had a prior arrangement, and if she had any business with him, she should postpone it. And grabbing the guy's hand, the Platinum Monarch said it was time for them to go and moved forward. Baek Ho-min was taken aback by this action. But nevertheless, with a smile looking back at the executioner doll, Ho-min thanked her for her help. The girl thought that it looked strange that the monarch and Baek Ho-min were going on a date. While walking, our hero decided to approach the ruler, but she immediately corrected him by saying that it was a private meeting and that he should call her Yoon Seo-hyun. It was hard for the guy to switch to another tone of communication, but he asked how the girl knew he was here, and she said that she had previously installed a tracking device in his seal. Now, no matter where he is, she'll always know. Baek Ho-min replied with a laugh, thinking to himself that it was inappropriate to say such information with a smile like Madam did. He also noticed that they were on a strange date, as the monarch was just dragging him along as if she were taking him for a walk. Later, the monarch said they would now go down the nooks and crannies like the guy wanted. In this place, there were many men looking at Yoon Seo-hyun. It was obvious from the girl that she was rich, which attracted even more attention. At that second, Ho-min realized that taking the girl to a place like this for a date was a mistake, since the men were already aiming their knives at the couple to steal. Then he decided he had to fight back. As soon as he reached for the knife, the thieves were frightened and ran away. With a surprised face, Baek Ho-min didn't understand the reaction of the thieves, because he hadn't had time to do anything yet. It felt like they were scared of someone. He turned around and saw Executioner Doll standing behind a pillar. When he saw her, he was surprised that she was so obviously following them, and Yoon Seo-hyun was choosing where they would go next. 8 hours had passed since they started their walk. Baek Ho-min was already tired and still thought that this kind of power walking definitely didn't feel like a date. The executioner puppet was still following them, but Ho-min noticed that even she was getting bored. Then the Platinum Monarch herself realized something was wrong and asked Baek Ho-min about his feelings and heart. And the guy said that his heart rhythm doesn't sound excited, so it's a normal heart rhythm. From the guy's feelings, Yoon Seo-hyun concluded with a smile on her face that their date was a failure. She wanted to offer him another activity that would definitely make their hearts flutter. Embarrassed and blushing, Baek Ho-min didn't say anything back to the girl because he didn't know how to react. So they went to a guy standing around 3 drinks. He said that if they made the right choice, their bet would be doubled. Looking at the cups, the Platinum Monarch guessed where the 100,000 won was. And Ho-min stood there with a nonchalant face and definitely couldn't think that trepidation meant that. After choosing a glass, the young guy who was holding the contest was saying that luck would be on the girl's side and raised the glass, but it was unfortunately empty. Meanwhile, it was the 8th attempt. A frustrated Yoon Seo-hyun didn't understand how she failed to guess again. Ho-min said that they had already lost 1 million won and suggested that they move on. However, the girl refused the guy's offer and said that she wanted to return at least what she lost. And Baek Ho-min thought about Yoon Seo-hyun looking like a gambling addict right now. And whoever ran the contest was even more thrilled, because he never thought he'd meet such fools. But the ruler was just as wrong each time, much to the delight of the host of the contest. Then Yoon Seo-hyun turned to our hero and said that today must be a bad day, and even more so, not a good day for a date. And Ho-min again suggested that we leave. But suddenly, opening her lady's purse, the mistress repeated again that she would return all she had lost, and she pulled out a gold coin. With this, she impressed all those who were around to watch her lose. Using a gold coin in the game was a very reckless act, and even the presenter thought so. Though at that very second, the satisfied smile was gone from the man's face with the cups. He began to guess that instead of her, the catch was actually him. In a confident voice, Yoon Seo-hyun told the man that they were starting and asked if he knew what would happen if he backed out of the game. The guy couldn't break the rules of the Nook and leave it at that. However, his hands were shaking badly and he could not use his tricks. Stammering, the guy asked the girl to make a choice, but in his head, he knew he still had a trump card up his sleeve. Then the girl asked Ho-min if his heart fluttered. Of course he said yes, because at the sight of the gold coin, the heart beat faster for everyone standing there. And she confidently made her choice, saying that this was the end of the show. The presenter's eyes rounded to an impossible size. He couldn't believe the girl's choice. More specifically, he couldn't believe that Yoon Seo-hyun had lost again and didn't guess. The man was insanely happy about the outcome. Baek Ho-min thought that the girl was losing on purpose until now, but apparently that wasn't the case. The Platinum Monarch's eyes filled with even more sadness as she was confident in herself this time as well. And she pulled more gold coins out of her purse. It was impossible to even count how many there were. Again, with a caustic smile on her face, Yoon Seo-hyun suggested that the host play one more time. The pageant host was already almost certain that the girl had gone off the rails, and he hadn't seen worse than her yet. Suddenly, a stern voice sounded from the crowd. A statuesque woman with a guard came out of the mass of people. It was this guy's boss. Together with her men, she began to disperse the gathered people and said that the concert was over. After everyone left, the woman sat across from Yoon Seo-hyun and asked who she was, and the girl asked if she was going to get into the bank even though she didn't return the money she lost. With a grin, the woman replied that the monarch had not come here to spend all the change in her purse. And without finishing her thought, she looked at Ho-min and recognized him. He was known as the one who had sent the elder to the grave. Then Baek Ho-min was surprised that she knew him, and following his thoughts, he thought with horror that she was one of the spider leg. At this point, all of the woman's guards started pulling out their weapons, and our hero realized that he had no other choice but to fight. And pulling out his weapon in response, Baek Ho-min said in his head that whoever pulled out his knife, in any case, the opponent's head would be split in two. But suddenly, from her purse, Yoon Seo-hyun pulled out a platinum coin and offered to put it on the line. Seeing the platinum woman immediately realized who was sitting in front of her and asked what the monarch was doing in such a place. Reluctantly, and again with a satisfied expression on her face, the Platinum Monarch replied that she was on a date. Suddenly, there was a rumbling sound behind them. The executioner doll had already killed one of the guards and said that if anyone tried to do anything, they would be in trouble. The statuesque woman was puzzled and thought that they had all originally followed her, and this was their plan. But still with the same sweet face, the Platinum Monarch replied that she only wanted to win back what she had lost. Simultaneously with anger and judging by her stammering with fright, the woman clarified which lost she meant, and a look of superiority appeared on the Platinum Monarch's face. She gave the boss of the establishment a choice: continue the game or bear swords. With a cluck, the woman of course made the obvious choice and began to swap cups around. The woman boss thought to herself that the monarch could have gotten the information she needed by force, but instead, she offered to gamble, although the woman had given 10 years to gambling. At the same time, Yoon So-hyun thought that she couldn't be fooled now, because she had seen how the woman could be fooled by the new guy. But since the girl didn't have much luck in this game, she said Baek Ho-min would play instead and asked the guy to pick a cup. The woman was shocked by this move. Our hero was born in this place, so he was a more difficult opponent than the Platinum Monarch. And the boss decided to replay them and asked them to change the rules because they changed the player. Now, Baek Ho-min had to stir the cups and the crooks had to guess. Such a decision she made because the guy could notice the cheating, but the eyes of a gambling woman to fool him would hardly succeed. And Baek Ho-min sat down in Yoon So-hyun's seat, ready to cheat and stir the cups. When they started playing, Ho-min remembered that Dynamite liked the idea. Perhaps the constellation had an ace up its sleeve. And our hero decided to use the skill by calling Dynamite to his aid. Judging by the indicators, Dynamite had a good experience in gambling, and the guy started stirring glasses. The game began and the woman chose a glass, but when she picked it up, it was completely empty. With dazed eyes, the boss didn't understand how the guy had managed to fool her, and then she thought he had used an ability. With a sly smirk, Beck Homan honestly didn't understand how he did it and what kind of trick Dynamite was pulling now. He was just carelessly rearranging the cups and at one point made a sliding sound. After these machinations, he did a few more. He coughed falsely and touched the table lightly. Furious that she was being held, the woman got up from the table and screamed for Homan to tell how he did it. And Baek Ho-min confidently replied that there is a rule of the streets. It says that if you don't know how you got screwed, it's better to keep. And Homan realized that Dynamite loved excitement and magic. Standing aside, Yoon Seo-hyun said that the winner seems to have been chosen, and the woman was angry and upset. And in her head, she knew her sweet life would be over if the Platinum Monarch captured her, and that's when she thought she had to get out. Suddenly, she shouted to send the Monarch and Ho-min to the grave. Needles flew from all sides, but the guy had a good reaction and managed to cover up and protect his face. And Baek Ho-min thought the woman's idea was not a good one, since she was attacking her own subordinates with such an action and kicked the table sharply with her foot. Then he jumped over the table and knocked the woman off her feet. She couldn't move as she was on the ground and under Ho-min's pressure in an instant. Then her hunters drew their cold weapons and prepared to attack the offender of their chief. But Baek Ho-min verbally and with his appearance showed that it was better not to move, as otherwise the hag and all the subordinates would face dire consequences. Of course, the guards did not make the mistake of attacking and stood still. Ho-min turned around and asked if the ruler was all right. She was safe and sound, and all the steel needles were melted next to her. And Baek Ho-min was basically not surprised by such a phenomenon, because it was to be expected from a Platinum Monarch. Smiling sweetly, Yoon Seo-hyun suggested that the guy move to a cleaner place since it was getting quite dirty here. They took a woman with them. After tying her up and sitting her on a chair in another place, Yoon Seo-hyun learned her name and said she would ask her a few questions about the safety of the city. The woman's name was Park Seo-kyung. And the Monarch asked about betrayal, since there's been money-making, violence, and other offenses lately. Someone was trying to turn the city upside down? However, Park Seo-kyung didn't see it that way. She said that she was just trying to survive. But the Platinum Monarch was convinced that those are all excuses, and betrayal is betrayal. So she asked the woman to tell the truth. The next question was about the engraver who appeared in the guild seal, or as they say, circle. And the Monarch asked if there were any other traitors in the guild. No clear answer was provided by Park Seo-kyung, as she only directed the bankrupt people to the spider. And she added that she didn't know who was working for the spider in the future. Park Seo-kyung begged the Monarch to take her hands off her neck. With a slightly thoughtful look, Yoon Seo-hyun said that there was at least the slightest benefit from the woman. It was time for the last third question. The girl asked about how the cheater who was at the table with them during the game won. And Park Seo-kyung replied that there was a small hole in the table that would open up if you moved the shroud on the table. Resenting such a thing, the Platinum Monarch became angry and realized it was all a hoax. With surprise, the woman asked in response to this reaction from the Monarch that didn't they pretend to fall for it? Even though Park Seo-kyung had answered all the questions, the lady began to read out the words she used to say before her execution, since the woman had many sins anyway. And the Platinum Monarch didn't promise that Yoon Seo-hyun would let her go alive when she answered all her questions, and there was fear in the woman's eyes. Even if the Monarch released Park Seo-kyung, the woman would still be sent to the grave by the executioner doll, since she is a loyal servant of the law. Standing beside Baek Ho-min confirmed the Platinum Monarch's words, saying that Executioner Doll is a true perfectionist. And Park Seo-kyung turned to Ho-min, saying that he doesn't realize who he works for and how reckless the Monarch really is. She said that people like her spider and the Elder are just trying to survive. But Baek Ho-min replied that the woman in that case just shouldn't have started all those betrayals in the first place. However, Park Seo-kyung kept saying that she wasn't trying to do anything like that, and the crazy ruler would ruin everyone in the city. The woman screamed with all her might for a new ruler before it was too late. Otherwise, all would perish. She said the spider had proof of that. Park Seo-kyung's eyes were already filled with blood, and she agreed that they were all just trying to stop the Monarch. With a piercing gaze, Ho-min looked at what was happening. No sooner had the woman finished talking about what they should do than the sentence was set in motion. The executed Park Seo-kyung was sitting with empty eye sockets and no hair, while the ruler was standing next to her, saying that the woman had made a lot of noise. However, Baek Ho-min thought about what the woman was saying. If the spider leg's words were true, then the city had a mysterious conspiracy. It was late at night, and Yoon Seo-hyun said that it was time for the tower to be rebuilt. After saying that, she called Baek Ho-min to the edge of the building. The girl asked the guy to look at the stars, specifically at how beautiful they were at that moment. Taking Baek Ho-min's hand, Yoon So-hyun asked the guy about his impressions of today's date. She wanted to know if his heart fluttered. Without waiting for Ho-min's response, she continued to say that if her heart was beating faster than usual, she could go on another date. Such a sentence caused Baek Ho-min to blush again and inhale in surprise, and he briefly said it was a good idea, thus agreeing to the Platinum Monarch's proposal. While in his room, Baek Ho-min was sitting on his bed and Kang Ha-jin was sitting across from him. Baek Ho-min was sure that the hunter was unrequitedly in love with the ruler. He also knew that she liked him 100%. Now, Ho-min was thinking how to deliver such news to his roommate and mentor. Then Kang Ha-jin noticed that our hero was staring at him for a long time and said that if he wanted to talk, he should start talking. So Ho-min slowly started talking. But in the process, Baek Ho-min changed his mind and asked about their mission, because he couldn't say that to Kang Ha-jin right now. With a cluck, the hunter said that a high-level parasite had appeared on the 10th floor. Their mission was to find out if it was due to structural changes or not. Kang Ha-jin also said that it could be a permanent change, which is why it's so important. Meanwhile, Baek Ho-min was more surprised that the two of them would be working together again. All because the hunter was also assigned to look after Ho-min, but our hero was more hurt that even after the date, the Platinum Monarch didn't trust him. In a low voice, Ho-min whispered to himself that no one could be trusted in this world except his constellation. Kang Ha-jin told the boy to hurry up and stop talking to himself. After an hour, they went to the 10th floor of the tower. There was a very unpleasant odor that annoyed Ho-min. Kang Ha-jin was amused by the guy's reaction, and he said that Ho-min was weak for reacting like that. But at the same time, Kang Ha-jin was holding a vomit bowl. On the other side, a man who was a hunter of the Weapons Guild approached them. The hunter said that Sir Gaemuk wanted to meet with the boys personally, even though the matter was not that important. However, the man simply asked them to follow him. Baek Ho-min decided to ask Kang Ha-jin if he had ever seen Sir Gaemuk. This man was the founder of the Hunters Association. Simply put, he's a living legend. And now he owns a weapons guild and protects people from vermin. To Baek Ho-min, it seemed strange to Baek Ho-min that the founder of the guild wasn't practicing it as well, and instead working as a defender. Kang Ha-jin replied that he was just being unbelievable. Ho-min didn't understand that wording. And all because once there was an organization called the Church of Eternity, and the leader of it was called the Ruler. At the time, the church's evil influence was enormous. Of all the members of the organization, only the Ruler had the right to speak to the tower, and the constellations didn't care about that. They didn't pay attention to what was happening to the city. The complaints of the people ended because the ruler put an end to them by his cruelty. But at one point, a new ruler suddenly appeared. That one was only 17 years old. However, with the appearance of the ruler, a battle immediately broke out, because the discontent of the people was so strong because of what was going on around them. And the one who stepped into the girl's defense and pushed her into rebellion was the Alchemy Guild. As Baek Ho-min listened to the story, he was surprised that the alchemists had the guts to do such a thing. Kang Ha-jin replied that it was the fear of losing profits that drove them to do it. Then the church leader revived all his lifeless followers. He still had the power to cure incurable diseases. He was a hindrance to the alchemists' business, though. With their reasons, the Alchemist Guild supported the girl who had just become the ruler, and under her command, the rebellion was set in motion. And so began the blue and white battle, with the church on one side and the alchemists on the other. Even in the middle of everything, the organization of the church maintained its power. And what's more, the Paladins and the Hunters Association protected the Church of Eternity. At this point, it seemed that the church had won, and the rebels were divided and lost hope. But suddenly, the constellation Gaemuk returned from the tower, who was one of the first generation of people to become constellation. Kang Ha-jin said that Gaemuk put in all the effort to conquer the tower. He even had to give up his position as the leader of the Hunters Association. But still, he didn't lose respect. And when he returned, he chose the girl to be the new ruler. Even the prophet who became a constellation recently sided with. The battle began to take a different turn. As soon as those sided with the ruler, the Association of Hunters also switched sides. The battle was fierce and with heavy casualty. On the front line, an executioner puppet appeared with the separated heads of the leader of the Paladins and the servants of the church. Thus, they were transformed into godless paladins. With a smile on his face and even some laughter, Baek Ho-min understood what was in the spirit of Executioner Doll. Eventually, the Church of Eternity disintegrated and a new ruler reigned with victory. And the Hunters Association itself split, and all of its members started leaving to join other guilds. From the Hunter's story, Baek Ho-min guessed that the ruler was the Platinum Monarch. It was really true. Kang Ha-jin said that the Executioner puppet ended the blue and white battle. But if Gaemuk hadn't appeared then, this turn of events wouldn't have happened. And with a bit of animosity, Ha-jin said that because of this, many people think that Gaemuk should have been the ruler. Then Homin realized that Geomuku had to flee the city to avoid another uprising. Kang Hajin said that from the 1st to the 9th floor is the first staircase, and from the 10th to the 12th is the second staircase. And then he asked our hero if he knew why it was arranged like that. And the hunter explained that the thing is that the concept of the tower is clearly divided into each 10 stories. The base of the first staircase is a buried ruin and a growing green forest above it, and the basis of the second is a battlefield that resembles a desert. In the subconscious world, Nameless was flooded with memories as he had once spent a lot of time on the second staircase. But for Dynamite, one look at the sandy desert was disgusting, because on the 10th floor, potion consumption reaches the ceiling. The only one skipped the second staircase and went straight to the third, so he didn't understand his partners. Dynamite said that this was the talent of a wizard. The one also knew what Geomuk thought of the second staircase. The one called that place the worst. And now being thin, Geomuk repeated the words of the one about the disgusting place, and all because the higher you go up, the worse it gets. And Baek Ho-min was very surprised to see the founder of the Hunters Association, as in the guy's mind, he should have looked different now. Then Geomuk turned to Kang Ha-jin and asked what the hell was going on under the tower, but the guy replied that there was no change. However, the man said that if it were just a structural change, he wouldn't have mentioned it, but he had heard about the elevator closing and unknown constellations leaving. And Kang Ha-jin once again confidently replied that the city was safe under the rule of the Platinum Monarch. He asked about what was really important, namely the appearance of a high-level parasite. Putting his head down, Geomuk said that usually such monsters appeared on the 17th floor and above, but this one was on the 11th. They could have decided it themselves, but the man decided to report it first. And slowly raising his head, he noticed that there were two guys standing there, one of whom he had seen for the first time. Excitedly and slightly hurriedly, Baek Ho-min introduced himself by name to the founder of the association, but Geomuk rudely said that he didn't need to know that, since he was the ruler's hunter, and the guy was going to die quickly. If Kang Ha-jin hadn't covered the young man's mouth with his hands, Baek Ho-min would have definitely said a few endearments to Geomuku. And Kang Ha-jin asked the man if they could walk to the place where the high-level parasite appeared. But the man thought that he didn't trust the actions of his hunters and wanted to see for himself. Then the hunter answered that the problem of structural changes in the tower concerns everyone. He added that one change found at the bottom was related to the foundation, and this was related to the way Rib went through her ordeal. Using a celestial observatory, they learned that she was one of the descended, and so the structures associated with it came into motion. When he heard the name of the constellation, the man's eyes changed, and he asked the boys again. Kang Ha-jin added that considering how brightly Rib shone almost like a polar star, it was a serious matter. And based on what was said, the young hunter asked Geomuk if there had been any changes in the mirror room on the 10th floor. At first, the man didn't say anything to the guys, but after a couple of seconds, he said that there was no change. Then Kang Ha-jin told Geomuk convincingly that if there were any changes in the room, there might be security problems on the 10th floor. In response, the man reiterated that there were no problems, and asked that even if there had been, why the guy was so worried when he was here. But Kang Ha-jin didn't reply anything to that, but just kindly apologized to Geomukov, saying that he didn't think. Without getting into the dialogue, Baek Ho-min pondered that the mirror room might be related to the mirror butterfly, and Geomuk said that a hunter named Lee Il-ho would give the guys more detailed information. Kang Ha-jin thanked the founder for that, and they left. Baek Ho-min looked at the man and didn't understand how such a man could be a great hero who became a constellation. After saying that, Kang Ha-jin threateningly said that it was better to talk about such things where no one was around. And they followed Lee Il-ho. He pointed to the 11th floor, where they thought the change had taken place. With regret, Lee Il-ho said that when they heard the news that several hunters were missing, their fortress had sent men. And Kang Ha-jin decided to clarify about the hill with the broken flagpole. And the guild hunter said that fighting every day the vermin try to raise the flag from the other side. So there is only this broken flagpole left, and the vermin hardly know who it belongs to. Looking toward Baek Ho-min with fear in his eyes while pointing his finger, he asked if the parasite was coming over there. Practically right next to them was indeed a parasite walking. It looked like a human. Lee Il-ho added that if there were no serious problems with the body, they called it lifeless. Ho-ming's mentor said that these creatures were usually on the second staircase and could move around safely, even with severe injury. And he added that their brains are the same as the brains of parasites. So after death, they do not become lifeless, but parasites. However, Baek Ho-min asked about whether they couldn't be called zombies since there were similarities. And the young hunter replied, if the boy wanted to send the parasite to the other side, he he'd have to split his heart and take his gold, or bury him where the starlight can't penetrate. Adding, he said that most of the people on the second ladder are in truth human. And Yahello said that they had sent 3 main hunters and 20 soldiers to this hill, and if a high-level parasite shows up here, they should be able to handle it without a problem. He also averted his eyes and said he didn't see the point of the ruler wasting his time. But since the boys had come, they could see for themselves. And in Baek Ho-min's mind, from the very beginning of their arrival, the phrase that these people were not happy to see them had been floating around. Suddenly, Kang Ha-jin approached our hero while pulling out his swords and told him to get ready for a fight. It was a very unexpected warning, and Baek Ho-min hadn't quite expected this. But at that moment, a whole horde of lifeless appeared nearby, and among them, a guy who had fallen to the ground could be seen. It was most likely a hunter from the Weapons Guild. All 3 of them drew their swords and rushed to help. It was obvious that the fallen guy wouldn't last long, and both sides of the battle swung at each other. Kang Ha-jin asked Ho-min not to lose his head, as these parasites were different from the ones he had seen. These lifeless ones didn't die even from having their heads cut off. Then Kang Ha-jin told Ho-min to hit the heart area and get the gold. That was the only thing that could send them to the other world. And the mentor was right. These vermin were nowhere near the ones on the first floor. It was like he was fighting another human being. Of course, the amount of gold Baek Ho-min was happy with, but it was a painful way to get it. While our hero was looking at the gold in his hands, several parasites came at him from behind. One he managed to defeat, but the next one was too close to him. Just as suddenly, a knife entered the parasite's head. Thanks to Kang Ha-jin, Ho-min is alive now, and the mentor said that the guy fights too aggressive. However, Ho-min answered his savior rudely and asked how much he had already managed to defeat the parasites, calling Kang Ha-jin Mr. Efficiency. But while Ho-min was fiddling with one, the young hunter already had 5 parasites on his account. And Baek Ho-min noticed that Kang Ha-jin's blade was small, but the wounds he left were the size of a fist. After a bit of watching, the guy realized it was the hunter's kick. He's using spin. At this moment, it was time to activate his skill, and Baek Ho-min chose the life of a martial king. And a haunting 3-word phrase, swiftly pierced and checked, rolled around in his head. Taking a strong swing, Baek Ho-min repeated all the actions exactly the same as Kang Ha-jin's, and the parasite actually got a huge hole in his chest area from his blow. The guy did it. Kang Ha-jin himself was watching, and was very surprised that he was able to do it on the first try. With laughter and genuine joy, Ho-min told the hunter that if he could do it, so could he. Such mockery made Kang Ha-jin angry, and he realized that it was once again that constellation that was in the foundation. It turned out that Nameless had learned this technique from Kang Ha-jin. But before he helped Ho-min, Ho-min was already thinking about rotational force, and the martial king felt that the boy had become stronger. But the one wasn't thrilled, because it was taking the guy a long time to fight the lifeless anyway, and he said if they'd brought a magician with them, it would have been faster. And Dynamite added that it would be even better if they took the alchemist. But Nameless had a different opinion, which was that an alchemist would be of little use in battle. After this statement, the only one in Dynamite attacked Nameless, saying how he had the nerve to say such a thing. Afraid of such pressure from his elders, the Warrior King apologized to Dynamite and said that he meant that Ho-min knew how to prepare medicine himself. In response to that, the wizard said that when Dynamite was still Baek Ho-min, there was already someone who said the same thing. And after Dynamite heard that the alchemist wasn't needed on the expedition, he got very angry. And that's when he decided to show them how important he could be in the tower. After 6 months of his actions, he had mopped up all the vermin from the 11th to the 13th floor. After that, any hunter who died in that place did not become a parasite. This act earned Dynamite his first star. From what he heard, Nameless said with some delight that this was not just a skill, but a whole level of distortion of the tower structure itself. Embarrassed, Dynamite smilingly replied to the War King that he was flattering him too much, and the one with a nonchalant face said that he specialized and put up the skill of creating a medicine for a laugh. And Dynamite freaked out, obviously decided to tell more of his accomplishments, said how many medicines he made for the Platinum Monarch and how many people they saved. However, the wizard said that the ruler did it because she feared Dynamite's ability. Most likely the monarch thought that if Dynamite's abilities were misused, the tower and the city could be destroyed after. And the only one added that that was why she made him work at the most mundane jobs until he became dumb. When Dynamite heard that, he couldn't believe his ears. But without answering anything to the alchemist, the wizard said that in any case, he did not interfere in this expedition since their goal was to destroy the parasite. He reiterated that their goal was for Ho-min to dominate this tower, getting tons of applause along the way. Meanwhile, Baek Ho-min and Kang Ha-jin stood in the middle of the many lifeless lying on the ground. The battle was over. Running up to another hunter lying on the ground, Lee Il-ho addressed him by the name Seo Hye-sang and asked where the others were. However, the man was very sick and could hardly speak, but he was still able to tell Lee Il-ho to give Geomuk something. When he saw Kang Ha-jin, the hunter didn't have time to finish his thought, but started shouting with anger and fear. It was clear from the screams that he recognized the guy. With a crazed look, Seo Hye-sang said that this guy, he ruined them all. From this, Kang Ha-jin didn't understand anything. Suddenly, the wounded hunter felt even worse, because Ho-min sharply stabbed him. With a shout and more surprise, Kang Ha-jin asked Baek Ho-min what he was doing now, but Baek Ho-min reminded him that he himself had told him that when people die, they turn into parasites. However, that was not what Ho-min's mentor had in mind, especially since Comrade Seo Hye-sang was right there. It was wrong to get rid of the hunter like that. And Ho-min told Kang Ha-jin that he was actually mad at the guy and sarcastically suggested that the mentor owed him a debt, but the young hunter didn't appreciate such humor. Suddenly, Lee Il-ho intervened in the two guys' argument and said that they should hurry up because there were serious problems on the 11th floor. Arriving at the right floor, Lee Il-ho and the others saw a bunch of lifeless people who had no heart and instead had a hole. They were too late. With regret with sorrow in his voice, the guild hunter wondered who could have done this to them. Just as suddenly, all three of us heard the scream of a man who was clearly fighting the vermin and almost losing. It was a girl who stood surrounded by the lifeless and apparently had been fighting them for quite some time, and there was no end to it. And a few lifeless ones were already so close to her that one was even already practically pounced. As suddenly they all started to fall, and a huge hole appeared in their heart area. Baek Ho-min and his companions came running to the defenseless girl's rescue. Exhaling and sliding down the wall, the girl was relieved to thank the guys for saving her. The Weapon Guild's hunter, Lee Il-ho, immediately ran up to her. He recognized her as Yoo Ha-yul's student. Baek Ho-min turned to Kang Ha-jin and asked if students could also come to the second staircase. He replied that students come here to train. Excitedly, Lee Il-ho asked the frightened girl where the others who were with her were now. With tears in her eyes, she began to list that Lee Sung-woo and Kim Sung-hoo had died, Master Kang-min was injured, and Master Hyo-sang had just disappeared. But since the girl was giving in to her emotions, she said it slurred. Then the guild hunter told her in a stern and commanding tone to speak more clearly. However, Yoo Ha-ul was too depressed, and just from this reaction, Lee Il-ho was even more frightened and cried. Baek Ho-min decided to intervene by grabbing his hand and telling the hunter to stop doing that because she was already scared, and this kind of pressure won't do anything. Seeing another guy standing up for her, Yoo Ha-yul even calmed down and stopped being hysterical. Lee Il-ho continued interrogating the girl, but in a more relaxed manner, and asked if there were any survivors in the vicinity. Yoo Ha-yul replied that the vice captains were further away. It turned out that of the 23 hunters participating in the expedition, 7 were killed, 9 wounded, and 5 missing. The only one who was safe and sound was the girl. The guild hunter learned from Brigadier Kang Min that Yoo Ha-yul was taking in and treating all the wounded in the camp that had formed. She also prevented the lifeless from getting there. As if with guilt and stammering, the girl said that there was simply no one else to do it but her, and she was apologizing for being so presumptuous. Taking a deep breath, Lee Il-ho instead praised Yoo Ha-yul for doing such a good job rather than reprimanding her. And turning around, the Weapons Guild hunter turned to ask the brigadier what had happened in this place after all. Thoth replied that as they were heading towards Flagstaff Hill, they came across an undead centipede that definitely shouldn't have been there. And Kang Ha-jin explained that this centipede only appears on the 18th floor and said that such parasites are very strong, and one should know how to deal with them in advance. Brigadier Kang Ming said that compared to the lifeless ones, this parasite was completely on another level. It was obvious that he was tired, so he said that he would tell the apprentice more about everything. Then, Kang Ha-jin decided to take the initiative and ask Yoo Ha-yul a few questions. And of course the girl was a little confused, as if she didn't even want to answer them. This reaction alarmed Kang Ha-jin, and he asked her if she could refuse to answer the question, depending on his topic, while frowning her eyebrows. The frightened Yoo Ha-yul stuttered and replied that they might have been trapped by the vermin, but the undead centipede had made them an offer. When Baek Ho-min heard this, he asked his mentor if parasites could talk, but he didn't answer, but asked the girl what sentence she was talking about. Clasping her hands together, Yoo Ha-yul thought that if she told, it might be part of the parasite's plan. However, Kang Ha-jin tried to change the girl's mind and reminded her that they are the rulers of the hunter, and if she tells, then they will analyze the parasite's plan. Abruptly recoiling, Yahello definitely didn't expect to see the ruler hunters in front of her, and even questioned if that was the Not realizing such a strong reaction, Kang Ha-jin confirmed what he had said earlier. And then she told me what the offer was. It was that if they wanted to live, they had to bring the ruler's hunters. After hearing this, Kang Ha-jin's face became even more pensive because of this information. And Baek Ho-min abruptly realized why that foreman on the 10th floor reacted like that when he saw them. Suddenly, Yahello suddenly shouted while pointing her finger behind the guy's back. She saw an undead centipede. A crowd of lifeless people with knives that really did look like centipedes were bearing down on them, and the length of it was insane. Baek Ho-min and Kang Ha-jin didn't expect to see so many lifeless people, especially those blocked the only way out. At that time, Guild Hunter Lee Il-ho ordered the girl to take care of the vice captain, and from the lifeless crowd, they could be heard saying that if they wanted to survive, they needed to bring Baek Ho-min. Ho-min's eyes widened, and he didn't understand why they needed him as well as Kang Ha-jin. However, Lee Il-ho went to talk to the vermin and asked how he could trust them. At this time, Ho-min thought that if he trusted the lifeless, he would be able to give him up. And they replied that the Dark Ghost constellation had blessed them with that promise. That's why they needed Baek Ho-min. Many questions appeared in Ho-min's mind, what other constellation and what promise it could hold for the lifeless. But Kang Ha-jin knew who they were talking about. The Dark Knight was a 5-star constellation, and if they broke their promise, they could lose a star with status. Therefore, it was necessary to prepare for battle. And Ho-min asked if the constellations were supposed to help the younger generation climb the tower, and he didn't understand why it was happening to him. And Lee Il-ho decided to make a choice since they wanted to get Ho-min, and there was no need to doubt the decision. But Kang Ha-jin didn't approve of this attitude. But the Guild Hunter realized that they had very little chance of winning. At this moment, Ho-min looked at Kang Ha-jin and noticed that he was really protecting. With a determined voice, Kang Ha-jin said that no matter whether it was a dark ghost or a centipede in front of them, the field where they were was suitable for battle. They wouldn't be able to compromise with the vermin. Then Lee Il-ho decided to think of a way to get out of the place. Yahello, who was standing behind him with a knife and frightened, shouted for the hunter to give Ho-min to the vermin. She said that after Brigadier Kang Min found out that they were now surrounded by centipede, he slit his throat. If they sacrifice one now, the others will survive. Kang Ha-jin tried to calm the girl down and asked her to listen to him. Almost in tears, Yahello said that they had 2 more going to the other world, and she didn't want to let that happen again. Realizing that it was useless to change her mind, Kang Ha-jin ran up to her and knocked the knife out of her hands with a sharp kick. And with a light but clear blow of his hand on her head, he disconnected Yahello, thus calming the girl down. Looking at Yahello lying unconscious, Kang Ha-jin realized that she was cornered, and that's why she was acting this way. However, pointing a knife at his comrades is a crime. At that moment, Lee Il-ho suddenly pulled out his knife and swung it at Kang Ha-jin. He didn't quite react in time, so the blade hit him. The frightened Baek Ho-min didn't understand what just happened, but Lee Il-ho said that the girl was right after all. He agreed that by sacrificing one, they could save the others in this place. Taking advantage of the moment while the guild hunter was distracted, Kang Ha-jin pulled out the tip of the knife from his body and put Lee Il-ho on the ground with a blow. And he said that it wouldn't help anyway, and asked them to listen to him. And the wounded hunters were already behind him, ready to send Ho-min to the centipede. One of them with a gun in his hands shouted that why should they go to the other world because of him? And others told Ho-min to hurry up and surrender. And Kang Ha-jin turned his head at the people and said that Baek Ho-min is the ruler's hunter, and if they don't stop, they will be guilty of treason. But the hunters were convinced that it was better to be traitors than to die in this place, so too many people went to the grave because of him. With a sigh, Ho-min decided to give up himself. He didn't like the situation, so he decided to give up. At that moment, Kang Ha-jin turned to Ho-min with a questioning look on his face. He thought that Ho-min had sent his childhood friend to the other world because he was being watched. And with a decisive step, our hero went to the enemies, saying that he does not like to think when a rival is near. It was obvious from his attitude that he went to send them to the other side. Kang Ha-jin tried to stop the guy, and he didn't know what he would say to the ruler if he let Ho-min go to his own death now. With some relief, Baek Ho-min said that now he could take the weight off his soul that was weighing on him. And turning to Kang Ha-jin, he said he went on a date with the Platinum Monarch the other day. The young hunter's face stretched with surprise at the information he had just heard. And with a clear conscience, Baek Ho-min cheerfully rushed into battle. And from behind, Kang Ha-jin still wanted to stop the guy. Activating the 10,000 Swordmaster, Baek Ho-min began to chop the lifeless while chanting for them to go to the next world. However, They also told him to stay where he was and prepare for his death, for there was no point in fighting them. But Homin was confident in his strength and threatened that his sword would reach each of them. Suddenly, the parasites ripped off our hero's backpack. They realized that if he did not have a weapon, the skill would not work. After that, they immediately attacked the defenseless guy. The parasites started biting him wherever they could reach, and Homin thought of a way out of it and called for help from the constellation. Then Baek Homin activated his skill. Originally, he had summoned the Warrior King, but when he activated it, dynamite appeared. Even Ho Ming was surprised by his appearance. He was skeptical of the alchemist's help in this situation. However, Dynamite was in a fighting mood and already wanted to destroy all the parasites surrounding the guy. Reasoning, Baek Homin remembered that he had recently raised his synchronization level with Dynamite to level 2. And as a reward, he chose a skill he didn't have high expectations for. It was called a mini-lab. The first laboratory in human history was their own bodies. People used their bodies as research equipment to identify different drugs and poison. And Dynamite's mini-lab made this skill more intuitive. But for now, Homin was still in the clutches of the parasite. Unexpectedly, Homing separated an eye from one parasite and sent it straight into his mouth. The eye was surprisingly similar to a mushroom. Dynamite's mini-lab instantly analyzed the orange mushroom and synthesized the desired vaccine ingredient that very second. However, the parasites were still just as confident that Homin continued to struggle senselessly, and Baek Homin suddenly bit the head of one of the nearby parasites. This was his way of spreading the vaccine that was now being created, which was poisonous to them. This plan actually worked. The lifeless began to scream in pain, but still they continued to wish for Homin's death, and Homin noticed that one of the parasites had a flag sticking out of his body. It was the main body, but it was too difficult to get close to it, especially since Baek Homin didn't have any weapon. 2 blades flew towards Homin, which he immediately caught. Kang Ha-jin came to the rescue. Even at such a moment, our hero didn't forget to ask the hunter if he was worried about him. However, Kang Ha-jin dodged the question again and said that he couldn't hold back the lifeless for long, so it was time to act. And Homin's mentor used his level 1 skill. It was called Time Sequence Observation. At this second, Baek Homin had a strange sensation. It seemed like all the lifeless began to move slower. Homin decided that this was a sign that it was time to go. He activated the 10,000 Swordmaster again and began to scatter the lifeless one around. He literally cleared his way through the centipede and moved toward the main body. But because he had 2 small daggers in his hands instead of a sword, he was able to destroy the parasites less than expected. Kang Ha-jin could only slow down time for a moment. His eye was already filled with scarlet tears. They didn't have much time, so they had to deal with the undead quickly. Of course, Homing understood their situation perfectly well, but he only had 1 weapon left, and if he used the sword skill again, he still wouldn't have time to run to the main one. Fear began to strike our hero, because if the parasites started to move as usual, the guys would be finished. Suddenly, a woman's voice was heard beside him, shouting that they would open a path. It was Yahello and the other hunter. Scared but going into battle, they wanted to know the plan of action to defeat the vermin. Baek Homin looked at the girl in bewilderment, and he realized that she was pretending to be unconscious. The student apologized for that and started pushing everyone forward. Meanwhile, Kang Ha-jin could no longer use his skill to slow down the vermin. They were already regaining their speed, and the hunter warned Homin about it. And then our hero decided to act. He rushed through all the lifeless, despite the fact that they were ready to attack him again. Some people also wished for Baek Homin's death. However, he stepped on their bodies and climbed up them like a ladder. He pushed off one of them and flew up with a knife in his hand. And in that second, a blinding light erupted from him and consequently from his weapon. Every single parasite was struck by this outbreak and fell lifeless to the ground. Kang Ha-jin fell to his knees in helplessness, and without delight he realized that Baek Homin had done it again. The dazzling light began to fade. A smile appeared on Homin's face because he had succeeded. Happy, he fell to the ground, and until a few minutes ago, he thought he was finished. Of course, he was helped by the constellations, whom he thanked again. While she was lying motionless, Yahello and Lee Il-ho ran towards him from the side. They were frantic and thought that Homin had died, but the young man wasn't going to the next world yet. Once upon a time in the castle, the monarch argued that a good hunter is a simple-minded hunter, and all she wanted was for her orders to be obeyed. Kang Ha-jin stood in front of her at this moment and said that he was only thinking about the ruler's orders, as he had no reason to doubt them. But the Platinum Monarch replied that the guy is fooling himself and is not as simple-minded as he should be. She also said that those who climb the tower should not waste time thinking about meaningless things, and even if they don't, they should always do the right thing. However, Kang Ha-jin felt that such a person would simply be a lucky person. And Yoon So-hyun even agreed and said that a good hunter is a simple-minded and lucky hunter. But the boy had neither, so the Platinum Monarch said he wouldn't make a good hunter. And she also added with a smile that Kang Ha-jin would be the one who would live a long time. At the same time, the monarch kept saying that there was no special reason to be a good hunter, and Kang Ha-jin's face was full of questions. That was the conversation Kang Ha-jin remembered after they defeated the centipede, and now he was beginning to guess that the monarch was talking about Ho-min being simple-minded and lucky. After the battle, they went to the fortress chamber. Baek Ho-min decided to ask his mentor if Geomuk had trained the student himself. Kang Ha-ji replied that he even gave her a blessing. From this, our hero realized why she was unharmed compared to the other hunters. And Kang Ha-jin said that Yoo Ha-yeol's skills vary with her emotional, so she had a chance but decided to join later. Such a story was certainly interesting, but Baek Ho-min was interested in whether they could find what they were looking for. With a calm expression on his face, Kang Ha-jin answered the guy positively. They found traces of the dark ghost constellation on the undead body, but now they had another problem. It looked like the dark ghost hadn't brought the centipede alone. Baek Ho-min was a little surprised, and of course asked the mentor who else was with the parasite, and the answer was not comforting. Someone from the Gun Guild was working with the Dark Ghost. The connection to why the people among the streets and constellations wanted to get rid of the Platinum Monarch and the Weapons Guild, among others, was beginning to emerge. Then Kang Ha-jin added that being a ruler means being in danger, and he's also joined by the ruler's hunters. And, of course, our hero was very interested in learning more information about the Dark Ghost constellation. Turns out he was one of those constellations that rose during the Blue-White battle. He was at the top of the magician, and Ho-min finished the thought that he had fallen victim to the battle. At this moment, it was clear why he had a grudge against the Platinum Monarch, but it wasn't clear why now. Then, Kang Ha-jin said that unlike the living constellations, the Ascended Ones cease to be themselves and lose all their memories. People respect them, but they are just ghosts. Such constellations simply mimic their beliefs and philosophies, bless those they like. In doing so, they have no clear will. And then Baek Ho-min asked the guy about the reason why they called this behavior the Whisper of Starlight. But even so, the Dark Ghost was still a rising constellation, and the fact that he wasn't aiming at the Platinum Monarch made it seem like a mistake. With a sigh, Baek Ho-min had already wondered aloud what was going on. He said that someone like him couldn't control it. However, right now, it was important for them to find the traitor in the guild. So Kang Ha-jin suggested that they talk to the guild leader Geomuk first. And at that moment, Baek Ho-minu suggested that Geomuk might be working with Dark Ghosts. After hearing this, Kang Ha-jin turned sharply at the guy and told him not to even dare to speak out loud about such a thing without solid evidence. And taking offense like a little child, Ho-min said that a hunter can only be angry and nothing else. Lee Il-ho interrupted their conversation and said that Geomuk wanted to talk to them. It was just in time, because the boys were going to go to him. However, Geomuk only wanted to talk to one of them, namely the hunter Baek Ho-min. Kang Ha-jin's face didn't express much emotion, and he asked why he only wanted to see Ho-min. But no one answered his question. Ho-min stood up happily and said it was a good thing, because Kang Ha-jin would be afraid to stand in front of Geomuk. Such words made the mentor furious. And with a snide smile, Baek Ho-min complimented about, if going to the constellation, it would be better for him to do so. And Kang Ha-jin gave only one instruction to our hero, to behave respectfully with the constellation. And Ho-min was only willing to agree to such terms if it was mutual. While he and the guild hunter were on their way to Geomuk, our hero decided to ask how Lee Il-ho was feeling, because he wanted to sell his comrade to the enemy, supplementing the other question about what kind of it is, when else this comrade then save you. And Lee Il-ho answered nothing, but apologized and thanked the guy. And when Baek Ho-min calmed down, he said it was unnecessary to thank him, but he still said that as long as he lived, he would always remember that they were the people who wanted to abandon him. However, Lee Il-ho didn't answer anything, but simply bowed his head and sighed. At that time, they had already approached the place where Geomuk was. The constellation said that he had heard that Baek Ho-min had saved his men. But the guy said that wasn't exactly true, because his men wanted to sell him. However, the young man defeated the parasites faster than that. To which Geomuk replied that his hunters had acted unprofessionally and asked the guy to accept his thanks. This answer did not please Baek Ho-min, and he asked Constellation with anger in his voice if the guild hunters should be punished for almost selling out their comrade. Bowing his head, Geomuk told the boy that if he dwelled on such trivialities, he couldn't be a hunter. He continued and said that even a constellation in the tower could go to the other world without reason. He insisted that Baek Ho-min go through with understanding and gratitude, and not to lose his cool at the same time. And then, Changing his tone, he offered another option for the boy to do the same to the hunters, but Homan thought that option was too vindictive, and Geomuk asked our hero about how he would look on if the constellation would fulfill his wish. The offer was tempting, but Baek Homan said he didn't need anything and asked to leave this conversation for the future. Then he asked to look into the matter without the wish. He had mentioned saying that signs of rebellion had been seen in the monarch's neighborhood, and it was even said that there were traitors in the palace itself. With tension in his body and voice, Baek Homan asked what kind of betrayals he was talking about, especially in the palace. Geomuk replied that it was someone who was very close to the Platinum Monarch and knew of her every next move. Someone from her inner circle was planning to start a rebellion. The man spoke very convincingly, and Baek Homan asked how the man knew all this. Then he replied that he too had received a proposal to overthrow the monarch and put a new ruler in her place. Still with the same tension, Baek Homan asked what Geomuk had chosen, and Geomuk replied to that. However, he said that he neither accepted nor refused the offer. He added that he would just stick to his place in the tower as before. He didn't want to take the Platinum Monarch's side, but he wasn't going to go against her either. However, they needed to find out who was running things. The more lifeless constellation was involved, and Geomuk didn't want to be left out. While the constellation was getting back on its feet, Baek Homan asked him if he had any idea who it might be, and Geomuk said yes. With a serious expression on his face and calm at the same time, the man said who he thought was the traitor and called Baek Homan's name. The guy didn't expect to be accused. However, Geomuk said that his candidacy was the only one that came to mind, especially since he had already received attention from many constellations. Enumerating Geomuk said that the constellation Rhea blessed the guy, and even the Dark Ghost is showing attention to his person. And Geomuk was no exception. He too was interested in the boy, and the man had also heard that the guy could communicate directly with unknown constellations. Indeed, it all looked too suspicious, and Homan realized it himself, but he denied the fact that he might be a traitor. Then Geomuk asked Homan to answer one question about which constellation he was in touch with. This question was like a blow under the breath, and Homan realized in his head how drastically the situation had changed. A scarlet light began to appear behind Geomuk, which later turned into a silhouette. The man wanted to know the names of their stars. Scared by such a sight, Baek Homan realized that Geomuk was pushing him hard, and he finally saw what kind of power the real constellations had. Such a strong pressure prevented Baek Homan's body from even moving from his seat. In his head, our hero realized that if things continued like this, he might just die of asphyxiation. And as always, unexpected as these moments are, Constellation 1 started sending countless likes to the guy. At this moment, Baek Homan gathered his thoughts and finally remembered what he had forgotten under Geomuk's pressure. He was under the protection of 3 constellations, and he didn't need to fear only one right now. Having heard no answer so far, Geomuk repeated again that he wanted to know the names of the constellation. With a sly grin, he exhaled and said his name proudly and asked the man to memorize it as he would become a constellation. Geomuk was not satisfied with such a witty answer and realized that even with his pressure, he could not convince the guy to crack. And in an instant, his body was thrown backward. He crashed through a closed door that seemed to be far away from him. Baek Homan realized that this gesture wasn't even an attack. His body was thrown back like this with the help of the man's spirit. And Baek Homan guessed what kind of spirit it was. The best ones who climbed the tower became constellation. It was the first time the boy felt such a strong desire to hurt someone that would lead to death. It seemed to him that if Geomuk laid a finger on him, he would go to the other side of the world. He knew he was going to die, but Baek Homan wasn't going to accept it quietly. Then Homan tried to attack Geomuk, but his fist was intercepted. The man marveled that the guy didn't even try to run away. Geomuk wanted to know the answer to the question he asked. He also asked if there was a constellation that Homan believed in. However, Baek Homan didn't understand the question from the man and asked him again what he was even talking about. Without answering this guy's question exactly, he said that the moment the world fell apart, people created the Church of Eternity and asked Homan's opinion about their faith, namely, who it was in. But Baek Homan did not know the answer to that because at the time when all this was happening, he couldn't even read. And Geomuk said that people believed in the tower, so it was salvation, and the constellations in turn are angels seeking salvation. The man added that the church would soon understand the constellation, and people began to worship and believe in her because they themselves could not reach the top. It all came about because no one was fully aware of the territory that was considered holy. Geomuk concluded his story by saying that if ever a constellation reached the top of the tower, it would no longer worship. Baek Ho-min was very surprised because he had heard the opposite, that after reaching the top of the tower, you can return the world to the way it was before. But the man said that's what they wanted to believe, and asked the guy to think about it. And Yeomuk asked another question about what would happen if people got to the top, and there was nothing there. Humanity would hardly be able to accept that. Ho-min could answer nothing to that, and the man said that the Church of Eternity had chosen a comfortable world with faith in something that might not be, so they stopped climbing. But that only happened when the new Platinum Monarch showed. All I had to do was stop climbing the tower. Throughout this story, Geomuk held the boy's fist in his hand, and he asked Ho-min again about which constellations he could hear, while clarifying whether they are constellations who have stopped climbing or those who have tried. The man squeezed our hero's hand hard and asked what kind of paradise the constellations told him about, and Ho-min felt that he was not just squeezing his hand, but almost breaking it. Back then, Baek Ho-min decided to activate his skill and chose the life of a martial king. And at that moment, Baek Ho-min started punching Geomuk from all sides and into all of his side. But it seemed that Geomuk didn't feel the guy's punches at all. This was reinforced by the fact that he asked Ho-min if he was hitting him properly. Our hero answered in the negative. Then he took out a knife, activated the Master of 10,000 Swords, and stabbed the man, which threw him back. It was Geomuk's sword, and he asked how Baek Ho-min knew Baek Ho-min was hiding it. The answer was obvious. Baek Ho-min said that he was the master of the Weapons Guild. Accordingly, he couldn't be without him, and after that, Ho-min went on the attack again. However, that didn't help the guy. Geomuk deflected the blow and asked if he already wanted to call his constellations for help. The guy took out 2 more swords from behind his back and activated the 10,000 Swordmaster again. The weapons once again gave off a dazzling light. Such a blow was strong enough that Ho-min even felt like he was caught in his neck. Geomuk's arm, however, was in massive iron armor. He realized that the guy had stolen his weapon on purpose so that he wouldn't think he had his swords with him. And such a superficial attack from a guy was too weak for a man. Baek Ho-min's broken swords fell to the ground. It was very unexpected for Baek Ho-min, especially when he saw Geomuk's hand. Looking at the broken swords, the man realized that this happened when the young man used a skill, and he began to calculate that it didn't look like a reinforcing skill at all, and he'd never seen anything like this before. After thinking for a moment, he realized something and attacked Baek Ho-min, and he flew away from the blow like a flake. Swinging his armored arm, Geomuk said that even if Ho-min had such an unusual skill, it was foolish to rely only on weapons. And he threw another hard punch at the guy. Because Baek Ho-min didn't fight back, Geomuk thought he was just the kind of person who liked to hurt himself. The man with a menacing gait was heading back to Ho-min, who was lying near the rock where he had earlier landed from the blow. He urged the young man to start using his arsenal. Grunting in pain, our hero realized that before him stood a very ancient constellation that was too strong. Once more, Geomuk asked Ho-min if maybe it was time to pray to his constellation before he went to the other world in vain. Gathering his last strength, Baek Ho-min recalled the words the man had said. He really did have a good weapon. While waiting, Geomuk still wanted our hero to finally show off his ability. In that same second, Baek Ho-min thought he would show a large heavy sword with a sharp blade. His hand began to glow with a pinkish light. So the guy turned to the master of the 10,000 swords again. He realized that no matter what weapon he had, the sword would still be the same, and with a swing of his arm, he went on the attack. Baek Ho-min realized that whoever uses this skill is also a weapon. Geomuk, with his eyes wide open, didn't understand what was happening. With our hero's attack, even a blinding light erupted from the room they were in. There was a huge hole in the roof of the building through which the evening sky could be seen. However, as soon as all the smoke from that blow dispersed, Geomuk, who was already standing fully in his armor, became visible in it. Unlike the man, Baek Ho-min's appearance was pitiful, especially his arm was burned almost to the shoulder. Old Geomuk looked at our hero with a wistful look, as he was clearly unconscious standing on his feet. Without thinking long, he swung his iron arm again and said that the end had come for Ho-min. Suddenly, the young man opens his eyes and starts screaming loudly. However, the surroundings were completely different. It turned out that several days had already passed. Geomuk and a girl in a white coat were standing nearby. The man addressing the girl said that he was sure that a light shaking would bring the guy back into action. Apparently, the man had to hit the guy to wake him up. Abruptly, the girl ran up to the lying guy and started pouring a bottle of liquid into Ho-min. The guy fought back as best he could. Spitting, Baek Ho-min got up from the bed, saying that he thought he was done for. It seemed that Geomuk just now wanted to send him to the other world. Baek Ho-min didn't understand what was happening. Kang Ha-jin walked in the door. With a shout, Ho-min started to say that if he was here, he could have stopped Geomuk, and the man added that Homin had strong stamina. With animosity on his face and in his voice, Geomuk said that he was surprised that Homin had managed to become the ruler's hunter. But even so, if the young man continued to climb the tower, he would die. Such a statement hurt Baek Homin, and he probably wanted to lash out at the man again. He went on to say that before there was a sad end for the young man, he should join the Weapons Guild. Geomuk offered to train the boy himself, and the emotions on the faces of Homin and Kang Hajin, who was standing nearby, changed to wild surprise. The guild founder said that in 6 months, he would make a guy who could defeat even a constellation. But Kang Hajin intervened and said that Homin was now in the ruler's possession. Accordingly, regardless of his decision, it would not be prioritized. Turning to the hunter, Geomuk replied that such an offer would even be good for the monarch, as a real hunter would be much better than Homin, who would die at some unknown time. However, our hero did not realize what Geomuk was saying, since recently, the man himself called the guy a traitor. Kang Hajin reacted and asked Constellation if he really thought Baek Homin could be a traitor, but the man just wanted to make sure. And at first Geomuk was really suspicious of Homin, and he said that he then tried to send the guy to the other side of the world. During the fight, the man realized that Baek Homin was the kind of person who would climb the tower at any cost, so he decided that he would just keep an eye on the guy. Kang Hajin's eyes read a kind of anger, and he thought that even Geomuk had decided to vouch for this guy. Lowering his head down, the man went on to say that the Platinum Monarch certainly has a strong desire to climb the tower. However, now the city has experienced a regression. That was why Geomuk was suspicious of the monarch. It could be that the monarch had also fallen, instead agreeing to peace. However, in such a case, the ruler would not have taken such a one as a hunter, since the guy was a crazy fool to say the least. But right now the tower needed people like that, and the Platinum Monarch had to know it too. And the young man attacked Geomuk, asking him if he was beating up everyone to make sure he was wrong. And Kang Hajin attacked Homin because he was still talking without respect. With a sly smile, Geomuk admitted that he realized halfway through that the guy wasn't a traitor, but since he found the situation amusing, he didn't stop. And Homin clearly didn't like the way the man was having fun. Then the guild founder added that the boy would still receive trials from the tower. Baek Homin didn't quite understand such an expression and decided to interrogate what the man meant. Geomuk replied that the tower gave test after test. In a way, it was a test for passing which you could climb the tower. Not only parasites, but also constellations with other people would appear on Baek Homin's path. And the young man agreed with that, as he had already met many. But Geomuk added that this was just the beginning, and it would get worse. It couldn't even compare to the fight between them. It wasn't that important, though. It wasn't the first time Baek Homin had faced death since he had lived on the streets for most of his life. And because Baek Homin wanted to end his miserable life, he realized that his way out was to climb that tower. Laughing Geomuk was even more convinced that he couldn't just let the guy go. And Kang Hajin was eating anger from within, as Homin was not only interested in the ruler, but also in Geomuk. After a week, Homin's bone finally healed. Geomuk came to visit him at that second and noticed that the boy was healthy. Without thinking long, the man asked Homin to follow him, and the boy naturally wanted to know where he was going first. However, Geomuk did not answer, but simply said to go with him, and there the guy would see everything. They came to a building of some kind. Inside, Homin saw a room behind a curtain that completely reflected the other side. He guessed that it was the mirror room. It was really her. In a room like this, Geomuk said you could meet another you. Since the place inside the room was a parallel world in which the guy chose a different alternative path, and those who come to the mirror room can still bring objects from there. Those who could be seen there were not doubles or illusions. This is an actual alternate reality. It was hard to believe. Baek Homin was exactly how he reacted to the parallel world. And Geomuk shared that he himself had been in the mirror room the last time there was a blue and white battle. It was at that moment that the man saw a world where the Platinum Monarch never appeared. And because the ruler never showed up in the future, the Church of Eternity won. After what he saw, Geomuk sided with the Platinum Monarch to avoid such a That time was the last time he'd ever used the room, and the man wasn't sure which future was best for today's world. This was information that the guild founder had never told anyone before. Homin was the first. Putting his hand on Homin's shoulder, Geomuk said that the plot against the monarch was spreading too fast, that it even involved the constellation. It was especially influenced by Homin's appearance. Then our hero marveled that he might be one of the key points in all of this. But either way, Geomuk realized that the best solution instead of training would be to use the mirror room. And suddenly, without warning, the man pushed Baek Homin toward the room. However, Our hero slowed down and angrily asked what he was trying to accomplish now. Geomuk was no longer with him. Then Baek Ho-min noticed some strange marks on the walls that he had never seen before. It was clear that the man had thrown Baek Ho-min into a parallel world, but the only thing that bothered the guy was that he didn't even tell him how to get back. At this time, his constellations were wondering who would be waiting for them next. Dynamite assumed it would be the Warrior King. The only one was happy about that, but still very nervous. And according to the wizard, Ho-min was often in that room. Then Nameless said that when he was in the mirror room, it wasn't so dangerous. So he didn't understand the one's excitement, and Dynamite said that the Warrior King didn't know something. Then the one confirmed Dynamite's words and said that most likely the Warrior King would want to die. Baek Ho-min's curtain began to close in the mirror room at this moment. The young man thought that if he went through the mirror room again, he would probably end up in another parallel world. He started to figure out how he could get into the original world, but suddenly the door behind him started to open. The man who entered the room stated as a fact that the young man had passed through the mirror room and added that he had seen himself from that side for the first time. In front of our hero stood also Baek Ho-min, but a little different. That guy realized that Ho-min was in the room for the first time. He was looking at Baek Ho-min from the parallel world and noticed that he had very high boots and weapons. Apparently this Baek Ho-min was the one who joined the weapons guild. So our hero decided to call another one a gunsmith. Looking at the armorer further, the boy noticed that he also had the seal of the Platinum Monarch. There was a similarity between the two. And the guy from the mirror room said that his seal was a rank 3 seal with the strengthening skill. Such a skill was good for close combat, so he was able to join the weapons guild. Listening to the armorer's story, Ho-min had a notification that the synchronization rates with the Martial King were slightly increased. This meant that he was in the weapon guild. Baek Ho-min also thought that the synchronization rates might have risen due to the similarity of their seals. After his musings, the lad decided to ask the armorer if he too was a ruler hunter, and the man answered yes, adding that he had been caught by Dahl's executioner for seeming suspicious, and just to keep himself alive, he was forced to become the ruler's hunter. But right now, the armorer was still weak and practicing in the weapon guild. This caused Ho-min to ask questions. Then Ho-min, from the other parallelism, replied that he was following Sir Geomuk. With a violent reaction, the armorer began to say that the ruler is too cruel, and Geomuk is even more suitable for this role, and he expressed his incomprehension of how a monarch can rule. He went on to say that all you need to climb the tower is a single sword, and there is no room for those who use the seal, and he asked Ho-min if he agreed with that. And in the subconscious world, as the other constellations had said before, the Martial King really wanted to already perish from what he had seen. He understood what Dynamite and the One had meant then, but it could not be called the Warrior King's past, for it was a parallel world. But barely containing his laughter with a funny face, Dynamite said that after all, this world is similar to the real one. That pissed off Nameless a little bit. And the One added that everyone has unpleasant childhood memories. He also had a silly smile on his face. Baek Ho-min had a silly smile on his face as he confused left and right. Being subjected to such ridicule and abuse from his elders, the Warrior King wanted to be alone. And the gunsmith said that everyone who climbs the tower is from the gun guild. The other guilds are there to support it. However, after interrupting the other himself, Baek Ho-min rudely shut the guy up and said that what he was saying was starting to make his ears wither. Such disrespectful communication hurt the armorer, and he asked if that was not a member of the weapons guild. But Ho-min replied that just listening to such talk with his own face made him feel ashamed. That was the only reason. From this reaction, the armorer realized that Ho-min didn't know anything about the Platinum Monarch or what she was. After all, she was a wild and superficial woman. Unable to bear such talk, Baek Ho-min was fed up with it and threw himself into attacking the armorer. After missing the first strike of the other, Ho-min did not give himself any further offense and drew his weapon, which flashed with scarlet flame. Then our hero realized that it was time to activate his skill and called on the Warrior King for help. The two Baek Ho-min from different parallels fought in a duel, looking at each other with anger. In battle, the armorer noticed that the young man fought well and assumed that he was skilled in martial arts. He also noticed that such tactics were standard but different from Sir Geomuk's, and it was natural since Baek Ho-min hadn't learned anything from the weapons guild. However, the armorer didn't believe the guy and wanted to say something else, but Ho-min didn't prefer to talk in battle. And Baek Ho-min pondered that those who are in the Weapons Guild have muscles and nerves that are specifically designed for swordsmanship. Even the very name of the Weapon Guild said that it had methods of perfecting one's body as a weapon. Ho-min also noticed that a gunsmith does not break his weapon, but instead takes care of them. The sword in the other Ho-ming's hands was held with reverence. This was definitely something worth learning from. Unexpectedly, Ho-min's blade broke sharply in the battle. This was, of course, a great inconvenience. The gunsmith laughed at what happened because he didn't think Ho-min would break his weapon, and to him, it sounded like a call to send him to the next world. And Baek Ho-min himself noticed that his seal was getting hotter, and he had exactly the same thoughts as his opponent. Abruptly, the young man said that he did not like the gunsmith very much, but nevertheless he helped him with something and wished him good luck, turning in the other direction. He didn't understand where the other one was going to run to, but our hero wasn't going to run away. It was a distraction. He activated the Master of 10,000 Swords and rushed towards the enemy. Baek Ho-min's fist was very close to the gunsmith's face. He fell to his knees. At that moment, Ho-min turned around and told his other self that by watching him fight, the guy had figured out how to control his strength. He turned around again and said goodbye to the armorer. After this encounter, our hero realized why Gaemuk had thrown him into the mirror room. The boy went on, and when he opened the curtain, he saw an alchemist who was working with flasks. The alchemist was clearly not expecting guests, and said that if he didn't come to help, he should come back later. Seeing this, Ho-ming realized that it was another version of him who had joined the alchemy guild. Then the young man politely asked about helping the alchemist. Opening curtain after curtain, it had been hours of walking through the room. There were a lot of empty rooms too, and most of the Baek Ho-mins our hero saw were just ordinary losers. And he said that except for the Weapons Guild version and the Alchemist version, there was nothing else. But still, while the young man was walking around the room, the synchronization rates with the constellations increased significantly. And then Ho-min was waiting for an empty room again, and he was already wondering when it would end and where the exit was, as our hero was relaxing while he was getting to know other versions of himself. He didn't expect it, but he was suddenly attacked from behind. It was the blonde-haired girl who first grabbed, then stabbed, and also stabbed Ho-min. Grasping the hand that was wounded, the boy already knew the stinging pain. It was poison, and the girl was more dangerous than she looked. Of course, Baek Ho-min realized that it was definitely not one of his version, so he asked who she was. The girl wasn't very nice. Besides, she knew Ho-min was the ruler's hunter, but she called him her dog. At that moment, the young man thought she might be a traitor, so she hid in the mirror room to defeat Ho-min here. But he quickly dismissed it and thought it was nonsense, so the only thing left to do was to interrogate her. Baek Ho-min then decided to activate the skill, but unexpectedly, it didn't work. So he tried a few more times, but the skill didn't work, so he assumed the girl had a skill that could cancel it. And upon closer inspection, Baek Ho-min noticed that she had a steel seal around her. After thinking some more and examining the girl, he was shocked, but it seemed that it was Baek Ho-min too. Suddenly, the girl pounced on the guy again. However, Ho-min was very curious about who or what she was and why he was the girl's version. But the girl was determined to finish off the young man. The thought flashed through the guy's mind that she really wasn't bluffing and wanted to send him to the other side of the world. After evaluating her fighting technique, Ho-ming recognized the movements of the people from the nooks and crannies in such strike. Then he realized and wondered to himself in his head that if he had advanced in rank in the nooks and crannies and become a servant of the spider, then, in that case, he could turn into this. The chain was logical. However, turning into a girl was too much for Baek Ho-min. In the subconscious world, as it turned out, the Martial King didn't realize who this girl was either. And after talking to other constellations, it became clear that they don't understand or know the girl. And the one said that someone like her had never been in the mirror room before. He thought the guy's seal might have something to do with the place. The emotion with which the wizard said it made Dynamite suspect that he knew something, but the one knew only one thing, that of all the timeline, this one he was not to encounter. The wizard said something incredible, as the girl was the second to become a constellation after him. The eyes of the others almost popped out of their foreheads at what they heard. And Dynamite decided to undercut the constellation's words, and asked if he had correctly realized that she was one of the only ones who was just hibernating. Gritting his teeth, the one confirmed that it was true. He said she was like a ghost against the sky, and her name was Miori. Meanwhile, Baek Ho-min was trying to defend himself against her attacks. She fought just like in a snake den, where such people earn money for their work. And to avoid guessing whether or not it's true, H-Min decided to ask Miori, and she answered vaguely, but most likely the boy's guesses were. Then Homan decided to say that apparently she had not spared the old man. However, the girl hinted that he didn't have time to talk. Since the blows already from the side of Miori was enough, Homing was interested in how much more she will attack him, and without waiting for an answer, he decided to activate the skill again. However, the girl called him a fool and only laughed, as it was clear that he could not use his skill. But Baek Ho-min didn't give up and tried several times to activate his skill. At that time, his hand began to blush and burn intensely. Seeing this already, Miori wanted the guy to stop because at this rate, his arm could just tear up. With a sly but tired face, Homan realized that since the girl was another version of him, she was paying for her skill in the same way. Accordingly, her neck was burning. With an aggressive tisk, Miori said she wasn't prepared for the boy to be so resistant to poison, and her seal around his neck was burning like the boy's hand. He shared that the Platinum Monarch made his body a little healthier, but sticking to Miori's joke, he said she was his master since she said he was the ruler's dog. After that, the girl decided to stop attacking as she didn't see the point in it anymore. Stunned, Homan thought she had finally given up. At that moment, the girl offered him a seat, or rather pointed to it. But even though the fight was over, Baek Ho-min clearly understood that she was from the snake lair and could not relax. Now she decided to ask the question, and Miori asked Ho-min if he came from the world where he is the ruler's hunter. The boy confirmed her guess. Then our hero decided to ask why she tried to send him to the other world if she knew from the beginning that their worlds are different. But she replied that she had once decided to kill all the ruler's hounds that would appear in the mirror room. All the more reason for her to practice. With consternation on his face, Baek Ho-min assumed that the girl was from the world where he had turned traitor. And that was exactly the case. In that case, Baek Ho-min didn't understand why she was trying to commit treason. He wanted to hear her answer to that question. Their communication was a bit on the high side, and Miori asked why he had become the ruler's hunter, reinforcing that the guy knew nothing about the Platinum Monarch. Then Baek Ho-min replied that he knows enough about the ruler since he is even dating her. This news shocked the female version of him. She got angry and then sighed and said she didn't want to tell him, but apparently she had no choice. She went on to say that if the Platinum Monarch had that much respect for the guy, it would be easier to stab him in the back. But Baek Ho-min sincerely didn't understand what Miori was talking about just now and interrogated her. The girl's answer was very exciting, as she said that the Platinum Monarch was a parasite. Of course, Baek Ho-min didn't believe what he heard and said it was nonsense that he shouldn't even worry about. But Miori tried to convince him that she was telling the truth. And Ho-min knew that when someone becomes a parasite, the gold from the seal disappears. It was not clear how the monarch could manipulate his seal. Miori didn't respond in any way, but asked Homan if he had ever seen her seal. Then the young man hesitated a bit, because he really had never seen the seal at the Platinum Monarch's place. And Miori said it was solid proof. The Platinum Monarch had no seal, because she was a parasite. However, to Homan, this was absurd, because he could simply not see the seal as most people hide it under their clothes. Not wanting to get further into an argument with the guy, Miori sighed and told him to do what he wanted if he didn't believe her. Baek Ho-min asked the girl if she had been taught to scam in the snake lair, or if she had done it herself, but she replied that it wasn't a scam and transferred the lair to the spider. Miori proudly said that she was trained by a spider and later became one of the spider legs, to which our hero replied that he had never even once seen a spider in person, and she had already become his spider leg. Then the girl said that after the old man went to the other world, she was on Earth. And at that time, the Platinum Monarch and the Executioner doll found her and tried to destroy her, but she was saved by a spider. But the fact that the ruler was trying to send Miori to the other side of the world didn't bother Baek Ho-min. And the boy began to speculate that if such a thing happened to him, he would find a reason to rebel against her. These were the thoughts he decided to share with Miori. It was probably a normal reason for rebellion, and he could even understand the girl to some extent. That Baek Ho-min expressed understanding for the actions of the embittered Miori shocked her. However, in any case, the monarch was kind to our hero, and he could not complain. And he had no reason to complain. With a heavy sigh and some regret, Miori said that she too had once been so naive. She closed the topic by saying that even Ho-min being a ruler's hunter doesn't change the fact that she likes him, and she advised him to learn about the rebellion against divinity while there was still time. Of course, such a formulation made a lot of questions appear in the young man's mind, and Miori replied that Homan's stance on the Platinum Monarch will be determined when either he sends her to the other world or she does. After that, the girl decided that it was time for her to leave. However, Homan was not ready for that, so he decided to at least ask her how to leave. This made Miori surprised as the guy came into the room without even knowing how to get out of it. The way out was simple. He had to open and close the curtain with his own hands. Since it was clear that the girl and Homin would not meet again, she did not say goodbye to him, but simply sent him away in a rude manner. For some reason, at that moment, the one's face changed, and he began to worry. The other creatures didn't understand what was wrong. Then the one took some glasses in his hands and said that someone had escaped. The others still didn't understand and asked who he was talking about. Putting his glasses back on, the wizard turned his head and spoke Miori's name. She was already standing a few meters away from him. The warrior king did not understand what kind of constellation she was, since the one had spoken of her in such a way. Meanwhile, Dynamite stood by and could not believe his eyes. Then the one revealed the secret, and said that she was the constellation that had ruined the Platinum Monarch since she had led a successful rebellion, and it was she who became the new ruler of the city. With fear in his body and a voice that creeped out the others, he said she was a white spider. Still, Dynamite did not believe what he heard. According to the wizard, Miori had succeeded in the rebellion and seized control of the city. And the War King realized that the female version couldn't lead Baek Ho-min, and also the traitor was someone he knew. Nor could he even think or suspect that with her, the rebellion could be successful. Tucking his glasses into his inside pocket, the only one said that until then, they didn't have to worry about that, since something worse was waiting for them. Continuing the wizard's thoughts, Dynamite said that now everything had changed, and the constellation that had ruined the Platinum Monarch had awakened. Because of this turn of events, the constellations could no longer predict what would eventually await them. Meanwhile, Baek Ho-min opened the curtain and returned to his world. Geomuk and Kang Ha-jin were sitting quietly in front of him, playing backgammon. Hyo-min hurled rude words at Geomuk, who started laughing uncontrollably because he didn't know how to get out of the room. Kang Ha-jin was shocked by the guy's rudeness. Despite the fact that our hero could go to the other side several times, Geomuk thought it was a great workout. However, Baek Ho-min changed from anger to mercy and agreed with the man that the training was not useless. Taking one of the playing chips, Geomuk decided to continue his conversation with Kang Ha-jin. At backgammon, the man showed what he suspected were the positions of traitors in the city and in the Guild of Arms, and Baek Ho-min was more interested in Baek Ho-min mentioning a traitor in the Weapons Guild. To which Geomuk replied that in the mirror room, he too had met another self who had sided with the church during the blue and white battle. Recalling his journey through the mirror room, Ho-min noticed that the armorer and the female version of him were opponents of the Platinum Monarch. Geomuk went on to say that no doubt among the rulers, someone is trying to corner the Platinum Monarch. Pondering, Ho-min wondered who it could be. Geomuk took the boy by the shoulder, and with a smile trying to soften his words, said that in truth he was useless and weak. But that didn't change the fact that Ho-min had saved the male hunters. For that, Geomuk expressed gratitude to the guy on behalf of the guild and its members, Lee Il-ho and Yu Ha-yul. And he added that to top it all off, the guy was highly praised by Kang Ha-jin. Ho-min's smile seemed to go beyond his face. Of course, this made Kang Ha-jin very uncomfortable. After all, he never spoke flatteringly of Ho-min in his presence. And he said about our hero that he's a little more useful than a sick mongrel. According to Geomuk, although Baek Ho-min was weak, but the fact that he stood by the side of the Platinum Monarch was a blessing to her. Thanks to Baek Ho-min, Geomuk decided to believe in the Platinum Monarch, and he said that as long as he lives, the Weapons Guild will stand by the Monarch's side. At that moment, Kang Ha-jin was overcome with envy again, as he could tell that Geomuk had a lot of respect for Baek Ho-min. Turning to Ho-min, the man asked Ho-min to show him the boy's will, and added that his stars would shine along with the young man's will. And Kang Ha-jin thought that our hero had strong constellation, and Geomuk that were on his side, and with that, the chances of a successful rebellion decreased drastically. After a short time, the guys were already in the castle, where the Platinum Monarch was thanking Ho-min, because thanks to him she had the full support of the Geomuk constellation on her side. As a reward for the marvelous result, she asked him out on a date. But Ho-min was surprised that she didn't even ask for his wishes, and it looked like coercion. Then the monarch rephrased her sentence and asked Ho-min about it in a voluntary form. The boy appreciated the gesture. She said she would schedule a date and added that a trusted person had told her how to date. The lad was very surprised and wondered from whom the ruler had asked advice on the matter. Smiling sweetly, she said it was the executioner doll, and Ho-min thought it was her again. In the young man's mind, he thought that even though the girl was a ruler, she had no one to ask for love advice. With a good attitude, the Platinum Monarch clenched her hands into a fist and was confident that this time the date would succeed. And the boy was still ruminating on his thoughts and thinking how lonely the monarch was, and there were traitors around who were planning a rebellion. With a regretful look, Homing realized that to find out about the rebellion against the divinity, he would have to deceive the ruler. It was time for their date. Yoon Seo-hyun suggested that they have dinner first and then go to the movie. However, Homin noticed that she was dragging him along just like last time. And during the date, the guy was silent, so the girl decided to ask what's up. But Homin replied timidly that her proposal was cool. Since the monarch had upgraded Baek Ho-min's seal with platinum again, he also wanted to give her something in return. However, Yoon Seo-hyun didn't understand why she needed a gift. So our hero explained that it would be a gift that people who are dating usually have. The girl thought about it, and Ho-min had a strong reaction, so he told her that since she had a lot of money, he doubted that there was anything she couldn't buy. Then she turned to him with a smile and said she thought of something she might like. The guy was seriously surprised and asked the girl what it could be. She replied with a satisfied face that she would like a crab head. Baek Ho-min asked if she was talking about a dish or something else. But it wasn't about food at all. The girl wanted a crab head. There's a man named Kim Ho-dae. He is one of the spider legs, and on the streets he is known as Crab. He was called that because he sold and bought the life. Ho-min decided to give the girl a gift and had already caught a man. He was hanging upside down, and Ho-min was interrogating him. When asked who needed the lifeless in the first place, he replied that the Alchemy Guild needed human body parts for some medicines. This prompted the boy's question. The man said that foreign alchemists use them to create forbidden substances. Then Baek Ho-min thought he was sending innocent people to the next world, and then selling them to others for money. So he decided to ask Crab himself. But he was afraid for his life and said he didn't know how it happened and asked not to send him to the other world. And Ho-min answered the man simply, if he wants to live, he should put out the information where the crab is. Suspended upside down, the man stammered and asked why the young man wanted the crab, to which our hero said that someone from above wanted his head, and he added if he wanted to tell something before his head left his body. But before the man could answer anything, Baek Ho-min cut the rope and the man flew into the abyss. Just as suddenly, Ho-min suddenly heard sounds behind him. There were many hooded men with masks and swords standing there. They knew that the guy was the ruler's hunter. Looking at their weapons, he realized they were from the snake lair, since the female version of him used the exact same one. As it turned out, the suspended man was just bait. The others were aware that the Platinum Monarch was targeting the spiders. That was why the snake lair realized that if they let one of them go, Ho-min and the ruler would definitely fall for it. With drooping eyes, Ho-min couldn't even think that the Platinum Monarch would fall into such a trap. One of the men offered our hero a deal. He said that if he brought the Platinum Monarch to them, he would now keep the young man alive. But Baek Ho-min pulled out a knife from behind his back and said that he had a better idea. When Ho-min jumped into the attack, he said he would leave only one man alive to tell him where the crab was, and the battle would be the only one to find out who that one would be. And while Ho-min fought, the Platinum Monarch walked in the rain with an umbrella and wondered if the guy could survive this. At this time, our hero defeated one by one, and the remaining guy wondered why the poison didn't work on him. To which the guy replied that he'd been poisoned before, and in his head, he thought that it was a good thing that after the battle with his female version, he had dismantled it with his mini-lab, and the opponent could think of nothing better to do than run screaming that it wasn't over. However, Baek Ho-min could no longer catch up with him because the poison in his body was too much. As he was losing consciousness, our hero was talking about how he had to catch this guy, but the poison was already doing its thing. Lying on the ground, the boy opened his eyes after a while at the sound of his name being called. The Platinum Monarch stood in front of him. Ho-min asked why she had come here if she could just wait, but because she saw the alchemist fall, she got up. Then the boy remembered that he had missed one after all, and the monarch replied that she had met the one who had escaped and left him behind after torturing him. That guy was already lifeless. That one told the monarch a little about Crab, but even so, Ho-min apologized to the girl. He was disappointed that he couldn't do it himself because he promised Yoon Seo-hyun that he would give her a present. Blushing a little, the girl replied that there were a few other things she would like. Gently placing her hand on the guy's cheek, she complimented that if Baek Ho-min could get them for her, she would fulfill his every wish if she could, of course. Blushing eerily at her touch and what she said, the guy thought about the fact that she could fulfill any wish. And apparently until the Platinum Monarch changed her mind, Ho-min said he'd keep his promise. Satisfied with the answer, she said she had high hopes for him and called him her hunter. Then the ruler gave our hero a list of 5 people. It included Crab, Big Sister Raccoon, the Raccoon Dodger. The identity of the 5th was unknown, but he was hired to kill people. Each of them is running the nooks and crannies on Spider's behalf. And if Ho-min can get rid of all of them, Spider will be nothing more than a helpless bandit. It had been 4 days, and Ho-min had been telling this backstory to Crab, explaining why he needed his head. He in turn asked him to just let him go. All tied up and terrified, Kim Ho-dae said they were just trying to get rid of the Platinum Monarch for the sake of the city's citizens, and he was just being used. Sighing, Ho-min, hearing this not for the first time, even asked Crab why they were all saying the same thing before their death. It was a bit like a conspiracy. But the one yelled for the guy to hear him for sure about the monarch trying to get the same power that the Church of Eternity had. However, Ho-min was still hard to change his mind and said that becoming a mincemeat crab would be much more useful. And the guy sent the man straight to the spinning blade, and Kim Ho-dae shouted that he'd tell him anything as long as Ho-min didn't send him to the other side. Then our hero asked the first question, and asked what Crab knew about the rebellion against divinity. Ho-min tried to find out about it, but he couldn't find any information. But even if there was any information, he realized that the monarch's opponents must know something. And it was true. Kim Ho-dae had heard something about it from Big Sister from the Red Light District. He recalled that she had mentioned this rebellion in a conversation with someone and said it meant a takeover from heaven. Crab also heard snippets of phrases about the Platinum Monarch and that she was trying to shake someone up. But it all seemed like nonsense to the man at the time. And it said that the ruler was rebelling against divinity, and something about the Lord committing treason. After listening to the man, Baek Ho-min also thought it was nonsense. Kim Ho-dae added that he had also heard that this was the reason why the Platinum Monarch was collecting gold. In any case, Baek Ho-min realized that Big Sister was on the list of people he needed, and this story from Crab was useful. Then our hero decided to ask another question about the spider's legs, namely, what the man knew about them. After Crab's story, Ho-min decided to find out if everything was true. But in such a situation, Kim Ho-dae shouted and swore that he was telling the truth, because there was no point in lying to him. At that moment came a notification from the constellations that hadn't come in a while. Only, it was unusual. It was sent by the constellation Miori. As our hero saw this name for the first time, he had a lot of questions and asked the constellations to answer them. A bound Kim Ho-dae watched all of this and with fear in his eyes asked what the guy was talking about and who he was talking to. And then, at Baek Ho-min's request, the familiar constellations began to reply to him, or rather send him likes. However, Ho-min noticed that there was no Miori among them, but he knew for sure that he wasn't imagining it. Abruptly, the guy switched to Crab and asked him his name, but the man realized that he already knew his name, but still repeated that his name was Kim Ho-dae. After the man's answer, Baek Ho-min immediately turned to the constellation and asked if what Crab had said was true, and among the likes, it was still Miori's name. Then Ho-min thought that Miori only reacts to things related to the back alley. At that very minute, the one in the subconscious world was asking Miori to show herself and stop hiding. The Warrior King decided to ask Dynamite if he knew anything about Miori, but Dynamite said he knew that there were others here besides him. It was obvious that if Miori was the female version of Baek Ho-min, who was in the mirror room, then she was the complete opposite of the one. And if her skill allowed her to block the skills of others, then even wizards from the Seal Guild who put all their strength into them wouldn't be able to resist her. At this moment, the Martial King realized why she still managed to send the Platinum Monarch to the other world. However, it seemed to Dynamite that Miori wouldn't interfere much right now, although she had definitely learned how to send a bark to Ho-min. While the guys were figuring out what constellation this girl was, the one kept trying to yell at her to come out and not hide. Meanwhile, Baek Ho-min had managed to find out a lot about Spider with the help of the Miori constellation, and later, he planned to find out if all of them were true. The guy also asked the bound Kim Ho-dae if he knew what Spider looked like. Excitedly, Crab replied that he had seen him and that he had a mask and a strong stench coming from him. And the spider said that if he couldn't send the Platinum Monarch to the grave, all the citizens would die. And like the man said, the spider was never wrong. Kim Ho-dae also said that the Platinum Monarch annoyed everyone and that she was definitely up to something weird. After hearing this, Baek Ho-min meekly nodded his head with a sigh and praised the man for the information he had said. At that moment, Kim Ho-dae was terribly happy that he wasn't going to send him to the other world and started thanking the guy from the bottom of his heart. However, Ho-min pressed the start button and the blade started spinning again. He hesitated as he was sure he would be released, but our hero was serious and the blade met the crab. And Baek Ho-min, looking at what was happening, said that he had no intention of letting the man go. He added that he had no reason to spare the man who was selling human organs. His second target was Young June, also called Big Sister. Miori's constellation was actively helping him interrogate her. Eventually, he was able to get information about the rebellion against divinity. She told him that this rebellion was like a way to raid the tower. However, such a vague explanation did not suit Ho-min, and he asked her to explain more clearly. But from the way Big Sister told it, she didn't know much herself. Then the guy realized that if he wanted to know anything about the rebellion, he had to ask either Spider or Platinum Monarch, and he stabbed young June despite her pleas for him to let go. The resulting blow sent her to the grave. In order to learn everything from the Spider himself, Homan realized that he had to prepare himself, so he turned to the man who had collected rare items for him. This man had been approached by the young man before, and the man was happy in his head to think that this kid could be a big shot. The only thing Homan didn't like was the old belt. This belt was a rare item and was called a half belt. Thanks to it, all items would weigh half as much. However, there were indeed some dark forces around him, and the man said that this energy belonged mostly to ghosts. People learned of their existence when the world fell apart. Even no hunter was willing to fight them, but there was something the ghosts didn't want to approach, and that was the light of the tower. They could not approach the light, but some had an object or person to approach. After the story, Homan began to think that this was the seller's way of getting rid of him discreetly, although he denied this assumption. He replied that he heard the constellation Rib blessed Baek Homan, and that made the seller think the guy could exorcise the ghost. At this moment, the guy was surprised and immediately forgot his anger as well as his skill from Ryabi. When he touched the starlight sword to his belt, it was as if the chuckles of those very ghosts began to emanate from him. However, the dark energy didn't disappear in the light, and Baek Homan thought that things were going hard, even though the ghost was quite weak. Disappointedly, the seller looked and realized that the light didn't work, and Homan said again that by the looks of it, the energy wasn't strong. Then the guy tried to use Ryabi's blessing once more, and he could hear the ghost's discomfort. At that moment, he felt uncomfortable too, because it felt like he was torturing an animal. So Homan decided to ask what happened to the first owner of the belt. The seller replied that he had been possessed by a Brolio around, and then a holy knight found him and sent him to the other world. With a thoughtful look, the young man realized that exorcising the ghost would not be easy. He asked the constellations if he should take the belt or not. But for Baek Homan's question, only Miori got likes, and it was clear that she was a risk taker. But the guy started to push all these thoughts away from him, because if Paladol found out about it, she would quickly send him to the other side of the world. And even with all the risks, Baek Homan was willing to take the strange belt with him. After the young man looked at all the items, he handed the seller the payment for the gear and said that there was a little less due to the presence of a ghost. But the man was overjoyed at the luxury. Homan added that he should keep the change since the guy would be back. In the subconscious world, because the guy took the possessed object, the one was furious. It was all because of Miori. In that case, he had to find her. The warrior king feared he would take her life, but in this world, a wizard couldn't do that, no matter how much he wanted. He was also completely incompatible with her. And the warrior king remembered that Miori had a skill that could override others, and the real problem was that she could destroy the one. In that case, the wizard just wanted to have a calm talk with her. He needed to understand why she was forcing the guy to make these decisions before he would have met Kun. Walking through the alleys, Baek Homan thought he had 3 more to go. He wanted to deal with this quickly and get his wish from the Platinum Monarch. Suddenly, he was drawn out of his musings by a voice calling his name. In front of him stood an unfamiliar man with green hair and wearing a purple cloak. Baek Homan looked back and saw a crowd of people in the same purple attire with their faces covered. He was cornered in a dark alley, and it wasn't good. The man continued the monologue and said that apparently Baek Homan has been a bit busy lately. Then, Homan assumed that Kun was standing in front of him and told him that he was wasting too much time looking for our hero. He calmly replied that he had no reason to fight the guy. He suddenly offered Homan to work with him. He also said that if he agreed, he'd be instantly promoted to Spider's foot, and that's what the Spider told him to tell the Spider himself. In a calm voice, Baek Homan assumed that Spider wanted to get rid of him anyway, but what was the purpose of recruiting him was unclear. The man replied that if there was a rebellion, the guy would be in a much better position. Then Homan decided to ask exactly what better position the man was talking about, and Kun replied that they could give him the title of Weapons Guild Leader if he joined. In an enthusiastic voice, Baek Homan asked that whether they would really be able to overthrow Geomuk and give his position to him, to which Kun replied that he wants to step down even now, considering how much he wants to climb the tower. It's because of Geomuk's pact with the Platinum Monarch. He's just tied to that position, and if the Monarch dies, he'll go straight to the tower. However, Baek Homan had no reason to believe Kun, so he thought it would be a bad idea to agree. But Kun said that if the young man was interested, he should join them, and then they would give him a satisfactory reward. Of course, the man's offer was tempting, and the reward was bribing, but there was one thing. At that moment, Baek Ho-min abruptly turned around with the knife to the crowd behind him and said that it's weird to try to send him to the other side of the world by proposing. The people in purple cloaks and masks also took out their equipment and were ready to attack. However, Ho-min was faster and crushed one after another. With a cigarette in his mouth, Kun watched and said that apparently Baek Ho-min wasn't listening to him, so he ordered the others to send the guy to the other side. Deftly dodging his opponent's attacks, Baek Ho-min noticed something familiar in their movement. He recognized them. They were men from the Weapons Guild. And then with surprise and displeasure, Ho-min began to shout that Geomuk had promised to get rid of the traitors in the guild. The smoke from Kun's cigarette began to consume everything around him, and he told his subordinates to deal with the guy, as he could not receive any more blessings from the constellation. And the man was right, because in this smoke, Baek Ho-min couldn't put Ryabi's blessing on his blade, and the smoke itself was something special. With a wry smile, Kun said he knew the boy was the constellation's favorite, but the smoke was interfering with the constellation's perception. With horror, Baek Ho-min thought that his skill might not work either. However, when the ability was activated, the Martial King came to the rescue. Even the guy himself was surprised that it worked, and Ho-min thought that Kun's smoke didn't spread to his constellation. At that time, the guy activated the master of the 10,000 swords and threw himself at the traitor from the Weapon Guild. And so he slew them all, and standing among the lifeless, he recognized one man. Among them lay Lee Il-ho. This man was one of Geomuk's closest allies turned traitor. And Kun took off his dark glasses and didn't understand why his smoke skill didn't work. And underneath his glasses was an eye with a seal. And with a menacing look, the Kun said that apparently he would have to finish it all by himself. Turning around, Ho-min realized that the one had a platinum eye prosthetic. It looked like Raccoon had been the ruler's hunter before. A little hesitantly, Kun reluctantly said that there was a time, and he was her hunter. At this moment, Baek Ho-min realized that this man was different from the other spider legs, and one definitely couldn't let their guard down with him. Suddenly, out of the blue, our hero felt pain. Knives had been stabbed into his leg, and turning around, he saw that all of Kun's subordinates had become undead. And on the other side, with a belt of gear, stood Kun, who was also eager to do battle with him. So the raccoon suggested to Baek Ho-min to start with, to have a battle, as he put it, between the ruler's dogs. Without waiting for a response from the guy, he swung his spear at him and hit the guy's arm. When he looked at the spearhead, Baek Ho-min saw that there was a seal on it too. After a few seconds, our hero noticed that he couldn't see or breathe normally. Most likely, the skill of printing on the spear weakened his senses. While fighting the undead as well, Baek Ho-min noticed that dodging their attacks became much harder with his weakened senses. And from afar, Kun said that he was a wizard who specialized in curses. So while Ho-min's man skill was in effect, he was practically lifeless. And at this time, the young man had one dagger left and could not use the master of the 10,000 swords. But Kun retorted that all he could get now was his doom, which would be full of agony. And after saying that, the man launched another blade with the same seal at Baek Ho-min. This made our hero fall to his knees, feeling his vision completely gone. In that second, he thought that everything could end so absurdly. But suddenly, he heard a notification sound that was from the constellations, and Ho-min realized that he had another option in store. He activated his skill again, and this time, the chosen life was a Miori constellation. However, Baek Ho-min himself was surprised at what skill the constellation had summoned, but he had no other choice. The boy threw himself at Kun with closed eyes, and his movements were clear. The man himself was surprised, and did not understand how the boy managed to attack and dodge. With eyes full of incomprehension, and at the same time horror, Raccoon thought about the fact that his blades were impregnated with a curse that numbed the senses. With this, Ho-min must have been on the verge of death. The man even assumed that the young man had somehow managed to keep his feelings to himself. Kun also had an ace up his sleeve, but he didn't want to use another skill. Just as he thought about it, the knife stabbed him right in the eye with a seal. The green-haired man howled at the pain of holding on to his injured eye, and he screamed about how the guy couldn't do it. After all, he was completely unable to see anything. So Baek Ho-min defeated the undead as well. After that, his eyesight slowly began to return. Most likely after he broke the Kun seal in his eye, the skill began to cancel. This was the first time Constellation Miori was in Baek Ho-min's body, and he realized that it was a completely different set of instincts and movements compared to the Martial King. The boy even assumed that such movements were more like those in the serpent's lair. Meanwhile, the raccoon was still shouting that he could not die here like this. Then our hero came to him and asked why the former ruler's hunter had become a spider's foot. However, the one said that Ho-min didn't understand or know anything since the Platinum Monarch wanted to rebel against divinity. And Baek Ho-min dryly reacted and said if this is the way to climb the tower, then what's the problem? Then Kun said the monarch was going to put the entire human race on the line. He complimented that one bet against the tower, and that was what was called rebellion against divinity. He also said that as soon as he tried to find out a little more about it, the Platinum Monarch tried to send him into a trap that could have sent him to the other side of the world, and Spider saved him. And it was the words about her trying to get rid of him that stuck in his head. All because Kun wanted to know and probably learned too much more than he should have. And this information he'd just learned explained why the Hunter rulers didn't live long. Excitedly, Kun told the guy that they weren't so different, so he tried to give him a chance to get away from the Platinum Monarch. He also said that he wanted to reach Homin if he knew about the rebellion against divinity. After that, the young man decided to ask the constellations if he was lying. However, only one constellation reacted to Baekhomen's question, and that was Miori. And in the lad's mind flashed that the rebellion against divinity, the betrayal of the Platinum Monarch, and the fact that Kun had tried to give him a chance to escape were all true, though he realized that the Platinum Monarch hadn't betrayed him yet. However, he sensed there was more to this game. Then, Baekhomen decided that the best solution would be to ask the Platinum Monarch about everything directly. Such a thought made the boy's Kun rage. He was just screaming that in such a case, the ruler would make platinum out of him. But Homin didn't want to hear any more from the man, and said that was the end of it for him anyway. Before he could do what he wanted to do, he was told to stop. Behind the guy was an executioner doll. The guy obviously didn't expect to see a girl here, and Executioner Doll said Homin is overdoing it again. However, Baekhomen replied that he was just following the Platinum Monarch's order. Then the Executioner replied that she had discarded the constellation title and returned to the city to prevent any insane actions of the ruler, and she didn't want to make that mistake twice. From what was said, Homin interjected about what kind of crazy actions the girl was talking about. To this, the Executioner replied that the monarch is now trying to cross the line, and with all of this, Homin is engaging Homin. Guy was surprised that all this time the Executioner doll had been watching the ruler and not at her side. Then our hero bowed his head and said that she was truly regrettable. Raising her eyebrows in surprise, the Executioner didn't understand what Homing was just talking about or what he meant. And at the same moment, Baekhomen swung his blade and sent Raccoon to the other side. Taking Raccoon's head, he said that all the people doubted the ruler and hated her. Some are even trying to get in her way. In connection with such situations, the boy said that he begins to understand the motives for reckless actions on her part. Because of such behavior of the young man, the Executioner even called him unflattering name, to which Homin told her to continue to keep her boundaries in communication as she had done before, and added that this way he would continue to respect her as she was. And the Executioner doll looked at the ruler hunter with an embittered and devouring gaze. Although after a bit of thought, Homin said that someone would have to cross that line to move humanity forward, and he wanted to do it his way. He also said she could try to stop him or not. Either way, it's her choice. But at the end, they turned in different directions, and the Executioner advised him not to make any mistakes, and said that as soon as he took the life of someone who shouldn't, his head would fly off his shoulders at that very moment. At that time, the One returned to the constellations and ran in search of Miori. He finally managed to meet her, and as soon as she saw him, she tried to give him a punch. The Warrior King wondered how strong she could be if she could beat the wizard, but he replied that he let her do it because she deeply hated him. And the only one added that Miori had only hit him once because she realized that subsequent times would be pointless. And for the first time, he praised someone, namely her, saying that she was smart. But nevertheless, the wizard said even though the girl was smart, she was still a psychopath, and to him, she was a copy of the Platinum Monarch. The Warrior King didn't understand such a statement, especially if she wanted to send the monarch to the other world. It seemed even more incomprehensible. However, the answer was simple. The only one said that Miori simply didn't like her own kind. And looking at the girl who was sitting near them, the only one said that she didn't want to show herself now, but the important thing was that they came to an agreement. She, like all the other constellations, promised to cooperate to help Baekhomen climb the tower. This shocked the Warrior King. He was surprised that Miori wouldn't try to take the Platinum Monarch's life this time. The reason for this decision was that without the Platinum Monarch, one could not climb the normal path, and it was no longer important whether she was a friend or an enemy. Miori probably realized her mistake at the very end. And in the real world, Baekhomen was suddenly summoned to the castle. He thought it was strange since he hadn't collected all the heads yet. Nearby stood two men in suits, who were also surprised that the ruler had summoned the guildmasters after 6 months. The other answered that it was because of the unstable situation around them, They were talking about how it had been a long time since her last speech, and there was likely to be a special offer now. At least that was the rumor. Eavesdropping on the men's conversation, Homan thought that the monarch's speech might be related to his challenge. As he approached the appointed place, he heard the Platinum Monarch asking him to hurry up, and he wondered why he'd been summoned. She replied that she was told that Homan was trying to find out about the rebellion against divinity. After such an unexpected statement, he stood silent for a few seconds and then exhaled, realizing that it was pointless to lie now. And he firmly replied that he had indeed tried to find out, for which he was praised by the monarch for his honesty. Suddenly a man shouted next to the monarch near her feet, threats in her direction, and the one in response to such cries only said that the man was too noisy and silenced him forever. Judging from the green hair, it was Kun. Beck Homan said he didn't know when he handed him over to the monarch that he was still alive. It was hard to tell since the guy brought the girl's head, but like the ruler said, he was probably resurrected by one of the constellations that blessed the Spider-Man. Monarch said that Kun's name was Lojo Junhyun. He had committed a grave crime that was a waste of talent, and she offered him either to be executed or to become her hunter. Listening to the story of the raccoon Beck Homan at this moment, he thought that this was what happened to him. However, Lojo Junhyun started abusing the ruler's power and went back to his old habits. Eventually, he crossed the line and the ruler took appropriate action. A little stressed, Homan decided to ask what cross the line meant. Then she replied that Kun was trying to figure out her weaknesses. As a result of his search, he learned of the rebellion against divinity and began to investigate it. And turning to Homan, she said the same thing the young man was trying to do. From such a statement, our hero could not even answer her back, but only became even more tense. She started to ask him what he knew. But other than that, it was a way to climb the tower, he knew nothing. However, the Platinum Monarch said that if she told him everything, the guy would have to be with her forever. So she asked Homan if he still wanted to know the details. The boy was of course surprised by this condition, but his interest was not diminished. After our hero still did not give up his interest, the ruler handed him a sealed envelope. She was willing to tell him everything. Taking it in his hands, Beck Homan began to look at it and still couldn't understand what it was. With a sly smile, the monarch said it was a love letter and asked why they weren't going on a third date. After the question, she immediately added that she would tell everything about the rebellion after the meeting. It was evening, and out of the car came Kang Ha-jin and Yu Ha-yul, who were dressed in formal suits. They talked about how the car was too slow, and since they were short on fuel, they used a seal. With an innocent look, Yu Ha-yul sincerely questioned why the ruler was trying so hard to go everywhere only by car. But it was all about old-fashioned power. The monarch drove everywhere in a car to put pressure on the older generation who looked down on her. The student now understood the reason for their car ride and looked around to ask where Homan was. The last time they had seen each other, he had been badly injured. And Kang Ha-jin replied rudely that if the girl was asking all this out of guilt, it wasn't worth it, because Homan didn't sacrifice himself to save them. With this answer from the hunter, Yu Ha-yul's eyes became like a kitten, and she wasn't going to ask anything more. After thinking for a bit, Kang Ha-jin's mind raced with thoughts of what the ruler might have said in her speech right now. There were many hunters around, and it was all thanks to Geomuku. At the speech, however, the Platinum Monarch was an easy target. Just as he wanted to continue his thoughts in his head, men with guns came out of the windows and started shooting at the hunters. Kang Ha-jin and Yu Ha-yul stood behind the car, horrified by what was happening. They were trapped. The enemy's weapons were strange, and Kang Ha-jin realized that the other hunters didn't know how to handle the situation because of this. Then, the guy decided to take matters into his own hands and started yelling for everyone to stop panicking, since it's usually a weapon. Along with what he was saying, he threw his knife right at the man's head from the window. And he told the rest of his allies to hold on as best they could until the ruler fled. Yu Ha-il screamed from behind as if she had seen something. At that moment, a cannonball flew at them. It exploded as soon as it made contact with the ground, and the boys were carried by a wave to the opposite wall. As Kang Ha-jin stood up after being hit, he was worried about the ruler, and suddenly he saw something. It was starlight. In the fire and smoke at the same time stood the masked man from whom the light came. It was a constellation. Rolling up his sleeves, Kang Ha-jin launched a multitude of daggers towards the constellation. The hunter tried to guess who was standing in front of him, since only the 4 constellations, Geomuk, the Prophet Tori, and Syzygius, were alive, and he was sure it wasn't Geomuk, as the physique was different. He also knew that the Prophet was definitely on the side of the Platinum Monarch, so there were only 2 options, and the thought slipped into my mind that no one wanted to fight anymore, and Kang Ha-jin would be happy to see Beck Homan right now. Suddenly, the guy who had woken up from the blow, Yu Ha-yul, rushed into the fight after thinking that. Hunter realized that she also had good experience in battles. However, not as much as Homan had, The only thing left for him to do was to trust her. At that time, King Haji activated his seal with the time series observation skill. While he was using the skill, the apprentice ran towards the constellation with her weapon. Everything was very fast. There was a powerful explosion again. Kang Hajin was thrown backwards by the shockwave and hit a piece of metal. He didn't understand what had happened, but he guessed that he had lost consciousness during the attack. Not far away, Yu Ha Yul was lying there screaming in pain and was probably thrown off by the explosion as well. The pain was intense in the guy's body. He realized that he had to protect the girl, but since he had lost a lot of blood, he was losing his last strength. And the constellation stood perfectly still, and his subjects walked over to the car to get the Lord out of there. As soon as they opened the car door, one of them was struck by a blow to the body that sent him to the other. The masked men were discouraged and started shooting back. One by one, they fell to the ground lifeless. With a face full of vengeance, it was Yu Ha Yul. Then she noticed that the constellation was awe-inspiring and speculated that it might be Geomuk. And behind her ran Dal the executioner with the rest of the subjects and shouted that the first priority was to protect the Lord. At that moment, the constellation, standing in front of the girl, as if at the snap of her fingers, evaporated right before their eyes. At this moment, the faces of the two girls were very different. Yu Ha Yul was confused, and the executioner was angry that they had missed the ruler. Because of her failure, the student cried and said she didn't deserve to be who she was. But just as suddenly, the Platinum Monarch came out of the car and said that Yu Ha Yul did well. Her appearance shocked everyone, and the executioner said that if there was going to be a problem, it wasn't here. However, the ruler was perfectly fine and said that they had better all worry about Kang Ha-jin, who was lying unconscious on the ground. The doctor came to the guy and said he was still breathing, but the likelihood of a successful cure depended on other factors. And the Platinum Monarch agreed that Kang Ha-jin's heart belonged to her, so it couldn't stop until she ordered it to do so. So the Monarch asked her to help the boy. The doctor then began to obediently follow the Platinum Monarch's orders and save Kang Ha-jin. The ruler then turned to Yu Ha Yul and clarified whether she had received orders to protect her. But apparently not expecting the monarch to address her personally, the apprentice hesitated a bit and did not immediately answer yes. And then she asked her apprentice to guide her towers as she needed to talk to him. Meanwhile, in the back alleys, cannons were pointed at Baek Ho-min from all sides. But all he could think about was that before the monarch told him about the rebellion, he would like to crush someone else. Surrounded by men with guns, he still managed to joke that it was the first time he'd ever seen such a thing in his life, and the guy asked how they knew he was coming. In front of him on the chair sat a little girl who was practically all pink and had the same color hair. She said her grandfather liked to collect antiques. However, Homan noticed that any grandfather likes to do such things, not just hers. Then the pink-haired girl took out a needle from the inner pocket of her coat, saying that her grandfather was an incredible man, as he ran an orphanage and helped the poor. From this description, it seemed Baek Ho-min was beginning to guess who he was talking about, and the girl kept saying that sometimes Grandpa would give an errand and get rid of someone. However, thanks to his maintenance, they remained well-fed. And out of the blue, she said it was until he was sent to the other side of the world. She was talking about the elder. Smiling slightly, Baek Ho-min replied that he couldn't even think that he had a granddaughter. But as it turned out, it was all a lie. The pink-haired girl said it was a beautiful addition to her role. It even made her want to kill the guy. A few seconds later, Ho-ming realized that this girl was one of the spider legs and was called Unknown. Maintaining her image, she replied that if she had told him the whole truth right away, she would not be so unknown anymore, and she just asked the guy to follow her. But in response, our hero said this place was a good place to get rid of him too, and the subordinates standing behind him with guns told the guy to shut up and follow her. In the distance behind the houses, there was a kind of scarlet light, and the Unknown was delightfully surprised and said that she could feel the vibrations even here. To himself at this moment, the guy thought that the Platinum Monarch would be giving his speech at that place. Then he activated his reminiscence skill. He then pulled out his blade and began to smash the guards one by one without giving them the slightest chance to fight back. Of course, it was impossible not to notice, and Unknown saw Ho-min fighting that the guy is pretty good at it. She was too close to him at that moment and threw her blows at his back. As soon as he turned around, she was already standing in the distance. Ho-min didn't understand how she had moved so quickly. When he looked at her, she was no longer a little girl, but rather an adult. She said that the young man could not defeat her because she was stronger than all those he had fought before. With rounded eyes, Baek Ho-min didn't understand how she was able to become stronger in a matter of seconds. Proudly, she said she had 1 star, but what a star it was. And then she asked if it was the first time Ho-min had seen a hunter with a star. The boy's eyes got even bigger at that statement. Although Jane Doe had one star, the difference between her and those who had no stars at all was enormous. As it flew at Ho-min with an attack, the guy didn't think that there would be someone with one star in the spider's clutch it. And piercing the guy's body with her weapon, she said that her transformation was the power of a star. That's why it was impossible for Ho-min to defeat her. Only Baek Ho-min wanted to strike her back as she suddenly shrank back to her original form in which he had met her. And the girl just looked at the guy with a sneer and said that his speed didn't even come close to meeting her expectation. Because Ho-min couldn't keep up with the girl, he was constantly being hit hard by her. But he wasn't going to give up and told her that she was definitely strong. Only, there was no point in going on about her ability, so he told her to shut up and fight him. But Jane Doe said it was boring just to fight him, and her job was to hold the young man back while her comrades attacked the monarch. From what unknown Baek Ho-min just now said, Baek Ho-min even became a little animated and changed his face. She explained that the explosion they'd heard earlier meant the monarch was under attack, and since a constellation had joined the fight, it was likely that the ruler was already dead. The fact that there was a constellation involved in the attack caused Baek Ho-min's face to turn pale with fright. And with a satisfied face, the girl said that their goal was not him, but to send the monarch to the grave. Ho-min wanted to see the spider himself. The girl offered the guy to rejoice at such a thing. However, not quite with a happy face, our hero thanked her for what she said. The unidentified woman thought the guy went for the contact, and she said he was quick to grasp and knew the value of his life. He replied that his gratitude was not for that, but for the fact that she had given him time to make his move with her chatter. He took off his cloak in a flash and vanished into thin air. Then the girl got really angry and grabbed what was left of Ho-min, and then she saw Baek Ho-min was all shrouded in a dark energy similar to the one on the belt from the vendor's shop. Jane Doe was horrified by what she saw. Ho-min, as she put it, had shadow hands, which was crazy. Without responding to the girl's reaction, Baek Ho-min attacked her. The girl wondered when the guy had become possessed by shadow hand, and our hero still attacked the girl in the same way without giving her a chance to do the same. Defending herself, she screamed at him to get away from her, but the guy did not retreat and continued his series of attacks on Jane Doe. And as if at that moment, it dawned on her that the shadowy hands would have tried to tear her apart anyway, whether she hit them or not. However, they were just dodging. It was like an electric shock, and she realized that Baek Ho-min wasn't completely possessed, but only a part of him. Seeing the girl's reaction, Ho-min laughed and was kind of pleased that he had been figured out with this number. But such could not be said of Jane Doe. It was the first time she had seen such a phenomenon. Then, Ho-min revealed the secret that he hadn't been possessed since the beginning of how the dark energy appeared. He said that as soon as it came to the Platinum Monarch, he activated Miori's skill, and from then on, the knowledge of the constellation filled him. That's how he knew what to do next. The guy had that half belt that was possessed by shadows, and Miori knew how to use it. In order to tame shadow hands, the tamers in the Circle Guild used golden collars. Fortunately, Ho-min had an item he could use as a substitute. It was a lantern that was blessed by the constellation of the Fork. And at this moment, the Martial King used the 10,000 Swordmaster to transform Ho-min's body into a weapon, and Miori enveloped him with her shadowy hand. The starlight that emanated from our hero's body suppressed the shadow hands by just the right amount. As a result, Ho-min became a supernatural being who retained his rationality. He was like a Circle Guild tamer. However, the guy couldn't hold such a state for long. Since the young man was using 2 constellations at once, his seal seemed like it could burn and dissolve at any moment. The risk was that if he kept doing that, he might lose his hand altogether, or worse, become possessed by Shadow Hand. And because Baek Ho-min had little time left, he thought that before he ran out of time, he should send Jane Doe to the next world. Of course, such a spurt of the guy frightened the girl, and she realized that at this rate, he could get her. Then she stretched her head from her body like a rubber band and threw it at the young man. She had no choice but to bite Ho-min's neck to get rid of him. After the bite, the guy's neck felt like it was starting to tear, and the girl herself was back to her usual state, and her smile described all her emotions from such a fight. However, something was wrong. She felt it and looked at her hand. It was all the way down to the part that remained shrouded in shadowy ghosts. Grabbing her shoulder, she shouted angrily to the guy that he was going to have to pay for this. And while Unknown was still alive, she rushed to run away from there with her legs still intact. Then the shadows around Ho-min began to dissipate, and he fell to his knees exhausted. The thought flashed through his mind that if the spider's foot had held on a little longer, he might have died. With his body collapsed and practically losing consciousness, he didn't understand why it was so difficult and he had no luck. and with his eyes barely open, he saw someone running towards him. Judging by the legs, it was some girl. But he didn't have time to find out who it was. With thoughts and hopes that at least the Platinum Monarch was alive, he passed out. At this time, the one with a blow to his forehead said that Baek Ho-min was definitely not afraid to die, but he recognized himself in that until he went into orbit himself. Dynamite watched and marveled at how fast the boy was moving along his path. It was especially frightening that he had managed to meet so many opponents lately. But even so, the Martial King noticed that the synchronization was increasing and Baek Ho-min's abilities were growing by the hour. It didn't calm the one, though, but made him angry. At this rate, the guy could quickly die. Dynamite decided to ask what skill the unknown used at the end. The rubberneck trick was a first-level skill called Poisonous Snake. Such a skill was changed by the blessing of the constellation Terror. The only one who told me that because of the tower's reconstruction, a lot of unknown constellations started appearing, and no one knew for sure why the Terror and the Dark Ghost had come down. And Dynamite did not understand why so many constellations had appeared so far. Could it be that they were all the cause of it? A voice came from behind him and said that it was a good thing they didn't know much. All three of them looked in the direction from which the sentence now sounded, but only the one showed no surprise. He only addressed the girls by name and was glad that she was finally ready to show herself. His face was still reserved, though. Turning to the one with a frown, Miori said that he had created something crazy, as the tower seemed to have been turned upside down. She called him a psycho, and the rest of the constellations watching them with their mouths open looked most likely at the wizard's reaction. But the one replied that if he had not done so, they might not have another chance, and neither would the skill of remembrance. Such an opportunity did not appear even after 1,000 rebirths. However, Miori had a different opinion on the matter. She had a grudge against him, like the wizard said. It was because when she was Baek Ho-min, he didn't help her. And she said it was because she had something in her life that she never asked for. She also shared that she never had a chance to climb the tower, and she doesn't regret it. In any case, she did her best without envying those who were at the and the one was sure that these were all excuses for her failure to conquer the tower. Looking down, Miori didn't understand who cared if she failed. She thought that going all the way with all her efforts was an accomplishment. So looking at all three constellations in front of her, she said that in some way, they were all winners for her. Smiling but not blurting out at such a nice compliment, the one asked Miori not to jump to conclusions that were convenient for her. Now addressing only the one, the girl said that until now, the tower had not known of Baek Ho-min's existence, but with the help of him interfering with the memory skill, the opposite was true. Then she stated that they were most likely connected to the cause of the reconstruction, and most likely because of this constellation, could have already gotten the assignment. Yeah. With those words, she made the one think that she practically knew all the plans for the tower inside out. But those words were only an assumption. But she noticed that the wizard was fond of words and asked if he would stop his machination. The warrior king stood between them to calm the growing conflict. The warrior king stood between them to calm the conflict and asked Miori if she had really rebelled against divinity, and that was indeed the case. Although the warrior king did suggest that the leader of the rebellion should be a platinum monarch. Accordingly, he had a question about the reason why even after she had sent the Platinum Monarch to the other world, she was leading a rebellion against divinity. However, the answer from Miori's side was simple. The stakes were the same against the tower as treason. Therefore, there was no point in stopping them because their treachery was already known. She said the tower remembers the stake, not the people. And by the time Miori had already dealt with the Platinum Monarch, it was too late to take back the stake. Or rather, as she put it, the monarch simply let herself die when a situation was created in which it was impossible to turn things back. The warrior king definitely wanted to talk more about the subject, but Miori replied bluntly that he didn't need to know the details since the rebellion wasn't important to them now. After all, the memory skill that Baek Ho-min had could have a better effect than rebelling against divinity. It was a real stroke of luck right now. And Miori cheerfully said that thanks to Baek Ho-min, the Platinum Monarch's bid now has 10 times the chance of success. The three constellations were looking at the girl at that moment, and Dynamite thought he couldn't understand half of what Miori was saying, and no one understood what would happen to Ho-min now. At this time in the real world, Kang Ha-jin and our hero woke up in the same room after losing consciousness. Both of them were surprised to see each other. Ho-min asked the hunter how he had managed to end up on the bed in such a state. And Kang Ha-jin talked about his injury. He had a ruptured spleen and severe fractures with heavy bleeding. With a crazy laugh, Ho-min said that he had torn muscles and ligaments, medium poisoning, ruptured organs, and more. It was like he was bragging about how many times he could have died. But Kang Ha-jin replied in a very restrained manner that according to the guy's injuries, his opponent was also very strong. Still with the same bravado, Baek Ho-min said that his enemy was a one-star hunter, and he was able to chase him away on his own. And then Kang Ha-jin couldn't help himself and said with a winning smile in this competition that he had fought a constellation. At this moment, Ho-min's face clearly took on a sullen expression with a hint of surprise. However, the hunter said that in the end, Yu Ha-yul and Executioner Doll chased him away. And when Kang Ha-jin said the name of Ho-min's student, he was also surprised that she was there. And it turns out there were rumors that she was crying and whining about wanting to stop being a hunter. Kang Ha-jin said she was as weak in spirit as ever. But Baek Ho-min was only really interested in one person, the Platinum Monarch, so he asked Kang Ha-jin about her. At this point, the guy pulled himself up and answered our hero's question. There was nothing wrong with the ruler. He said that now the monarch resonated with the tower, and so all contact was forbidden. And while she was there, Geomuk came down temporarily in her place as the ruler's confidant. But Ho-min said that if he were a traitor, he would be overjoyed. Kang Ha-jin was always telling Baek Ho-min off for having such thoughts. This time was no exception. He asked him not to express himself like that in front of others. But diverting the topic from this conversation, our hero returned to who had attacked Kang Ha-jin. He was interested in which of the 3 constellations had attacked him, Tory Prophet or Syzygy. However, Kang Ha-jin didn't have an answer to that question, and Ho-min was shocked that he fought with a constellation and didn't even recognize who it was. He said that the guy was a complete fool, but the hunter replied that it was not for him to talk about it, since Ho-min had fought the hunter with 1 star. In his argument, our hero said that at least he had won the battle. Kang Ha-jin turned away from Ho-min and praised the boy, but it felt insincere, and because of that, the young man insisted on turning around and saying nice words to his face. And so it was that for some time, exclamations of how one was better than the other were heard from their chamber. It's been a week, and Baek Ho-min has fully recovered. Even at this point, he didn't miss the opportunity to say that he recovered first before Kang Ha-jin. Some more time passed. Ho-min sat there realizing that the seal was still bothering him, and the pain had not completely gone away. He also reflected on the fact that the Platinum Monarch had been resonating in the tower for a week. She was the only one who could work with Platinum. For now, in such a case, Baek Ho-min couldn't use his seal for as long as he had before. And brushing aside all these intrusive thoughts, he decided to check the synchronization reading. The indicator said that the level with the Warrior King had risen, and it was time to choose the reward. Before, the guy had chosen a skill and a weapon, and now there was a memory and ability left. He didn't have to think long before he chose his abilities, because when he fought the unknown, he lacked them. And of course, he wanted to see if anything had changed. Almost immediately, he ran to Kang Ha-jin with an offer to fight. But since he wasn't fully recovered, Ho-min said it was enough for him to just sit there and throw a knife. This sequence of actions made the hunter angry. After all, our hero almost directly said that he doubted his throws. And with a fighting attitude, Kang Ha-jin told Baek Ho-min that if he dodged the knife that was about to hit him, he would consider him his equal. But the young man did not consider it a great honor, and rolling his eyes, asked the hunter to drop that knife already. At this moment, Kang Ha-jin was full of hatred and threw the knife at Ho-min without warning. The blade was practically at the guy's head. Suddenly, with lightning speed, he managed to dodge it. This really surprised Kang Ha-jin. What was even more surprising was that Baek Ho-min not only dodged, but also caught that knife. He turned around with a grudge and began to resent him for warning him next time he threw a knife. Because if he hadn't caught the knife, he could have gone to the next world. With his mouth open, Kang Ha-jin didn't answer the guy, but just thought about the fact that he was throwing a knife with the intention of splitting his skull. But he not only dodged it, but also caught it. Stammering, he decided to ask Baek Ho-min how Baek Ho-min had done it. However, he couldn't answer that question himself. It was as if his hand was moving faster than he could have expected at the right moment, but he realized that he needed training to use his abilities to perfection. And suddenly the boys were distracted by a voice from outside who was watching them having fun. The appearance of this person made Kang Ha-jin open his mouth in surprise even more. It was his mentor. The one asked his student a question as if nothing had happened and wondered if he was doing well. Kang Ha-jin stood up and clearly answered yes, and the mentor said that only he had returned after exploring the tower, and there was chaos in the city. Baek Ho-min, who was standing to the side, saw Kang Ha-jin so excited for the first time. He also looked at his mentor and realized that he was probably the one he had heard so much about. According to the mentor, the research in the tower was not yet over. He had just reached the 42nd floor. And at that moment, he was summoned by the prophet saying that he should go down because there was something wrong in the city. Then Kang Ha-jin decided to clarify whether his mentor was talking about the constellation prophet or someone else. He replied that the Platinum Monarch had sent an urgent message to all the trusted constellations. The prophet, however, was not eager to go down, although that was true of the other constellations as well. And the tutor noticed that the prophet had not been down to the city for 2 years. Of course, Baek Ho-min was curious about what the Platinum Monarch was doing while she was locked in the tower. As it turned out, she was trying to solve something. And after the other constellations started attacking them, she had no choice but to ask for help from the constellations as well. But only Geomuk came to her aid. Kang Ha-jin's mentor finally noticed Ho-min standing next to him and decided to ask who he was. After answering that he was a rookie, Baek Ho-min looked at his mentor and thought he looked like a bum. However, the man's gaze told him that he wasn't so simple. The mentor immediately realized that the boy had come here after he left the tower, and he said that if Ho-min had survived all this turmoil, then he was definitely useful. Approaching our hero, the man shook his hand and added that he did not need to know his name and suggested to call him just Teacher. However, their shaking was unusual, as the teacher pulled Ho-min towards him and threw him over the top onto the ground. Lurching from the bruise he received from such a landing, the boy didn't understand what had just happened or why. But as the tutor answered, it was the beginning of the first lesson, and at the same moment only falls and screams were heard from the place where the training was taking place. After a while, Ho-min didn't change his position. He still lay bruised on the ground and thought that even with all his abilities, he couldn't resist the man. But even so, the teacher was able to assess the boy's abilities and said that he was not bad. He spoke the monarch's words that a simple-minded hunter is a good hunter, and Ho-min matched that description. He also added that he would not stay here for long, but that he could make the young man useful in the meantime. And in a commanding tone, he told Ho-min to get up to try again. Our hero stood in front of the master like a string. Baek Ho-min's mind was still thinking that the man looked like a homeless man, but he seemed well-groomed. But as he pushed those thoughts away from his mind, he realized that going up against him was not worth it. 2 days after this exercise, Ho-min was practically gone. During that time, he was just beaten up. He thought he would never be able to hit his mentor in his life. And that was something our hero admired. Looking at the master, you couldn't even tell that he had just fought. From such physical and seemingly already mental exhaustion, Baek Ho-min felt himself losing consciousness again. The teacher, with a calm face and still smoking his cigar, looked at the boy and thought that since Ho-min had fainted for the 11th time, it was time for him to leave. But Kang Ha-jin obviously didn't understand where his mentor was going again, and asked him a question about it. The teacher replied that he had already finished. He also said that now, if Ho-min met the constellations, his death would not be in vain. At that moment, Kang Ha-jin's expression changed to one of surprise, as he noticed a scratch on his face while teacher was talking. This meant that Ho-min had managed to hit him. He added that Ho-min's clothes didn't fit him, and he decided to adjust them. He also asked Kang Ha-jin to tell the boy to meet him when he grows up. Then, Kang Ha-jin looked at the half-dead Baek Ho-min lying there, and thought that even Master was paying a lot of attention to the guy. Before Master left, the hunter asked where he was going now. However, the answer was obvious. Teacher said he was going upstairs since he planned to teach Baek Ho-min before the executioner puppet came. There was a short silence between the apprentice and the mentor, and then the master said that the Platinum Monarch was not stupid. But such an unexpected wording, Kang Ha-jin didn't understand and wondered, to which the mentor replied that most likely the ruler knew about the ambush and yet did not show her face, and because of that, the hunter was almost killed. As he continued to speak, he didn't care if it was the hunters or the ruler herself. He didn't even care about the marks on Baek Ho-min's arm. He knew for sure that each of them would go to the other world and others would take their place. Clenching his hands into a fist, he shared that even so, he had spent a lot of time with Kang Ha-jin. And every time he looked at the guy, he remembered why he was always drinking. All this he said with his back turned to the boy, but suddenly turning his face, he asked Kang Ha-jin not to meet him in pointless battles that could ruin him. Also, his mentor suggested that if it didn't work out for the Monarch's Platinums, he should move to him. But without saying anything to Guru Kang Ha-jin, he bowed and told him that he hoped he would climb the tower safe. After briefly looking at the boy, the mentor thanked him and thought about the fact that Kang Ha-jin hadn't answered him this time either. Executioner Doll had already approached them, and the first thing she asked was about the stench that was near them, and the hunter replied that the teacher was here. Then she realized why it smelled so badly of alcohol, and looking at the unconscious Ho-min, she said ironically that it had to happen when she needed the guy to be conscious. Kang Ha-jin decided to ask why she needed our hero so urgently, to which she replied that she needed him too, as the situation was extremely important. While inside the castle, Baek Ho-min finally regained consciousness, and Executioner Puppet sitting across from him was happy about it. He graciously thanked her for her concern as he remembered the incident when she had rescued him from the underground. A little verbally, she just agreed with the guy, and he added that the Platinum Monarch showed him that Kun couldn't die then either. As if with regret, Baek Ho-min said that the world was full of mysteries and thought that paladins had even more worries in the current chaos. But with a stern face, the executioner did not support his thoughts and simply said that she had business to attend to him. She said that since the Platinum Monarch was absent, half the city had fallen into anarchy in 10 days. Because of what, and began to appear rumors that the ruler died and now she is just a fake, lifeless body. However, the executioner said that wasn't the problem, but that the last attack was made by the rebels. She went on to say that those now have many people amongst them who even have a sovereignty. But even so, such a team was not enough to get rid of the monarch. And the gist of everything said on her part was that once Baek Ho-min had dispersed a large number of spider legs, then Spider himself had lost control of the underworld. Kang Ha-jin, who was sitting next to him, was also listening to this. He couldn't believe his ears and was looking for confirmation from Ho-min himself. And then Baek Ho-min turned to his mentor and realized that he wasn't even aware of what the guy had managed to do. The city was now on the brink of destruction, and what was happening was directly affecting the hunters and constellations in the tower. And unless they know that the people they left behind in the city are safe, in which case they'll start coming down here. And as Executioner Doll said, she was one such constellation that had to go down. She also went on to say that the monarch had been looking for an opportunity to destroy the spider for a long time, and the ruler wanted to do it in a way that would cause the least amount of damage to the city. But since chaos had broken out in the city, and in order to restore balance, one of them had to die. This fact made Ho-min tense up a bit. And finally, the Executioner Doll told us why she called the boys in on an emergency. She gave them a mission to send Spider to the afterlife. Then Baek Ho-min asked a logical question from Baek Ho-min why the Executioner herself couldn't do it. But she replied that in truth, she would not have been able to catch the spider legs by herself. For a while, she managed to find only the old man himself, and she noticed that the spider's legs seemed to jump on Ho-min, which made it easier to find them. And from what the executioner said, the guy realized they were just bait for her. Then she added that there is information that one of the spider's legs is the spider himself. Since they couldn't brazenly hunt them down because they might have escaped, the suspects were narrowed down to the Shimmering Dodger. Kang Ha-jin, who had been silent all this time, joined the conversation and asked why they thought he might be the spider. But it was all because of the munitions used in the last terrorist attack. From her pocket, the executioner took out a bullet, saying that they haven't produced such bullets for a long time, and even if they did, it was only in the weapons guild. Geomuk, however, said that he had never made one, which meant the weapons were obtained outside the city, and there was only one group of crazies who explored the permafrost for equipment, the smuggler. But the executioner doll did not deny the possibility that the executioner might have bought the weapon on the spider's order. Even so, he was the last leg left. And the executioner said she didn't care which one of them took the case. The main target was the beater. To which both guys nodded their heads peacefully at the task given to them and were ready to fight. Afterward, with a sly face, Baek Ho-min asked the executioner to close his eyes in case he did something bad again. Kang Ha-jin didn't understand such a prank and turned to the young man and asked what he meant. However, the executioner replied that she would not be able to guarantee and provide them with protection. Baek Ho-min rubbed the back of his head in frustration and said that he would risk his life, and the girl couldn't help him once. He even thought it would be better for him to join the militia. And the executioner realized that if he says so, he realizes how important he is in this operation. Exhaling, she agreed to his proposal, saying that if he didn't destroy innocents, she would turn a blind eye for once. However, only the executioner had promised him that she could not vouch for the behavior of the other. From this decision of the girl, Baek Ho-min became animated again, and with a battle cry, he was ready to go on the mission. Outside the tower's domain was the vicinity of Hannam Bridge. Therefore, such a place was called the escape route by the people. There were also endless slums below. And of course, in such a place, Baek Ho-min didn't want to stay for a long period of time. In fact, it was such a wild and dangerous place that even criminals avoided it. But it could help the boy find the shimmering dawdler. Ahead of the guy was a girl who looked frightening and spoke a strange set of words such as doom, annihilation, exorcism, evil spirit, and so on. Hearing this, Ho-min tried to squint and see where the sound was coming from and who was saying it. The girl herself was wearing a straitjacket, but with every word she said, it was as if she were breaking free of her chains. And as soon as she was free, she ran at Ho-min with crazy eyes, screaming that this was her last coming. But the boy's face showed that he was not frightened, but more surprised at what was happening. The young man skillfully dodged her attack and tripped her, and the crazy girl went tumbling to the ground. With that, Homin calmed her fervor. Watching her only further convinced our hero that collars don't have adequate tamers. After recovering a bit, the girl asked Baek Homin how he was able to dodge her attack. She asked Baek Homin how he was able to dodge her attack. That answer made the girl a little angry, but the young man didn't react to it and asked if she knew where the tamer was now, because tamers are usually friends with smugglers. Then she asked why Homin needed him. He replied briefly that he had his own reasons, and reminded her threateningly that she and the executioner puppet had been enemies for a long time. He said that if the girl did not help him, the executioner would come for her. In this way, he frightened the girl because she was terribly afraid of him. And she said that since Homin works for the executioner puppet, he is not an informant of the spider. Such words surprised the young man. The girl then said that there were no smugglers left here because the Udal Sheik had taken them all away a week ago. To discuss things further, they went to a more comfortable place. There, the girl told them that smugglers knew how to avoid shadowy hands even outside the city. And in that case, Homin realized the benefit of his cooperation with them. The girl confirmed that the smugglers needed tamer skills and they needed money. Bowing his head, Baek Homin agreed to this as well, since the collars needed a lot of money. Hugging her knees, the girl continued to talk about the situation. She said that the Udilshchik had been forcing them to leave the city more often lately, and that their eyes were so tired. And at some point, she began to notice that some of the adults had stopped coming back. Baek Homin decided to pay attention to this, as he was very interested in why they stopped coming back. And the thing was, there was a commotion, and those adults who knew something mistakenly decided to complain to Udilshchi, and they haven't been back since, so the girl started protecting the place. Homin was very surprised that she was protecting this place. In response, she sharply said that she had to do so because this place was the source of eternal life. Then he matched the fact that she'd jumped him in the first few seconds of their meeting and realized why she'd been so weirded out. But it was the wording that pissed the girl off. However, with a sigh, Baek Homin disappointedly said that if there was no one left in this place, then the search for the flickering surgeons had become more difficult. At that moment, the girl began to speak that strange set of words again, and after specifying the name of our hero, she said that she could help with the search. Not very trusting, Baek Homin squinted his eyes at the girl and asked again if she knew where he was. With a face full of schadenfreude, she said that Udilchik was hiding now, but she knew how to lure him out of hiding. Still smiling strangely, she said that their goals were very similar, as she needed to get the adults back, and the young man needed something from Udilchik. The girl said he was hiding on a shiny street called Itiwan. It's the biggest entertainment district in the city. And almost immediately, Homin moved towards this place. It was even strange to think that the dawdler could hide so close. In a beautiful and elegant dress, the executioner doll stood next to our hero. Homin asked her where Itiwan was, assuming that it was just outside the castle of the Lord. Kang Hajin replied that it was most likely that Udilchik thought that they wouldn't look for him in the most obvious place. Only the hunter was in contact with them through the earpiece, and so his abrupt reply really annoyed Homin, especially when that voice was right in the guy's ear. The eternal arguments were already making Executioner Doll very nervous, and she asked the guys to stop. Homin asked, even though she was wearing a nice dress, what were the chances that she wouldn't be recognized. But she was sure everyone else only remembered her uniform, and she'd never been out in one of those outfits before. And she emphasized that the most important thing now was that there was no way the Udal Sheik could stop them and run away, because he wouldn't have guessed that they would come after him in a place like this. And at that moment, Baek Homin noticed that the guards were staring at them intently. That meant that they had been spotted, and there was no turning back. With a fighting attitude, they both smiled eagerly and were ready to begin their operation. Getting closer to the entrance, the guards asked if they had any invitations, and our hero handed that one an envelope. With suspicion, the guard began to read the letter, and said that many people had come today with the same invitation. And already with tension, Homin asked if there was a problem. But the guard replied in the negative and in a calm voice asked Homin and the executioner to follow him. And Homin told the executioner that apparently the VIP invitation Haru had given him was a hopeful thing, but it was strange that the Shadow Hand Tamers had an invitation to this club. On the earpiece, King Hajin noted that they were already in position, but Haru was nowhere to be seen. However, Homin didn't know where she was, and replied that she had her own work to do, and that it was time for them to pass. When they entered the club, they saw a crowd of men and girls having fun and dancing heartily. It was amazing how the club had been rebuilt so quickly since the end of the world. Ahoman suggested that they must be enjoying the past era's entertainment, and the executioner asked how he knew that, but the guy hesitantly said that he didn't know it, but just heard it somewhere. On stage, the host began to speak, welcoming everyone and thanking them for coming to this club. He went on to say that due to the turmoil in the city, the tower was completely unstable. The Lordess didn't even bat an eye at the situation, and the paladins were useless. And for such an occasion, their suppliers had prepared a means of self-defense for the humans. It was just what they all needed right now. Excitedly, the announcer said it was something dangerous that had been found outside the city. He said it was a monster that came out of the cold and destroyed the world of men. He pulled the cloth off what had been hidden all this time. On the stage beneath him was the same madwoman. She was blindfolded with her hands and arms screaming the same incomprehensible word. It was Haru, to be exact. When Homan saw her, he was confused and didn't understand how she was there. However, the executioner was serious and said that their plan was simple. The hunters and paladins had to attack at the same time when the direwolf appeared. And Homan ran it through his head that Haru knew a way to lure Udilchik out and had even told him which club the smugglers were selling the found items at. He remembered that the girl had said that once she lured him out, they would have to capture him. Then the puzzle in his head came together, and he realized that by lure her out, she meant exactly that she would let herself be sold. Also, Haru said that Udilchik would come on stage. She probably thought he'd want to buy her. The anchorman said that the shadow hands were the same ghosts that hung around the outskirts of the city, and all they knew was the desire to slash and destroy. He said that only tamers can control such, and so far, there has never been a case of a tamer wishing to sell a bred phantom. However, pointing at Haru, he said that she had come to sell herself. The man said that the young lady was able to summon shadow hands and use them as her servants. The people were clearly delighted with such a performance and the description of the tamer who was on stage. Then the host introduced Hera and said that she had sworn a contract to do the will of the Dark Constellation, and if she ever broke the contract, the Vision of Darkness would charge her a bloody price. Unlike the audience, Homan felt a different emotion. He was rather angry that with all this, the girl had decided to sell herself. He also didn't realize how sure Haru was that Udilchik would show up here, and he thought about what might happen if she was sold to someone else. And so, the auction began. The starting price was 1,000,000 won, and people started shouting out prices from 1,000,000,000 won, and with each number, the amount kept increasing. And Executioner Doll was outraged that they all thought that shadow hands could just be released into the public. And she said it was a meat grinder, but it was just a question of timing. While listening to the executioner, Baek Ho-min looked at her and suddenly noticed something to her right. His reaction caught the girl's attention as well. They saw a man standing off to the side with a guard behind him. It was the Udilchik. The one stood relaxed in his orange coat and smoked a cigarette unsuspecting. The executioner puppet informed the other paladins and ordered them to keep an eye on his whereabouts. And Ho-min didn't even hope that he would come after all. Suddenly, a heavenly sum for the tamer girl came out of the crowd. It was the flickering Udler, and he offered 8 billion for her. Everyone standing in the club was stunned. Then the host started asking the others who could beat that amount of money. And the executioner gave everyone the command to be ready and keep their eyes on the man in the red coat. Since no one else in the crowd shouted out the amounts, the host announced that the item was sold and invited the person who had bought the item to go backstage while they put up the next item. It was a good move, since the executioner and Ho-min were to go to the fence, and everyone else had to wait for the signal. The executioner doll asked our hero to calm down and imagine that they were just a normal couple on a date. However, he was no longer sure that he would be able to be on a normal date for once. And telling Ho-min to stop talking nonsense, she told him to follow her. At that time, Udilchik went backstage and they followed him, but the guards wouldn't let them through. Naively, our guys asked them if there was nothing to see. As soon as the men in suits again said they couldn't go in, the executioner and Ho-min went on the attack. They overpowered all of Udilchik's subordinates in a matter of seconds, and over the earpiece, the girl ordered the others to take the entrance since the underground passage was clear. With a determined stride, the executioner and Ho-min moved on down the passage toward their goal. But suddenly they were distracted by an incomprehensible sound. There was a sudden explosion next to them, and the wall was sprinkled with stone. Standing in the smog from the explosion, Executioner Doll and Baek Ho-min didn't realize what had just happened. Such a strike was caused by a crowd of people who were possessed by shadow ghosts. Among them, Ho-min spotted Hera. He was shocked and didn't realize how she was able to be captured by the shadow hand. The worried executioner's subordinates were already running behind him, and they were even more terrified when they saw the men with the shadow hand. But their captain told them to keep their guard up and not let the ghosts take them over. Looking at all the people who were possessed by shadows, Baek Ho-min realized something. He remembered Haru talking about how Udilchik was making more and more people leave the city, and those people came in looking tired. And I remembered her saying that suddenly some of the adults stopped coming back. That's when she started protecting the place. After the adults went missing, the girl was on her own. She probably had no idea what had happened to her, and apparently that's why she subjected herself to this in order to lure the dealer out of hiding. Ho-min realized that even at the risk of his life, Haru wanted revenge for the adult. At this moment, as if to anger himself, Ho-min recalled the entire sequence and shouted that the girl was foolish for not keeping herself alive. However, she didn't react to the guy's words and started to fight. Then the executioner realized that they had no way out, took a splinter of the wall with a pin, and went into a retaliatory attack. During the battle, a door behind them opened, and out came the Udilchik, who was happy to see the captain. He was glad to see the captain, glad that she had finally come for him. And the executioner puppet herself shouted at this moment to Ho-min to catch the shimmering viper quickly, since they couldn't let him escape. However, Udilchik said with a laugh that someone like our hero was unlikely to catch him and wished him luck as he closed the door behind him. In Ho-min's mind, there was a line in his head that there were special collars around the necks of the tamers to prevent the shadow hands from grabbing the person. But if the collar is removed, the tamers are finished, because once the shadow ghosts envelop a person, they can't be saved. With regret, Ho-min thought about the fact that he hadn't known Haru long, but she clearly didn't deserve such an end of life for herself. And then Ho-min finally told the executioner that it would not be enough to capture the Udilchik, so the guy took out his knife and said he would send the man to the grave. At that second, the guy threw himself after the flickering Udiler and ran for the door. But as soon as Ho-min stepped over its threshold, he began to fall into the abyss. It was a trap. The fall into the abyss was short-lived. The young man landed softly enough, but with a thud on the ground. Gritting his teeth, Baek Ho-min realized in his head that at this rate, they were going deeper and deeper. And while nothing was happening, he thought he should start by acting expectantly, though he wasn't entirely sure. In the darkness, Ho-min heard someone talking about him and clearly recognized him as the ruler's hunter. And these traps were made to deter people. The voice said threateningly, hoping that Ho-min wouldn't waste his life. The boy recognized Udilchik in the speaker and smiled, saying that he wasn't afraid of the man who had been hiding him all the time. And with a satisfied face, Baek Ho-min said that he could talk as much as he wanted. At the same time, the guy activated the skill with Miori's life, since she could easily sense a lie. Then Udilchik finally showed up and said that Spider shared with him about Baek Ho-min being interested in him. At this point, our hero thought about the fact that apparently the Udilnik was not Spider himself. And then the constellation Miori sent her like. That could only mean that the beater was telling the truth. And the guy in red said he didn't care about Ho-min and didn't understand what others saw in him. However, he said that they lost a lot of influence after their attack failed. All of their allies were either sent to the afterlife or fled in terror. This prompted Ho-min to ask then why Udilchik was throwing around 8 billion. He replied that when his own life is at stake, money is no longer the most valuable thing. The next question from our hero was why the guy needed so many tamers. Even if they were crazy, they were still innocent people. And most importantly, they just worked with smugglers to survive. And with regret and anger at the same time, Ho-min asked if it was the tamers' fault that they had to use their last money to buy collars from shadow hands. However, Udilchik replied that they didn't have a choice either, and if they could convince the Tamers to help with the coup, they might be able to win. But as the guy said, they had absolutely no interest in the city, as they are wimps who are obsessed with shady hands. Then Ho-min realized that was most likely why Udilchik had let the shadow hands capture the people and let them out into the city, and he didn't even deny it. And unraveling his arms, the guy in the red robe unraveled his arms and started thanking our hero for giving him the time to do it. Suddenly, a metal chain flew towards Ho-min and grabbed his arm. At that moment, the guy remembered that mages could control metal. As soon as the Udilchik captured the young man in shackles, he was determined to send the lad to the other world and launched a chain with a sharp tip at him. But suddenly, the chain that was pointing at his head abruptly changed direction. A familiar voice was heard from the side. It was Kang Ha-jin, who landed on top of him and insistently told him to keep his guard up. With sudden movements, the hunter with the attack headed for the Udilchik, while shouting to his partner that he could handle him. Though their opponent was caught off guard by this turn of events, but he was able to dodge the attack. Meanwhile, Baek Ho-min broke his chains with a knife. The hunter warned that it was hard to predict where the next chain would come from, and Ho-min clearly decided and told Kang Ha-jin that he would deal with the Udilchik himself. However, his partner would not want to stand by, and with a shout for him to wait, rushed after him. But what Kang Hajin didn't realize was that as soon as he ran, he stepped on a seal. It was a magical trap from which the chains immediately began to wrap around his legs. Even though the advantage was now on Udalschik's side, he realized that he couldn't handle two at once. Then with fury, he let loose countless chains from his hands with the purpose of getting rid of the ruler's two hunters. Baek Ho-min was frightened at the sight of it. He didn't understand what it was and even thought it was a monster because of so many metal chains. And Kang Ha-jin realized what was happening. It was for such an ability that Udalchik sacrificed both of his hands to the constellation. Immersed in the fight with the chains, Ho-min still asked what it meant what the hunter had just said. To which Kang Ha-jin replied that he was sacrificing to temporarily gain some of the constellation's power, and the sacrifice can be gold, human flesh, or even stars. So the more valuable the sacrifice, the better the reward, and Ho-min thought about why the dough dealer had now decided to put his life on the line. To buy himself time, the orange-clad boy had created shadow hands and used everything he had, and now, for the sake of one battle, the Udalschik was ready to give his life. While Ho-min was speculating on the reasons for such an act, the flickering dawdler shouted in maddening joy for those to die as soon as possible. However, one chain with a sharp tip caught Ho-min's eye, and he asked if Kang Ha-jin would be able to use his skill with the time row again. And fighting back from the shackles, the hunter answered that it was dangerous to do it now, because it was not even clear what constellation their enemy worshipped. But if it is found out, everything can work out. And Ho-min suddenly saw the notifications from the constellations in front of his face, and he noticed that while he was fighting, the synchronization rates with the one had significantly increased to the next level. Meanwhile, the wizard was sending the guy his bark, and telling him not to do anything stupid and to use all their memory. And as Baek Ho-min fought, he thought to himself that at some point he remembered the one. Even that he didn't know what kind of relationship he had with Platinum Monarch Ho-min heard her voice. He also remembered how the one was able to easily overpower the monster in the Foundation. He didn't care how strong the constellation was with what skills and weapons. Baek Ho-min felt that he could do anything. And from the level up rewards offered, he chose memories. It was as if he was transported far away from the battle. He opened his eyes and found himself in a cluster of stars in the night sky. He thought that this was the place where all the stars of the constellations were located. Suddenly, Ho-min heard a familiar voice that sounded when he was fighting that monster. In this place, our hero noticed a silhouette that said that being above all things, those who are above them seem to be significant. But it was unclear whether they knew that the brighter the star, the faster it burns out. Listening to these words, Baek Ho-min began to feel his seal getting hotter and hotter. It was because the one started acting out to find out the past, and in reality, Kang Ha-jin was trying to shout to our hero as he was standing on a pillar. Back in his world, Baek Ho-min felt that all of this had happened 100 million years ago, although it was actually. And bursting into the battle, Ho-min turned to the hunter to say that he understood the matter. He lent Sin Overflow the second weapon of the Holy Constellation. Then Kang Ha-jin's eyes once again expressed surprise and incomprehension from what the guy had just said. The Udalschik also heard what our hero had said by ear, but he also had the same expression on his face and questioned what he had said. And then Ho-min said that such weapons could repel the most brutal punishments one could think of. And since the Udalschik was simply sacrificing his body now, he had no choice but to borrow the creature's weapon. The faces of the guys still had the same expression of bewilderment, and Kang Ha-jin didn't even know that such a thing was possible. Right now, Ho-min was confident that he wouldn't make a mistake thanks to the memories that had been passed down. And our hero asked Kang Ha-jin again if he could accurately use his skill in time if he knew which constellation they were attacking. The one excitedly shouted yes, and added that he had some idea about it. Gritting his teeth, Baek Ho-min assumed that his partner had thought of a time prediction attack, and that was a bad idea right now. Then he shouted to Kang Ha-jin to leave everything to him. The guy was ready to finish everything himself in an instant, and muttering all his actions to himself, Ho-min moved half a step to the left and struck 13 o'clock. It was as if he could sense where the attack was coming from. Knowing that the seventh chain would go on his left side, he struck it and broke it. And Udalschik didn't understand how the young man anticipated all his movement. Their rival's eyes were filled with fear. Ho-min was just noticing the movements of all his chains, all thanks to the strategy against constellations from the one. With his memories, he knew what to do. The Udalschik was a simple man, and our hero understood that. There was no way that he could control so many chains at once, because all people have their limit. Fearing the next move from the determined young man, his enemy shouted, "How dare he do such a thing?" and Homan asked if he feared for his life. He even said that the guy in orange was willing to sacrifice his body for such a dirty trick. Just as skillfully chopping chains with his weapon, our hero told the Udilchik that he would rather put his star on the line in this battle. Watching the guy's actions, Udilchik was already shouting in desperation for him to finally go to the other world. Then Baekoming noticed that the Viper had opened right in the center. He activated the 10,000 Swordmaster and rushed to attack. At that moment, the impact made everything shimmer with blinding light, and the opponent screamed in pain. Watching this from the subconscious world, Dynamite watched the strategy against the constellations with a wary face. It was because neither the Martial King nor he understood why the one needed to study this topic. Although Dynamite recalled that there had been instances where they had fought against constellations, but still, no one had ever tried to study the strategy against them so thoroughly. Miori stood there with her arms folded angrily and said that he had gone mad and was angry at her for rebelling against divinity. And in the real world, at this time, Udilchik was already lying lifeless, and all of his chains that were restraining Kang Ha-jin were beginning to crumble. And as soon as the hunter was free, he ran to Baekomin to see if he was alive. He turned around with a smile, and was flattered that Kang Ha-jin had shown his concern again. The guy himself was fine. However, after running up and pushing Homan away, Kang Ha-jin asked about the flickering dodger. Homan wondered how such a mage was so strong, and the fact was that Udilchik used to be a warrior of the Order of Paladin. However, our hero was indignant that he had not been warned about this earlier, but everyone knew about it except the guy. And then Kang Ha-jin noticed the dart in flickering dodger's forehead. That meant that someone had already attacked him before Baekomin struck, but who did, it was a mystery. Then our hero suggested that it might be the mercenaries from the Serpent's Lair or someone else they didn't know about yet, although he couldn't sense anyone in this place. Kang Ha-jin also agreed with his partner that it was someone they didn't know yet. The hunter had another option. Maybe someone needed them to look for a new rival, but who was behind it was also unclear. In Kang Ha-jin's clothes, he found a book with a list of debtors. It contained everyone who borrowed money from the elders, but there were also their weaknesses and ways to return the money. And most likely the names in this book belonged to the participants of the uprising, so the boys wanted to study it better. However, there was a question as to whether or not the Dodler spider was still the spider. Kang Ha-jin pointed out that everything is screaming about how similar they are, and even the evidence shows that he was the one who supported the rebellion. And Baekomin added that this is probably not the end, as a big problem can't be solved so quickly and easily. Asking Kang Ha-jin if there was anything else unusual, he noticed something himself. Meanwhile, the hunters were fighting people possessed by Shadow Hand, and they fought them well. There's only one girl left that the executioner said she could handle on her own. Turning to Haru, who was possessed, the executioner promised her that she would be buried in a nice place under the sun and apologized for the way things ended. But she didn't have time to do anything because Baekomin shouted from behind her to stop. He was holding the collar he had found. The executioner wondered and asked where the flickering wandler himself was then. Baekomin replied that the lifeless man was downstairs being examined by Kang Ha-jin and asked that no one else be sent to the grave. But the executioner didn't see the point of it all, since Haru had already been taken over by shadowy hands and not even the collar could bring her back. However, Baekomin didn't think so. He said that the shadow hands were just spirits that had been thrown out of the star shrine and subsequently turned into monsters. And the girl couldn't answer him anything except to ask how the guy knew all this. He continued that if you study all the available information about shadow hands, it is clear that most people know that they are evil spirits who also turn other people into them. The executioner said that if he knew so much, he should know that all this was useless, and that no collar would help Haru. But the young man was in opposition and said that Haru did not behave like an evil spirit and therefore could resist the power of the Shadow Hand. Moreover, he had learned something else. Still with the same flashy look, the executioner asked if the guy was talking to the stars, and Baekomin didn't deny it, but just realized that his hunch was confirmed, and the executioner puppet knows about his abilities. Then the girl added that she knows that the guy is not the kind of fool who saves others because they once helped him. Such a statement, Baekomin decided to characterize it as a compliment. Of course, the executioner was curious what the guy would come up with this time and told him to act. The boy thanked the girl for her trust. Even though she had agreed to his venture, she still stood there with a disgruntled face. Looking at Haru, Homin got a notice from the constellation, to which he whispered to himself, saying he would do his best. He activated Miori's memory skill, since so far this constellation understood what might happen next. After taking advantage of Yunsil's blessing, at one point Homin even thought that she might be a spider, and now it turned out that she also knew how to subdue Shadow Hand. With the beam coming from his weapon, Homin began to pierce Haru in all the places he could reach. She struggled and screamed in pain. Then he stuck his sword into her shoulder, pulled himself up, and began to speak a spell to free Haru from the dark powers. The possessed girl started screaming, and Homin had already asked her to come back, because she hadn't gotten her revenge yet, and it wasn't right for her to just leave like that. At that moment, the girl's eyes opened wide, and pupils appeared in place of the white eye sockets. Tears rolled down her cheeks. Haru freed herself from the shadowy hands, and Ma had already started crying, saying that she couldn't just die like that. Baek Homin was very happy about the girl's return, and he was also happy that he had succeeded. The executioner watched with her mouth open, as the possessed by the shadowy hands became human again, and thought that this had never happened before in the history of the tower. The other hunters behind him were also surprised that the possessed woman could talk, and the young man's plan worked. However, Haru woke up too aggressive and talked about how she was ready to take revenge on all of humanity. With this attitude, Homin began to calm her down and temper her zeal. And from afar, the executioner doll said that he had probably succeeded in returning only some part of the girl to human form. Or rather, he just suppressed the shadowy hands and closed in on her. Then Baek Homin himself thought about the fact that right now, Haru was half possessed and half human. Pulling out her weapon again, the executioner said that she would hate to leave such a potential threat alive, much less release her into the city with them. Swinging her sword, she added that if she wasn't killed, they would have to restrain the monster for the rest of Haru's life, and a life in a cage would hardly suit the girl. Stopping the executioner, Baek Homin asked in a rush what would happen if someone agreed to keep Haru's shadowy hands with him. However, Executioner Doll was resolute and said that such an action was illegal. But Homin nobly said he would take the crime, and he reminded that he has immunity for one crime. And the executioner herself said earlier that as long as everyone is safe, it's okay. And the executioner asked why the guy was trying so hard for her, because she hadn't done anything good for him. But Homin replied that she had risked her life to protect the city, and it was right to repay her now. Exhaling, the executioner doll realized that she had no reason to refuse him, even though it was dangerous for her to agree to it. And she told Homin that since she had made him a promise, she would let Haru live. For that, the boy was grateful to her again. Homin realized that the girl had always lived by strict standards for others and herself, so he knew in advance that she would keep her promise. Right there, the girl promised to guarantee Haru's safety and freedom while under Baek Homin's supervision. But she also swore that if the young man failed to control her and harmed people, the executioner would return his star, and he would punish them for the damage they had done. Simply put, the young man realized that if he couldn't handle the girl, he'd be in danger himself. Then, Executioner Doll decided to see if Homin was willing to continue vouching for Haru on those terms. But in context, she called the girl a dog. But according to Homin, she was more like a cat. He was still willing to take charge of Haru. And in the subconscious world, Dynamite wondered if Miori would agree to these conditions too, because people had never lived symbiont together with shadow hands before. However, she answered the question with a question to clarify if those even knew how the Tamers came to be. To which the Warrior King suggested that they probably found the power of those monsters useful and decided to use them. And Dynamite assumed that they were trying to study and understand why the world had reached such a state. And Miori agreed with them that one might think so at first. However, the real reason was much simpler. She told me that they were all ordinary people, and these ordinary people are trying to find their way in this cruel world. Becoming Tamers are those people who are unable to let go of memories and who wish to meet their loved ones again. Dynamite didn't even find the right words to comment on what he had heard. And Miori went on to say that they just wanted to see their friends, family, and loved ones again, to see those who had become ghosts, because they just couldn't let go of the past. The Tamers believed they could subdue the Shadow Hands and turn them back into human, but all their attempts failed. But thanks to endless experiments and people who gave their lives for it, it became a little clearer what life is like outside the city walls, including the environment in which these creatures live. Based on the whole story, all the constellations realized that Haru was the exception. The girl was an exceptional tamer with a great deal of knowledge and experience. Miori also added that this wasn't the first time she'd been possessed. Everyone was surprised by this information, and Miori said that there had been at least one time when she had been captured by shadowy hands and managed to free herself. And then Miori asked a rhetorical question to everyone present as to what they thought she was teaching shadow hand-taming skills for. The answer was simple. It was all for Haru's sake. Also, Miori felt that the girl would be of great help to them in defeating the Platinum Monarch. And from this, Dynamite and the Martial King were completely speechless and stood there with round eyes. The one and only asked Miori to speak plainly. He asked her if Haru was a crucial part of the plan to rebel against divinity. And according to the girl, it was really true. But she didn't understand what it was, so that the wizard decided to clarify it. But despite everything, Homin needed to find a way to protect himself before working with the monarch. And Haru could be the perfect safety net for the guy. Though it didn't really matter whether the young man started working with the ruler or not, it didn't even matter who would carry out the plan, because either way, the rebellion had already begun. Miori summarized that their enemy was no longer some parasites, but the tower itself. What they needed to win was a monster that could consume stars. The boys were already in the castle. The remnants of the tamers that were kidnapped by the Udalshiki were found in a secret passage, and Haru, though weak, had not turned into a monster. King Hajin said he met with the castle knights and sent them home. But the hunter was more concerned about the crazy girl standing in his room without permission and repeating phrases about revenge and so on. However, Homin had already apologized for this unforeseen circumstance since he had no choice, and Haru was still saying about annihilation. This situation annoyed King Hajin, and he didn't understand who would take care of the half-human and half-monster. It was unclear who would wash her, feed her, and do the rest of her normal chores. But Homin wasn't happy that the hunter was treating the still human like that. She could do it all by herself. At the same time, the guy was calming the girl down as she kept saying scraps of words. Gritting his teeth, King Hajin only sizzled with his gaze and cursed slightly. An executioner doll said it was better to keep Haru close to them just in case, because that one still had shadow hands that were responsible for the end of the world. King Hajin thought to himself that he wanted to get a dog or something in the future, but not right away, and Homin kept trying to calm the madwoman down. But this commotion was interrupted by a guard running into the room. He said that the constellation Geomuk wanted to see them. And Baek Ho-min and Kang Ha-jin wondered why the meeting was so urgent. Then the guard with a frightened look uttered only one word that spoke volume. He said the tower had started moving. The boys' mouths dropped open at what they heard. Also at this time, after a long absence from her post, the Platinum Monarch was finally ready to try out her powers. With hysteria in their voices, they started sprinting towards Geomuk and speculated how this was possible and what was going on there in the first place. So restless, Haru began to further aggravate the situation with her ominous phrases. However, their whole rush was prevented by the guards. They asked them not to go anywhere, as they had something to show them. Kang Ha-jin recognized the man as the Lord Secretary and was discouraged even more. A little later, going into one of the rooms, the young men saw long tables where all the existing masters were gathered. And at the end of that table was the Platinum Monarch. She was very happy to see her hunters and said she needed them now. After assessing the situation in front of them, Baek Ho-min and Kang Ha-jin realized that something was about to happen. And as everyone, the Platinum Monarch was waiting for, gathered, she suggested we begin. But Hani, who was the master of the Alchemist Order, said that the Circle Order Master hadn't arrived yet. The Platinum Monarch replied that there was no need to worry about him. The Platinum Monarch replied that there was no need to worry about him, especially since there was a girl named 10 Fingers, who was also a master of the Order of Wealth. In truth, the girl looked scared and promised the ruler that she would give her best. Geomuk then turned to the monarch and asked what it all meant, because she should have foreseen this incident with the tower. He also assumed that the monarch thought that now was the best time to show her power, but the ruler simply asked everyone to calm down. And the Platinum Monarch added that she had gathered everyone here for that very reason. Then she asked the director of the Astronomical Observatory to tell her what she had discovered. The girl told what the constellations began to move suddenly, and for unknown reasons, there was a massive rearrangement in almost the entire tower. Because of this, all the information they had collected about the floors they had traveled became irrelevant and had to be destroyed. Such a statement greatly angered the master of the Alchemist Order, because a lot of time and effort had been spent on extracting information about so many floors. Then the monarch checked with the director of the Astronomical Observatory to see what about the established points, and it replied that the 10th floor stronghold was fine. However, communication with the 20th floor stronghold was lost, and that's because they were most likely destroyed during the rebuilding. Some of the magisters were puzzled by this news. It had never happened since the foundation of the tower. The ruler decided to check with the director of the Tombstone Library to see if this incident could have been foreseen, but the one replied, lowering his eyes down, that there was no way they could have expected this turn of events. Summarizing, the Platinum Monarch said that since no one expected such a thing to happen, they don't have a plan of action yet. But Geomuk resented such words because he had climbed the tower without a clear plan and did not understand how that time was different from now. However, the difference now was that they had much less money and resources. The monarch also said that they had no common goal that would unite them. Since judging by the rumors of rebellion that had been floating around the city, everyone present had long since had different goals. And the ruler said that in such a case they could only be united by an important goal, namely what they needed most. With such arguments, Geomuk could only meekly agree and submit to what was said. And with that in mind, the Platinum Monarch has decided to declare martial law. Henceforth, she forbade anyone to act or assist against her will. To top it all off, she wanted to convince the townspeople to help them clean up the tower. Of course, all resources were now to be spent on just that. While the monarch was introducing the other masters, the director of the astronomical observatory took out a bag. It contained all the traitors, namely their heads. Seeing the unpleasant sight, all present were horrified and did not even realize what it was. Hani, who was a master of the alchemist order, was especially surprised. She saw in the bag the head of the district master, who was apparently a traitor, and the monarch smilingly noted that he was now a former master of the district. And afterward, in his place, the governor appointed 10 Fingers as district master. Kang Hajin noted that the man had gone against the ruler, and now the Circle Guild was completely under her control. That's how the monarch got rid of those who went against her will, so she decided to ask if Hani was okay with that. However, the master of the alchemist order clucked and replied that they were always on her side. As long as the monarch kept his promise, they would not betray her. But under the current circumstances, the Platinum Monarch replied that she could not promise that those would not suffer losses. And Hani said they need more money to expand their territory, and she added a little aggressively that as long as she didn't interfere in their affairs, they would be happy. This option suited the ruler, and then she decided to ask the defense master's opinion on this matter. Then, Geomuk asked her a counter question, asking if she was willing to sacrifice the entire city to clear the tower. Without hesitation, the monarch replied that she was willing to sacrifice her entire soul for this. But Constellation Geomuk thought that there was no way that a Platinum Monarch would be willing to sacrifice her soul, since such a one couldn't have a soul in the first place. But in real life, his answer was very different. He said that since they had no other choice, he was okay with it. Still smiling slightly, the ruler thanked the man for joining her plan. And there was no point in asking the Tombstone Observatory. Baek Ho Min understood this, since those were originally created to help the city and the ruler. At this time, Kang Hajin also pondered and realized that the consent of all the masters was also the consent of all the people who obeyed them. In that case, no one else could go against the monarch. Finally, the ruler reached her hunters as well. She instructed them to deal with the remaining traitors. At that second, the guys remembered that before they came to the meeting, they had seen the secretary of the ruler, who wanted to show them something before they left. The man handed them orders from the ruler and said that once she gave them the signal, they would have to deal with the people on that list. And suddenly, the guys started attacking the magisters who were sitting in the meeting. The others were puzzled as to why this was happening, but the hunters did not answer, and the heads of the magisters and other parts of their bodies flew in different directions. The only survivors were some magisters, who apparently did not go against the monarch. Then the ruler pulled herself up and said that everything was fine now, since the remaining trash had just been gotten rid of. And as usual, with a sweet face and a satisfied smile, the Platinum Monarch suggested that the others start mopping up the tower. There was actually chaos going on in the city. People were screaming that the tower was falling and asking for help, but suddenly, one of the masked men spotted the paladin. The executioner doll was at the head of everyone and gave orders to the others to save people from the rebels and thus reduce the number of casualties. All the people in red robes and masks started running away, because if they were caught by the executioner, it would be all over for them. One of the paladins ran up to the executioner doll and reported that the ruler had arrived. The girl was stunned and asked what she had ordered. Then, the paladin revealed that the monarch had ordered the destruction of everyone, since she had even requested the support of the other magister. However, Such a decree threw the executioner off balance, and she wasn't quite willing to destroy everyone in such a situation. But he explained that martial law was being declared, and that most importantly, all the city's resources would be used to clear the tower. Such unexpected news further shocked and bewildered the executioner doll. The paladin continued to surprise the girl, and added that 10 Fingers had been appointed in the place of the Supreme Magister, and several other Magisters had been sent to the other world during the meeting. After listening to the man finish, the executioner doll was furious and realized that the Platinum Monarch had done all of this. Suddenly, from the other side came the voice of a man who was addressing the girl. He and his subordinates said that they had finished sweeping the area, and without even stopping near her, he advised her to rather deal with the rebels and help the injured. They were people from the Weapons Guild and from other guilds. Executioner Doll watched what was happening and realized that everyone was helping to protect the city. That was why it was coming to its normal state. She recalled that just a few days ago, the city was full of strife, and the Platinum Monarch was worried about the situation. However, things were different now. Most of the rebels had been killed and the rest had been taken care of. It was clear that no one else would stand in the way of the rule. In a situation where the tower was wreaking havoc, the monarch united the people under the banner of clearing the tower. The executioner puppet realized that there was no need for such units in such a case. Disappointed, it seemed, in everything, the girl realized that she was only part of this incredible plan. In 2 days, all chaos was neutralized. The ruler also mobilized the Magisters and took control of the city. There were even rumors around the area that the spider who was the main opponent of the Platinum Monarch had been destroyed. And as if waiting for this moment from the beginning, the ruler announced a new set of rules. One of those rules was that all resources must be used to clear the tower. There was also a rule that those who turned 19 got a seal. Also, any adult who has combat abilities becomes a hunter, and they must all follow the monarch's order. Baek Ho-min had already read the law book. When he read it, he decided to ask if Kang Ha-jin agreed with it. Since reading the rules, it seemed like all the people would be against. However, he replied that the guy thought so because he didn't know what was going on in the city. The hunter said that they lost contact with the stronghold on the 20th floor. Cleaning his sword to a shine, Kang Ha-jin said that they were all afraid, and the Platinum Monarch decided to channel that fear into the tower. To which Baek Ho-min replied that everything worked out so that they would clear the tower, because that was the monarch's goal. But our hero reflected that it was strange how the tower incident and the representation happened at the same moment. From Ho-min's deep thoughts, Ho-min was pulled out by Haru's scream, who was very hungry and was yelling viciously about it. As the boy also shared the girl's desires, he turned to Kang Ha-jin and asked him to go out to eat. But the hunter decided to ask how much the crazy girl had already eaten. Upstairs were Miori and the One. She said the action was just beginning, and the wizard asked her if the girl regretted her last election. However, she replied that she had no regrets. Miori said that all this time she had been thinking about how to get rid of the Platinum Monarch. Then the One decided to ask if she thought that the ruler had made her want to get rid of herself. He was not sure that such a thing was possible. To which Miori replied that the Platinum Monarch would now use everyone for the sake of cleaning up the tower, since she wasn't guided by common sense. That's why the girl thought the monarch was trying to use her to go to the other world. But the ruler the One knew could hardly have done that. And most importantly, that version of him always fought to the end, no matter what. Though even so, Miori noticed that there were things that defied any logic, and she asked the One before they left not to judge her past action, but the wizard didn't understand what the girl was saying. Then she spoke of memories of Baek Ho-min and mentioned the technique of confronting creatures. However, the only one was sure that memory transfer worked a little differently, but he himself had not expected some of the moments to be so vivid. Frowning her eyebrows and already with anger, Miori said that the problem was that they could create this technique, and she asked if he wanted to fight divinity alone. But to this, the only one did not answer anything, but only looked at the girl emotionlessly. But Miori insisted on his answer. She said she guessed he knew of the Platinum Monarch's plans, and there was the question of why the wizard was sure no one would sacrifice themselves. And she went on to say that most likely he realized he couldn't defeat the constellations alone, and decided to carry out the plan alone. The One was silent again. After a while, though, he smiled and replied that the girl was overestimating his ability. Even that he was called a great mage, he would still hardly be able to wrestle alone with the constellation. However, Miori still insisted and blamed the One. He didn't like it very much, of course. She reasoned that all his stars were better than hers, so she could confidently say that his level was higher than hers. And she also figured since the Platinum Monarch was alive, they could make it to the top. and the wizard's face became a little more tense. And it was as if she provoked him with questions and asked him why he was at the bottom with her and what he was waiting for. With a serious expression and voice, he asked Miori to forget about it, and only he wanted to tell about the consequences if she didn't stop asking questions as the girl interrupted him. And she, with the same serious look, decided to clarify whether he acts like that because he has already reached the top. But the wizard didn't answer anything, but only got more angry and said to stop, because it was all empty questions. Miori looked at the one with a piercing gaze, and he said she could think what she wanted. Then the girl just aghast and remained in her opinion that the mage was lying to her. Afterward, she suggested that he go back to Baekho-min, since he didn't even know how to use the skill score. She also said that our hero was a worse fool than she had supposed. Outraged, the only one noted that he was still alive despite this. And the wizard added that the main thing was that if Homing tried to go beyond the limits of the skill evaluation, then the tower would send him to the other world. In that case, Miori realized she would need help, and the one thought she couldn't influence the seals. But she really couldn't do that. But she could tell the truth from a lie. So Miori said she could make Baekho-min a little smarter. After the Platinum Monarch took control of the city, the first thing she did was rescue the hunters who were stuck on the 20th floor. When they were rescued, all their eyes became fixed on the tower. Then they forgot that they were actually slaves. After suppressing everyone who needed to be suppressed, the Monarch sent an elite squad of the Weapons Guild. However, Homan didn't even realize that he could be sent in the vanguard, and holding the envelope in his hands, he also had no idea that he might receive a love letter. Again, suddenly notices from his constellations appeared before his eyes. But what was more unexpected was that when Homan saw the notifications from the constellations, he felt as if he had been pushed. And behind him, he was already being called out by the Platinum Monarch, who had come a little late for their regular meeting. The first thing the girl started talking about was the rebellion against divinity. A little embarrassed, the guy seemed to forget that they'd have to talk about it again. And then the Platinum Monarch reminded Homin that she had promised to tell him all about the rebellion. At that moment, our hero remembered that Yemen, who was Miori, had told him that he would decide what to do with the Monarch when he heard about the rebellion, and it was finally time to make that choice. But before the Monarch started to speak, she asked to start with a quiet one. The girl asked to be called Seo Hyun, or just Nuna, and the guy couldn't cross the communication boundary again. Then the ruler reminded him that they had agreed that when they went on a date, he would call her by her first name, and she added that it might not be immediately obvious, but she was only 25. She began to tell me that during the civil battle, she was only a useless girl compared to the church. In order to elevate her, Hani tried to use the monarch's ideas. Since she was just a little girl, the master of the alchemical order thought that a calm and mystical image would help, and in order to survive, Yoon Seo-hyun had to play the role of a Platinum Monarch. But now turning to Baek-ho-min with a smile, the ruler no longer wanted to pretend. With a slightly surprised look, our hero let her know that he understood, and realized that now the girl was real. He looked at her and noticed that her facial expressions and speech were completely different. The Platinum Monarch herself thought she wasn't right for the role, and said she knew people's opinion, or rather, she knew how people behind her back were calling her crazy useless and stuff like that. At that moment, Baek-ho-min indignantly said that she shouldn't think of such words. But with sadness in her voice, she said that wasn't the problem. It was that the city could not be united under the control of such a monarch. And then Homan realized, without taking his eyes off the girl, that the rebellion could not be avoided. After the guy's words, Yoon Seo-hyun said that the plan was for everyone to unite to conquer the tower. That was the rebellion against divinity. It was a plan the Platinum Monarch had been hatching ever since she sent the head of the Church of Eternity to the other world. So it turns out the rebellion against divinity is just a plan to unite the city. In a way, it's a rumor to stir the hearts of the people. It was the final battle between the humans and the tower that should unite everyone. Then, Homan was even more convinced that all these events were the cause of the uprising. The girl herself confirmed this and added that it was also the cause of all the rumors. She even shared that she had to make an assassination attempt on herself. The Platinum Monarch was the only one who revealed the identities of the traitors and ruined them all. And smiling in Baek-ho-min's face, she revealed the whole secret. She was the one who betrayed the monarch. Opening his eyes from shock, our hero looked at the girl and asked already, almost knowing the answer, whether she was a spider. The answer was yes, and she reached into her inside pocket for something. She pulled out a mask and asked the guy what it looked like. Looking at the mask, Homan thought to himself that it was very similar to the spider's mask. However, he told her that it just looked very intimidating. And the Platinum Monarch went on to say that Spider is just a man who wears this mask. There was a time when the girl herself wore it. However, Ruler shared that from the beginning, Spider was not a one-man show. At this moment, A notification from Miori appeared, and it meant that the monarch was telling the truth. But Yoon Seo-hyun doubted that the mask became a symbol of spider. She said that the important thing was that after receiving it, the mask was only used when needed. In addition to finding traitors and inciting treason, the girl also had time to control the city. Baek Ho-min then asked why the Platinum Monarch was so fixated on conquering the tower, to which Yoon Seo-hyun replied that it was because the city was dying before her eyes. When the tower first appeared, the city's population was 10 million, but as time passed, they lost more and more land, and more people flocked to the tower. It was the golden age of the city when heroes reached for the top and people supported them. Everyone dreamed of a return to normalcy. And now it was different. There were only 150,000 people left. Because of this, everyone had lost the will to fight. And even the constellations that offered some hope of salvation have turned their backs on them. After the Platinum Monarch's story, Ho-min reminded her how he once said he would forgive her once and not send her to the other world. Turning to the young man with a cute smile, Yoon Seo-hyun asked in response why he was forgiving her. At some point when he was answering, there was a slight pause, and he replied that it was because she loved him. Such words seemed to throw the girl off balance, and she thoughtfully asked Ho-min about what she had heard. And Baek Ho-min jokingly confirmed his words and said that from hate to love is one step. The girl thought that this was what the executioner doll had told him. However, her attention was very much attracted by what was said, and she asked the guy to continue. With a smile, Ho-min said that when a person is in a relationship, they should cherish their partner. Then the Platinum Monarch replied that the lad was very kind. It was exactly what one would expect from her hunter. But this change in the girl's words and facial expressions disappointed the boy. He realized that she had returned to her mask. She went on to say that she had never really thought of sending Ho-min to the other world. She wondered if she could keep the young man close to her. Putting her hand on her heart, the monarch said that despite everything she had opened up to the guy, and now she should take care of him. She noted that the best monarchs of the past kept a lover by their side, and those in return would not let them make mistakes. And then she said that she's taking Baek Ho-min off as her personal hunter. That statement surprised the guy. The girl, still smiling, thanked the guy. However, our hero still stood wide-eyed and stared at the girl. After a while, he was already in the castle and packing his things. Ho-min could not believe that he was no longer the monarch's hunter and that he would no longer have to follow her order. At that moment, the realization came to him that he was finally free. Outside the door stood Kang Ha-jin, an executioner puppet. Ho-min remembered how the hunter had told him at the beginning that if he was fired, his body would be turned into platinum and his organs would be sold. With a satisfied smirk, Baek Ho-min realized how wrong he was, because this didn't happen to the young man. And looking at his former partners, he thought that it was not worth saying goodbye to the guys, as they would see each other in the tower soon. Going out into the city, Ho-min walked joyfully and got used to the fact that everything was over, and there were no more elders or monarchs. As he walked forward, he prepared to live a free life. Laughing, he remembered his time as the monarch's hunter, and the joy of freedom and of not being ordered around by anyone was slowly fading. There was an emptiness inside. However, he didn't think long about this emotion, as he noticed that he was beginning to be surrounded on all sides. And among the men, he noticed a familiar face. It was the unknown, who said that if the guy didn't resist, he was guaranteed to die without feeling pain. In response, Ho-min pretended that they had never met, and was surprised that in such a situation, it was the first thing the girl said to him. But the girl did not want to understand the young man's joke, and threateningly ordered him to shut up as she was going to send him to the other world. At this point, our hero reached into his pocket, asking if the unknown thought she could do this, knowing his true identity. And from Baek Ho-min's pocket, he pulled out the very same spider mask, shocking everyone present with this action. The girl was also confused and asked, stammering, that he wanted to say that he was Spider just because he had a mask. To which Ho-min replied that as far as he knew, the girl was the only one who had met Spider in person. And he said that based on that, it meant that Jane Doe was the only one who could prove it. However, the girl insisted that the guy couldn't be Spider and ordered her subordinates to get rid of him. Then Baek Ho-min activated the skill and shadowy hands formed around him. Everyone didn't understand where the young man got the demonic beasts from. And Jane Doe was scared because last time, the guy pulled the exact same stunt. Ominously, Baek Ho-min asked the girl a question that maybe he should leave her without a second hand. Only this time, he would act like Spider. With fear in her eyes, the girl had the only remaining spider leg. She asked the guy how he could claim that the spider could reveal itself to himself but without answering anything to unknown Ho-min, simply said one name. He said to Haru. And in that second, a possessed woman, who was also shrouded in shadowy hands, suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The people around the guy, including the girl, were frightened and assumed that there was a shadowy beast in front of them. Then Homing asked her if she still didn't believe what he said, then how could the Lord Hunter control the shadow beast? The guy, without waiting for an answer, yet asked who she thought was taking care of the other spider's legs, and the elder as well came to the monarch. Wide-eyed, Jane Doe stood her ground and said that even so, the guy couldn't be a spider. She thought that even if the masked spider was changing his voice, she was still sure it was a girl, and even the fact that she couldn't hear footsteps or movements wasn't something to imitate. Suddenly, Baek Ho-min moved towards Jane Doe and stopped right in front of her face, questioning who had robbed her of her arm. Startled, she watched his movements, and the boy persisted, waiting for a response from her. He asked Unknown again who she thought he was. Miori stood behind him, watching. However, the girl was still as preoccupied with his movement and felt an overwhelming aura on her from which she even fell to her knees. Looking at our hero already beyond fear with a kind of subdued look, she replied that he was a spider. After that, they went to a dark and cramped place where the Unknown lived with the rest of her subordinates. Sitting in the room across from each other, the girl introduced herself by her real name. Her name was Ha Younghwa, and Homin asked her if she had sent the shimmering sea devil to the other world, to which the girl replied in the negative. After that girl's answer, Constellation Miori sent a like that meant that she was telling the truth. However, the guy replied that he was already aware of it. He decided to ask Ha Younghwa if he had any idea who might have done it. An Unknown said that it might be the constellation that joined them to destroy the Platinum Monarch. She added that he'd just run away, and that was worrying. And then, Ho-min thought that the one who threw a shiv at the Udilsh chick was obviously a peer of the guy to imitate like that. And this constellation was not the only hunter who was planning an assassination attempt on the monarch, but also, more so thanks to the corrupted assassination plan, the ruler could push through a rebellion against divinity. And when Ho-min gathered all the bits of information, he had a feeling for a moment that the constellations were helping the monarch, and in that case, worry was unnecessary. Standing up from her chair, Jane Doe offered to talk to the guy about future plans and shared that she didn't care if the ruler went crazy or wiped the entire city off the face of the earth. The only thing she really cared about was what rope she had to grab onto to survive. The guy looked at Ha Younghwa with a penetrating gaze and waited for her thoughts to. Then the girl said that even if the young man was a spider, she had already experienced all the crazy things he was doing under the Platinum Monarch. She went on to say that he had dealt with all the spider legs. Ho-min also had the Shadow Beast under his control, along with the Platinum schemes and the spider mask. At this point, while our hero was listening to the girl's musings, he thought that she was even cooler than he thought. And Ha Young-woo didn't really understand what Baek Ho-min was or what he was, but nevertheless, she decided to grab onto the same lifeline as him. Earlier, the guy thought the girl would be consumed by rage and go crazy, but as soon as she saw the odds, she immediately changed sides. It showed that the girl was more courteous than Ho-min thought. Then Ha Younghwa realized that since the guy was acting openly, he had a plan. She asked permission for them to join the plan, and Baek Ho-min, hesitating and delaying his answer, said that he actually had one idea. After the girl's hunch about the plan was confirmed, she exhaled a sigh of relief and was ready to listen. However, it was very simple. Ho-min said any street rat would know about it. It was about stealing. With surprise, the girl took what was said and asked what the young man was going to steal. Ho-min replied that he was going to steal the tower, or rather steal the rebellion against the deity of the Platinum Monarch. He also added that they would climb to the very top, since in the current situation it was the only chance as long as the tower was in discourse. Meanwhile, Kang Ha-jin stood at the entrance of the tower and thought about how warped it had become. Because of that, people's anxiety was growing. And behind him stood a frightened Yu Ha-aul as usual, asking what all these supplies were for. The hunter replied that all of it would be sent to the tower by order of the Platinum Monarch. The ruler said she'd fix the elevator and improve the hunter's facilities, and they were going to set up camp so they could stay inside the tower. And a little uncertainly, the Gyeomuk student said that none of this was like a normal case. Looking at the girl, Kang Ha-jin thought about the fact that most of her older comrades from the Weapons Guild had disappeared, and it looked like she was following him around like a hen. The hunter then shared that he hadn't seen Baek Ho-min in a long time, and now he's been replaced by someone strange. He also thought that he hadn't seen Haru in the same amount of time, so it seemed like they might have disappeared together. In a way, he thought it was a good thing that the two had disappeared. But with a sigh, Kang Ha-jin didn't deny that it was now boring without those annoying elements. Suddenly, Yu Ha-ul intervened in the hunter's thoughts and asked about something he hadn't heard the news about. The news was that Baek Ho-min had been sent away. The boy was very surprised and went to the monarch with this question. He wanted to know what was meant by Homin being purified. With this sudden interest, he surprised the ruler. Then she said that it was Kang Ha-jin's words that made her immediately kick the guy out. And as if justifying himself, the hunter confirmed that Homin himself is rude and sometimes acts foolishly. But even so, he was still a valuable resource. The guy said that our hero was able to become a great dog while something was holding him by the collar. And he asked the monarch if the guy was such a strong constellation that he could give the monarch the benefit of the doubt. With a steady gaze, the girl listened to the hunter and asked him to continue his thoughts as they were very entertaining. Then, Kang Ha-jin told about the incident when Homin touched his eye seal, and he added that he didn't reveal this information right away because there were suspicious moments. As he continued to talk about what had happened after the seal was changed, he sensed in Homin the presence of several constellations. For a brief moment, it even seemed to him that their seals were connected. Our hero was protected by one constellation according to the hunter, but at the time, it felt as if there were several. But in the end, Kang Ha-jin said that those had the same aura and felt the same. Summarizing, the Platinum Monarch asked the rhetorical question that there were many constellations, but in fact one. And the hunter confirmed it. He also added that he felt that the dynamite constellation was only good at alchemy. However, Homing's martial techniques, that he had demonstrated the ability to mend his own seal, and the skill of taming shadow hands spoke of something else. Kang Ha-jin said that Constellation Dynamite was skillful at handling everything in the tower. This made it astonishing to the hunter. The boy went on to say that this assumption could show the monarch unlikely, and even being a young man constellation, there is no way that those could have achieved everything on their own. And Kang Ha-jin assumed that if it was possible, it was a super constellation. Such an amusing appellation of a fellow made the Platinum Monarch laugh with barely restrained laughter. According to the hunter's story, it was a constellation that stood above the others, and its name was Dynamite. At that moment, the monarch thought of something interesting. Then the ruler asked Kang Ha-jin to spread the rumor of what was the result of the massive constellation. She asked me to say that it was caused by the constellation Dynamite. More specifically, that it was a super constellation that was trying to lead humanity to the top of the tower from the upper level. However, Kang Ha-jin didn't understand how he could say such a presumptuous thing to people. But the governor didn't ask for an official statement. She asked her to spread the rumor that she was trying to keep the matter quiet, but the information had accidentally gotten out. Again, it was unclear to Kang Ha-jin whether there was any point in spreading such a rumor at all. To this, the monarch replied that in that case, people would get hope, and the constellations that will be annoyed by the term super constellation will make their move. And the ruler suggested that even the constellation Dynamite itself might hear of this rumor and run to the top of the tower. The hunter carried out the Platinum Monarch's order. People began to discuss and wonder what this super constellation was. They speculated where it might have come from and talked about it standing above the rest. This news quickly reached Baek Ho-min as well. He guessed that it was the Platinum Monarch who could have spread this rumor. People began to wonder who Dynamite was, and some even began to think what he might look like. And someone already suggested that this super constellation caused the tower to warp. Being in this environment, Ho-min realized that only a few people knew about his relationship with Dynamite. It was only a matter of time before all this news reached the city. And Baek Ho-min decided that before something annoying could happen, he should hurry up and climb the tower. In the subconscious world, the one was furious about such rumors. Dynamite himself, however, was very flattered by it. And Miori, standing far away from everyone, assumed that the Platinum Monarch was trying to rush Ho-min to the tower. But nothing could calm the wizard down now. He was furious that the honorary title of Super Constellation was given to some alchemist. He wished such rumors had been spread about him. Deliberately hurting the wizard even more, Dynamite reminded him how he did not want to give his name at the right moment. Such impertinence made the wizard even more angry. Finishing the only one with his satisfied face, Dynamite said that thanks to him, he became an ordinary constellation instead of a super one. At that moment, the only one couldn't help himself and started hitting Dynamite as hard as he could. Miori looked at it and realized that the wizard was still a child. While the two of them were settling things, the martial king approached the girl and said that Baek Ho-min would soon be the center of attention, but it was a mystery whether it would be good or not. Miori said that the Platinum Monarch set the stage for Baek Ho-min, or rather the stage for a new star to emerge. And if our hero wanted to hide his identity, he needed to wear a spider mask. Though Miori thought that if he got some attention, nothing would happen. Yes, and the girl noticed that since the guy was protected by 4 constellations already, the term super constellation wasn't so misleading. By that time, Baek Ho-min was already at the place he was longing for. He was in the tower. Smiling and relaxing, he realized how much had happened while he had been away. His face changed drastically to a more determined one, and he wondered if he should start climbing the tower now only properly already. Later, there was an expedition, and the tour guide asked all members of the investigation team to pass forward. Baek Ho-min was also there. He recalled that Kang Ha-jin was a member of the first expedition team and had probably already advanced far up the tower. Next to him was Ha Young-hwa, who showed him where to go next. Then Ho-min asked her if she had an informant within the expedition team, but the girl answered no and said that the first group was made up of only hunters from the Weapons Guild. But even so, there were those she had managed to bribe in the second group. It was as if the monarch had separated the experienced members of the group from the regular hunters who climbed the tower, so they had few loopholes to exploit and squeeze into their ranks. However, Ho-min didn't see anything wrong with that. He realized that they should just follow the first expedition group and capture the tower at the end. And Ha Young-hwa knew it wouldn't be easy because they were members of the first expedition group, but the young man didn't understand the problem. The members of this group included Yoo Ha-yul and Kang Ha-jin. The rest of the names Ho-min couldn't remember, but most importantly, Geomuk was their leader. Then the girl said that Geomuk had gone up to the 50th floor before, and considering the way things were going now, Ha Young-hwa suggested just following the first. In response, Ho-min didn't say anything, but only sighed and made a serious face. A little later, Kang Ha-jin and the others were already on the 15th floor in the Steam Canyon. The hunter noticed that there was an elevator leading to the 19th floor where they had stopped before. And after careful inspection, one of the hunters said that the mansion in front of them was a ghost mansion from the 20th floor. Apparently, it had been moved there because of structural changes. Kang Ha-jin's hunch was confirmed. He realized that the Geomuk constellation at this time had already gone ahead to the 20th floor with a few elite members. Hunter realized that they had a duty of care to investigate the structural changes and find survivors from the other side. However, as another hunter said, it was rare for anyone to survive due to the structural changes to the tower, but since the building was completely demolished, maybe some survived. After that, Kang Ha-jin suggested that the parasites of the third colony might have gotten to them along with the building. Therefore, they should move with caution and continue their search. And at that moment, there was a shout that warned them that there was a lifeless one there. The young hunter was knocked out and did not immediately believe what was said. But as soon as Kang Ha-jin lifted his head up, he saw a crowd of lifeless who stood with spears. At that moment, he ordered the others to take the defense. Yoo Ha-yul, who was standing next to him, asked him with fear in her eyes if it was another centipede. The boy remained silent. However, it slipped into his mind that this aura was familiar to him. It was exactly the same as the one he'd seen the other day. Then another hunter turned to Kang Ha-jin and said that there were probably about 500 lifeless ones, but there were only 20 people in their group. And the guy realized that those lifeless were more like soldiers under someone's command than ordinary undead. After thinking about it, Kang Ha-jin told Yoo Ha-yul that they probably had a leader who had become forgotten, but the girl didn't understand what that meant. Hunter said it's the head of the second staircase. Usually he appears between the 17th and 18th floors, but due to structural changes, everything has changed. At this point, the lifeless one turned to the Hunter Lord and said that they wished to negotiate, and Kang Ha-jin immediately warned that if it's about Baek Ho-min, they can't give him back because he wasn't with. But this time they were interested in something else. One of the lifeless said there was something unpleasant about this place. Pointing to the building that was called the Ghostly Mansion, the lifeless said that they would like to extract. Following that, Kang Ha-jin decided to ask them what was inside the building. However, the latter replied that he could not tell, though it was considered unpleasant by the Constellation Tower and even by the hunter himself. Without insisting on an answer, Kang Ha-jin asked the next question and asked what they would get in return in that case. And the lifeless, briefly unlettered, replied that they would be rewarded with a star. All of the expedition members standing at that moment were shocked and had an even greater interest in what was inside the building. And some members of the expedition team guessed that there could be something equal to a star and just as dangerous. Their thoughts were interrupted by the lifeless one's voice and said that he would help them as the tower wanted him to. However, Kang Ha-jin didn't understand why he should trust the lifeless one. Then he raised his spear upward and said that this oath would be witnessed by the constellation Dark Ghost. At this point, the hunter thought it was a very attractive offer because they could both get allies and a star. But even so, Kang Ha-jin took out his knife and threw it right at that centipede leader while saying that they never negotiate with the lifeless. And Kang Ha-jin also asked to tell the Dark Ghost constellation to watch themselves since they were in the midst of a rebellion. After that, The lifeless crowd swarmed towards them. Since the hunters didn't want to negotiate, they decided to send them to the other world. Suddenly, a notification from the dark ghost appeared in front of Kang Ha-jin's eyes that it was watching him and granting him a level 1 curse. But the young man didn't want to give up. But he didn't act until Yu Ha-yul called out to him and shouted that they were being attacked. Kang Ha-jin thought that because he had spent so much time with Baek Ho-min, he was influenced by him. And also in battle, he realized that it's not so bad to act carelessly like our hero. At this time, Baek Ho-min was already on the 11th floor at the elevator entrance, but suddenly a strange man appeared in front of him. He knew our hero's name, so it made Ho-min even more interested in who was standing in front of him. And there was a man standing in front of him who looked kind of lifeless. He said he had a proposition for the guy. The man's voice made Baek Ho-min think that he was talking as if he was undead. Then our hero turned to the man, calling him Dark Ghost, and said that he was stubborn. After all, he wanted to take Ho-min's heart, and now he's talking about proposing to the guy. However, Lifeless said that this does not concern the Dark Ghost constellation, and it is they who need help. And Baek Ho-min softened and made contact with the man. He asked what was necessary and what should be done. The one replied that the tower had become warped and it was unpleasant for them, so afterwards he asked the boy to follow him. Then, a dark flame suddenly appeared around the Lifeless and Baek Ho-min. This phenomenon gave the boy doubts, but he assumed it was some kind of teleportation. Later, the lifeless man said that he had borrowed this ability from the Dark Ghost. They teleported to an overturned building, and the boy asked him what was wrong with him. Lifeless replied by saying that they wanted to get rid of the nasty thing that was inside this building. More specifically, they wanted Baek Ho-min to get rid of it. The guy had a perfectly logical question about what he would get in return if he got rid of what was in the house. The one replied that the young man would get a star if he managed to help the lifeless. At that moment, Ho-min realized that in order to get a star, he had to do something extraordinary. Lifeless didn't deny it and said the young man is perfect for the role, just hasn't had the opportunity before. With a sly face, the guy grinned at these words and added that he had already destroyed the Dark Ghost incarnation. However, the undead man replied that none of that matters as they decide who they want to work with, and the Dark Ghost is only helping. Thinking about it, Ho-min weighed the pros and cons. After all, it was not clear whether he could trust the constellation that recently wanted to get rid of him, although the chance to get a star didn't come often. After our hero asked this question, he received a flurry of notifications from the constellation. After a little thought, the guy agreed, but only on one condition. And the condition was that before Ho-min received the star, he couldn't attack or betray him. He also asked for the teleportation skill as a blessing, but the lifeless one noticed that everything the young man said did not fit the term of one condition. Ho-min immediately made it clear that he wouldn't do anything without it. However, the lifeless man asked him to take his time and told him that Kang Ha-jin had just rejected the offer on the other side of the canyon. Hearing this, the guy was surprised that his once partner had turned down such an offer. But the lifeless man said it was no longer the young man's concern, and the offer was still on the table anyway. The thought flashed through Ho-min's mind that even the constellations had agreed to such a proposal, and since he wasn't the only one to receive it, it was probably a trap. And then the young man asked how he could trust him. He said that the Dark Ghost constellation would testify to this oath. It was as if Baek Ho-min's doubts had faded away a bit since the constellation oath was absolute. At this point, our hero decided he would go for this deal and voiced his verdict to the undead. Lifeless was pleased with this choice and said that they would then spring into action. After Ho-min agreed, the Dark Ghost constellation gave him a test. It was to destroy the heartbeat that distorts the tower on the second staircase. And Baek Ho-min had already heard about such a test from the corner of his ear. He had also heard that hunters sometimes received such a test. The most famous case is the trials given by the tower itself. When the 5 stars are exactly in position, the tower grants the hunters their first trials as a constellation. And once someone passes it, they get their own named weapon that makes them a constellation. And only the tower could assign constellation. Baek Ho-min was very determined and decided not to hesitate and go do the task. However, when he took a couple of steps, he noticed that the lifeless man was not following him, so he asked why. He replied that there was no starlight inside, so he could not enter. The monster also added that many of the parasites in the ecosystem depended on him. Some could live underground, but it was because they had gold to support themselves. But in the case of the lifeless one, this was not the case, and at that instant, Ho-min drew his sword, which was just emitting starlight. He was very surprised and started to excuse himself, saying that he would rather wait outside. He was very surprised and started to excuse himself by saying that he'd rather wait outside. Then Ho-min turned to Haru and that very second, she blew the head off the lifeless man. Ho-ming took the monster's head with him, explaining that they still wouldn't die until their heart left their body. Such a measure was forced because the lifeless man flatly refused to go inside with the guy. In the subconscious world, Dynamite thought that such a test was a bit unusual from the Dark Knight since Yun-Sul usually gave such a test. And the Warrior King remembered that the Dark Knight has a grudge against Baek Ho-min. But when the king had a choice, he agreed to this trial, but there was something wrong. The one agreed that it all looked suspicious, but the reason she agreed to this mission was because of the Dark Ghost. He reasoned that if it was Yun-Sul, she would try to get a few more blessings and be done with it, but it was the Dark Ghost. And the Warrior King decided to ask the wizard if he was aiming for something more. But the one said if all went well, with the trial they could get rid of the old fool. Bringing a star down from heaven could be awesome. At that time, Baek Ho-min was already inside the building, and he noticed that everything was upside down, not only outside, but also inside. And in this shambles, our hero did not really understand what he should have done to find the right path. As soon as he asked that, everything suddenly began to move and change again. Ho-min and the rest of his companions began to fall down. Then the young man assumed that every time he would make a mistake, the layout in the building would change. However, he still didn't know how things worked here. He guessed that there must have been some kind of circuitry, so he could get to the room with his heart beating. And then he accidentally touched some mirror underneath and thought this might be it. But suddenly everything started to change again, and Baek Ho-min realized that this was a fallacy as well. With each mistake, the whole building turned upside down again. It was starting to make Ho-min really angry. Angrily, he touched a pole, and they flew down again as a group. Time after time, our hero touched different parts of the room, and each such attempt made them fly around the building again during its remodeling. After one more failure, Baek Ho-min thought he couldn't take it anymore. Otherwise, he'll be dead soon. Then our hero decided to ask if Haru had realized something while they were falling. But she answered with 2 words, trial and blood. Asking the girl anything was pointless, and he realized that after her answer. And if the guy tried to remember everything he touched, that's how he would be able to realize that touching different objects sent him to different rooms. The only problem was, there were over 1 million combinations, so he thought maybe there was some constellation that could help. After exhaling and calming down a bit, Baek Ho-min realized that he didn't have much to choose from, and he activated his skill by summoning the Dynamite constellation to their aid. It is known that the Alchemists Guild is something like a medical organization, but in reality, it is an organization of researchers who deal with physics, chemistry, biology, and medicine. Ho-min thought about how Constellation Dynamite really does look more like an engineer than a doctor. The guy politely asked Dynamite to help him with the situation. After that question, Baek Ho-min began to see everything through Dynamite's eyes, and his surroundings were greatly embellished. Everything was perfectly arranged and in its place. Everything that looked complicated to the guy before became clear. Then our hero noticed something up ahead. He asked Haru to break the red pillar that caught his attention at that moment, and the girl didn't hesitate at all and ran straight for Ho-min's intended target. Next, he asked her to hit the next object. It was a mirror that was to Haru's left. She obeyed his orders again. He praised the girl for that and told her to duck until everything stopped. After a not long dodge, everything around them stopped changing, and they all exhaled in relief. Standing in the middle of the trashed room, Ho-min realized that he should have started with the center column right away. The young man also thought about the fact that Dynamite had no problem finding a flaw with the layout and destroying everything. Upon the constellation's return to his world, the one thought the one would just help a little, but in reality, he turned the whole thing around. However, Dynamite didn't think so. He said he was an engineer, not a scientist. Therefore, it was not his job to study layout and design. And he boldly and proudly stated that his job was to find the fastest solution. Then the mage said he was smart enough to understand the impossible layout of the manor and find his way to the right room. But even so, he took advantage of the flaws and destroyed everything. In that case, the one said that they couldn't expect much, since he was doing the job as the mage had imagined anyway. But the warrior king didn't understand what he meant. However, it was difficult to detect the weakness of the ghost estate, and before Dynamite, no one could have done such a thing. Meanwhile, Baek Ho-min and the others had already found the heart. It looked like a seal tube stuck in the ground. However, his companions didn't understand how he had found it so quickly. And Ho-min was running through his head that if you thought about what Dynamite had done, it was pretty simple. all they had to do was tear everything down and find one whole room out of all of them. But to find out how dynamite had managed to destroy everything so quickly would not be possible. So Homin drew his sword and prepared to destroy the find. Activating the master of the 10,000 swords, our hero made his powerful weapon swing. The heartbeat inside the ghostly mansion was destroyed, and the lifeless one said, "The guy did a good job." Baek Homin was even disappointed that that was all, since he wouldn't have anything to tell the others how he became a constellation. But Lifeless complimented that this was only the beginning, and he said with a loud laugh that there were only 11 more of these hearts to destroy. No sooner had Baek Homin started to get indignant than suddenly everything around him started moving again. With a sly grin, the lifeless man said it was because the heart was trying to get back in place. It's like a pin that holds the tower in place, and now it's trying to get back in. Since none of them wanted to turn into mincemeat, the lifeless one asked the guy to start doing something, and Homin asked him why he didn't use his teleportation skill, to which he replied that he was using it, and therefore warned our hero to be careful on his way back. Then Baek Homin began to squeeze the head with all his might, saying that he would not let him go anywhere. The lifeless man said that it was useless, and that he couldn't leave with it. With a gloating smile, he told our hero that if he even tried to use the shadow step now, all he would succeed in doing was losing his arm. Not for nothing at this moment, Baek Homin was frightened and thought that this traitor would most likely only travel through the dark mist. And a little later, a notice from the One appeared in front of the boy's eyes. Homin remembered that the mage had already deceived the incarnation of the dark ghost. The guy immediately summoned the wizard to his aid and began to act. Lifeless was in shock and didn't understand what he was doing. The traitor began to scream and realized that at this instant, Homing was trying to steal the dark ghost blessing from him. However, the guy didn't show any upset and said in a frenzy that the guy didn't even know about the side effects of this skill. But nothing seemed to stop our hero. He realized that the most important thing now was just to survive. And Baek Homin called out to Haru, who was standing behind him, to cling to his back. Ta quickly climbed on top of him, and the moment before they were pinned down by the columns, they were vaporized. A little later, the guy didn't realize what was happening. It was like he couldn't feel his body. Even at that second, he thought it had failed. Baek Homin couldn't feel anything and couldn't even see. He thought he was dead. There were even questions about how much time had passed since then. Suddenly, Homin noticed that there was a notification from a constellation he didn't know. But after a few seconds, our hero realized that the bark was from the only one, and he began to hear. And the guy heard a sound he didn't understand. With horror, the boy opened his eyes and woke up in reality. And as it was to be expected, he didn't understand where he was and what was going on around him. As he lifted himself up, he realized he was sitting on the ground. The traitor said he wanted to share with the young man the secrets of the skill's side effect. As soon as the shadow step began to work, its owner loses all senses for 9 seconds. After hearing this, Baek Homin was a little furious and couldn't believe that everything had just happened in 9 seconds. To which he added that people who lose all their feelings unconsciously hurt their bodies, and when they can't get their feelings back, the chance of them hurting themselves increases. In that case, Homing angrily asked the lifeless man why then he didn't have any side effects. But it was because he had received the dark ghost's blessing personally. And afterwards, the undead asked how the guy had managed to use the shadow walk at all. However, Homin decided that his traitor didn't need to know that and asked where they were now. The lifeless man asked him to pick him up, as he could not see anything from the ground. The boy was already beginning to feel angry at the presence of such a burden in his companion. Lifeless's head started screaming about how the young man knew about this place, since he wasn't supposed to know about it at all. In front of them was a vast desert. However, Baek Homin still didn't understand where they were. And just when the undead head was about to answer the guy's question of where they were now, it dissipated in dark smoke. This ominous smoke escaped from our hero's hands and said that it could not be. The smoke also mentioned something about the dark ghost's blessing. In the end, as became clear from the words of the lifeless, or rather from the resulting smoke, the dark ghost left. At that moment, Baek Homin thought that the creature might be angry that he had come here. He wondered why he had left his blessing. And our hero turned to the One because he wanted to know the reason why he was brought here. However, there was no answer to the question. Then, Homin decided that this place should be examined and moved forward with Haru. He kept saying that he was hungry. Initially, the young man thought it was just an ordinary desert, but later he noticed that the sand was different. Bone dust from the lifeless and metal shards were present. He even found gold dust there. Then Homin assumed that this place was like a tomb for the lifeless, and he remembered that there were rumors of a forgotten graveyard. The lifeless came to this place when they no longer had a body of their own, and the guy used to think it was all fairy tales. And now Baek Ho-min was finding it hard to believe that the graveyard for vermin really existed. Later, our hero came up with the idea that if he could extract gold from the lifeless bone remains, it would be a whole gold mine. At this moment, Ho-ming realized why the constellations had convinced him to take this trial. They wanted to use the Dark Ghost's blessing to bring the boy here. Together with Haru, they happily threw their hands up in the air and decided that they needed to collect as much gold as possible. The constellations were watching, and the War King was glad that Ho-min had survived the journey. But Dynamite noticed that there was more to be found in this place than gold. Dynamite smirked, realizing that it would be his turn to interfere in the boy's affairs. But the mage had an angry reaction to it. An hour later, Baek Ho-min had already managed to collect 2 handfuls of gold. In that time, he had practically collected 200 million. And only now did the lad realize why every hunter longs to get to this place. In addition to gold, the guy found some rare equipment here. It was even hard to find rare weapons in such a place. Ho-min found his first relic weapon here. It was a metal chain, and apparently it could grow when pulled. But it was hard to believe that this chain could be pulled without any cost. And at this moment, a notification about the collected gunpowder also appeared. However, Baek Ho-min didn't understand what it meant, but it was interesting. The guy decided to test how the chain worked. He swung it and hit the ground. As a result, there was a huge explosion in the area. As it turned out, this weapon was destroying part of itself to explode, and Baek Ho-min noticed that it had a similarity to the 10,000 Swordmaster. Suddenly, after checking the metal chain, our hero felt something unpleasant in his body. He later realized that this was a side effect of using the weapon. The cost was his energy. He should have known that, as it would have been the most likely cost in the tower. Then to make him feel better, he used the mini-lab in his body from Dynamite. He took fatigue-relieving substances, painkillers, and more. Since the price for the weapon was energy, such drugs could at least help the guy with that. A second later, Baek Ho-min remembered the moment when he looked through Dynamite's eyes. He then gathered his hands into a fist and decided that he should hurry up. Our hero could not have imagined that this case would take him so long. And looking at some colorful pebbles on the paper, the young man was not sure how many times he had to use his memory skill for the sake of Dynamite's help. In the subconscious world, it seemed like all the constellations except Dynamite himself couldn't understand what Ho-ming was trying to do right now. So the Martial King asked the constellations about it, to which he replied that it was an explosive, and since ingredients and tools were now limited, Dynamite helped increase the weapon's power. The Phantom Flame Massacre is a weapon that uses projectiles, and if one link is filled with explosives, the rest will have the same effect. The Warrior King was afraid to even ask what this weapon could do then, but Dynamite told himself that such a bomb is especially known for its 98% lethality. Then Constellation thought about what was even more terrifying, how the alchemist was talking about it with a smile. And he even thought that now the reason why the mage suspected the one in the massacre was understandable. In the end, Baek Ho-min got a biochemical bomb that had 5 blue, 3 red, and 1 white explosive. Our hero decided to start testing the resulting bombs with white explosive. As soon as he brought the small dangerous ball to the chain, it immediately began to absorb it. And Baek Ho-min saw how the chain even changed color similar to the one it absorbed. With the motto of all or nothing, the young man was ready for the experiment. However, the guy quickly realized that he couldn't just use the bomb as he had spent a lot of time creating it. He quickly changed his mind about testing the chain and really hoped that for such a test, he would still be given a star and receive a constellation title. Baek Ho-min gathered all his things and told Haru that it was time to move, but he didn't know where to go next. Then notices from the constellations, which thus helped to determine their route, appeared before the lad's eyes. Baek Ho-min was glad that the constellations seemed to be helping him more often than before, and on the other side, Kang Ha-jin and the others were fighting the undead that was attacking them and wouldn't retreat. Suddenly, the hunters were distracted from the battle by the voice of the forgotten lifeless one. He said that they had had enough of treason, and that all their forgotten or delayed punishments would come from the past. However, Kang Ha-jin did not understand what such a threatening message from their enemy meant. He didn't hesitate to attack the lifeless one. He thought to himself that all the hunters had said they'd seen the Forgotten One, which meant that all the evil blessed by the Dark Ghost was involved. But Forgotten was able to dodge the guy's attack, and rushing back shouted that the hearts support the tower's distortions, and the tower's distorted past had returned. From these words, Kang Ha-jin realized the true purpose of the hearts, and it became clear that the fiends wanted to destroy them so that the tower would no longer be distorted. So Kang Ha-jin thought of grabbing some of the Forgotten Ones for Geomuk to interrogate. That way they could get more information. But suddenly, Lifeless grabbed the hunter's hand and began to release dark smoke from his mouth, With all this, he said he would become a part of the past. Smoke began to envelop Kang Ha-jin from all sides. It seemed to be the dark ghost's curse, and if he fell for it, he might die. And still enveloping the lad, lifelessly, menacingly prophesied that the hunter's end had come. However, after these words, a spear flew into the Forgotten One's neck and stuck behind him. Later, the Forgotten One's head exploded with a powerful flame, and the hunter himself slowly began to climb out of the smoky captivity. The hunter was puzzled at what had just happened and looked at what was left of the lifeless one. A familiar laughter and voice sounded from the side. It was Baek Ho-min, who mockingly asked his partner how it felt to lose once again. With wide eyes, Kang Ha-jin was not prepared to see our hero in this place and asked how he ended up here. But the hunter didn't get an answer from the boy. He thought to himself that he probably missed him too. As soon as he thought about it, Baek Ho-min asked him the same thing. But Kang Ha-jin didn't admit it, but only said that he didn't even notice that he had disappeared. With a funny grimace, Ho-min was a little disappointed, as he had hoped that he would at least be pleased with him. The hunter offered to discuss it later, and stated as a fact that our hero was sending the Forgotten to the other world. Kang Ha-jin concluded that Ho-min had not accepted the Dark Ghost's assignment, and not at all confused, but on the contrary, with a satisfied face, the young man replied that he had accepted the offer after all. This caused the hunter a storm of negative emotion. Scolding Ho-min, Kang Ha-jin said that even if Ho-min accepted the assignment, it was wrong to send his subordinates to the other side. To which our hero replied that he had already blown the head off one of his subordinates and nothing happened, so he thought it was okay to do that. Through his teeth, Kang Ha-jin asked why he liked to take risks, and he added that if he broke his promise to the constellation might get angry. But Ho-min didn't realize the seriousness of it and replied that he shouldn't worry because the constellations usually liked him, and from such carelessness, the hunter was even angrier. After a couple of seconds, Kang Ha-jin calmed down a bit and thought that since it was Baek Ho-min himself, it was possible that he already had Dynamite's blessing. Yoo Ha-eul came from the side and announced that she and the others had taken care of all the evil. Kang Ha-jin then instructed her to identify all the wounded. Since the girl herself didn't notice Baek Ho-min standing next to her, he said hello to her. Gaeomuk's student was surprised by his presence. And after such an unexpected encounter, Yoo Ha-eul walked up to Kang Ha-jin and whispered something in his ear. From what the girl told him, the hunter's gaze changed and became even more grim. He then turned to Baek Ho-min and suggested that they talk elsewhere, because Lord Gaeomuk sent them a message and asked the guys to hurry up, and Ho-min agreed. He thought that he would have a chance to find out what was going on with the advance party. On the way, Kang Ha-jin remarked that our hero looked too good for someone who had been kicked out of the castle. He replied that a lot of things had happened to him in the meantime, and Ho-min offered to discuss everything that was going on. He also asked if he really couldn't touch Dark Ghost's subordinates if he accepted his offer. That was actually true, and if you don't respect the terms, things can get complicated. That's why the hunter told our hero not to negotiate with the parasite. But since the deal had already been made, Ho-min wondered what to do now. Kang Ha-jin replied that he had no choice but to fulfill the ghost's condition. Ha-jin also said that the guy should avoid doing stupid things like destroying hearts, and advised him to call a wizard to break the spell. That threw Ho-min out of whack. The hunter immediately thought that he had already done something stupid and destroyed one heart. Baek Ho-min only laughed in response. At this moment, Kang Ha-jin realized that it was in the aftermath of the destruction that the number of undead seemed to have increased. But Ho-min was more concerned that the hunter had said that they had to call a wizard to destroy him. It was unclear why the Dark Ghost would make such a big deal out of it. Despite the circumstances, Kang Ha-jin was sure that all the constellations that had risen were not happy about it, because the flow between the constellations had been disrupted because the tower had almost collapsed. Perhaps the Dark Ghost thought he should take matters into his own hands, and since Ho-min had destroyed one heart, there were 9 of them left, so we had to make sure the others were safe. However, the fiend that was with Ho-min told him that there were 11 hearts left. Then the guy remembered that 2 more had passed the test in that manner, and Kang Ha-jin said that he also passed it like Gaeomuk. Hearing that, our hero was very surprised, because he could still believe that Gaeomuk had passed it, but he could hardly believe that the hunter had passed it. Then Kang Ha-jin confessed that he had gone to the manor before. He doubted that Ho-min could pass such a test by himself, so he asked him if the constellations had helped him. And since there was no point in hiding anything from the hunter, especially since he mentioned dynamite, he said yes. And that confirmed Kang Ha-jin's hunch. He said that apparently dynamite was more impressive than he thought. Bowing his head, the hunter wondered if dynamite had helped the boy, despite what the other constellations might think of him, and the fact that he wasn't as well known as the others could only mean one thing. Dynamite helped the people in the tower without fearing for his reputation. According to Kang Ha-jin, he was most likely a silent hunter who really made a difference. And Dynamite himself, listening to the flattery in his direction, was madly happy and said that he always thought Kang Ha-jin was a good guy. Because of this constellation reaction, Homin's notifications started popping up everywhere, and he said that it was likely that Dynamite wasn't as quiet as the hunter thought. Kang Ha-jin continued to praise Dynamite and said that even though he was not known among the people, the constellation in the sky spoke of his accomplishment. And since he was helping Ho-min, he probably saw something worthwhile in him. And our hero replied to the hunter that it was unlikely that Dynamite would like him because of his sweet. Such a phrase caused Kang Ha-jin to question Ho-min about whether the constellation didn't like him. But Baek Ho-min couldn't even think that the hunter cared that much, so he asked if he was interested in Dynamite too much. However, the boy could not understand such interest, since he could communicate with the constellation. Most hunters could only dream of such a thing. Kang Ha-jin said that the guy didn't even realize how meaningful it was, that the constellations were actively helping him instead of just giving him signs and blessings. It was probably at this moment that Baek Ho-min realized this and thought that he was still grateful to the constellations for the help they were giving. He couldn't even count the number of likes that had once saved his life, so he even thought of sending some likes to the constellations in return. Then Kang Ha-jin shared with our hero that he is still jealous of his communication with the constellation, and more specifically, his communication with Dynamite. And the young man wanted to tell the hunter even more about communicating with the constellation, but he didn't realize if it would cause more trouble. So Baek Ho-min told the guy that he wasn't really talking to them, but just receiving one single message, so it was hard to call it a full-fledged communication. Kang Ha-jin was surprised by this statement and asked if he was really receiving only one message. He answered yes, and said that he still had to recognize its meaning. Under the same impression, the hunter asked if Ho-min knew what a Ouija board was. But by the reaction to this question, it was clear that the guy heard such a word combination for the first time. Then the hunter asked the young man to wait here, saying that they had already arrived in the corridor on the 19th floor. The hunter asked the young man to wait here, saying that they had already arrived in the corridor to the 19th floor. Kang Ha-jin said that the Ouija board is a shaman's tool for summoning and communicating with spirits. Ho-min asked if it was similar to the items used by tamers. The boy thought that this board was a hint to communicate with the constellation, but it wasn't. Although the Ouija board was called a tool, it was actually a toy, because in ancient times there were no real ghosts that were there now. Then Ho-min asked if there were no ghosts at that time, where people went after they died. Kang Ha-jin replied that they went wherever they wanted to go. But the most important thing was to know how the Ouija board worked. At this moment, Baek Ho-min noticed that there was something wrong with the hunter and assumed that his eye was hurting. He replied that he shouldn't worry because his eye was sore from using his skills too much, and the dark ghost's curse had slowed its recovery. Suddenly, our hero asked Kang Ha-jin why he was hated by all the constellations he knew. The guy replied that it was probably because he was very nasty. Without broaching the subject, the hunter told Ho-min to put his finger on a board made for them to ask questions of the constellation. He said Baek Ho-min should only move his finger slowly on the board, and once the constellations are notified, they will notice which symbol the young man stopped at. This procedure could be repeated until the constellation sent a detailed message to the boys. This was the ideal way for Ho-min to communicate better with the constellation. But deep down, our hero doubted whether he really needed to do all this. And Kang Ha-jin didn't understand the guy's doubt since there was no other way to understand the constellation. At this moment, it was as if the hunter had an epiphany and assumed that Ho-min had already used this board before. And Ho-min did think of ways to communicate with the constellations, however it was not a Ouija board. But even so, the young man did not pay proper attention to them. Even though they were constellations, they were just strangers to Ho-min. He thought it was better to trust his judgment only if it didn't involve some complicated situation. After all, he was the only one responsible for his life. However, in any case, the guy was pleased to receive notifications from the constellations as they were signs of support and kindness without any subtext. Even in those moments when Baek Ho-min was an orphan, such support was invaluable. Of course, he guessed that there was probably another reason why the constellations loved him so much. And the guy thought that when he found out the real purpose of their likes, he would lose all faith in himself that very second. And Kang Ha-jin knew exactly why he was hesitating right now. That was why it was scary to face the opinions of the constellations right now. Expressing support for Ho-min the hunter, said that he was not the only hunter who felt such emotion. He went on to say that the master plan is painted by the constellations in the heaven, and all of them are just cogs that continue the movements in their plan. And when all the people realize what the constellations want, they'll face a lot of pressure. Also, Kang Ha-jin said that he will never understand the feeling of a guy. However, the hunter also fought the Lord and the other constellation, all because there are many constellations that hate the Platinum Monarch. Kang Ha-jin also added that ignorance was not what protected him, but the cage he was sitting in, so he advised our hero to take a step, even if he was scared. And if Ho-min was afraid that the constellations would then control him, Kang Ha-jin said to be sure to fight back. Baek Ho-min would never have thought that a hunter could speak so beautifully, and after thinking for a while, the guy thought that this was really a good way to handle it. With enthusiasm, Ho-min pulled his finger to the board and was ready to ask his first question to the constellation. At that time, the one and the others were happy that Kang Ha-jin had played an important role in their plan. Miori confirmed that thanks to the hunter, the situation would be accelerated. However, their joy was quickly replaced by excitement as they didn't know where best to start and what to say to the guy. One Miori was in a cheerful mood and jokingly told them to ask Ho-min to eat right and drink more water, but only one didn't appreciate that kind of humor. And as Dynamite and the magician thought long and hard about what to say to our hero, the chance that the guy would stop using the Ouija board was increasing. Gathering his forces, the only one knew that was what they all wanted to say. At that moment in the real world, Baek Ho-min received a message. But looking at the board, Kang Ha-jin and our hero didn't realize the significance of what the constellations had sent. It was written on the sheet that they were his past. Watching this, the boys wondered what the constellations were trying to say. At one point, they even thought it was a joke. Yi Ho-min suggested asking for something specific since they had no other choice. Kang Ha-jin supported the idea. Suddenly, at this second, the ground began to vibrate. Baek Ho-min also noticed that his seal began to heat up even though he didn't use his skill. However, in the subconscious world, the one and the others were also surprised by such a phenomenon. But the mage knew that meant the tower had noticed them. It was only a matter of time, and they all knew it would happen sooner or later, though Dynamite still didn't understand why it all happened so suddenly. And all this was because they started using the Ouija board to communicate. The warrior king asked the magician if they could do anything about it, and the wizard already thought of a couple of things that could help them, but there was no guarantee. Then he said that in the imaginary world he was just another ordinary person. The only thing Dynamite asked hysterically was if the tower could think that Baek Ho-min was cheating, and now it was trying to send him to the other world. To which he replied that the tower could only try to get rid of them because they were the source of the problem. All the constellations tensed up at the wizard's suggestion. The warrior king even said that dying once was apparently not enough. However, reassuring his colleague, the one said he would try his best to avoid it. Since all of this was happening as a price for talking to Ho-min, they had to pay something. Grabbing his head, Dynamite realized with horror that the more they would communicate with the guy, the more they would have to pay. And putting his hands up, the one said he would use that price as a negotiating point with the tower. In the real world, Baek Ho-min and the hunter were just as worried about what was happening and didn't understand why the tower had started going crazy. The hunter ordered everyone to be careful. Yu Ha-yul, standing not too far away from them, looked at Kang Ha-jin with a pleading look that also expressed bewilderment. After adding up all the facts, our hero began to guess that all this could happen because he tried to talk to the constellation, and he decided to use his skill to test this theory. Then he activated the already hot seal and called upon the memory of the one to help. Then a notice appeared that surprised the boy very much. There was a new section with experience and also words he couldn't read. Next, Baek Ho-min felt a sharp pain in his hand. When he took off his glove, he found that his seal was damaged. This really scared our hero. He thought that if things continued like this, his flowers might disappear too. And at that second, it was as if the one was trying to tell Baek Ho-min not to worry and to trust him, because they were trying to adjust his seal once again. As if by magic, the broken seal on the guy's hand began to reassemble itself into its original position. The boy was thrilled as the wizard managed to rearrange his seal in the blink of an eye. However, Baek Ho-min noticed that his seal had become a different shape from before. And right after the young man noticed it, all the vibrations that had just occurred stopped. All the hunters, and including Yu Ha-yul, still didn't realize what had just happened. Suddenly, a warning he had never seen before appeared before his eyes. It said that Miori was giving him a challenge to get rid of the fallen star, Taboo. The young man didn't understand what was happening to the tower and what kind of challenge he had been given that came from no one else but the constellation of Miori. But to these questions, Baek Ho-min was sent likes in the form of a message by everyone but the girl herself. And lifting his head up, looking up into the sky, the guy decided to address Miori himself. In the subconscious world, the creatures noticed that their vibrations had stopped. The warrior king turned to the magician and asked if he could now give the boy orders. With a satisfied smirk, the one wasn't verbose and simply said yes. It was a widespread fact that constellations could give hunters errands and tests. This is one of the ways to pay the debt that serves as the price of communicating with them. But none of them had given Baek Ho-min any assignments at the moment. Even though they were constellations, they were still a figment of the boy's imagination. And the warrior king was amazed at what he heard and couldn't figure out how it all worked. And the point was that the one had made a deal with the tower. He was adjusting the balance sheet for the price they all had to pay. However, Dynamite was not happy with what the mage had just said, because in that case, the price would most likely have to be paid by Baek Ho-min as he thought. And he wasn't wrong, though now the constellations may have given the lad errands and trials, but the tower would ask an even greater price. Then Dynamite connected the chain of events and remembered about Miori, who was not near them now. And the only one kept saying that they could give the assignment to Baek Ho-min. But during the test, the constellation that gave it is excluded from the set of memory skill constellation. Then Dynamite asked why Miori had voluntarily given the boy an assignment. The wizard replied that it was not in the girl's competence, and he complimented that, for Ho-min, the fallen star is an important target for elimination, since it meant the end of his world. He also said it would be hard for the guy because he was in constant pain and suffering. Shooting stars were those who once shone in the heavens, but later lost their purity and descended to earth. They are monsters who have lost their starlight. They were like those who whisper their curses and unholy prediction. They also spend their lives destroying everything and everyone in sight. And since no one prays so earnestly for the destruction of the tower and the world as these stars, those were often called doomsday monsters. After that, Dynamite decided to ask if it was a little early for the fallen taboo star to show up now. And the one replied that the tower never offers unimportant things. The mage also had a feeling that it was related to the trial of the night scarecrow. In the real world, a lot of lifeless things suddenly started appearing out of the ground. From such a sight, Baek Ho-min and the others were once again in a stupor and saw those getting even bigger. Kang Ha-jin then told the others to get ready to fight and also ordered everyone to run from the 18th floor as fast as they could. And Baek Ho-min offered Kang Ha-jin clear the way for the hunters to get to the 19th floor. The boy rushed into battle, and the constellations watching him didn't realize if this was the price they had to pay now. Angry, the one turned to the tower and asked if this was all too much, so he assumed it was taking the opportunity to get rid of them. The hunters fought back as best they could. The tower leading to the 19th floor was already in front of them. Baek Ho-min himself realized that he and Kang Ha-jin might survive the fight, but the rest of their hunters would be wiped out. Pulling out his metal chain, the guy decided he needed to clear a path right away. Baek Ho-min chain-wrapped the blade around Baek Ho-min and threw it to Kang Ha-jin. He didn't understand what he was going to do when he caught the knife. Then our hero asked if he could also reach the tower with the chain and the blade, but the hunter was again at a loss as to how he could get it so far. In anger, Ho-min said that even though he called himself a dagger master, he couldn't do such a small thing. With the same anger, he asked him to give it all to him because he could do it himself. Such words really hurt and also made the guy angry, so he clenched his blade and mouthed that he didn't mention that he couldn't do it. Then he swung the chain and knife with a strong swing toward the tower. It flew past the lifeless and straight to the target. Without believing it, Kang Ha-jin was surprised that the plan had worked. Baek Ho-min, who was standing a little behind him, rejoiced and thanked the hunter for his excellent work. And with a satisfied face pulling the metal chain, Baek Ho-min asked everyone to duck down. As soon as the guy pulled the chain to its maximum tension, it exploded. All the lifeless people in the epicenter started blowing to pieces. There was no one left from such a huge explosion on the way to the tower. The path for the hunters was open. Everyone rushed towards the exit at lightning speed, and Yahello shouted that they should hurry to the tower and get there before they were surrounded again. However, Baek Ho-min didn't take into account, or rather forgot, that there was a fee for using the chain. He started to fall to the ground like a stone, but Kang Ha-jin reacted quickly and caught our hero. The hunter guessed that it was probably a skill fee. Meanwhile, the lifeless began to surround them again. Then Kang Ha-jin took the boy on his back and ran forward. Ho-min was flattered by this concern, and he didn't miss the opportunity to mock the hunter, or rather his sturdy back. In the imaginary world, Dynamite was glad he'd made this explosive in advance, and said that he had never expected anything else from a super constellation. Such praise of himself made the magician angry. However, the War King also said that the chain explosion was an ingenious solution, but the wizard insisted on his own, and said that originally on his initiative he had found everything for this trick. as the only one was on the verge of frenzy. Dynamite, with a sly smile, began to agree with him and asked him why he should not cool down, but that satisfied face was getting on his nerves even more. At that time, Kang Ha-jin and the others were already in the barracks on the 19th floor. In one of the tents was Ho-min, who was still unconscious. Although our hero was out of it, he thought to himself that the hunter had saved his life many times before and realized that he was in his debt again. A man came into their tent and turned to Kang Ha-jin and said that all the members of the expedition team had already gathered. And complimenting the one, said that Lord Geomuk wants the hunter to be there too. At the meeting, Geomuk said that the advanced troops were making their way to the 3rd level. The situation was not bad, and there were trails that made it look like one of the constellations wanted to help them. At these words, Kang Ha-jin exhaled. He realized that if the hunters from the 20th floor fortress were defeated, then the city was probably in a terrible situation. Also, Constellation revealed that 4 hours ago, the heartbeats that were suppressing the tower were destroyed. There were originally 9, but there are 7 left. One of the expedition group crowd asked if there was any speculation as to what might have caused this, to which Geomuk bowed his head and, as if with regret, said only one thing, that the tower had decided to awaken after a long sleep. In other words, it meant that the tower itself could pull out the heartbeat when it wanted to. In any case, Geomuk said that only the heartbeats were destroyed, so immediately went countercurrent. Hearing this, Kang Ha-jin suddenly remembered that the Forgotten One had also mentioned the countercurrent. In simple terms, Geomuk explained that everything that was and should have remained underground began to come out. Then the man asked everyone to look at what was happening outside the window of the building. According to one of their alchemists, the lifeless, there were about 148,000. This news greatly surprised and frightened the hunters at the meeting, and the number of hunters who survived on the 3rd level was about 130 people. That meant that there were only 1,000 opponents per fighter, as Geomuk had said. The staging of how the man said just 1,000 opponents on one shocked Kang Ha-jin, but Geomuk complimented and said that the number of lifeless was not the main problem, as something more serious awaited them. And he asked the member of the Euspedition group to look again at what was happening outside the window and pay attention to the fool who was fighting the enemy. Turns out that man was Taboo himself, who was a doomsday monster, and was slowly following them. There was a murmur and discussion in the hall about what Geomuk had just said. Everyone guessed little by little that the man was talking about the fallen constellation. Kang Ha-jin realized that all the hunters were getting nervous. He couldn't blame them for it, though, since Taboo was a terrifying creature. However, it was the nature of the fallen constellations that had everyone truly excited. And what was most striking about this situation was that the constellation that had once faithfully led mankind from the heavens could in an instant fall to earth. And then Kang Ha-jin turned to Geomuk and decided to clarify that, as he remembered the constellation, Taboo had been tamed 7 years ago. It was really true, because Geomuk himself had subdued him once, but still he didn't destroy it because it escaped underground. And before they had to move on, the man decided to share with the hunters what kind of man Taboo had been before the fall. After a while, Baek Ho-min had already regained consciousness in the tent, and Kang Ha-jin was already bringing our hero up to speed. At that moment, Ho-min remembered the test that Miori had recently given him. It was all about getting rid of the taboo. And the hunter idly decided to ask if the guy knew what a Miracle Day monster or a fallen constellation was. And the hunter idly decided to ask the guy if he knew what a Miraculous Day monster or a fallen constellation was. And the hunter said that during the blue-white conflict, many constellations ascended, including Taboo from the Alchemist's Guild, and he ascended thanks to the Constellation Oracle. It would have been nice if he had led all those who wanted to follow him and stayed ascended, but unfortunately, he was unable to let go of his amazing attraction to the Earth. Less than a year after his death, Taboo lost his title and was demoted to the title of Fallen Constellation. This was a consequence of the obsession with his values as a man. And of course, Ho-min wondered what kind of person Taboo was, so he asked Kang Ha-jin that question. Hunter replied that he had heard that he was rather eccentric. Taboo was more interested in the tower itself than in conquering it. The Fallen Constellation tried to find holes in the rules set by the tower and test the limits of her patience to see how much a man could deny her superiority. Then Baek Ho-min suggested that that was the reason why he was named Taboo. The hunter went on to say that he was interested in what was forbidden and obsessed with it, and the boy even wondered why the tower had granted a title to someone like Taboo and given him such a name. After that, our hero began to reflect that even though Taboo was a fallen constellation, he didn't realize if he had the strength to defeat it. But the young man's thoughts were interrupted by Kang Ha-jin saying that he remembered that at that moment, Homan was doing the night scarecrow's errand. And the hunter said that fallen constellations come into disfavor with the towers, which meant that a guy could take a star away from one of them for nothing. That's how Doll got hers. Beck Homan was even encouraged by this, and thought that if he completed both trials, he could even get 2 stars. All the while, Geomuk looked wistfully at what was happening outside the window. King Hajin came up from behind and added that they were lucky that the parasites despised the fallen constellation. The man asked if there was any news from the monarch without responding to the boy's word. And the hunter replied that she would not send a second expedition team for the reserve because now all the elevators are damaged. Geomuk was not happy about this news. Also, the Platinum Monarch had ordered them to advance to the 20th floor after overthrowing Taboo. They were basically expecting a ridiculous order from someone who had no idea what was going on. Kang Hajin said that if the fallen constellation disliked parasites so much, it should have reunited with human. Taboo would be a strong ally like no other. But Geomuk replied that it was not the fact that the fallen creature hated parasites, it was the tower. He said that the fallen constellations have a great hatred for the tower, and they all want to destroy it, all because they no longer live without the values they had when they were alive. However, Kang Hajin still couldn't understand why exactly this was happening, to which Geomuk, smiling slyly, replied quite simply, "It's because love always goes almost hand in hand with hate." The hunters who climb the tower adore it, but such a strong feeling can easily be replaced by resentment if the tower allows them to reach the top. Then Kang Hajin decided to ask the man what he thought the outcome would be in the end, although the guy dreamed of the ideal scenario of Taboo and the parasites destroying each other. But that was definitely not going to happen, and Geomuk said that they would have to face Taboo very soon, so they should have started preparing already. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a concerned hunter who said that something terrible had happened there. And then he said an even more shocking thing. He mentioned Baek Ho Min's name. This made the eyes of the hunter and constellation become wider than usual. Our hero was already standing practically in the epicenter of the battle and thought about the fact that he didn't really know how to fight the fallen creature. However, he realized that he didn't need to use his brain, or any remnants of it, to come up with a very workable strategy, since most likely Baek Ho Min would just not be able to observe it properly. Behind the guy, Kang Hajin had already caught up with him and was shouting with questions about what the guy was up to. But Baek Ho Min didn't seem to hear the hunter and thought that he was especially good at thinking on the fly, so he decided to act according to the situation. Turning to his constellations with a battle cry, our hero roared into action at the lifeless mob and the fallen constellation. He chopped down one by one, even bit into the necks of the lifeless and used the mini-lab. He knew it would be a long battle, so he didn't hurry to call the constellations until he met Taboo. Geomuk and Kang Hajin watched the boy. The man assumed that he had lost his mind when he lost his title as the ruler's hunter. So he asked the hunter if he was going to help the boy. And the man replied that he may have been immensely indebted to Ho Min, but he didn't want to help him when there was a risk of losing his life and the lives of other hunters. After hearing Kang Hajin's answer, Geomuk said that in that case, our hero would meet his end here. In the battle, Ho Min was already getting very hot. He thought that the back of his palm should already be burning. However, the heat from the seal spread throughout his body, and he noticed that the hotter she got, the stronger and faster his movements became. Then, Baek Ho Min suddenly remembered training with Kang Hajin's mentor and thought that perhaps it was their fruit. He also remembered how he had said that he would teach him how to use those skills for himself, and Ho Min wondered if he had to warm up in order to work at full speed. Moreover, after the seal transformation, it was now easier for the young man to use the 10,000 swords master. He didn't fully realize what the one had done to his seal, but he was insanely grateful for it. And the wizard did say that he increased the conductivity of the guy's heat seal, but according to him, Baek Ho Min was the one who made it possible. The warrior king was amazed at how quickly our hero was growing in strength and ability. However, he was worried that because of such recklessness, the young man might now be killed. The mage replied that of course the safest thing to do would be to just run away, but that didn't make sense. If the boy ran away now, it was unlikely that he would be able to cope with what would be on the upper floors. After pondering these words, the warrior king agreed with the one. In any case, Baek Ho Min was doing well right now. However, the mage was more interested in what Kang Hajin would do now in this situation. And the warrior king suggested that the hunter, judging by the current circumstances, probably left the guy alone in the battle. Closing his eyes in regret, the one said that our hero was like a pebble that was thrown into the water. Only Kang Hajin could influence whether the pebble would make a wave or not. But if he doesn't decide to help Baek Ho Min, the guy will just fall to the bottom. Gritting his teeth, Kang Hajin looked at Ho Min and realized that it was impossible for him to go to Taboo alone. Even if they all went to his aid, the hunter realized that there was no chance they could defeat both the lifeless and the fallen constellation. They would simply be doomed. At that second, Kang Ha-jin made an important decision. He regretfully said that he couldn't help our hero this time. Geomuk, standing behind the hunter, was amazed that Homin had fought longer than he expected. However, the man still didn't understand what he was doing all this for. Then Kang Ha-jin felt as if he had an epiphany. He realized that the battle initiated by the boy and the battle started by Taboo were changing the course of things in a strange way. Hunter realized what the point of it all was and couldn't believe his own guesses. Kang Ha-jin then made a request to Geomuk, but he interrupted him and said that if the request was for him to order the hunters to attack, the answer would be no. Exhaling, the hunter realized that the man there would answer him, and he said that in that case, he had no choice. Then the guy reached into his pants pocket. Taking out a platinum coin, the young man shouted that he, as the ruler's hunter, was ordering Geomuk to gather his troops and join Homin, and all this because of the oath the creature had sworn to the monarch. The man was dumbfounded by the young hunter's antics and asked if he was now threatening the constellation. And Kang Ha-jin realized that he couldn't even look Geomuku in the eye. He also thought that if he wanted to, he could send him to the grave with a snap of his finger. Having snatched the coin from the hunter, Geomuk couldn't say he liked it all, but he realized that there was no other choice now, especially since he had been ordered to do so by the monarch's confidant. Kang Ha-jin looked at the man with huge eyes and didn't answer him. He thought to himself that his plan had worked, and the man had agreed. In a formidable and commanding voice, the constellation, Geomuk, turned to the other hunters and said that the fallen constellation had descended to Earth. And even though he decided to repeat his mistake, it was their duty to correct it and guide him to the right path. At the end of his speech, Geomuk shouted that their task now was the fallen constellation of Taboo. With a battle cry, he directed the hunters to attack. Inside himself, Kang Ha-jin was happy about it and realized that Baek Ho-min needed his help right now because he had deliberately risked his life for him to take action. Since the hunter didn't believe that our hero had deliberately attacked to kill himself, he dragged Geomuk into it. So Kang Ha-jin had to play roulette again because of the young man. Meanwhile, Baek Ho-min realized that because of the lifeless crowd, he couldn't approach Taboo. The young man thought it would be a good idea if Kang Ha-jin was there to help him. As soon as he thought about it, he heard the shouts of the hunters behind him as they cleared a path toward him. Among these explosions and voices, Homin recognized Geomuk's voice and was very surprised. A slight smile appeared on the face of our hero, and he did not expect such a development of events, but he was very happy about it. Then Baek Ho-min turned to Haru, who was fighting hand-in-hand with him, and said that it was time for them to leave. As he watched Hera, he noticed that her shadow beast was taking shape and getting stronger. He assumed that because the girl was fighting more, she was also getting stronger. But suddenly, a shadow beast jumped out of Ho-ming's restraining belt like a convulsing shadow beast. It was most likely due to Haru's energy. That monster suddenly flew at the girl. Ho-min thought it was going to eat her, but Haru let it in under her clothes. Our hero was surprised and couldn't understand what was going on and why Haru had done that. He jokingly asked if she wanted a pet. The girl said yes. Thus, Homin was further thrown off balance since she had long since answered him in a human voice and with a conscious mind. But after that, Haru started speaking an incomprehensible set of words again. Then Baek Ho-min realized that everything was as usual and there was nothing to expect from the girl. But in any case, the cool air that came from Haru did a very good job of cooling the guy's seal. And on the other hand, it seemed that its warmth could reduce the power of Haru's shadow beast. To avoid guessing, Baek Ho-min decided to ask the girl herself. The girl said that it was really true. And our hero guessed that the girl's shadow beast had a price as well as his seal. But that didn't change the fact that she made the boy spend less time cooling his seal. Meanwhile, Haru stammered out some immediate plan in slurred language, and the guy didn't know what it meant. But the guy had a plan. He decided that he would use all those who had now come to him as reinforcements as bait. While he took Taboo's head off, Haru muttered angrily that it was inhuman, but Homin couldn't be stopped and suggested that she hurry up. At this time, Geomuk and the others fought with all their might, scattering all the lifeless around. And Kang Ha-jin noticed how strong the man was. Geomuk was both a fortress and a citadel in its own right. With that kind of help, the boys had a chance of reaching Taboo. Then, Geomuk said it would probably not be possible to protect all the hunters in this fight, and he warned that when they met Taboo, he would focus solely on him. The man complimented, explaining that when they meet such an enemy, then even a strong constellation like him would not be able to hold him off. To which Kang Ha-jin replied that he was aware of this, and continued to fight the lifeless onward. Arching his eyebrows, Geomuk really hoped that Ho Min and the hunter had an ingenious plan to avoid the unfortunate consequence. And Kang Ha-jin replied, with a soothing tone to the man, that he would trust Baek Ho Min with all of this. Then Geomuk said that now would be the best time for our hero to appear in their rank. But Kang Ha-jin couldn't see the boy in the crowd, and said that he was probably further away. After a few seconds, he realized that the boy wasn't here. A current ran through the hunter's body. Just the thought that Baek Ho Min might have left them behind made him sick. Whichever way they looked at it, it seemed to Geomuk that the young man had gone off on his own. He turned to his confidant and asked what he was going to do. Then Kang Ha-jin decided to think about what he would do if he were Baek Ho Min. A thought came into his head that he should think simpler. The boy shouted that they should go on the offensive, and Geomuk obediently agreed and let the young men make a fool of him. And the imperious man took a deep breath, telling those around him to wave their swords all they wanted as he flew forward at the fallen constellation. At that moment, Taboo, all sheathed face and glowing bright eyes, said something in an incomprehensible language and activated the cannons in his transport. However, Geomuk was able to prevent this attack of his opponent with the help of his blue cloak. He protected everyone standing behind him from Taboo's powerful attack. Kang Ha-jin was surprised and thought it was such a constellation weapon. Geomuk heard about it and replied that it was probably called a troublesome weapon. By all appearances, a fallen constellation could have caused that crazy furnace. In that second, Kang Ha-jin realized that if that tank came at them without Geomuk, it would wipe them all out in just a few shots. Baek Ho Min was still in the battle and suggested that Haru go around to the right and attack Taboo from the back. This way, they could save the research team and defeat the fallen constellation. And she most likely understood our hero's thought by shouting strange words again. The guy asked Haru to stop doing that. Setting up to put his plan into action, Baek Ho Min noticed that everyone lifeless around them abruptly stopped moving. Suddenly, a voice came from the crowd of vermin and addressed Ho Min. It was the Forgotten One who told the boy to go ahead, implying that his target was in the other direction. Such a denouement our hero could not foresee, as he was a subordinate of the fallen constellation. And even more surprising to the young man was that the Forgotten One had the ability to control all the lifeless around him. With a wave of his hand, the Forgotten One said he would clear the way for Baek Ho Min, so the guy only had to go and accept the star. Of course, the guy couldn't understand why he was helping him and said he wouldn't turn his back on someone he didn't trust. In response, the Forgotten One suggested that in that case, he should fight and finish his ordeal by himself forcibly. In this regard, the young man missed his chance to get a star. Baek Ho Min realized that the trial of the Night Scarecrow was not yet complete, so he still needed to destroy both heartbeats to get his hands on the star. Then the lifeless leader replied that Taboo held one of the hearts. It was the main component of his seal. With bewilderment, Ho Min thought about the fact that he would have to send Taboo to the other world to destroy the heart. Because of this, our hero wondered what the Night Bogeyman was up to, because as soon as the test is over, he can immediately try to take his life. Raising his head up, Baek Ho Min decided to ask this question to the constellations whether he should trust the Forgotten One. Only the only one answered the guy's question and sent a light. Although it was already quite unexpected, the Forgotten One stood puzzled and asked why he was muttering to himself. Forgetting all his prejudices, Ho Min agreed to the lifeless man's proposal and said that if he was going to cover for him, he should do it properly. Lifting his hand, the lifeless leader nodded and began to clear the guy's path to the fallen constellation. The guy immediately rushed off, thinking about trusting the constellations and going to attack Taboo. Suddenly, he heard a voice like Geomuk's. It was so loud and deafening that Ho Min almost fainted. After that, the young man heard a shot from Taboo's stove and couldn't stand still. They were shooting at each other like crazy. At that moment, our hero began to realize how the battle between the constellations was going on. However, the fact that all of the fallen constellations' attention was directed at Geomuk played into Baek Ho Min's hands. Our hero now realized that this was his chance and ran from the back of the stove attacking Taboo. With deft movements, Baek Ho Min found himself inside the fallen constellation tank in a few seconds. Taking out his knife, the young man realized that now all he had to do was attack his opponent from behind, and it would all be over. But that would be too easy. At that moment, Taboo noticed movements behind his back and turned around. From beneath the cloak of his hands were the projectiles he was aiming at Ho Min. Baek Ho Min was caught off guard. Suddenly, the guy's memory skill activated. At that moment, he saw dynamite and someone else looking at the fruit of Taboo's engineering. The alchemist wondered how they had come up with such a thing. It turned out that the current fallen constellation was adept at handling complex engineering science, and his research was really worth it. These memories completely consumed Baek Ho-min. As soon as he woke up, he saw Taboo already shooting at him. But the young man regained consciousness in time to dodge the many projectiles aimed at him. Kang Ha-jin and Gaeomuk, who were standing outside at that moment, couldn't understand why the bombing had suddenly stopped. The man had no answer to that, but he realized that this was their chance. And then Gaeomuk ordered everyone to advance until their lungs exploded. Everyone rushed towards the enemy tank with lightning speed. While dodging Taboo Baek Ho-min's attacks, he thought that the memories were shown to him for a reason, and Dynamite knows how his enemy works. At the right moment, Ho-min used his metal chain and threw it at the fallen constellation. In doing so, he wrapped the chain around his opponent's neck. With a satisfied face, our hero asked with a sneer for Taboo to freeze in place, as now was the end for that one. He didn't answer anything, but stood still. But suddenly, Ho-min was pierced by a sharp pain. The young man turned around and saw the Forgotten One behind him, stabbing him treacherously. The Lifeless One said he couldn't let him get a star, and added that he had already played his part. Night Scarecrow was already useless as well. He was a go-between to gain an advantage over Ho-min. He was obliged to break the promise he had made to the boy because of their betrayal. So because of all this, the fallen constellation has now officially lost one of its stars. Then the Forgotten One turned to the Night Scarecrow and asked if he would take his blessing away from them, for they were useless to him now, and he could do as he pleased. The only thing left to do now was to destroy Baek Ho-min and Taboo with him. But suddenly the boy began to smile and said that he thought he would leave this world so quickly. Forgotten was surprised at the guy's words, and behind him, a belligerent Haru was already standing behind him. She disarmed the enemy with incredible speed. A satisfied Baek Ho-min was pleased to have such a reliable ally and thanked the girl. Then the fallen constellation said that the tower was collapsing, adding that 3 meteorites would hit the tower and it would collapse. He also said that when the huge wormwood grows, it will make a bitter rain, and then the rain would wash away all the filth from the city. Puzzled, Ho-min said he didn't understand what kind of nonsense Taboo was talking about, and waited for him to finish. And our hero told the fallen constellation that it was time for him to be a stepping stone for his successor. In doing so, he knocked the enemy off balance. A second later, the chain around Taboo's neck exploded, and the whole place erupted in scarlet flames. Meanwhile, Baek Ho-min collapsed on the ground and realized that he would now have to pay for using this skill. But smiling with his last strength, the young man understood and was happy that he had succeeded. Suddenly, however, he heard some sounds very close by. When he raised his head, he couldn't believe his eyes. Taboo was standing in front of him, pointing his gun at him again. Since Ho-min didn't have the strength to move, he couldn't dodge those bullets again. But Haru was there, and with a single movement of her hand, she erected a wall to protect them. He thanked the girl again for saving him. Looking out from behind the wall, Ho-min realized that the fight was getting fiercer, and the bullets were no longer safe. Our hero didn't know what to do next. Then a notification appeared that the synchronization level with Dynamite had increased. Right now, Baek Ho-min knew for sure that the right option would be to choose memory. After making his choice, the boy's face changed dramatically. At that moment, it seemed that something secret had been revealed to him. Meanwhile, the fallen constellation was still shelling and saying that it was useless to try to buy time. Taboo wished our hero nothing but death. However, Baek Ho-min stood up and replied to his opponent that he was not ready to die young. Then the young man ran out of cover and ran at the enemy, fending off bullets. He found something through a hole in the mechanism of the stove. In fact, thanks to his memories, Ho-min now understood how to operate the tank's muzzle as Dynamite understood how the tank was organized. With a little tweaking of the mechanism, the muzzle of Taboo's transport began to move and headed precisely for the fallen constellation. The man was clearly not ready for this. And pulling on some wires in the tank, Baek Ho-min shouted furiously that everything was certain. Seconds later, there was a huge explosion. From such a fiery shockwave, our hero and Haru were thrown back several meters. When Gaeomuk and Kang Ha-jin saw the explosion, they couldn't believe that a tank had just exploded. Baek Ho-min then kneeled down and saw his enemy lying on the ground. However, it was not clear if the beating heart of this thing had been destroyed. At this moment, it appeared that both the creepy carriage and the fallen constellation had lost their powers. Dynamite was strong because of his memories, unlike Taboo, who relied on a beating heart. Also, the fallen stars had lost their light and couldn't use as much power as before. However, Taboo was still strong enough to distort the turret. After getting the heart, he finally got control of the tank and his body. And still Baek Ho-min wondered what he should do next, although it was clear that it was time to end it. He wished that such a sacrifice of a fallen constellation would be priceless for future generations. The guy walked up to Taboo and swung his weapon at him, causing him to lose his life. While fighting off the lifeless Baekho-min noticed what was happening at Baekho-min's place and was dumbfounded. After what he saw, the hunter shouted to all members of the expedition that Taboo had lost his powers and needed to defend the neighborhood. Then Geomuk turned to our hero and said with indignation that he had used them as bait and attacked Taboo himself. He replied that he always does that. However, after the outrage, the man thanked the guy and said that he had finished a job that was beyond them. From such an abrupt change in the mood of the constellation, Baekho-min was knocked off balance and didn't know how to react. And at that moment, Geomuk raised his hand and said that by the power that was given to him, he was giving the lad his blessing. Baekho-min's hand glowed, and the blessing of the constellation gave the young man a strong will. It meant that as long as his will was strong, the weapon would never slip out of his hands. The young man was certainly glad that the man had given him a blessing, though it was unexpected. With some hatred, Kang Ha-jin thought that although he didn't like our hero's plan, he had done it again. Geomuk went on to say that Taboo is a fallen star, and finally, thanks to Baekho-min, he got his long-awaited funeral. On that note, the constellation said goodbye to the man. From such a peaceful moment, they were distracted by other hunters who were already surrounded on all sides by the lifeless. Because Taboo was destroyed, Kang Ha-jin said that all the parasites' attention has now turned to them. Suddenly, there was an incomprehensible thud, from which all the lifeless froze in place, and a girl appeared in front of them. She said that the elder had sent her because he was disappointed in the parasites and their ability to cope with the task at hand. All present looked at the stranger with bewilderment and did not fully realize what was happening. With an inexpressive smile, the girl continued and said that she didn't come here to fight them because it wasn't necessary. One Geomuk recognized the girl. Her name was Sisijia. Turning to her, the man asked what brought her here. When Baekho-min and Kang Ha-jin learned the name of the girl who suddenly appeared, they were amazed. Sisijia was one of the 4 current constellations. No one knew anything about her except her gender age because she had never come down to the city after receiving her title. And Kang Ha-jin's biggest concern at this moment was why Sisijia had appeared right now. And Geomuk assumed it was because of the dark ghost, although he thought it didn't care what was going on in the city. In fact, it did. The girl replied that she had come because of the black ghost. In her opinion, the elder was foolish enough to ask the vermin for help, but eventually the starlight was taken from him, which was too much. The girl thought he was being used and couldn't handle the consequences, so smiling Sisijia told him that parasites were not to be trusted. With a serious yet emotionless look, Geomuk asked her what exactly the Black Ghost wanted, and she said that he wanted a better fate for mankind, which is to let people live as they have in the past. The girl began to explain that it meant to return to a time when the tower stood firm and impregnable, and when mankind existed in harmony, and also to go back to the time when constellations rose and fell like stars. The Dark Ghost just wanted to return to that boring, outdated way of life. Geomuk wondered if he really believed that this was the right path for mankind. Kang Ha-jin thought it was all the work of a cult from the past. The hunter also added that those who oppose the tower will not be able to enjoy a peaceful life as they simply leave the world forgotten. The girl asked to at least let those who want to climb the tower do it, because the people who can do it will get a star and become constellation. But Sisijia added that surely there were those who wished to wait quietly for their end, and she asked why they were so vehemently opposed to it. Geomuk asked if she had come here to make sure that people couldn't climb the tower. But Sisijia wasn't going to do anything else. She had only come to deliver the Black Ghost's message and nothing more. She turned to the man and said that he must have already known that after ascension, the constellations could only shine to communicate something to those still on Earth. Unlike her elders, Sisijia valued human life, so she wasn't going to destroy anyone. Because of her different worldview, she could never understand those who sent others to the other side of the world. As suddenly at the girl's words, Baekho-min smilingly said that every word she said was a lie. Sisijia thought such a gesture was rude on the guy's part and replied that she was not a liar. Then Baekho-min suggested that she swear by the constellation. He thought he had already destroyed the taboo and completed Miori's task. It was from then on that Constellation wouldn't stop sending our hero likes, and her notifications said that Sisijia was lying. After that, Sisigia's face changed and realized that Ho-ming was that rising star. But the man insisted and asked the girl not to change the subject and to swear by the stars. In this way, Sisijia could prove that she was telling the truth. From such pressure, the girl hesitated and replied that she was happy to do it, but now was not the right time and place for a conversation. At this moment, Sisigia tapped her staff and Baekho-min's mouth felt as if it was glued shut. And the girl went on and said that anyway, she and the others were always happy to welcome new Constellation. Tapping her staff again, Syzygia congratulated Ho Min on receiving his first star and said she hoped they would meet a little higher next time. Then the girl disappeared suddenly and unexpectedly, just as she had appeared. Everyone began to wonder how she had disappeared so abruptly, and there were so many other questions in the crowd about Syzygia's sudden visit. Baek Ho-min's mouth was also hanging open again, because the girl had gone back to where she came from. He thought it was very cowardly of her to run away like that. Also, all the lifeless ones started moving again. Kang Ha-jin gave the command to the others to prepare for battle. Looking at the numbers of parasites, the hunter realized that there were still a lot of them left. At this point, Baek Ho-min was already unable to fight, and the hunters were also at their limit. Geomuk himself was no longer able to protect the others, and the hunter turned to the man and said that at this rate, they would not get out of the battle alive. He suggested retreating. Geomuk, however, did not think so. A second later, there was another incomprehensible explosion in the distance. It was seen as a crowd of lifeless flew upward. All the members of the expedition were perplexed. A little later, Kang Ha-jin and the others saw Doll Executioner and the rest of the godless paladins running towards them. What surprised Kang Ha-jin the most now was that the ruler was saying that they were unlikely to get reinforcements, but it turned out to be the opposite. And Geomuk wondered, since when did the Executioner puppet obey the orders of the monarch? Because she never obeyed anyone completely, because she just always did what she thought was right. Such unexpected reinforcements, Baek Ho-min was overjoyed, and he had basically expected this from Executioner Puppet. Running up, the girl turned to Geomuku and asked why he was not in the fortress, and moreover went to attack when the situation was not in their favor. With a sly and satisfied face, the man replied that he had no intention of going anywhere, so he advised him to demand information from the ruler's confidant. At this point, Kang Ha-jin started pouting and replied that it was all because of stupid Baek Ho-min. That answer made the Executioner doll think that our hero was involved again. She said that Kang Ha-jin would have to account for his actions. Suddenly, all the lifeless that were attacking the hunters began to vaporize. The paladins noticed that the terrain began to change on its own. And Baek Ho-min noticed another strange thing. The stars in the sky also began to rearrange them. Kang Ha-jin didn't seem to be very surprised by what was happening. Deep down, he knew what was going on. After the terrain reorganized, Geomuk said it was a platinum monarch. It must have destroyed the last pulsating heart. Because of that, the second level became the same. Once again, something strange happened. A walking shadow from the dark ghost began to appear next to our hero. And what happened next? Ho-min couldn't believe it. The monarch and her magistrates emerged from it. She asked Geomuk why he had not stayed in the fortress, but the man was not happy that they were asking him again and said to go to the hunter. After such a long time, Baek Ho-min couldn't believe that he had met the Platinum Monarch again. And Kang Ha-jin said that he just thought she would join the fight later. The monarch replied that she was doing other things related to the Dark Ghost and the hearts. The ruler said that if the hearts were not destroyed, it was useless to send a second team. That was why the girl assumed they could join later. But that was before the monarch realized that all but one beating heart had been destroyed. As soon as she dismantled the last of them, they were all in the battlefield. Looking around, the Platinum Monarch concluded that they had arrived on time, and Kang Ha-jin asked the ruler if she destroyed the last beating heart and got a star. After that, Baek Ho-min was furious and thought that he had gotten rid of the strongest beating heart. He didn't want to believe that the monarch got the star because she destroyed the last one. However, the monarch didn't understand what the hunter's question was about. She said that those who accept the Black Ghost's request receive a star as a reward. But the ruler replied that you'd have to be a fool to agree to that, because the tower could not grant a star just because someone destroyed the beating heart. And she explained that most likely the Dark Ghost wanted to give up his star, so he did everything he could to prevent it. Baek Ho-min was furious at what he heard. He realized why he was trying to get rid of him when he was so close to success. Smirking, the monarch complimented that Black Ghost didn't even make an offer to those who could actually fulfill his task. That assumption really hurt Baek Ho-min and Kang Ha-jin, since they were the ones who were asked to take the test. Turning again to Geomuku, the Platinum Monarch asked if Taboo had made such a request of the man, but the man answered in the negative, to which the monarch said that she had not been asked about it either. Then she decided to ask which of the people present had fallen for the Black Ghost's lies. In incomprehensible emotions, Baek Ho-min thought about the fact that it had been so long since they had seen the Platinum Monarch. He only wondered why the girl was here now. Then Geomuk reported to the girl that our hero had destroyed a fallen star and earned one. The fact that the man was talking about it with such ease made Ho-min furious, as he was getting embarrassed by it. However, Yu Ha-eul stood out from the crowd and countered Geomuk by saying that the young man was great. although the student initially thought that our hero had lost his mind. Yahello said that Baek Ho-min not only single-handedly destroyed the fallen star's weapon, but also used it against him. At that moment, the rest of the expedition group began shouting out words of delight too, about how brilliantly our hero had handled the enemy. Such a sudden change of scenery calmed the lad down, and he was amazed, because he had never been praised like this before. Turning to the boy, the Platinum Monarch told him that apparently he had achieved something. Rubbing the back of his head and feeling embarrassed, Baek Ho-min hesitantly agreed with the ruler. There was also talk in the crowd that there was a hunter who was protected by the super constellation Dynamite. Everyone marveled at how skilled one had to be to fight the beast of the apocalypse. After that, Ho-min suggested that it was likely that people were going to spread more rumors about Dynamite. Then, the Platinum Monarch told our hero that the prestige of a hunter depends on the reputation of the constellation that protects him. So Dynamite's praise was also for him. She went on to say that if Ho-min became a constellation, then Dynamite's good reputation and achievements would be his. In other words, the guy could become a super constellation. From what he heard, our hero's face changed, and he could not believe what the ruler said. The young man thought that he had never dared to dream of such a thing before, but before he knew it, he had a star. Gathering his emotions and strength, Baek Ho-min proudly decided that he would do it, and he had nothing to lose. In the subconscious world, Dynamite was in tears because he had never been loved like this before. He used to be considered just some kind of engineer. Then the Martial King said that the alchemist really deserved it since he had the most important role in the battle. This made Dynamite even more emotional, and the only one stood behind him, and he obviously didn't like it. The mage turned to Miori and asked how it had gone. The girl answered that everything that happened was like a summoning through memories. She said that she saw everything through Baek Ho-min's eyes, even though she was almost unconscious. However, this time, it was as if she was evaluating what was happening, and the only one clarified whether it was like assigning a reward for a task. The girl replied that she had thought so herself. Miori added that it seemed impossible to give a good grade without a reason. To this, the mage asked how much the girl gave then. She answered 71 points. That made the wizard angry, but Miori replied that she took away a point for every time he was injured for recklessness. She also gave bonus points for doing crazy things. That still didn't reassure the mage. He was indignant, telling her that he should have evaluated the guy to the best of his ability. Miori replied that the criteria had been drawn up when she was barely conscious. When he calmed down, the one realized that the important thing was that he had received the prize. Then he asked what the prize was, but the girl said that they didn't have much choice. In the future, it was planned not to have to go down to the city for treatment. The monarch planned to set up a medical camp in the tower. Baek Ho-min was also in the castle and didn't understand what my lady was doing here, unlike him. However, our hero got a star. The girl told us that the first time a hunter gets a star, the tower assigns him a name that depends on the hunter's specialty. The monarch added that the astronomical observatory was now scrutinizing the guy's biography, so all he had to do was wait. Settling down beside Ho-min with a book on a chair, the ruler advised him to rest properly. And the young man still looked at the Platinum Monarch and couldn't believe they had met again. Thinking about it, Baek Ho-min realized at this moment that he was really happy to see the girl. Afterward, the guy remembered that the reward for Miori's trial was already available, and he wondered what was in it. The notification said that the test was passed, and the degree of synchronization with the Miori was raised to 149%. Baek Ho-min felt a lot of emotion when he saw such a figure and shouted it out loud. The monarch didn't understand, and asked what he was talking about. Realizing now what had happened, our hero fidgeted and thought of nothing clever, but to reply that it was thinking out loud. But the monarch said it was no big deal, and if the boy didn't want to tell her something, he didn't have to. After that, it was as if the young man had some sort of memory of the ruler saying that to someone before. As if frightened, Baek Ho-min abruptly swung away from the Platinum Monarch's hand. This reaction of the young man, the girl definitely could not have foreseen, and was greatly surprised and confused. The guy himself probably didn't expect it either, so he immediately started apologizing, as he did not want to do that. To which the girl, already upset, replied that it was no big deal. She thought that if Ho-min did it, it was for a reason. Afterwards, our hero was worried that he didn't understand what had just happened. He assumed it was some hidden memory. And the Platinum Monarch at that moment stood up and told the guy to rest. Their next meeting was to take place in the astronomical observatory. Baek Ho-min didn't mind, and thought to himself that it was good that she didn't insist. He began to run the thoughts in his head that he had increased his synchronization scores after passing the test. Then he decided that he would think about the reward after he got his name. Later that night, they met together with director Woo Yusin. He said that the boy's star was under the constellation of Dynamite. However, the director of the observatory said that she had never seen the constellation remain stationary. The girl also said that the tower did not give the guy's name. In that case, the ruler instructed Baekho-min to gather starlight, but our hero definitely didn't understand how to do it and asked the monarch. Then the girl advised him to remember the moment he received the star. It was at that moment that the star was supposed to react to the memory. She added that any bright item would do, whether it was a weapon skill or something personal. These words made Ho-min blush. The girl also said that the brighter the memory, the greater the power of the star, and the more starlight it will give. So our hero decided to remember the moment of Taboo's death. Remembering almost exactly all the details of that day, the guy completely immersed himself in the memories, and Wu Yusen looked at the guy in surprise, as he was surrounded on all sides by starlight. The Platinum Monarch was also looking at Baekho-min. The young man stood with his eyes closed and glowed. The girl decided to call out to the boy, but he didn't respond to the call. Then the ruler ran up to him and pushed him slightly. The guy woke up from that touch. However, the girl, when she touched Baekho-min, abruptly recoiled from him, as if she felt a slight pain. Because of this, our hero decided to ask if the Platinum Monarch was all right. The ruler said nothing to him. Looking at her hand, which she touched and glowed, she realized something. After some silence, she spoke up and said it was amazing. Apparently, Ho-min had a good star. The young man didn't understand the wording and asked again. The monarch said she wasn't sure, but it seemed that the boy's star could steal other people's starlight, and the ruler speculated that it could be because Ho-min defeated the fallen star, or because the dark ghost lost his star. But it was all for them to find out. The girl said that if used properly, the young man could gain great strength. She wanted to add something else, but changed her mind. Baekho-min stood there in shock. The ruler said it would be even better if he could deal with his star himself. In addition, the Platinum Monarch said the guy's name hasn't been decided yet. That happens sometimes, especially with new stars. So she suggested that the young man go somewhere while there was time. Going to their destination, they came to the farthest corner of Banpo Bridge. Baekho-min thought that this place never changes. However, the girl said that was not the case. Finally reaching the destination, the ruler said that this is where the borders were drawn on the day she took charge. There were lines on the ground that she had drawn. The girl sat down and told me that 10 years ago she had ascended to the throne, and the starlight had been increasing ever since, reaching this very point. She said that with the appearance of Baekho-min's star, they could draw a new line, thereby expanding their boundaries a bit again. Then our hero himself remembered that the starlight above the tower sets the boundaries of the human world, and he realized that the more stars, the brighter the light. And the young man asked the girl if every time someone gets a star, he comes to this place and draws a new boundary line, adding that after the monarch returns to his lonely battle. It all sounded very sad to Ho-min. After looking at the young man, the Platinum Monarch walked over to him and placed her hand on his cheek. She said that thanks to him, humanity had regained a large amount of land. She thanked the guy for being the hope of mankind. At this point, Baekho-min was already starting to feel embarrassed by everything that was happening. And next, the Platinum Monarch moved even closer to him, and their long-awaited kiss occurred. At this time in the subconscious world, the constellations were worried that the One had still not recovered and had not left the house he had locked himself. Miori didn't understand why the mage was interested in Baekho-min's relationship with the monarch, but Dynamite reminded her that she'd gotten rid of the ruler herself. And the girl asked if he thought that she had sent the monarch to the other world out of hatred. He thought so, according to Dynamite's answer. In some ways, he was right. Miori did despise her. She said the Platinum Monarch had raised her and then forced her to destroy her. After all, Miori had become her complete likeness. Therefore, she had no choice but to accept the girl's motives at the moment of rebellion against the heaven. Because of everything he had heard, Dynamite was confused and didn't understand how the girl and the Platinum Monarch felt in the end. She replied that people were hard to understand because their emotions were too complex. This meant that her relationship with the ruler would be very difficult to explain. Miori smirked and added that everyone competes. Hate, hate, respect, 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 despise, and trust the Platinum Monarch. But despite that, none of them had ever had an affair with her. So the girl thought it was a good idea for either of them to have a love experience. At that time, Ho-min was already in the abandoned building with Ha Young-hwa. He was surprised that he had recovered so quickly and brought him what he had asked for. He stood over the body of the disheveled Taboo and extended his hand over it. In doing so, our hero used Dynamite's memories. Just as Baekho-min Constellation expected, Baekho-min Constellation knew perfectly how the body of a fallen constellation was arranged. He took the knife and started working. Ha Young-hwa watched the young man's work and was surprised. It was as if he had been doing it all his life. After digging into Taboo, our hero found an implant that allowed the constellation to lift a great deal of weight. It was the price of his soul. Back home, threw the relic to the girl and asked her if she knew how to use it. The girl replied that she only knew that it was painful and nothing else. The young man also found a parasitic gear that grew from the nutrients of the host's body. It could replace any part of the body, even the head. The guy handing it to Ha Younghua said that the implant would come in handy if she wanted to install the gear. It was all taboos, and she didn't understand why Chloe Min was trusting it to her now. And after Ho Min was told about the third-level structure, he decided that the girl would be a good ally, and since she still needed money, he asked her to join him. Then Ha Younghua asked if he was talking about the cursed castle and how he knew about the third level. Ho Min replied that the Platinum Monarch had told him about it. The girl frowned and wondered if they were cooperating again. She wondered if they were cooperating again, since the last she'd heard was that the ruler had kicked the guy out. However, Ho Min denied cooperation and said they only have a competitive, friendly relationship. The young man did not tell the girl about anything in more detail, or rather about the kiss. He himself could not yet think of such friendly relations as they had had with the monarch. The girl didn't think long about her answer and agreed to Baek Ho Min's proposal. Ha Younghua said that getting such rare relics for free was a victory for her, and she asked what she was going to do. However, he replied that the task would definitely not disappoint. They went together with Haru to the entrance of the 20th floor. Judging from the abandoned tents at that place, the reconnaissance team had gotten there before them. However, the fact that they left their belongings behind and disappeared gave Ho Min a bad feeling. Turning to Ha Yeonhwa, our hero told her to go first. This made the girl nervous and didn't understand why she had to do that. The answer from the guy was that it was payment for the gift. Waving her new hand, the girl indignantly replied that he himself had destroyed her real hand. And Ho Min asked her calmly, "Is this really how I'm going to challenge them to a showdown?" Ha Younghwa gritted her teeth and agreed, and went first. As she approached the entrance to the 20th floor, she grumbled that she didn't like what was happening. Ha Younghwa went through the portal after all. Ho Min followed her and said goodbye to Haru, saying that they would see each other again. After that, our hero found himself in a place unknown to him. Although he followed the girl, he didn't see her for some reason. He even thought that they might have gone to different places. Then the young man heard a tapping sound and thought it was Sisijia. Ho Min asked her if she had lured the scouting party here. She was already sitting on the couch in front of him and said that it was really her. The girl invited him to sit down and said that they were going to have a big conversation. Ho Min's harsh voice asked her if she had sent everyone to the other side. However, she denied it and said that she was trying to save them. Sisijia continued talking and said that she was sure that if she lied, the young man would have no problem figuring it out. At this moment, Ho Min was receiving notifications from Miori again, which meant that the girl was telling the truth. Sisijia smiled and said that she had saved all the inhabitants of the fortress when the third level was collapsing, and she wondered if the other constellations had told him about it. The boy remembered something about it, but very faintly. Sisijia told him that her role wasn't very big. She only had to mix up the rooms of the castle to reduce the number of victims. She also did it to move everyone to different places, and Ho Min listened to her and offered to get right down to business. He asked what was required of him. Then, Sisijia said that the cursed castle covers with its walls the entire third level, where people are forced to play hide and seek with the vermin, so to speak. Ho Min was required to walk through an infinite number of rooms and corridors and remove all parasites from his path. Such a task seemed simple to him. However, there was a nuance. The girl said that the entire scouting team was scattered throughout the rooms of the castle, and everyone had a special assignment from the tower. Sisijia added that whoever completes the task will be able to get to the next level. This dumbfounded Baek Ho Min. The tower's special assignment was to send a hunter named Kirikirik to the other side of the world. In that second, the young man realized that instead of parasites, he would have to destroy a human to pass on. And Sisijia replied that it is at this point that many people give up and quit, and she thought it was fair to say that it was at this level that the real test begins. The girl stood up from the couch and said that eventually people started to reach the 50th floor, so this ordeal did not stop everyone. Having finished, Sisijia tapped her staff again and vanished at the same moment. Nervous and frowning slightly, Baek Ho Min could hardly believe that he would have to ruin an ally. And then something happened that our hero wasn't expecting. A notification came from the one who instructed the guy to clear the third floor without loss of life. The guy's mind was going through a massive brainstorming session at that second, because the assignments he was given were completely contradictory. And in the subconscious world, the constellations also discussed what had happened, and thought that the magician had given such a task to the young man for a reason. They also thought that such a test would definitely not be easy. The warrior king doubted that he could do it without the wizard's help. Miori replied that the one had taken into account all the peculiarities of the tower and had done it because of her task. Then the warrior king questioned the girl if she meant the quest where Ho-min would have to kill another for the sake of passing on. And Miori replied that the problem was the very nature of the tower's task. She asked those present if they were aware that they were endless. The warrior king knew this. He realized that after someone completes a task from the tower gives the next task, and so it goes on and on. And if you complete all the tasks, the number of points will increase unimaginably. By the time someone gets to the next level, the tower will give him a lot of rewards. In a serious tone, Miori said that the third level was a sieve for the participant. The third level was a sieve for the participant. After thinking for a moment, she added that if Baek Ho-min was sure he could become more violent, he would have a chance to get at least 2 stars. However, outraged Dynamite thought our hero wouldn't go that far. To which Miori replied that even if it wasn't Baek Ho-min, they had a man who had gone too far. That one had been wandering around the third level for several years now, growing up doing tower tasks. This meant that the main threat to the cursed castle was not ghosts, but human. Walking down the long corridor, Ho-min noticed that the atmosphere of the third level was different from the others. The fact that the tasks had to be performed in sequence was a novelty, and the guy was thinking that the best thing to do in this situation was to help him deal with Miori. After which, Baek Ho-min activated his skill and recalled the girl's memories. The young man was glad that he had chosen this particular skill last time, because now he was able to see things invisible to others. He saw footprints and even a few traces of blood. Looking around, Ho-min realized that he had also seen the route of travel. At that moment, he thought that it would be great to have some other skill of foresight. Our hero also realized that the skill analyzed all the clues and collected in the big picture. After Baek Ho-min looked around, he decided to go into one of the rooms. There, he saw a rag doll. This puzzled the guy and threw him off balance. Then, Ho-min decided to take a closer look at it and held it in his hand. Looking at it, the young man was even more surprised as he noticed that the doll had eyes. It was a rare, all-seeing nanny. The doll was created as a newborn baby monitor. Its owner could see what she could see. It would also scream in danger. So Ho-min decided to experiment. By raising the all-seeing nanny, he could actually look through it. However, his farsightedness was reduced. Still, it was a useful thing, so the guy took it with him and thought the doll might come in handy. After that, voices were heard behind Baek Ho-min. In the doorway were several people who had come to see him. When they looked closely, they recognized our hero. To them, he was the one who had defeated Taboo and received Dynamite's blessing. The young man thought that they had probably been to the battlefield to recognize him, and Ho-min also noticed that the boys had a large group. The boy with green hair asked if our hero also got a mission with the destruction of another person. From this question, the boy thought that they had formed a large group to make it easier to complete the task, but it wasn't. The girl among them said that if they did that, the reconnaissance group would be disbanded. The boy explained that she had been on the third level for a long time and had agreed to help them. She was excited to meet Ho-min. The girl shared with the guy that they had been wandering around this level for a long time and were working out the rules to stay alive. In response, the young man asked if they would share these rules and strategy with him, and the girl answered in the affirmative. With her index finger up, she said that the first rule is not to reveal your name to others. The boy with the green hair added that people wouldn't go to the trouble of taking the life of someone whose name they didn't know, and he said they all had nicknames, and his name was Bob Care. The serious girl, who was already a long-time guest on the third level, was named Scar because of her facial feature. The other guy was called One-Eyed. It was also because he wore a patch over one eye. There was also a guy named Double Blade, and a girl in the corner they called Sweetie. Looking at the girl in the cap, Ho-min thought that at first glance, she couldn't be called cute at all. Then he asked about the next rule. The second rule was that you couldn't travel alone. Scar said it would put herself at risk, and it was always better to have a witness on hand. And Bob Care added that it was all pretty obvious. Among all, the third rule was the most important. The third rule was that those who took lives would be dealt with by the hunters, not the law. Listening to this, Baek Ho-min noticed that the last rule was the cruelest. Shram confirmed this and said that it didn't negate its importance. She then asked the young man how he thought the constellations and hunters had gotten through this floor. But it was a question with no expectation of an answer. She said that they simply exterminated anyone who had the will to destroy others. It also helped to reduce the number of names for tower assignments. Shram also added that the monarch did similar things, turning prisoners into gold to support the city's economy. Ho-min understood their logic, but something still bothered him. Since after analyzing this group with his skill, the young man discovered that recently, those had destroyed at least one person. Moreover, Ho-min knew that one of them had sent so many people to the other world that it was hard to count. At that moment, the boy realized why it was here that the tower really opened up. From this second on, Baek Ho Min was officially going to have to fight people who were gripped by the lust to advance further.